Immortal Beast-Taming clan. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination. So don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like. And if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 651 30 Years. Purple Flower Demon Subduing Light has begun. It cannot be stopped for even a day, otherwise, all previous efforts will be wasted. This restriction means that once a cultivator decides to practice this method, they must remain secluded in one place, afraid to venture out, lest unforeseen events disrupt their cultivation. Therefore, when Zhou Chun began practicing the secret technique in the Golden Cloud Mountains, it meant he would not leave this place for the next 24 years. However, strictly speaking, he only spent 1 or 2 hours each day practicing the Purple Flower Demon Subduing Light, using the rest of the time for daily meditation and other secret techniques and supernatural abilities. So, besides the Purple Flower Demon Subduing Light, given the unique environment of the Golden Cloud Mountains, Zhou Chun primarily practiced the Golden Escape Technique and the Zhengjin Sky-Splitting Thunder, supplementing his practice with the Tai 2-part Divine Technique and the Heart Lotus Orthodox Method. In this way, his days were still fully occupied, leaving little time for rest. Besides Zhou Chun, the environment of the Golden Cloud Mountain Range was also an excellent place for the Golden Armored Mountain-bearing Turtlestone and the Golden Winged Tiger Spirit pets to cultivate. They cherished this opportunity and diligently cultivated in silence. Although the other 3 spirit pets didn't receive any environmental bonuses here, they weren't weakened in any way either. Even the wood sprite Mu Sang could still occasionally plunder some of the spirit wood in the Golden Cloud Mountain Range. Day after day, year after year, 12 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the spiritual energy in the valley where Zhou Chun was suddenly agitated, surging towards a certain spot in the valley. A dazzling emerald light silently bloomed from the valley. It turned out that after years of refining and cultivating, the wood sprite Mu Sang had finally refined all the wood spirit power it had absorbed and stored in the secret cave, successfully breaking through to the 4th tier upper grade. As a gifted spirit, it had cultivated without any bottlenecks, which made Zhou Chun's other spirit pets and its master extremely envious. However, after advancing to the 4th tier superior grade demon beast, its good days were coming to an end. The upcoming heavenly tribulation would truly become its life or death ordeal. The power of the heavenly tribulation for a spirit like the wood sprite was far greater than that of ordinary demon beasts, and its strength was inferior to powerful bloodline demon beasts like the Thunder Flood Dragon Bye-Bye, nor had it cultivated any tribulation-crossing secret techniques. From now on, its only hope for surviving the heavenly tribulation was almost entirely dependent on its master, Zhou Chun. In fact, the vast majority of spirits in the cultivation world did not die at the hands of cultivators or other demon beasts, but rather from the heavenly tribulation. Such exceptionally talented beings seemed inherently unacceptable to the heavenly Dao. Under these circumstances, although the wood sprite, Mu Sang, was now the second to break through to the 4th tier superior grade, it might actually be the last to become a 5th tier demon king. Because without a very high degree of certainty, Zhou Chun would certainly not allow it to undergo the tribulation. Seemingly spurred on by the success of Mu Sang, Lei Jiao Bai and Jin Jia Fu Shan Ji Ai Shi Tao, who were not far from breaking through to the 4th tier high-grade demon beast realm, also became even more diligent in their cultivation. They both possessed cultivation techniques suited to their bloodlines, and although they couldn't fully utilize these techniques before reaching the 5th tier, they could still slightly accelerate their growth. In contrast, Mu Sang, after successfully breaking through to the 4th tier high-grade realm, knew its good days were over and completely neglected its cultivation. Zhou Chun often couldn't find it, it had run off to play. After breaking through to the 4th tier high-grade realm, its wood escape technique was already incredibly advanced. Unless deliberately targeted or in a place where its escape technique was difficult to use, even a nascent soul cultivator would find it hard to catch. Therefore, Zhou Chun didn't interfere too strictly, letting it do as it pleased, as long as it didn't run too far. Sunrise and sunset, time flew by. In his 20th year of secluded cultivation in the Golden Cloud Mountains, Lei Jiao Bai finally broke through to the 4th tier high-grade demon beast realm with the help of the 100 herbs ginseng king pill. After this breakthrough, Lei Jiaobai's strength increased dramatically, and he was finally able to refine and nurture the Heavenly Gang Thunder-Slaying Sword, a magical artifact. Zhou Chun immediately entrusted the flying sword to it for refinement and nurtured it within its body. If Grandmaster Yan Qiang hadn't lied, this magical artifact could be upgraded to a top-grade artifact after 100 years of nurturing. At that time, Lei Jiaobai could then make a final push to the 5th-tier Demon King realm, using this sword to overcome the heavenly tribulation. With Lei Jiaobai's breakthrough to the 4th-tier high-grade Demon Beast realm, only the golden armored mountain-bearing turtle stone and the golden winged tiger remained at the 4th-tier mid-grade Demon Beast realm among Zhou Chun's 5 spirit pets. Their cultivation levels were now roughly the same, with a golden armored mountain-bearing turtle stone perhaps slightly better, but only to a limited extent. Zhou Chun still kept the golden unicorn's demon core. Who would use it later would depend on the situation. Since the 3 demonic beasts that had broken through first had no chance of undergoing the heavenly tribulation in the short term, Zhou Chun instructed them to diligently study the heavenly annihilation force symbols formation while cultivating the tribulation transcending secret technique, hoping to master it before their tribulation. If they could set up this combined attack formation with 4 high-grade 4th-tier demonic beasts, even if they couldn't defeat an nascent soul cultivator, they could probably fight to a draw against an ordinary early-stage nascent soul cultivator or a 5th-tier demon king. This would give Zhou Chun greater assurance when he formed his core and nascent soul in the future. Time passed quickly, and 4 years flew by. On this day, after Zhou Chun once again collected moonlight essence and the morning sun purple energy he had collected during the day, refining them using a secret method. The essence of the sun and moon he had collected and condensed over the past 24 years seemed to have undergone some kind of sublimation. Without any further cultivation, a pale purple spiritual light burst forth from his body, forming a halo around him that made him appear like a celestial being. At this moment, the purple radiance demon subduing light, a secret technique that had taken him over 8,700 days and nights to cultivate, had finally been perfected. Phew. After 24 years of wasted effort, I finally achieved perfection. Zhou Chun breathed a long sigh of relief, a genuine smile spreading across his face. He immediately activated the secret technique, gathering the pale purple spiritual light and transforming it into pale purple sun within his purple mansion sea of consciousness, constantly illuminating his soul. This purple radiance demon subduing light was not only highly effective in resisting the heart demon tribulation, but it could also suppress the purple mansion sea of consciousness, purifying the soul. In the future, Zhou Chun could still gather the essence of the sun and moon to nourish the spiritual light, but even without doing so, as long as it wasn't used up, it wouldn't dissipate. A moment later, Zhou Chun returned to his temporary cave within the Golden Cloud Mountains and continued his meditation and cultivation. Over the past 24 years, the environment here had been ideal for his cultivation, and his magical power had greatly improved. He estimated that with at most another 10 years of cultivation, he would achieve perfect golden core cultivation and attempt to form a nascent soul. Therefore, after successfully cultivating the secret technique Purple Flower Demon Subduing Light, Zhou Chun did not immediately leave the Golden Cloud Mountains but continued to cultivate there to further enhance his power. Another 6 years passed, and after 30 years in the Golden Cloud Mountains, Zhou Chun finally decided to leave. He was still a few years away from perfecting his golden core cultivation. However, considering that refining the nascent soul pill would also take time, he did not intend to continue cultivating there. Before leaving the Golden Cloud Mountains, Zhou Chun rode the golden armored mountain carrying turtle stone to a certain place in the mountains. He traveled hundreds of miles through the mountains on the tortoise before arriving near a fissure canyon. This fissure canyon was about 30 or 40 miles long, ranging in depth from 30 to 70 or 80 feet. The exposed soil and rocks on both sides of the cliff face had a faint golden hue, a sign of high metallic content. In fact, this place was indeed the location of a branch of a large refined gold vein beneath the Golden Cloud Mountain range, and refined gold veins usually contained a large amount of gold on their surface. Zhou Chun scanned the fissure canyon below with his divine sense and quickly found his target. It was a dozen or so low-lying trees, somewhat resembling hawthorn trees, with grayish-gold leaves and pale golden fruits resembling small persimmons. Zhou Chun gently flicked out a golden light blade towards the trunk of one of the trees. Just as the golden light blade was about to touch the trunk, a burst of golden spiritual light burst forth from within the trunk, easily dispersing the golden light blade. Seeing this, Zhou Chun was not surprised but delighted. Nodding repeatedly and saying, "It really is golden magnetic spirit wood. I didn't expect there to be such a rare species of spirit wood here." Golden magnetic spirit wood is an extremely rare species of spirit wood in the cultivation world, basically only appearing through mutation. This type of spiritual wood naturally possesses golden magnetic power. Once attacked, it releases this golden magnetic power within its body, transforming it into golden magnetic spiritual light for defense. Furthermore, this spiritual wood exhibits symbiotic properties. When multiple trees grow together, they form a symbiotic relationship, transferring their inherent golden magnetic power to each other. It is said that if the number of these spiritual trees reaches a certain level, they can even form a special golden magnetic domain. Within that domain, any metal attribute spells, once cast, will be decomposed into spiritual energy and absorbed by the trees. All magical treasures containing spiritual metal will be absorbed. Zhou Chun had previously read in ancient texts that a master of formations once used thousands of golden magnetic spiritual trees as the foundation of an array, combined with a golden magnetic domain, to create a powerful forbidden array. Within that array, even early-stage nascent soul cultivators practicing metal attribute techniques couldn't even achieve nascent soul separation, and their magical treasures and supernatural abilities couldn't be unleashed even a tenth of their power. Entering was tantamount to suicide. Outsiders, unaware of the true name of the Forbidden Array, named it the Golden Annihilation Array. For this reason, whenever a large area of golden magnetic spirit wood is discovered in the cultivation world, sword cultivating sects or major forces specializing in metal elemental techniques immediately destroy it to prevent anyone from using this spirit wood against them. However, everything has two sides. While golden magnetic spirit wood restrains cultivators using metal elemental techniques, it can also gather metal energy from all directions, improving the spiritual energy attribute. If some of this spirit wood could be planted around a cave dwelling, as long as it doesn't form a golden magnetic domain, the spiritual energy around the cave would lean more towards the metal element. Therefore, for Zhou Chun, these dozen or so golden magnetic spirit woods were just the right amount. If he transplanted them back to the Azure Lotus Mountains and planted them in his cave dwelling, the cultivation environment there would be significantly improved. However, there were quite a few of these golden magnetic spirit trees. Although this type of spirit tree was known for its tenacious vitality and ease of transplanting more than a dozen at once would be too conspicuous. Therefore, after pondering for a while, Zhou Chun decided not to transplant them for now, but to deal with the matter after he had formed his core and nascent soul. In any case, ordinary cultivators dared not enter the Golden Glow mountain range, as evidenced by the fact that these golden magnetic spirit trees had been growing there for a long time. Having made this decision, Zhou Chun quickly rode a tortoise and left the Golden Glow mountain range. Several months later, Zhou Chun's figure reappeared in the flowing fire sand sea. He changed his appearance and crossed the sand sea, arriving at the fire basin oasis where the Heavenly Fire Sect was located in just a few days. However, because he had killed the people of the Holy Fire Sect, Zhou Chun dared not go directly to the Heavenly Fire Sect's mountain gate, lest his true identity be discovered and he incur the Holy Fire Sect's pursuit. He found a place to linger in the market town above the fire basin oasis. First, he inquired about the Heavenly Fire Sect. After learning from a Purple Mansion stage cultivator that Bai's Hiking was at the sect's gate, he activated a 1,000-mile communication talisman that Bai's Hiking had given him. After sending the talisman, Zhou Chun only waited half a day before seeing Bai's Hiking again. Hiking greets fellow Taoist Zhou. Since you've come here, why didn't you visit our sect directly? Do you not trust me? At Zhou Chun's temporary residence, Bai's Hiking, upon seeing him, looked at him with puzzlement and asked his question directly. She didn't see through Zhou Chun's disguise and was unaware that he was now at the late Golden Core stage. Upon hearing her complaint, Zhou Chun quickly waved his hand and explained, "Fellow Taoist Bai, please don't misunderstand. I don't mean to distrust you, but when I left your sect, I was pursued by cultivators of the Holy Fire Sect, incurring their wrath. Therefore, I don't want to involve you." "Ah, is that so?" Bai's Hiking's expression changed slightly, as she was hearing about this for the first time. "It's just old news, fellow Taoist Bai, you don't need to worry about it." Zhou Chun shook his head, seemingly unwilling to elaborate. Seeing his reaction, Bai's Hiking could only suppress her curiosity and nodded, saying, "Hiking understands. So, Fellow Taoist Zhou, you've come to see me this time because of that magic weapon, right? That's right, but I wonder if Senior Yan Kang has finished refining the magic weapon, Zhou Chun said, looking at her expectantly. This, Bai Hiking hesitated, seemingly having some unspeakable difficulty. This made Zhou Chun's heart skip a beat, sensing something was amiss. Immediately disregarding everything else, he stared directly at her and questioned, Fellow Taoist Bai, why are you stammering and refusing to answer me? Is there some problem with the forging of this magic weapon? Could it have failed? Faced with his sharp questioning, Bai Hikin's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly replied, No, fellow Taoist Zhou, please don't misunderstand, the magic weapon was not failed. Since it didn't fail, why don't you take it out? Fellow Taoist Bai, Zhou Chun pressed on relentlessly, determined to get what he wanted. This left Bai Hikin speechless for a moment. Seeing her silence, Zhou Chun became annoyed, his eyes flashing with rage as he said coldly, Fellow Taoist Bai, what exactly do you mean? Are you perhaps going to break your promise? As he became angry, his immense divine sense pressure enveloped Bai Hikin. Under his divine sense pressure, Bai Hikin, who was only at the early stage of the Golden Core realm, immediately felt immense pressure, and her heartbeat quickened considerably. At this moment, she seemed to finally realize the consequences of angering Zhou Chun, and hurriedly waved her hand to explain, Fellow Taoist Zhou, please calm down. Zai King would never dare to play tricks on you. It's just that after that magic weapon was forged, it was intercepted by the Supreme Elder, who stated that fellow Taoist Zhou must go and retrieve it personally. Hearing her answer, Zhou Chun's expression changed, and he couldn't help but ask in a deep voice, Is that really so? Why would Senior Yan Kang do such a thing? How could Zai King dare to deceive fellow Taoist Zhou? As for why the Supreme Elder did this, Zai King doesn't know, Bai Hiking said, her face full of bitterness and helplessness. In fact, after receiving Zhou Chun's message today, she already knew she was in trouble, but if she didn't come to see Zhou Chun, the consequences would be even more unpredictable, so she had no choice but to bite the bullet and come. Zhou Chun then asked again, Is Senior Yan Kang aware of my request to meet fellow Taoist Bai? Hearing this, Bai Hiking's expression changed again. She lowered her head, avoiding his gaze, and whispered, Zai King, before I went down the mountain, I mentioned this to the Supreme Elder. Very well. Since that's the case, fellow Taoist Bai, please take me to see Senior Yan Kang. Zhou Chun opened his mouth, but ultimately only sighed and waved his hand, stating his decision. At this point, whatever his opinion of Bai's hiking might be, he couldn't change the outcome. Now that Grandmaster Yan Kang knew he was in the Fire Basin Oasis, even if he wanted to leave without saying goodbye, it wouldn't be so easy. Originally, before reaching the core formation in nascent soul stage, Zhou Chun didn't want to meet any more nascent soul cultivators. He wanted to minimize his risks. However, man proposes, God disposes. His impatience had now created an unpleasant situation for him. I'm sorry, this matter was handled poorly by Zai King. In the future, if fellow Taoist Zhou needs my help, Zai King will definitely do her best to assist you. Bai Hiking tried to apologize and make amends, promising to make up for her mistake. Little did she know that in Zhou Chun's eyes, her favor was worthless, far less than the trouble it had caused him. But Zhou Chun was too lazy to discuss these matters with her anymore, simply giving a perfunctory reply before asking her to take him to the Heavenly Fire Sect's mountain gate. Not long after, Zhou Chun, who had concealed his cultivation and disguised himself as a late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator, was brought back to Heavenly Fire Peak by Bai's hiking, and then led to Yan Kang's Henren's cave. Junior greets Senior Yan Kang. Inside the cave, when Zhou Chun saw Yan Kang's Henren, his expression had already changed, and his tone was as respectful as ever. Of course, his methods of concealing his cultivation could not fool Yan Kang's Henren, a nascent soul cultivator. Upon discovering that his cultivation was almost at the peak of the Golden Core stage, Yan Kang's Henren couldn't help but show surprise. He couldn't help but exclaim, in just over 100 years, young friend Zhou is already preparing to form his Golden Core and nascent soul. This speed of progress is truly extraordinary. When he first met Zhou Chun had only just advanced to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, and his magical power clearly indicated that he had only recently broken through. Now, in less than 200 years, Zhou Chun is already close to the perfection of the Golden Core realm. This speed is undeniably fast. In Yan Kang's Henren's view, only cultivators with top-grade spiritual roots could achieve this. However, He already knew Zhou Chun's background from Bai's hiking and knew that his spiritual root aptitude was not particularly outstanding. Faced with his praise, Zhou Chun replied humbly, "Senior is too kind. I merely had a stroke of luck. My cultivation is nothing compared to that of a master like you." Hearing this, true person Yan Kang gave him a deep look and said, "A stroke of luck might be true for others, but the luck you possess, young friend Zhou, is clearly beyond the reach of ordinary people." He knew that Zhou Chun possessed a spiritual treasure and also knew the immense potential of the spiritual pets he had. Therefore, Zhou Chun could not continue to be modest and could only cleverly change the subject, saying, "I heard from fellow Taoist Bai that Senior Yan Kang seems to have used that 10,000-year ice crystal to refine some extraordinary magic weapon. Would you be so kind as to let me see it?" Hearing this, true person Yan Kang, although fully aware of his thoughts, couldn't help but chuckle smugly. "Hey, this treasure refining has indeed exceeded my expectations." After saying this, he waved his hand, and a jade box appeared before Zhou Chun. As the box was opened, a row of 9 long white needles came into Zhou Chun's view. Each of these 9 white needles was 12 inches long and as thin as a bamboo skewer. But that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that the aura emitted by each of them was comparable to a high-grade magic weapon. "See? This set of 9 annihilation ice needles is my most prized work in recent years. Each one is equivalent to a high-grade magic weapon, and together they are a top-grade magic weapon, and even a top-grade among top-grade magic weapons, because it is a set of magic weapons. Even if the master's magic power is weak and it is difficult to unleash the full power of the magic weapon, he can selectively activate 1 or more needles to fight according to his own magic power, and these 9 annihilation ice needles fully utilize the characteristics of 10,000-year ice crystal, flying without a trace or form. Even golden core cultivators, even late-stage cultivators struggle to detect its presence with their divine sense, and the physical body of a 4th-tier high-grade demonic beast is no match for its sharpness. Furthermore, the flying needles themselves carry a special cold poison. Once they pierce flesh, the poison attacks the heart and brain, damaging the target from both the bloodline and the soul. Any late-stage golden core cultivator with this set of flying needles, and facing an opponent without any specific defensive measures, can kill a cultivator of the same level with the ease of cutting melons and vegetables. True person Yan Kang gazed proudly at the 9 long needles in the jade box, his tone filled with smugness. Chapter 652 Innate Metal Fiend Key. Outside the fire basin oasis, Zhou Chun turned back for one last look at the oasis before leaving without looking back. The set of 9 annihilation ice needles was now in his hands. After all, it was a magic weapon he had commissioned to be crafted, and even if true person Yan Kang was reluctant, there was no reason for him to keep it, unless he wanted to ruin his reputation and create a future enemy for the Heavenly Fire Sect while his lifespan was running out. However, the fact that true person Yan Kang didn't directly give the set to Bai's hiking, but instead had her pass it on to Zhou Chun, revealed some of his thoughts. Therefore, in order to retrieve the 9 annihilation ice needles ahead of time, Zhou Chun had paid the price of a favor, promising to credit the Heavenly Fire Sect if he successfully formed his nascent soul stage. Whether Zhou Chun had lost out in this transaction was hard to say. Given the rarity and preciousness of the 9 annihilation ice needles, it was definitely worthwhile for a nascent soul cultivator to owe a favor. However, considering that Zhou Chun had already prepaid Bai's hiking, he had indeed suffered a slight loss. But he didn't want to dwell on it too much now. Consider this compensation for taking advantage of Master Yan Kang earlier. For Zhou Chun, the most urgent matter is still the formation of his core and nascent soul. After leaving the flowing fire sand sea, he traveled eastward, leaving the cultivation world of the far west. Half a year later, Zhou Chun appeared in the Han Kingdom in the northeast of the Great Zhou Kingdom. The Han Kingdom is also a border country of the human race, adjacent to a region of alien races called Xianmen Plain. Xianmen Plain is a vast region of alien races, inhabited by 3 alien races, the Heavenly Soul Clan, the Earth Barbarian Clan, and the 5-Element Spirit Clan. The strength of these 3 alien races individually is far inferior to that of the Multi-Winged Clan, but when the 3 races unite, they are much stronger than the Multi-Winged Clan. And these 3 races firmly occupy the vast region of Xianmen Plain, forcing the human cultivators of the Han Kingdom to guard their gates and dare not make any offense. The nascent soul formation opportunity mentioned by Master Xianjing is located in the Xianmen Plain. According to the information revealed by true person Shinjing, of the 3 alien races in the Shinman plane, only the Earth barbarians, renowned for their physical strength and numerous in number, are relatively few. Therefore, the vast Shinman plane is relatively rich in resources, attracting many human cultivators who risk their lives to venture deep into it in search of treasures, hoping for an opportunity to advance their cultivation. True person Shinjing himself traveled to the Shinman plane with another late-stage golden core cultivator, hoping to find an opportunity to form a nascent soul. However, all 3 alien races in the Shinman plane are hostile towards human cultivators, and any race that discovers a human cultivator will not hesitate to kill them. Therefore, the number of human cultivators who manage to venture deep into the Shinman plane and return alive with their spoils is always extremely small. Logically speaking, Zhou Chun's preparations for forming his nascent soul are already very abundant, and there's no need for him to make this trip. Even if he absolutely had to, he could wait until after he has formed his nascent soul. But here's the rather coincidental part. If the nascent soul formation opportunity mentioned by true person Shinjing is real, it will be of great help to Zhou Chun, potentially allowing him to directly achieve the third shattering and reforging after reaching the nascent soul stage. This forces Zhou Chun to come here in person to confirm before reaching the nascent soul stage. While his safety might not be a major issue if he came after reaching the nascent soul stage, his whereabouts would be difficult to conceal. The Heavenly Soul Clan, one of the 3 alien races, is said to possess a mysterious monitoring method capable of detecting and sensing the aura of 5th-tier beings active within the Shinman planes. If a nascent soul cultivator enters the Shinman planes, they will be detected, attracting an ambush from the 5th-tier beings of the 3 races. Even if he could break through the encirclement, achieving his goal would be impossible. Therefore, Zhou Chun had no choice but to come to the Shinman planes now. However, he remained cautious and did not blindly trust the information given by true person Shinjing. After arriving in Han Kingdom, he specifically inquired and collected information about the Shinman planes and the 3 alien races. The 3 alien races of Shinman planes have virtually no contact with humans, unlike the multi-winged mages who secretly trade with human cultivators. Information that can be gathered is scarce, and much of it is unverifiable. Furthermore, the area Zhou Chun is heading to is already quite deep compared to most cultivators venturing into Shinman planes. Generally, aside from late-stage golden core cultivators seeking nascent soul opportunities, few dare to venture that far. Zhou Chun can't very well ask a late-stage golden core cultivator for information. So, after discovering that the gathered information was of little use, he could only grit his teeth and plunge into Shinman plains alone. The overall environment of Shinman plains is somewhat similar to the wilderness adjacent to Longyun Marsh, with diverse terrains. The most abundant creatures here are not the 3 alien races, but various demonic beasts. In fact, besides the 3 alien races, there should also be a demonic race. It's only because the 3 alien races united and their high-level strength could overwhelm the demon kings here that they became the overlords of this place. Thus, they occupied the best spiritual mountain and blessed land in Shinman Plain. Because the 3 major alien races had deployed numerous overt and covert spies along the border, Zhou Chun was extremely cautious during his infiltration. He didn't even attempt to have the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone carry him in using earth. Earth is a type of magic or technique, as the earth barbarians among the 3 races also possessed the talent to communicate with the power of the earth and might detect his earth technique. His chosen method of infiltration was something most people would never have imagined. He directly hid inside the golden-winged tiger's spatial pouch, letting the tiger carry him into Shinman Plain. As a 4th-tier demon beast, even if members of the 3 major alien races discovered the golden-winged tiger in Shinman Plain, they would likely treat it as a wild beast unless they detected any human cultivators nearby. Therefore, unless an alien race was preparing to hunt it, they wouldn't pay it any attention. And even if they wanted to hunt the golden-winged tiger, with its current abilities, a 4th-tier being would have a very difficult time catching it. Even if they did catch it, it would be suicide. In short, the most troublesome thing didn't happen, and Zhou Chun smoothly crossed the border area with the golden-winged tiger, venturing deep into the Shinman Plain. Seeing how effective this method was, Zhou Chun simply continued to use it, letting the golden-winged tiger carry him forward, only occasionally emerging to observe the terrain and determine his location. However, the Shinman Plain was simply too vast. Although he had the simplified map given to him by the Heavenly Mirror Immortal, Finding the location of the nascent soul opportunity the other had mentioned was still not easy. One day, as Zhou Chun was traveling through the Xianmen plain with a golden-winged tiger, the tiger suddenly transmitted a battle intelligence to him through telepathic communication, revealing that 4-tiered beings were fighting nearby, and one of them was a demon beast. Upon learning this, Zhou Chun pondered for a moment, then decided to emerge and observe. His understanding of the 3 alien races' methods was limited to what he had gathered within the Han Kingdom. He only knew that the Heavenly Soul clan possessed naturally powerful souls and were skilled in unpredictable soul path techniques. Cultivators with weak spiritual senses were easily annihilated in their presence, becoming mere walking corpses. Furthermore, this clan was adept at corpse refining, able to turn cultivators whose souls they had annihilated into puppets for their use. The Earth Barbarian clan excelled in physical cultivation. This clan specialized in body refinement and could often engage in hand-to-hand combat with demonic beasts of the same level. The clan's strong members possessed physiques capable of moving mountains and filling seas, and tearing apart dragons with their bare hands. The 5-element spirit clan was proficient in the 5 elements spells. They were naturally close to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, making them natural key cultivators. The same 5-element spells in their hands were far more powerful than those in the hands of many human cultivators. Individually, these 3 races might not be too formidable, but together they were virtually without weaknesses, making them extremely difficult to deal with. Therefore, despite knowing that the Xianmen plain they occupied was rich in resources and diverse in products, the human cultivation world rarely came to provoke them. Fortunately, their own population was difficult to reproduce, and they did not have the strength to defeat the entire human race, so they could only live a carefree life in the Xianmen plain. At this time, after making his decision, Zhou Chun immediately came out of the golden-winged tiger's body and approached the battlefield. However, he still had a deep fear of the legendary Xianhun clan, so he stopped far away from the battlefield and did not dare to use his divine sense to observe rashly. He could only release a kind of demonic insect called hidden winged dragonfly to act as a spy, using insect puppet technique to control the insect to fly to the vicinity of the battlefield to spy. This hidden winged dragonfly demonic insect looks somewhat like a dragonfly, with a pale white body and wings. It has a natural ability to hide and conceal itself. Although its combat power is extremely poor, it is one of the best targets for insect puppet technique. A Foundation establishment cultivator from the Zhou family obtained some eggs of this type of demonic insect during his travels. He treasured them and brought them back to the family to raise, and now a small colony has emerged. When Zhou Chun left the family, he specifically took some with him. At this moment, through the perspective of the hidden winged dragonfly, he soon discovered the 2 sides in battle. One side was a 4th-tier mid-grade demonic beast, the purple-striped Vajra bear, and the other was a giant of the Earth Barbarian race, also exuding the aura of a 4th-tier mid-grade demonic beast. Although this Earth Barbarian was also humanoid, his entire body was covered with natural cracks, like cracked rock, and he also had 2 short horns on his head, resembling rhinoceros horns. In battle, the Earth Barbarian giant was nearly 10 zang tall, and his flesh and blood essence seemed to be even stronger than that of the purple-striped Vajra bear opposite him. He didn't use any magical weapons, relying solely on his fists to relentlessly clash with the purple-veined Vajra bear. Even though the bear's magic and claws left numerous wounds on his body, he didn't seem to care. It's worth mentioning that the blood flowing from this barbarian giant was a muddy yellow, like yellow soup. After observing for a while, Zhou Chun discovered that the barbarian giants weren't actually devoid of magical abilities. As a purely body-refining race, they developed unique physical abilities as they broke through their cultivation levels. For example, a body-breaking force similar to hitting a cow through a mountain could ignore the purple-veined Vajra bear's tough hide and defensive aura, directly striking its internal organs. Every time the barbarian giant used this ability, the purple-veined Vajra bear was forced to cough up blood. It was only thanks to the giant's own powerful physique and abundant blood energy that it could withstand the barbarian giant's continuous attacks. Furthermore, this barbarian giant possessed a powerful defensive ability, capable of erecting a protective aura shield. Even the strongest offensive attack of the purple-striped Vajra bear could break through it in a single blow. Finally, and most worryingly for Zhou Chun, this barbarian giant seemed to possess a teleportation-like movement ability, allowing it to move freely within a 100-foot radius and randomly appear anywhere. With these 3 powerful and bizarre abilities, coupled with its formidable physique and brute strength, The barbarian giant held an absolute advantage in the battle. Victory was only a matter of time. As Zhou Chun scouted the area around the battlefield, he quickly discovered several dozen barbarian members standing on a mountain peak dozens of miles away, including a female barbarian with a 4th tier, low-grade body refinement cultivation. Is she leading her tribe's younger members out hunting? Zhou Chun pondered, then quickly withdrew his insect puppet technique and left. He came to find treasure, not to fight and kill other races. Having witnessed the fighting methods of the barbarian tribes, he was already on guard and there was no need to linger and increase the possibility of exposure. During his subsequent journey, Zhou Chun also witnessed a battle of the 3rd tier 5-element spirit clan hunting demonic beasts. Just as the intelligence he had gathered indicated, the 5-element spirit clan's use of the 5-element spells had truly reached a state of divine mastery. A 3rd tier upper grade golden spirit clan member could effortlessly cast multiple 3rd tier upper grade spells, and even cast 4th tier or lower grade spells. Such powerful magical talent was 1 in 10,000 among human cultivators. The weakness of this race was probably that their physical bodies were very ordinary, like those of human cultivators, and they could only cultivate and cast spells of a single attribute, finding it difficult to explore spells of other attributes. However, like human cultivators, they knew the art of talisman making, able to create talismans to seal powerful spells, and thus achieve the effect of using spells of other attributes by exchanging talismans. In short, they are a formidable force. Even after Zhou Chun arrived at the place mentioned by the Heavenly Mirror True Man, he had not yet encountered the most mysterious members of the Heavenly Soul Clan, nor witnessed their soul path supernatural abilities. At this moment, Zhou Chun found himself outside a canyon basin filled with pale golden mist. This canyon basin, with its pale golden mist floating in the sky, was approximately 200 to 300 miles long and 50 to 60 miles wide, flanked by continuous, undulating mountains. This was the place the Heavenly Mirror True Man had mentioned where the opportunity to form the nascent soul was located. The pale golden mist that filled the canyon basin was called 100 Poison Golden Fiend by the Heavenly Mirror True Man. It was formed by the fusion of poisonous gas exhaled by a strange insect called the 100 Poison Golden Centipede within the basin and the fiendish energy of the place. This 100 Poison Golden Fiend was extremely vicious and powerful. If an ordinary golden core cultivator, unaware of its power, entered with only a protective shield, it would easily have their shield eroded and be poisoned. Even more troublesome is that those 100 Poison Golden Centipedes also possessed the ability to manipulate this 100 Poison Golden Fiend. Fighting these strange insects inside would result in being severely suppressed by their home field advantage. Even though true person Shinjing was at the late Golden Core stage and possessed top-grade magic treasures, he still suffered a great loss there and ultimately had to flee in disarray. In fact, there are quite a few natural treacherous places similar to this canyon basin in the Shineman Plains, and many members of the 3 major alien races dare not venture into such areas rashly. Based on the environment, true person Shinjing speculated that at the source of the fiendish energy deep within the basin, there should be a natural fiendish spring or fiendish cave, which would most likely nurture a primordial golden fiend similar to the Zuanming Cold Key. If a cultivator using metal attribute techniques could refine this primordial golden fiend key, the probability of forming a core and nascent soul would certainly increase by 10-20%. For Zhou Chun, if this primordial golden fiend key truly existed, not only would his chances of forming a nascent soul be greatly increased, but he might also receive an epic level enhancement after successfully forming his nascent soul. If he could forge a new Deo Cauldron with the innate golden aura, he would undoubtedly lay an incredibly solid foundation after reaching the nascent soul stage, giving him a greater chance of advancing to the divine transformation stage compared to ordinary cultivators. Therefore, even knowing that it was unwise to take risks before forming the nascent soul stage, he still chose to come here. After observing the basin from the outside, Zhou Chun summoned the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone and rode it into the basin. While carrying Zhou Chun, the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone actively used its protective divine power to help Zhou Chun isolate himself from the erosion of the 100 Poisons golden aura, while Zhou Chun himself activated the Jinyuan golden glow, divine power to create a protective shield of light within himself. With such double protection, no matter how strange the 100 Poisons golden aura was, it couldn't cause him any harm. As for the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone itself, due to its unique race and the undying body, divine power, this kind of poisonous aura had little effect on it. Riding the tortoise deeper into the basin, Zhou Chun saw the corpses of various creatures piled on the ground. Some were clearly demonic beasts, others were from the Earth barbarians, and even the five-element spirit clan. Clearly, some of these alien races had risked their lives to come here. Because of the presence of the 100 poison golden fiend, very few plants could survive in the canyon basin. Those that did were either spiritual herbs or poisonous plants with antidotes. Zhou Chun would pick any plants he saw, regardless of whether he needed them or not. After about 15 minutes in the canyon basin, Zhou Chun suddenly activated his divine sense, immediately causing the golden armored mountain-carrying tortoise to fall to the ground. Several dozen breaths later, a whooshing sound reached Zhou Chun's ears. A moment later, he saw the source of the sound. There stood giant golden centipedes, each several meters long. These giant golden centipedes were the 100 poison golden centipedes, the only creatures that could survive in this place. There weren't many of them, only about 50, but Zhou Chun didn't dare underestimate them. If the information from True Person Shinjing was correct, each of these creatures in this canyon basin possessed the strength of a low-grade 4th-tier demonic beast, and their poisonous aura could even injure a late-stage golden core cultivator. When Zhou Chun saw these 100 poison golden centipedes, the venomous insects naturally noticed him as well. He and his spirit pet were then subjected to a concentrated attack from these insects. The insects opened their large mouths, and a stream of golden poisonous aura surged from their fang-filled mouths. This poisonous aura was very similar to the 100 poison golden aura permeating the canyon basin, but much more concentrated. Furthermore, as this poisonous aura was expelled, the pale golden poisonous mist permeating the canyon basin seemed to be drawn by some invisible force, actively merging into the poisonous aura, amplifying its power. In the blink of an eye, dozens of streams of poisonous energy merged and devoured the toxic mist in the canyon, creating a poisonous domain covering a radius of 100 feet that enveloped Zhou Chun and his servant. Within this highly concentrated poisonous domain, the defensive shield erected by the golden armored mountain-bearing turtle stone was quickly eroded and riddled with holes, unable to continue providing resistance. Zhou Chun had already activated the power of the Moon-Toad Pearl, casting the Taiyan protective immortal robe to protect himself within it. At the same time, his natal magic weapon, the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron, which he had refined into a superior-grade magic weapon, also rose into the air, spewing out a large ball of golden light to form a protective shield around himself. Simultaneously, he lightly patted the spirit beast pouch at his waist, and the fiery phoenix appeared in the sky with a clear phoenix cry. The environment here was special. Apart from the golden armored mountain-bearing turtle stone and the fiery phoenix, Zhou Chun's other spirit pets were not suitable for combat. However, the reason why True Person Heavenly Mirror believed he might have the chance to obtain the innate golden energy was precisely because he possessed the fiery phoenix. The fiery phoenix's predecessor was the fiery peacock, which naturally fed on various poisonous insects, making it inherently immune to them. After evolving into the fiery phoenix, while it no longer favored poisonous insects as much, its immunity to them remained. Furthermore, as a pure fire attribute demon beast, it was even more effective against metal attribute demon insects like the 100 poison golden centipede. At this moment, with the appearance of the fiery phoenix, the 100 poison golden centipedes clearly lost their momentum, revealing a hint of fear. The fiery phoenix, however, had no intention of tolerating these poisonous insects. It immediately flapped its wings, its body ablaze with flames, and charged towards them. Seeing this, the 100 poison golden centipedes panicked and spewed out even more poisonous energy, transforming into pillars of gas and poisonous mist that swept towards the fiery phoenix. However, once this poisonous energy came into contact with the flames on the fiery phoenix's body, it was immediately incinerated into pale golden smoke, and the poison did not affect the fiery phoenix's performance at all. Instead, the demonic fire spewed by the fiery phoenix burned the 100 poison golden centipedes until their bodies turned red, like red-hot irons, causing them to hurriedly dart away to avoid it. 100 poison golden centipede was unable to dodge in time and was caught by the fiery phoenix's claws. The phoenix immediately pecked through its head with its sharp beak and swallowed it whole. Chapter 653 The Wrath of the Spirit King. This was a day for the fiery phoenix to display its divine might. It was its most dazzling solo performance since following Zhou Chun. After witnessing its overwhelming combat prowess against the 100 poison golden centipedes, Zhou Chun, who had initially intended to intervene, was in no hurry. He even temporarily refrained from using the primordial magnetic divine light, divine power that the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle had been hoarding. The master and servants focused on defense, watching the fiery phoenix's solo battle against the centipedes in its display of divine power. The 100 poison golden centipedes were filled with fear and rage after the fiery phoenix devoured one of their kind. Since gaining dominance in this canyon basin, very few members of their race had died accidentally. All the creatures that had entered this place, whether demonic beasts or alien races, had been reduced to withered bones. They had never suffered such a great loss. Faced with the aggressive fire phoenix, these venomous insects were also enraged, hissing and spewing poisonous smoke as they swarmed towards the fire phoenix. Besides the poisonous aura within their bodies, the 100 poison golden centipedes were equally formidable in close combat. Their steel teeth could even pierce the defenses of a high-grade 4th-tier demonic beast, and their knife-like forelegs could slice through its body. Furthermore, their carapaces were incredibly hard, difficult even for ordinary mid-grade magic weapons to break. The claim that a single centipede could only fight a low-grade 4th-tier demonic beast was because, without the support of its demonic core, its limited attack methods made it difficult to hit some 4th-tier demonic beasts in a one-on-one fight. But in reality, their straightforward offensive and defensive power far surpassed that of most mid-grade 4th-tier demonic beasts. Therefore, when they unleashed their ferocity and swarmed towards the fiery phoenix, the fiery phoenix dared not run wild any longer. It hurriedly chirped and flapped its wings, circling in the air with the centipedes, not giving them a chance to surround it. The scene resembled a rooster fighting centipedes, jumping and leaping, relying entirely on its quick eyes and mouth. However, as the saying goes, even a fierce tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves, and many ants can kill an elephant. Even though the fiery phoenix was naturally resistant to poisonous insects, it quickly became overwhelmed by the attack of dozens of 100 poison golden centipedes, and even had some feathers bitten off by several centipedes. It seemed that if Zhou Chun did not intervene, it would not be able to fight dozens of 100 poison golden centipedes alone. Of course, if it wanted to leave, the 100 poison golden centipedes certainly could not stop it. Seeing this, Zhou Chun naturally could no longer stand idly by. He flicked his hands, and the dragon tiger golden ring flew out, directly taking advantage of 200 poison golden centipedes' unpreparedness, trapping their bodies and making them unable to move. At the same time, the golden armored mountain-bearing tortoise beneath him also unleashed the earthen Yellowstone mountain on its back, hurling it at the swarm of centipedes. Seeing the stone mountain hurtling towards them, the centipedes scattered in all directions. But just as they thought they had escaped the attack, a hazy ring of primal magnetic divine light suddenly erupted from the stone mountain, engulfing several nearby 100 poison golden centipedes. In an instant, these 100 poison golden centipedes exploded, their blades, claws, and shells scattering everywhere, pale golden blood spraying across the sky. Clearly, in terms of true destructive power and restraint, the primal magnetic divine light was a far more effective and faster-acting divine power than the bloodline of the fiery phoenix. This was something even true person Heavenly Mirror hadn't anticipated. Seeing the golden armored mountain-bearing tortoise display its might, the fiery phoenix seemed unwilling to have its limelight stolen. It first swooped down, its beak like a sword, pecking at the heads of the 200 poison golden centipedes trapped by Zhou Chun, instantly crushing their skulls. Then, it opened its mouth and spat out a stream of incredibly pure, 7-colored glazed flames, which split into 3 streams and landed on the 300 poison golden centipedes. Under the attack of this natal demonic fire nurtured by the fiery phoenix demon core, the hard shells of the 300 poison golden centipedes melted into liquid like plastic, turning into wisps of smoke, and were directly burned into several charred pieces. Thus, the 2 demonic beast spirit pets unleashed their divine power, easily annihilating more than 1,000 poison golden centipedes, also intimidating the remaining centipedes. Since gaining consciousness, they had never suffered such heavy losses. The power of the intruder instilled fear in their hearts. They hesitated about whether to continue fighting. However, Zhou Chun and his servant didn't give the poisonous insects much time to hesitate, their attack showing no sign of stopping. Zhou Chun's divine sense stirred, and the dragon tiger golden ring continued its attack, transforming into golden dragon and a silver tiger, swatting 200 poison golden centipedes to the ground. Then, he opened his mouth again, unleashing 9 annihilation ice needles that shot towards the eyes of several hundred poison golden centipedes. These poisonous insects lacked divine sense. Although their perception was sharp, they couldn't predict the attacks of a top-grade magic weapon. In an instant, 400 poison golden centipedes had their eyeballs pierced, the icy poison entering their brains and extinguishing their consciousness. Simultaneously, the golden armored mountain carrying turtle stone propelled its earthen yellow stone mountain, flattening 100 poison golden centipede into a meat patty. The fiery phoenix of the hell used the same tactic again, seizing 100 poison golden centipede in the chaos and pecking its head off. This offensive by the three of them completely shattered the centipede's will. In an instant, the centipedes scattered, quickly landing and disappearing underground, no longer daring to face their master and servant. Seeing this, Zhou Chun wisely withdrew his attack, choosing not to press his advantage. He raised his hand, first retrieving his magical artifact, then having the fiery phoenix burn away the poisonous ore clinging to it before absorbing it back into its body. Next, he carefully placed the corpses of the 100 poison golden centipedes in a specially made stone coffin and put them into a special storage bag. Although these 100 poison golden centipedes were dead, the poisonous ore within them remained extremely dangerous. If they weren't contained and sealed in a special container, placing them directly into the storage bag would soon corrode its seals, causing the bag to break. However, their carapaces, claws, and fangs were all top-grade refining materials, which, in the hands of some master refiners, could be used to forge very good magical artifacts. After this busy work, having dealt with all the corpses of the 100 poison golden centipedes, Zhou Chun didn't recall the fiery phoenix. Instead, he had it fly alongside him, continuing to ride the tortoise towards the direction the 100 poison golden centipedes had come from. After traveling for some distance, Zhou Chun arrived at a cavern. Standing before this cavern, which was about 3 or 4 zang in diameter, Zhou Chun could clearly feel wisps of pure gold and evil energy emanating from below, dispersing into the canyon basin and merging with the 100 poison golden evils. Clearly, this was the place he was looking for. Zhou Chun stood above the cavern and extended his divine sense downwards to investigate. Sure enough, he sensed a dense aura of 100 poison golden centipedes within. Obviously, the nests of these poisonous insects were deep within the cavern. However, perhaps due to the interference of the poisonous evil energy, his divine sense encountered tremendous resistance inside, becoming unsustainable after descending 1,000 zang, and consuming dozens of times more energy than outside. Seeing this, Zhou Chun pondered for a moment, then had the fiery phoenix of the hull lead the way, while he rode the golden armored mountain carrying turtle stone behind. The cavern wasn't a straight, deep well, but rather winding and twisting, as if something had drilled out from underground to create a passage. Zhou Chun rode the shrunken golden armored mountain carrying turtle stone, flying through the cave. His divine sense could clearly detect the presence of the 100 poison golden centipedes. However, perhaps intimidated by the ferocious power of the fiery phoenix clearing the way, the 100 poison golden centipedes dared not reveal themselves to attack them. After traveling thousands of feet deep into the cave, the 100 poison golden centipedes, perhaps provoked, launched another interception attack on their master and servant. Thousands of feet underground, the fiery phoenix could not utilize its agile movements. Faced with 100 poison golden centipedes' frenzied counterattack, it could only spit out more ball of its natal demonic fire to block the enemy before hastily retreating behind the golden armored mountain carrying turtle stone, leaving its elder brother to hold the line. This deep underground was the golden armored mountain carrying turtle stone's domain. It grew to the size of the cave, its back to the swarm of centipedes rushing down, its body shrouded in a hazy gray, primal magnetic divine light, and it plummeted downwards like a meteorite. The 100 poison golden centipedes that pounced on it were either blasted apart by the primal magnetic divine light, or crushed by its own weight, resulting in the instant deaths of over a dozen. Even so, they didn't give up, quickly changing tactics and burrowing into the ground, attempting to bypass the golden armored mountain-bearing turtle stone to attack Zhou Chun and the fiery phoenix behind them. However, the golden armored mountain-bearing turtle stone activated its innate divine power, instantly disrupting the surrounding Earth's energy flow and forcibly pulling them out of the ground. At the same time, Zhou Chun's 9 invisible ice needles continuously pierced the 100 poison golden centipedes, piercing their eyes. Under the fierce onslaught of master and servant, the 100 poison golden centipedes quickly abandoned half of their kin's corpses and fled, never daring to appear before them again. After repelling the swarm of centipedes, Zhou Chun continued collecting his spoils and then continued his journey to the deepest part of the cave. This time, With no poisonous insects daring to obstruct him, he quickly reached the bottom of the cavern, a deep and vast underground cavern. This underground cavern should be the nest of the 100 poison golden centipedes. Zhou Chun saw many things they had left behind, as well as several broken eggs. Looking at the broken eggshells and egg yolk on the ground, Zhou Chun seemed to understand why the 100 poison golden centipedes had fought back so desperately. Obviously, they had attacked their master and servants relentlessly to buy time for their offspring to migrate. Despite discovering this, Zhou Chun had nothing to regret. The reason these 100 poison golden centipedes were so powerful was due to the unique environment of this place. Even if he obtained the eggs and hatched them, they would most likely not become as powerful as the 100 poison golden centipedes here. Besides, something else was more attractive to him now. He turned his gaze to a corner of the cavern. It looked ordinary, just a stone wall. Zhou Chun's divine sense, far surpassing that of ordinary late-stage golden core cultivators, allowed him to detect a sophisticated forbidden technique. The stone wall he saw was merely an illusion created by this technique. Someone had gotten there first. This was Zhou Chun's first reaction upon discovering the forbidden technique. Who set up this forbidden technique? Among the 3 great alien races, only the Heavenly Soul Clan and the 5-element Spirit Clan should be capable of setting up forbidden techniques. The most likely candidate is undoubtedly a powerful member of the Golden Spirit Clan, though it could also be a senior human. Zhou Chun frowned as he looked at the stone wall, his mood extremely uneasy. Although he didn't yet know what was inside, someone getting there first was never a good thing. Moreover, judging from the strength of the forbidden technique, it was likely set up by a 5th-tier being. If he tried to break the forbidden technique, there was a high chance he would alert the other party. However, even if that were the case, he couldn't just retreat and make a wasted trip. Perhaps I can try that secret technique. After pondering for a moment while looking at the stone wall, Zhou Chun made a decision. He walked to the stone wall, formed hand seals, and quickly unleashed the 3rd level of the minor 5 elements breaking restriction mystic light secret technique. This time, instead of directly striking the stone wall with the 5-colored spiritual light formed by the technique, he transformed it into a 5-colored spiritual robe, draped it over his body, and then crashed directly into the stone wall. It was clearly visible that when Zhou Chun's body made contact with the stone wall, the 5-colored spiritual robe on his body immediately flickered violently, its brilliance visibly dimming. But this 3rd level of minor 5 elements breaking restriction mystic light truly did not disappoint Zhou Chun's expectations. As expected of the secret technique that he had spent hundreds of years cultivating to perfection, it actually carried him directly through the restriction and into a new cave. Calling it a new cave is not entirely accurate, as it was originally part of an outer cave, similar to a cave carved into a mountainside. This cave was neither deep nor large, only 3 or 4 zang deep and a little over 1 zang high. Deep within the cave, however, lay a narrow crevice, about a foot wide, leading to an unknown destination. Wisps of golden, malevolent energy occasionally seeped from the crevice, then dissipated through the cave to the ground outside. Beside the crevice, a small altar had been constructed using the bones of an unknown golden beast, upon which rested a golden bone bowl. Zhou Chun looked at the bowl and could clearly see that it was already about half full of golden liquid. This style doesn't seem like something from human cultivators. It seems the 3 alien races were the ones who got there first, he muttered to himself, releasing his divine sense to carefully observe the beast bone altar. After some observation, Zhou Chun roughly understood its purpose. This beast bone altar was likely some kind of automatically operating array, its function being to gather and attract the malevolent energy of this place, purifying and condensing it through a method Zhou Chun couldn't comprehend, ultimately transforming it into the golden liquid within the bone bowl. That golden liquid was actually highly concentrated and condensed golden aura, which could also be considered a very high-quality form of golden energy. The innate golden aura that the Heavenly Mirror Immortal had speculated about no longer existed. Perhaps it had existed before, but it no longer did. Without innate golden aura, Zhou Chun's plan to increase his success rate in forming his nascent soul was naturally impossible. However, the golden liquid in the golden bone bowl clearly met the golden energy requirements for his reforging the cauldron after forming his nascent soul, so it couldn't be considered a complete loss. He just didn't know if this half bowl of golden liquid was enough. Even if it's not enough, this is still an excellent spiritual object to aid my cultivation. I can't wait until it's fully condensed before I come to collect it. Thinking this, Zhou Chun no longer hesitated and directly conjured a large golden magical hand to grab the golden bone bowl. But just as the magical hand was about to touch the golden bone bowl, several golden rays suddenly surged out from the beast bones that formed the altar, easily shattering the magical hand. Upon closer inspection, the golden light was clearly from 7 golden beetles. These beetles were about the size of eggs, covered in golden markings, and their mouths were full of sharp teeth. The powerful magical hand from before had been devoured rather than shattered by them. What kind of demonic insects are these? They look somewhat like the soul-devouring demonic insects, but why are they all golden? Could they be some kind of mutated demonic insect? Zhou Chun stared at the 7 golden beetles with a grave expression, his eyes filled with doubt. Although he hadn't focused on insect controlling techniques since forming his core, his understanding of various strange and demonic insects was still comparable to many insect cultivators. The golden beetles before him did resemble a strange insect he had seen in ancient texts called the soul-devouring demonic insect. This strange insect, like the soul-devouring demonic locust, which had once caused a massive insect plague in the cultivation world, possessed a powerful innate soul-devouring talent, capable of devouring anything with spiritual energy, including spells and magical treasures. Spells landing on them, unless they are far beyond their own rank, will be directly devoured and annihilated. Magical artifacts and treasures, once bitten, will have their spiritual energy drained, rendering them useless. It can be said that once these strange insects gather in swarms and grow to a certain level, they are almost invincible. Methods to restrain them are extremely rare, only a very few special talents of certain demonic beasts can achieve this. These insects once caused quite a stir in the cultivation world, and it is said that a nascent soul venerable intervened to wipe out their population. However, only when the spirit-devouring demon insects are numerous can they pose a sufficient threat to a late-stage golden core cultivator like Zhou Chun. Now, even if these 7 golden beetles are truly spirit-devouring demon insects, he can release his spirit pets and eliminate them using physical means. These thoughts flashed through Zhou Chun's mind quickly, and then, after gnawing on the magical hand, the 7 golden beetles, following the same aura, quickly pounced on Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun, naturally, wouldn't tolerate them. He immediately flicked his sleeve, unleashing several beams of golden light that struck them. Although it was a casual strike, it was enough to make an ordinary early-stage golden core cultivator struggle. However, although the 7 golden beetles were repelled by the golden light and fell onto the cave wall, they quickly swayed and continued to pounce on him, seemingly unharmed. Seeing this, Zhou Chun thought for a moment and then spat out the moon-toad pearl, a spiritual treasure, channeling the cold energy contained within it to strike the 7 golden beetles. This time, without any surprises, the 7 golden beetles were instantly frozen into ice blocks and fell to the ground. But what amazed Zhou Chun was that they weren't dead yet, they were only temporarily frozen. Such strong vitality. The soul-devouring demon insects shouldn't have such strong vitality, Zhou Chun exclaimed, continuing to gather his magic power and grabbing at the golden bone bowl. This time, he successfully caught it and brought it away from the altar back to him. However, after leaving the altar, the golden liquid inside the golden bone bowl, which had been calm, began to bubble, seemingly on the verge of dissipating. Seeing this, Zhou Chun hurriedly spat out his natal magic weapon, the myriad transformations golden cauldron, and threw the golden bone bowl directly into it. What happened next made him breathe a slight sigh of relief. Inside the very special magical artifact, the myriad transformations golden cauldron, the golden liquid in the golden bone bowl quickly stabilized and stopped bubbling. However, this meant that Zhou Chun couldn't use his natal magical artifact until he found a better way to stabilize the liquid. After glancing at the golden bone bowl, he retrieved his artifact back into his body. He then packed the golden beast bones that formed the altar into his storage bag. After doing all this, Zhou Chun looked at the 7 golden beetles on the ground and decided against taking them with him or killing them. These insects were likely the spirit pets of the powerful alien race who set up the altar. Killing them would trigger a reaction. Taking them would be like installing a tracking device on himself, a suicidal act. After checking the cave again to make sure there were no forgotten treasures, Zhou Chun continued to use the minor 5 elements breaking restriction mystic light secret technique to leave. Upon reaching the outer cave, Zhou Chun packed up all the ores and other debris they had collected from the 100 poison golden centipede's nest, then contentedly returned to the surface via the same passage he had come from. Once back outside, Zhou Chun, no longer greedy and insatiable, lingered in the canyon basin searching for other spiritual objects. He used the same method as before, hiding on the golden-winged tiger's back and returning to Han Kingdom. Nearly a day passed before a sharp golden light suddenly descended upon the canyon basin, directly entering the cave containing the 100 poison golden centipedes' nest. Immediately afterward, in the small cave that Zhou Chun had emptied, a burst of golden light flashed, revealing the figure of a male Golden Spirit Clan member with a full head of golden hair. "Who is it? Who stole my treasure?" The golden-haired male Golden Spirit Clan member roared furiously, his golden eyes blazing with golden light. He had waited 500 years. Just another 500 years, and he would have seen the bowl of mysterious heaven golden liquid fully formed. Drinking it would give him an 80% chance of advancing to 5th tier Superior Spirit King, giving him a chance to compete for the next Saint King position of the 5-element Spirit Clan. But now, all of that was gone. Not only had the half-bowl of mysterious heaven golden liquid been stolen, but even the sacred artifact used to condense it had been stolen. How could he not be furious? Without the mysterious heaven golden liquid, his chances of advancing to 5th tier Superior Spirit King were reduced by 50%, but losing the sacred artifact meant that even if he later succeeded in advancing to 5th tier Superior Spirit King, he would have no chance of competing for the Saint King position. After a roar, the golden-haired male Golden Spirit Clan member glanced at the 7 still frozen golden beetles and immediately used a secret technique to connect with their consciousness. Through this secret technique, he actually saw Zhou Chun's appearance and the moon-toed pearl, spiritual treasure that Zhou Chun used from the faint consciousness of the golden beetle. A human cultivator, it's actually a damned human cultivator. The male of the Golden Spirit Clan couldn't help but let out another earth-shattering roar in shock and anger. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 654 Everything is ready. Xianmen Plain. Although Zhou Chun didn't know how valuable the things he took were, he knew that this action would definitely offend a 5th tier being. Therefore, after leaving the canyon basin, he ordered the golden-winged tiger to head towards the human territory as quickly as possible. Just like when he traveled from the flowing fire sand sea to the fire basin oasis, returning to the human territory now, he didn't need to identify any mountains or terrain, he only needed to head in the direction of the human territory. During this time, apart from avoiding some areas that the golden-winged tiger felt were dangerous, most places were straight roads. Therefore, in less than 3 days, he arrived at the border area between Han Kingdom and Xianmen Plain. However, at this time, the border area was crowded with members of the 3 major alien races, and the male of the Golden Spirit Clan was personally stationed nearby, intending to seal off the border and find the thief who stole the sacred artifact. After Zhou Chun discovered this through the golden-winged tiger, he immediately realized the danger of the situation. Fortunately, the other side probably couldn't directly pinpoint his location and could only use this kind of dragnet search method to find him. With that in mind, there was nothing to worry about given his abilities. Finding a nearby direction, Zhou Chun had the golden-winged tiger chase a mid-grade 3rd-tier bull demon out of the border region and into human territory. This scene was witnessed by many alien spies, but they paid little attention. The Golden Spirit Clan's Spirit King's decree was clear. The one who stole the Golden Spirit Clan's sacred artifact was a human cultivator who also possessed a fire phoenix demon beast spirit pet and a turtle spirit pet skilled in earth attribute divine abilities. The golden-winged tiger and the bull demon were not suspects. No one could have imagined that Zhou Chun, a living, breathing person, could hide inside the body of a mid-grade 4th-tier demon beast like the golden-winged tiger. After returning to human territory, Zhou Chun had the golden-winged tiger kill the bull demon with a single swipe of its claw, swallow its demon core, and eat a considerable amount of beast meat. Having completed the performance, he then had the tiger leisurely fly towards a nearby mountain peak and lie down to rest. After lying there for several hours, the golden-winged tiger finally got up and continued its journey deeper into the Han Kingdom, following the contours of the mountains. Only after the golden-winged tiger entered the heart of the Han Kingdom did Zhou Chun emerge from its body and put it away. Having changed his appearance, Zhou Chun dared not linger in the Han Kingdom any longer and left at full speed. 3 months later, the Golden Spirit Clan's Spirit King seemed to realize that the thief might have left the heavenly barbarian plains. Enraged, he crossed the border and caused a scene at a major sect's mountain gate in the Han Kingdom, attempting to force the sect to find the thief. However, how could the Han Kingdom sect possibly do such a thing? Not only could this Golden Spirit Clan Spirit King not even represent the entire five-element Spirit Clan, but even if he could, the Han Kingdom sect wouldn't dare do something so easily criticized. After all, someone capable of stealing the Golden Spirit Clan's sacred artifact was certainly no ordinary person. If they got involved, they would be creating enemies for themselves. When they were to seek revenge in the future, they would have a perfectly valid reason and could even use the moral high ground of humanity to label them as traitors. Therefore, after causing a ruckus, the Golden Spirit Clan's Spirit King was forced to retreat back to the heavenly barbarian plains, returning empty-handed. Meanwhile, after leaving Han Kingdom, Zhou Chun was completely relieved and happily headed to the Great Zhou Kingdom. Now that the most difficult thing before forming his nascent soul was done, he only needed to wait for Luo Qingni to refine the nascent soul pill, then go to the ice plains of Bingai Kingdom, and he could officially begin his secluded cultivation to form his nascent soul. Several months later, Zhou Chun arrived smoothly at Xianyun Immortal City. His disciple, Zhou Ziyang, had been waiting for him there for many years. After meeting his disciple, Zhou Chun didn't say much, simply handing her the spirit beast bag containing 5 spirit pets, and then watching her leave the Immortal City. Zhangjin, if you were to achieve the core formation in nascent soul stage now, how confident would you be? Inside the cave, Zhou Daoyi and Zhou Chun sat facing each other. After hesitating for a while, he couldn't help but ask this question. Having witnessed Zhou Chun's cultivation speed repeatedly breaking his own understanding, he had no doubt about Zhou Chun's talent in cultivation. Perhaps Zhou Chun's spiritual root aptitude wasn't outstanding, but in other aspects, he was undoubtedly a genius, including breaking through major and minor realms much more easily than ordinary people. At least, that's how it was in the eyes of Zhou Daoyi, Zhou Ming, and other older generation cultivators of the Zhou family. However, Zhou Daoyi still dared not make a rash judgment about the core formation in nascent soul stage. This was something that no one in the Zhou family had ever done before, something that the ancestors of the Zhou family had only dared to dream of. Moreover, before this, 2 late-stage golden core cultivators from major sects in Jing Kingdom had already fallen at this hurdle, including one with an excellent spiritual root aptitude. Therefore, even if Zhou Daoyi had high hopes for Zhou Chun, he didn't dare to be blindly confident that he would definitely succeed. But he dared not imagine the devastating blow to the Zhou family if Zhou Chun failed. This inner turmoil made him incredibly conflicted and distressed when facing Zhou Chun. This led him to ask such an inappropriate question so abruptly. Fortunately, Zhou Chun didn't seem to mind. He simply replied in a deep voice, "The process of core formation and nascent soul formation is always extremely dangerous. Although I have made all the necessary preparations and possess several nascent soul forming artifacts, I dare not say I have a 100% guarantee." He quickly changed the subject, continuing, "However, if even with my thorough preparations, I still fail at core formation and nascent soul formation, then it's simply fate, and I can't blame anyone else." Hearing this, Zhou Daoyi breathed a sigh of relief. As an elder who had watched Zhou Chun grow up, Zhou Daoyi naturally understood Zhou Chun's character very well. The confidence in Zhou Chun's tone indicated that he was quite optimistic and confident about the core formation and nascent soul formation process. With that, what did Zhou Daoyi have to worry about? "Zhangjin, you will definitely succeed." He looked at Zhou Chun sincerely and said this with utmost sincerity. "Yes, this junior will definitely succeed in forming the nascent soul," Zhou Chun replied with the same confident tone. If someone about to form the nascent soul doesn't have confidence, how can they expect to succeed? Nothing unexpected happened. After Zhou Chun cultivated and waited in Zhou Daoyi's cave for half a year, Zhou Ziyang returned to Xianyun Immortal City with the various spiritual herbs he needed. "Thank you for your hard work, Yinger. After I succeed, I will definitely find you even better spiritual items for forming the nascent soul." After receiving the spiritual herbs from Zhou Ziyang, Zhou Chun made another promise to his disciple. "Master, you will definitely succeed. This disciple will wait here for your return after forming the nascent soul." Zhou Ziyang also sincerely offered his blessings. With the blessings of his elder and junior, Zhou Chun quietly went to Luo Qingni's cave. He had already contacted Luo Qingni in advance, and upon arriving outside Qingni residence, he was welcomed into the cave. Luo Qingni had already successfully broken through to the late golden core stage using the Four Spirits breakthrough pill. Zhou Chun had met her before, congratulated her, and even hinted at refining the nascent soul pill. Therefore, upon being welcomed into the cave, Zhou Chun didn't hesitate and said directly, "I've brought all the materials needed to refine the nascent soul pill. When would you like to begin refining, fellow Taoist Luo?" Hearing this, Luo Qingni, despite being somewhat prepared, still couldn't help but tremble slightly, her voice trembling as she said, "Indeed, fellow Taoist Zhou, you do possess the materials for refining the nascent soul pill." Her tone was filled with excitement, and her heart was pounding. After breaking through to the late golden core stage, she too needed to consider the nascent soul formation. As a rogue cultivator, and unwilling to reveal her identity as a master alchemist, obtaining a nascent soul-forming spiritual item was even more difficult for her than for Zhou Chun. Let alone a top-tier nascent soul-forming spiritual item like the nascent soul pill. But now, an incredible opportunity has presented itself to her. Entrusted by Zhou Chun, she can personally refine nascent soul pills. This way, unless she performs terribly, she can produce at least 2 nascent soul pills. As everyone knows, once a cultivator begins the process of forming their nascent soul, there is no stopping them. The only outcomes are successful formation or death. Therefore, Zhou Chun can only use 1 nascent soul pill. Given Luo Qingni's relationship with Zhou Chun, and the fact that she personally refines the pills, exchanging one for another from Zhou Chun is clearly not difficult. Under these circumstances, how could she not be excited? Any late-stage golden core cultivator would be just as excited as she was by such a golden core opportunity delivered to their door. Zhou Chun was not surprised by Luo Qingni's reaction. It was all expected. He abandoned his usual polite demeanor and spoke with a serious expression. "Fellow Taoist Luo, you must know the origin of this nascent soul pill material. I can tell you definitively that there is only one set, so there is no room for failure." He then solemnly assured her, "Furthermore, I can promise fellow Taoist Luo that if you produce more than 3 pills, I will offer you a nascent soul pill as a dowry to serve as a guest elder of the Zhou family, and provide you with a spiritual land for nascent soul formation." His last words sounded like a gesture of charity. However, Luo Qingni felt no offense whatsoever. If a powerful force were willing to offer her such treatment, she would certainly be willing to join. But in reality, that was impossible. Those powerful forces already had a never-ending supply of nascent soul pills. How could they possibly offer one to an outsider who joined halfway through? Besides, after breaking through to the late golden core stage, when faced with the issue of nascent soul formation, she had already leaned towards agreeing to Zhou Chun's invitation. So, upon hearing Zhou Chun's words, she immediately nodded and replied without hesitation, "Please rest assured, fellow Taoist Zhou, Qingni will do her utmost to ensure the success of this alchemy and live up to your trust." "Then I entrust everything to fellow Taoist Luo. I await your good news." Zhou Chun nodded slightly and immediately took out the materials for refining the nascent soul pill, and handed them to her. But just as Zhou Chun handed over the materials and was about to take his leave, Luo Qingni hesitated slightly and called out to him, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, please wait." Zhou Chun was slightly taken aback and looked up at her, asking, "Fellow Taoist Luo, is there anything else?" Luo Qingni suddenly chuckled and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, you entrusted these materials to Qingni so readily. Aren't you afraid Qingni will abscond with the money?" Her tone was clearly joking, so Zhou Chun chuckled self-deprecatingly. "If fellow Taoist Luo is truly that kind of person, it only proves that I, Zhou, am blind, and deserve not to reach the nascent soul stage." Seeing this, Luo Qingni shook her head with a wry smile, saying, "But Qingni doesn't want to test herself." Then, she looked at Zhou Chun with a serious expression and said, "So, fellow Taoist Zhou, if you have nothing else to do, you should stay here and supervise Qingni. That way, Qingni can focus more on alchemy with peace of mind." This implied that she was offering to let Zhou Chun stay overnight in her cave to monitor her. Hearing this, Zhou Chun was surprised and looked at her intently, asking, "Fellow Taoist Luo, are you sure you want to do this?" "Yes," Luo Qingni nodded slightly, replying with a serious expression. "Since that's the case, then I, Zhou, will humbly accept your offer and disturb fellow Taoist Luo." Zhou Chun nodded, agreeing without further ado. After explaining the situation to Zhou Daoyi and Zhou Xiang, he stayed in Luo Qingni's cave to cultivate. Although Luo Qingni had already obtained the materials, she didn't rush to start, but instead devoted herself to studying the formula for the nascent soul pill. The success of this pill refining not only concerned Zhou Chun's trust in her, but also her own chance to form her nascent soul, so no amount of seriousness was excessive. Moreover, the materials provided by Zhou Chun were of a higher age and medicinal potency than normally required, which could lead to unexpected situations during the pill refining process. She needed to carefully consider what to do then. Zhou Chun didn't understand matters of pill refining, so he didn't inquire. He simply focused on cultivating diligently in the secret cultivation room that Luo Qingni had left for him, striving to cultivate his magical power to the golden core perfection realm as soon as possible. 2 years later, Luo Qingni felt that the pill formula was perfected and began refining pills to find the best state for alchemy. To ensure there were no problems, she specially used 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs to refine a batch of pills for Foundation establishment cultivators, to test what unexpected situations might occur during the actual refining process if the herbs were too old. Having meticulously considered all aspects and refined 2 batches of pills of considerable quality to get a feel for it, Luo Qingni finally summoned Zhou Chun to the alchemy room to prepare for refining the nascent soul pill. Before the formal refining began, Zhou Chun calmly encouraged Luo Qingni, "Fellow Taoist Luo, please go all out. With your alchemy skills, refining the nascent soul pill is not difficult. There's no need to put too much pressure on yourself, Qingni will do her best." Luo Qingni nodded, immediately activated the array restrictions of the alchemy room, and sat down cross-legged in front of the magical alchemy furnace. Seeing this, Zhou Chun also sat down in meditation, took out a 4th-grade spirit pear and ate it, silently refining the spiritual power contained within the fruit. The nascent soul pill was no ordinary pill. Its refining time was a staggering 108 days, and only a master alchemist could refine it. About 3 months later, after Zhou Chun had refined the spiritual power contained in 2 4th-grade spirit pears and successfully elevated his cultivation to the golden core perfection realm, the refining of the nascent soul pill reached its final stage. Beside the alchemy furnace, Luo Qingni waved her hand, and the last unopened jade box beside her opened automatically, revealing a white spirit fruit shaped like an infant. This was the most important ingredient of the nascent soul pill, the heavenly infant fruit. This heavenly infant fruit had been refined for over 8,000 years, its surface interwoven with faint golden spiritual patterns, radiating a jade-like brilliance. Luo Qingni raised her jade hand, and the entire fruit was placed into the slightly ajar alchemy furnace. Then, she opened her mouth and exhaled a breath of her vital energy, which landed on the emerald green flames beneath the alchemy furnace. Instantly, the power of the emerald green flames surged violently, the flames bathing the entire alchemy chamber in emerald green light. Zhou Chun's expression turned serious upon seeing this. Refining pills to this stage, like the formation of the nascent soul, meant only 2 outcomes, success or failure. And failure was something neither he nor Luo Qingni could accept. Days passed, and soon it reached the 108th day. At this time, the emerald green flames beneath the alchemy furnace had transformed into a blue fire lotus, supporting the furnace's base. Suddenly, Luo Qingni's hands moved swiftly, forming hand seals like a butterfly flitting among flowers, casting a series of alchemy incantations onto the furnace. After casting dozens of different incantations in one go, consuming nearly half of her own magical power, she solemnly raised her hand and extinguished the flames. The instant the flames died down, she swiftly cast a set of pill-collecting incantations, opening the lid of the alchemy furnace. The moment the lid opened, 4 beams of white spiritual light shot out from the furnace, hurtling towards the outside of the furnace. Zhou Chun's eyes narrowed at this sight, surprise and delight evident in them. As expected of the nascent soul pill, it has actually developed sentience, he murmured to himself, having already seen the 4 spiritual pills inside through the white light. The development of spirituality in pills is a phenomenon only found in top-tier spiritual pills. Even a master alchemist might only have 1 chance in their lifetime to refine such a top-tier pill. After all, the medicinal herbs needed to refine such pills are often beyond the reach of even golden core cultivators. Those nascent soul cultivators who wanted to refine such precious elixirs either had to do it themselves or ask other nascent soul alchemists to do it. It was practically impossible for golden core cultivators to do it. Luo Qingni really benefited from his connections this time, which gave her the opportunity to refine these precious elixirs. Otherwise, even the golden core alchemy masters of the major sects would never have had the chance to refine such elixirs. Although Luo Qingni hadn't expected the 4 freshly refined elixirs to possess such spiritual power, the alchemy room was already under a protective array, so the elixirs couldn't escape. She quickly recovered and used a jade bottle to collect them, sealing them with talismans. After doing all this, Luo Qingni breathed a sigh of relief, then smiled slightly at Zhou Chun outside and waved her hand to release the protective array. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Luo, on refining top-grade elixirs. Your alchemy skills have advanced another step. Zhou Chun, seeing Luo Qingni emerge, also offered his congratulations with a broad smile. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingni looked at him with gratitude and said, "It is Qingni who should thank fellow Taoist Zhou. If it weren't for a fellow Taoist Zhou's trust, Qingni would probably never have had the opportunity to refine such a top-grade spiritual pill in her life." After saying that, she also sighed with regret. It's just a pity that Qingni is still a bit lacking in skill and has not been able to reach the perfect level of refining 5 pills. Hearing her words, Zhou Chun quickly comforted her, "Fellow Taoist Luo, it's already a very good achievement to have successfully refined 4 nascent soul pills for the first time. I'm very satisfied. It's best that fellow Taoist Zhou is satisfied." Luo Qingni nodded, then handed 4 jade bottles containing nascent soul pills to Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun only put 3 of the jade bottles into his storage bag, then pushed the remaining 1 back to her. He then looked at her with a smile and said, "Fellow Taoist Luo, please keep this nascent soul pill. I hope that when we meet again, fellow Taoist Luo can return to the Zhou family with me." Hearing his words, Luo Qingni hesitated only slightly before raising her hand to put away the bottle, which was considered her tacit agreement. After accepting the nascent soul pill, she looked at Zhou Chun and asked, "So, what are your plans next, fellow Taoist Zhou? Are you planning to return to your family and go into seclusion to form your nascent soul?" "I am indeed planning to go into seclusion to form my nascent soul, but the place won't be at the Zhou family." Zhou Chun glanced at her, revealing some of the truth. Then, seeing her slight confusion, he said, "I can't tell you why I won't be forming my nascent soul at the family. In short, if I don't come to take you back to the Zhou family within 100 years, then you don't need to go to the Zhou family to fulfill your agreement. In the future, you only need to help my disciples or elders refine pills for free." Qingni understands, but Qingni believes that fellow Taoist Zhou will definitely succeed in forming his nascent soul. Luo Qingni nodded thoughtfully, then sincerely offered her blessings. "Ha ha ha, then I accept your kind words, fellow Taoist." Zhou Chun laughed and quickly left Luo Qingni's cave. After leaving Luo Qingni's cave, he returned to Zhou Daowai's cave and entrusted the 2 nascent soul pills to Zhou Zhiyang and Zhou Daowai for safekeeping. Then, he dismissed Zhou Zhiyang and solemnly handed something to Zhou Daowai, saying, "This is my natal soul tablet. If anything happens, Granduncle, you can go to Mirror Lake in the Ice Barbarian Kingdom. Bye-bye, and the others will be waiting for you there." Chapter 655 Zhou Chun's Nascent Soul. Xianyuan Immortal City. After leaving the city, Zhou Chun only glanced back at this most prosperous immortal city of the Great Zhou Kingdom before heading east without looking back. He had already explained everything that needed to be explained. Now, he only needed to wholeheartedly pursue his own great Dao. After traveling east for several months, he arrived in the territory of Bingai Kingdom. He did not linger in Bingai Kingdom, but only took a few spirit pets to Mirror Lake, where he had agreed to meet Zhou Daowai, so that Lei Jiao Bai could remember the location, before continuing eastward to the Ice Plains. Last time he went to the Ice Plains, Zhou Chun needed someone to guide him, but this time he did not need to. This was not only because his own strength had greatly improved, and he was no longer afraid of the risks on the Ice Plains, but also because he had found a way to find the water eye where the Zuanming Cold Key was located. He traveled through the Ice Plains, and even when he encountered blizzards, he did not stop, but instead chose to transform into the Taiyan Moon Toad to forcibly traverse it. After reaching the Golden Core Perfection realm, Zhou Chun's after effects as a Taiyan Moon Toad had greatly diminished. As long as he didn't maintain this form for a day or two, it wasn't a major problem. Advancing at this high efficiency for less than a month, Zhou Chun arrived at the underground ice lake where the Zuanming water eye was located. Zhou Chun hadn't forgotten how Yan Kang's Henrin had panicked and fled with him in that underground ice lake years ago. But he later realized that if there was something beneath the Zuanming water eye that even Yan Kang's Henrin feared, Yet it hadn't attacked Yan Kang's Henren before. It meant that this thing didn't care about them at all. In short, it treated Yan Kang's Henren like an ant. The reason it suddenly attacked later was probably because Yan Kang's Henren's commotion had displeased it. Therefore, the danger to cultivators below the nascent soul stage here mainly came from the Zhuanming cold key. This was a point that Yan Kang's Henren had readily acknowledged when they met again at the Heavenly Fire Sect. This was why Zhou Chun had embarked on this journey to the icy plains. Upon re-entering the icy lake affected by the Zhuanming cold key, Zhou Chun quickly frowned, making a different discovery. It seems even colder here. Could it be because of the last Zhuanming cold key eruption? Or is it because there's no longer any need to suppress Yan Kang's Henren, allowing more Zhuanming cold key to dissipate? He secretly speculated, becoming even more cautious. After continuing for hundreds of miles in the deep, dark, and icy lake, Zhou Chun finally saw the Zhuanming water eye again. But what slightly changed his expression was that there was another creature beside the Zhuanming water eye. It was a white snake with a single horn, about 3 zang long, and its aura was in no way inferior to Zhou Chun's. This snake had been silently inhaling and exhaling the Zhuanming cold key emanating from the Zhuanming water eye, but when Zhou Chun approached, it seemed to sense his presence and immediately turned its head to look at him. The two, man and snake, locked eyes across the deep, dark lake for a fleeting moment before the white snake immediately unleashed a beam of white, icy light at Zhou Chun. Fortunately, Zhou Chun had remained vigilant. The instant his divine sense detected the snake's attack, he activated the Moon-Toad Pearl to cast the Taeyin protective immortal robe, shielding himself within. Having easily blocked the attack, Zhou Chun didn't let it slide. He immediately spat out 9 invisible ice needles, which shot towards the white snake. Simultaneously, he patted his spirit beast pouch at his waist, and the thunder dragon Bai made its dazzling entrance amidst a series of dragon roars, unleashing a pillar of lightning at the white snake. However, the white snake was no pushover. It had the ability to sense the movement of the 9 annihilation ice needles, and directly spat out more a ball of white, icy air, condensing it into ice and encasing itself within a solid block of ice, blocking the attack of the 9 invisible flying needles. As the lightning bolt spewed by the thunder flood dragon struck it, its form suddenly vanished into the solid ice, leaving the ice shattered into fragments by the lightning. There. Zhou Chun's divine sense spread out, quickly spotting the white snake tens of thousands of feet away. His discovery meant the thunder flood dragon had also discovered it, and a silver lightning ball once again appeared before the white snake with lightning speed, exploding with a deafening roar. But this attack missed again. Before the silver lightning ball exploded, the white snake, using its incredible ice escape technique, disappeared from its original spot, reappearing thousands of feet behind Zhou Chun. Just as Zhou Chun noticed this, the white snake launched another attack. It opened its mouth and spat out a white ice spike that instantly appeared beside Zhou Chun, striking his moon-white protective immortal robe. This white ice spike, of unknown origin, caused Zhou Chun's protective immortal robe to shake violently, as if it were struggling greatly. His expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly spat out the Moon-Toad Pearl, a magical treasure. Without hesitation, he unleashed a Taeyin extinction divine light at the ice cone that had been launched back. Zhou Chun knew the white serpent was too slippery, its seemingly magical ice escape technique held too much of a geographical advantage, making it extremely difficult to hit. However, this ice cone was much easier to handle. Demonic beasts were not adept at using magical treasures, and the white serpent's use of it was as rudimentary as throwing a projectile. Retrieving the treasure was equally slow, making it impossible to avoid the Taeyin extinction divine light. Even though the object itself was extraordinary, it couldn't withstand the power of the magical treasure and was quickly frozen in place. Seeing this, the white serpent's eyes showed a human-like panic. It seemed to want to break the ice and retrieve the treasure, but a large amount of silver lightning, under the control of the thunder dragon Bai, formed a lightning net that covered the waters near the ice cone. Once it dared to step inside, it would find it difficult to escape easily. The white snake, naturally possessing keen senses, dared not risk its life. Zhou Chun also didn't want to cause too much noise with the white snake here, lest he disturb the powerful being beneath the water's eye. Therefore, seeing that conventional methods were ineffective in subduing its opponent, he directly activated the Moon-Toad Pearl, transforming into the lunar moon-toad. Snakes and toads are natural enemies. When one is strong, the other is prey. After Zhou Chun transformed into the lunar moon-toad, He could fully utilize the power of the Moon Toad Pearl, making the white snake relatively weaker. It seemed to understand this as well. After giving Zhou Chun's transformed Moon Toad a hateful glare, it quickly abandoned the ice cone treasure and transformed into a streak of white ice light, fleeing without any intention of continuing the fight. Seeing its sensible nature, Zhou Chun didn't pursue it further and quickly reverted to human form. I wonder what kind of strange creature this white snake is. It seems quite different from ordinary demonic beasts. Zhou Chun frowned, watching the direction the white snake had gone, secretly marveling at it. The white snake's aura was powerful, clearly at the point where it could trigger a heavenly tribulation at any moment. The biggest reason it hadn't undergone the tribulation was naturally its lack of confidence. However, in the previous exchange, apart from its miraculous ice escape technique, it didn't seem to have anything particularly noteworthy. He wondered if it was hiding its strength or simply lacking in methods. With such a powerful enemy lurking in the shadows, Zhou Chun would undoubtedly have to be even more cautious in using the Zunming Cold Key to temper his physical body and magical power. He simply raised his hand and grabbed the ice cone that had been frozen in ice. After a careful examination, Zhou Chun discovered that this ice cone was actually crafted from the same level of ice attribute spiritual material as the 10,000-year ice crystal, called 10,000-year profound jade. However, the creator of this item seemed to lack any knowledge of weapon crafting techniques. They simply refined and polished it into the shape of an ice cone, and through long-term immersion in its energy, formed a mental connection with it, allowing them to launch and retrieve it like a magical weapon. The sheer power of this item's previous attack was likely not due to its inherent strength, but rather the result of the white serpent using it as a vessel to amplify its own supernatural abilities, utilizing only the inherent hardness of the 10,000-year mysterious jade. From this perspective, the white serpent's intelligence is indeed considerable. After discovering the Taiyin protective immortal robe's extremely strong restraining effect on pure ice attribute magical abilities, they even conceived of using this physical attack method to break through. Unfortunately, their methods were still somewhat crude, ultimately leading to failure and a double loss. What a treasure! This 10,000-year profound jade isn't like 10,000-year ice crystal, which can only be used to refine ice attribute magic weapons. Many magic weapons can be enhanced with this material to increase their hardness and resistance to ice and fire. Zhou Chun weighed the ice cone, which was several inches long, in his hand, and his eyes revealed satisfaction. Even among nascent soul cultivators, this item should be considered a valuable treasure, and it might come in handy in the future. After carefully storing the ice cone made from the 10,000-year profound jade, Zhou Chun glanced at the Zunming water eye and immediately instructed Lei Jiao Bai to guard it. Then, he sat down cross-legged near the water eye. There are techniques to drawing upon the Zunming cold energy to temper one's physical body and magical power. If a cultivator doesn't understand the techniques, even if they know the benefits, they might injure themselves if they try it rashly. Zhou Chun had previously promised Yan Kang's Henrin a favor and received a secret technique for tempering one's physical body and magical power from him. This technique, named Dragon and Serpent Body Tempering Technique, is a secret art specifically designed to aid in tempering the physical body. It can collect special spiritual energies, such as Zunming Cold Key, to temper the body's power. Over the past few years, Zhou Chun has diligently studied and practiced this technique, and now he can use it without any problems. He formed hand seals, silently channeling the secret method, and opened his mouth to inhale a wisp of Zunming Cold Key emanating from the Zunming water eye, slowly refining it. As time passed, more and more Zunming Cold Key was absorbed into Zhou Chun's body, and frost began to form on his hair and eyebrows, making him appear as if he were about to be frozen. Not far away, the Thunder Dragon White, who was protecting him, saw this scene and a hint of worry appeared in its eyes. However, it knew that it could not provide any assistance to its master in this regard, and could only focus on its vigilance to prevent the white snake from attacking Zhou Chun. It could sense that the white snake had not gone far and was still hiding nearby, secretly watching them. More than a year later, Zhou Chun, who had kept his eyes tightly closed, finally opened them. A surge of magical power coursed through his body, instantly dispelling the frost that had formed on his skin. He stood up, a look of joy on his face. After more than a year of tempering, he clearly felt his physical body had strengthened considerably, and his magical power, refined by the Zunming Cold Key, had become nearly 10% purer and more condensed than before. Although it might seem like only 10%, Most golden core cultivators at his level could no longer purify and refine their magical power. Only with the stimulation of external forces like the Zhou Chun cold key, or certain special secret techniques, could the purity of their magical power change further. Now everything is truly ready. I only need to find a suitable spiritual vein before I can begin my secluded cultivation to form my nascent soul, he murmured to himself, then waved to the approaching thunder flood dragon and rode away. Soon after, Zhou Chun's figure appeared above the icy snowfield. He then determined his direction and flew towards the vicinity of the Bingai Kingdom. The Bingai Kingdom was vast, bordering the ice plains, and contained many unclaimed spiritual veins. However, many of these unclaimed spiritual veins were unsuitable for low to mid-level cultivators to live in for long, as the surrounding area could be sparsely populated for hundreds or even thousands of miles. For cultivation families and sects to develop, they needed a sufficient base of mortals, which required ensuring that the area around their mountain gates was habitable for ordinary people. Therefore, spiritual veins were not scarce in the Bingai Kingdom. What was scarce were spiritual veins suitable for low-level cultivators and even ordinary people. Of course, some spiritual veins of higher grade, or those with mineral deposits, even in remote locations, would still attract cultivation forces willing to invest resources in building strongholds. Therefore, finding an unclaimed spiritual vein within the Bingai Kingdom that would allow him to form his core and nascent soul was not particularly easy for Zhou Chun. However, compared to other regions, this was the most likely place to find a suitable location for him to form his core and nascent soul. Therefore, after returning to the Bingai Kingdom, Zhou Chun concealed his cultivation level, transforming into a mid-stage golden core cultivator, and began gathering information on unclaimed spiritual veins. After this round of investigation, Zhou Chun quickly obtained a considerable amount of useful information. Indeed, there were many spiritual veins in the Bingai Kingdom and the outer regions of the ice plains that met his needs, unclaimed by any power. Most of these places were occupied by powerful demonic beasts, or by being too remote and having too harsh an environment. But for Zhou Chun, harsh environments were not a problem at all, as he had no need to develop a power base. So he quickly toured all the places he had scouted and finally chose what he considered the most suitable location. This location was situated in the northeastern part of the Bingai Kingdom, bordering the ice plains, and was called Snow Dragon Ridge by some Bingai Kingdom cultivators because the mountain range resembled a winding dragon. While the spiritual veins there weren't as good as those in the Azure Lotus Mountains, they were no worse than those in the Jinguoling's How Heavenly Realm Manor, sufficient for core formation and nascent soul formation. As the dividing line between the Ice Plains and the Ice Barbarian Kingdom, Snow Dragon Ridge boasts an extremely harsh environment. Stretching for over 1,000 miles, the entire ridge is covered in snow and ice, with only a few valleys containing the snow pine trees common in the Ice Barbarian Kingdom. Furthermore, for over 1,000 miles to the west lies a vast, snow-covered plain, containing some snow pine forests, but none suitable for cultivation. Crucially, the main vein of Snow Dragon Ridge is located right on the border with the Ice Plains, attracting frequent hunting and roosting fourth-tier demonic beasts from the Ice Plains. Several golden core cultivators once coveted this place, gathering a group to set up formations and establish a base. However, they were repeatedly attacked by fourth-tier demonic beasts from the Ice Plains and ultimately had to abandon the area. Moreover, because Snow Dragon Ridge is so barren, no valuable mineral veins have been discovered, failing to attract the powerful forces of the Ice Barbarian Kingdom to establish their own settlements. Therefore, it remains a wasteland, occupied by demonic beasts. The demonic beast currently occupying Snow Dragon Ridge is an Ice Wind Owl, a high-grade fourth-tier demonic beast. This beast has two layers, one deep within the icy plains and the other at Snow Dragon Ridge. It only comes to Snow Dragon Ridge to rest temporarily when it's feeding. However, if any other demonic beast dares to occupy Snow Dragon Ridge while it's away, it will mercilessly slaughter them. Zhou Chun had no intention of killing the Ice Wind Owl, as it was too conspicuous. He didn't know if this beast was connected to the Demon King deep within the icy plains, and if it attracted the Demon King's attention, he would have to abandon Snow Dragon Ridge. Therefore, he deliberately waited for the Ice Wind Owl to come hunting. Then transformed into a lunar toad and fought it fiercely, severely injuring it. Afterward, he openly and legitimately seized the spiritual vein of Snow Dragon Ridge. The Ice Wind Owl, of course, didn't know that the lunar toad that easily defeated it was a human cultivator in disguise. After being severely injured and defeated, it never dared to come back, tacitly accepting Zhou Chun's ownership of Snow Dragon Ridge. For the next 2 years, whenever a 4th-tier demonic beast came, Zhou Chun would transform into the lunar toad to bully and drive them away, letting them know that the place had a new master, and a ruthless one who had been living there for a long time. During this process, Zhou Chun also had the golden-winged tiger act as his underling. As a result, within a radius of 500 miles of Snow Dragon Ridge, it became extremely difficult to find any 4th-tier demonic beasts daring to come. After confirming that all the 4th-tier demonic beasts had been subdued, Zhou Chun opened up 2 connected cave dwellings in the belly of the main spiritual vein of Snow Dragon Ridge. In the outer, spacious cave dwelling, he set up a set of formations to improve the environment, providing a place for several spirit pets to live and cultivate. Because his obvious underling, the golden-winged tiger, needed to go out and deter other demonic beasts while he was in seclusion, Zhou Chun also gave the golden-armored mountain-bearing turtle stone the demonic core of the golden-winged tiger before he went into seclusion to form his core in nascent soul, hoping to help it advance to a 4th-tier high-grade demonic beast. After arranging everything, Zhou Chun entered the inner cave dwelling to officially begin his secluded cultivation of core formation and nascent soul formation. Inside the cave stone chamber, Zhou Chun patted his storage pouch at his waist, and several jade slips appeared before him. These jade slips contained insights into nascent soul formation he had obtained from various sources. Among them were insights left by figures from 10,000 years ago, such as Zhuang Shazhenren and Zhuang Fengzhenren, as well as insights from existing nascent soul cultivators like Yan Kangzhenren and Xianjingzhenren. With ample samples for comparison, Zhou Chun would at least not lag behind the cultivators of those major powers in terms of nascent soul formation insights. According to the nascent soul cultivation insights left by various nascent soul cultivators, the core formation and nascent soul formation process could be roughly divided into 3 stages. The first stage was nascent soul nurturing, that is, nurturing the nascent soul form within the golden core. In the eyes of nascent soul cultivators, the golden core was merely a dead egg. To transform it from a dead egg into a living egg and produce the nascent soul form, it was necessary to infuse it with spirituality. Just as a single egg cannot become an embryo without fertilization by sperm, the most important part of the infant transformation pill lies here. It allows the pill's spiritual essence to be used to transform the golden core, directly taking this first step. The second stage is the nascent soul formation. Within the golden core, spiritual energy arises, and a nascent soul begins to form. It then draws upon the power of the entire golden core to strengthen itself until finally, the core breaks through and the nascent soul emerges. This stage is extremely difficult. Just as a pregnancy in humans or animals cannot guarantee a successful birth, the nascent soul, while growing within the golden core, can be aborted for various reasons. If the nascent soul perishes halfway, the nascent soul formation process naturally ends. The golden core, already damaged by the nascent soul, cannot be restored to its original state. The cultivator will quickly lose all their cultivation, becoming a cripple, and ultimately die in endless suffering. The medicinal power of the nascent soul formation pill is extremely important at this stage, providing crucial nutrients for the initial growth of the nascent soul, greatly increasing its survival rate. The third stage is the Great Dao Tribulation, which is further divided into the Heart Demon Tribulation and the Heavenly Thunder Tribulation. The Inner Demon Tribulation is an internal tribulation, originating from the cultivator's heart. It is a test of the cultivator's heart for the Dao by the Heavenly Dao. Only those with a steadfast Dao heart can break through the illusion of the inner demon and gain the Heavenly Dao's approval. The Heavenly Thunder Tribulation, on the other hand, is an external tribulation, a test of the Heavenly Dao for those seeking longevity. Only those with great strength can withstand the bombardment of the Thunder Tribulation and prolong their lives. For human cultivators, the most difficult to overcome is the Inner Demon Tribulation, because humans are the most intelligent of all beings, born with extraordinary wisdom, and their hearts are incredibly complex, making the power of the Inner Demon Tribulation extremely strong. Since ancient times, almost all cultivators who have overcome the Inner Demon Tribulation have also overcome the Heavenly Thunder Tribulation. However, countless cultivators have perished in the Inner Demon Tribulation, including many with exceptionally gifted spiritual roots. There is even a saying that the more profound the wisdom of a cultivator, the stronger the power of the Inner Demon Tribulation. Conversely, For cultivators who maintain a pure heart, the power of the inner demon tribulation is relatively weaker. Of the 3 stages of nascent soul formation, possessing a nascent soul pill generally makes the first 2 stages relatively easy, provided one's foundation isn't too weak. This is why the nascent soul pill is so precious. Zhou Chun not only possesses the nascent soul pill, but also the taking immortal mushroom, which is equally useful in the nascent soul stage. He's practically guaranteed success in the first 2 stages, with no major issues. Only the heart demon tribulation is the most difficult for him to overcome. He anticipates that his heart demon tribulation will be much more intense than others, as he is not of this world. Therefore, he takes this inner tribulation extremely seriously. Even with a spiritual object like the heavenly heart descending incense, specifically designed to deal with the heart demon tribulation, he still spent decades painstakingly cultivating the secret technique purple flower demon subduing spiritual light. Now, with the assistance of these 2 spiritual objects and the secret technique, even if his heart demon tribulation is twice as powerful as an ordinary person's, its power should be reduced by more than half. After silently summarizing his progress in transforming his core and forming his nascent soul, Zhou Chun muttered to himself with a solemn expression, "I have made the most thorough preparations I can. If I still fail, then it can only mean that the heavenly Deo of this world simply cannot tolerate me, and I have no reason to live a life of ignominy for another few hundred years." With that, he took out the nascent soul pill without hesitation and swallowed it in one gulp. Chapter 656 Finally reaching nascent soul stage. Snowdragon Ridge. Inside the secluded cultivation chamber, Zhou Chun, after consuming the nascent soul pill, immediately took out another nascent soul-forming spiritual object, the taking immortal mushroom, and placed it in his mouth. This taking immortal mushroom was only the size of a palm, its entire body a pale purple, with naturally formed rings of silver spiritual patterns on its surface, exactly 36 rings, perfectly matching the number of the heavenly gang. As one of the very few spiritual herbs that could increase the success rate of nascent soul formation without refining, this item was extremely rare. Zhou Chun had never even heard of it before obtaining it. Now, holding this spiritual mushroom in his mouth, he had no mind to savor its taste. He immediately concentrated his mind and, following the nascent soul formation method recorded in his main cultivation technique, his divine soul entered his golden core, officially beginning the path of nascent soul formation. The nascent soul pill, refined using the 8,000-year-old heavenly infant fruit as the main ingredient, was indeed exceptionally effective. After Zhou Chun consumed the elixir, he quickly absorbed and refined its spiritual essence, bringing his golden core to life. His soul merged with the elixir's spiritual energy, transforming into a nascent soul, which then began to gradually absorb the power of the golden core itself to strengthen itself. During this process, Zhou Chun almost lost all sense of the outside world. His mind and will were entirely trapped within the small golden core, much like a fetus unable to sense the outside world through its mother. However, his main cultivation technique was operating on its own, absorbing and refining vast amounts of spiritual energy from heaven and earth to compensate for the damage to the golden core and nourish the nascent soul within. At the same time, the nascent soul pill, still within his body, and the taking immortal mushroom he held in his mouth were also slowly releasing their medicinal power to nourish the nascent soul. Outside the large cave, upon sensing the surrounding spiritual energy converging towards Zhou Chun's secluded cultivation location, several spirit pets that were cultivating also opened their eyes, looking towards their master's secluded place with expressions of surprise and worry. After a while, the golden-winged tiger spoke in human language. "Master has begun the nascent soul stage. This stage cannot tolerate any disturbance. From now on, I will patrol outside every day to prevent any fools from coming. I'm leaving this place to you. Don't let anything go wrong." Hearing this, the other spirit pets were immediately dissatisfied with its commanding tone and glared at it fiercely. This golden-winged tiger, relying on its ability to speak, had often shown off in front of them in private. Now, it dared to order them around. "What are you looking at? Am I wrong?" The golden-winged tiger felt a little uneasy under the glares of the spirit pets and shrank its neck slightly, but still stubbornly retorted. As soon as it finished speaking, the thunder flood dragon Bye-Bye, who couldn't stand its arrogant attitude the most, couldn't help but lash out with its tail. Fortunately, it seemed to have anticipated being hit and reacted quickly, disappearing with the wind and avoiding the lash. Then he took off running out of the cave, shouting as he ran. "Old Bai, you have some nerve. How dare you disturb Master's nascent soul formation? Wait until Master comes out of seclusion and I'll tell him I'll skin you alive." But when the Thunder Dragon's white tail lashed out, it didn't slam into the cave wall. Instead, it fell to the ground as lightly and effortlessly as cotton, demonstrating incredibly exquisite control. Seeing this, the wood sprite Musang clapped her hands and cheered, "Brother Bai did a great job. That cat third deserves a beating." Then, with eyes full of envy and jealousy, she said, "So what if it can speak human language ahead of time? It's like it's already transformed. I really want to hang it up and slap its mouth." Hearing her words, Thunder Flood Dragon Bai responded in a low voice, "Don't worry, dear Fourth. After I pass the heavenly tribulation, please ask Master to help you and Fifth Sister pass the tribulation first. Then, we'll ride Cat Third around every day and let everyone know that Cat Third is only fit to be our mount." After saying this, the wood sprite Musang naturally showed a happy smile, very pleased with her promise. However, the fiery phoenix didn't seem to appreciate the gesture, merely raising its head arrogantly and letting out a clear cry, "Brother Bai, I don't like hearing that. How do you know I won't be the one to overcome the heavenly tribulation first?" Hearing this, the Thunder Flood Dragon Bai's eyes darkened, seemingly displeased. However, it managed to remain calm and patiently explained in a low voice, "Fifth Sister, it's good that you have ideas, but the heavenly tribulation is extremely dangerous. It's safer to let me undergo the tribulation first and demonstrate my successful experience before lending you the Heavenly Gang Thunder-slaying sword." The wood sprite Musang chimed in, Yes, Brother Bai is absolutely right. Although you, Fifth Sister Phoenix, are powerful, the heavenly tribulation is no small matter. It's better to be safe." Among the spirit pets, the wood sprite Musang was the most afraid of the heavenly tribulation, so it most wanted the Heavenly Gang Thunder-slaying sword in Bai's hands, and thus naturally wanted to please the Thunder Flood Dragon Bai. From this perspective, the golden-winged tiger clearly lacked vision, completely unaware that it would need Legiao Bai's help in the future, and was currently desperately trying to sow discord between its future benefactor and its rival. The Flame Phoenix, though still somewhat resentful after being spoken to like this by its two pets, remained silent. Both it and Legiao Bai had received bloodline inheritances and held a deep-seated awe for the heavenly tribulation. Therefore, while it had been verbally defiant, it wasn't entirely confident in its ability to overcome the heavenly tribulation. Seeing the Flame Phoenix's silence, Legiao Bai's eyes revealed satisfaction, and it murmured, "Alright, now that the idiot cat Lao-san isn't here, let's exchange our cultivation experiences with that combined attack technique, striving to master it before Master emerges from seclusion, and give Master a surprise." Hearing this, the Flame Phoenix and Musang exchanged a glance and silently nodded in agreement. As for the golden armored mountain carrying Turtlestone, he was currently refining the demon core of the golden unicorn and had no time to deal with them. Thus, year after year passed, and the commotion caused by Zhou Chun's nascent soul process grew larger each year. Fortunately, the location was remote, and the golden-winged tiger diligently patrolled daily, ensuring that no other high-level demonic beasts approached within hundreds of miles. Therefore, the abnormal gathering of spiritual energy remained unknown to outsiders. The further one progresses in the nascent soul stage, the stronger the absorption of external spiritual energy becomes, requiring the absorption and refinement of massive amounts of spiritual energy to support the growth of the nascent soul. Even with the consumption of the nascent soul pill and the taking immortal mushroom, two nascent soul spiritual items, Zhou Chun could not change this phenomenon. However, compared to other nascent soul cultivators, possessing these two items allowed him to shorten the duration of the nascent soul stage considerably. While other nascent soul cultivators might need more than 10 years to complete the stage, Zhou Chun completed it in the 9th year of his secluded nascent soul formation. On this day, a series of cracking sounds suddenly rang out from Zhou Chun's body, as if something had shattered. At the same time, his body suddenly emitted a divine light, bursting forth with dazzling golden radiance. Within his Danshan, the once flawless, round golden core now cracked open, beams of golden light shooting out from the cracks, illuminating all directions. Suddenly, a clear infant's cry rang out from the cracked golden core, which instantly shattered into countless fragments. With the shattering of the golden core, a miniature infant, barely an inch tall, leaped out and instantly took control of Zhou Chun's entire body. This miniature infant shone with dazzling golden light, its eyebrows, eyes, and hair all golden, a miniature version of Zhou Chun. The core shattered, the infant emerged. At this moment, Zhou Chun had undoubtedly successfully passed the stages of nurturing and transforming the infant, completing the process of transforming the core and forming the infant. Next, he only needed to overcome the internal and external tribulations to officially declare his nascent soul formation successful. He knew these internal and external tribulations were difficult to overcome, so the moment his nascent soul broke through and his consciousness reconnected with his body, he didn't dare to slacken his efforts and hurriedly flicked a spark to light the heavenly heart-descending incense in the incense burner beside him. A unique fragrance instantly filled the room, and Zhou Chun's newly formed nascent soul showed a look of enjoyment upon smelling it. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Zhou, on the great success of your nascent soul formation. You have attained the Dao and achieved immortality. Inside the Azure Rainbow residence, Luo Qingni congratulated Zhou Chun with a face full of envy and awe, even avoiding eye contact with him. Seeing this, Zhou Chun laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, Qingni, you don't need to envy me. After I stabilize my cultivation, I'll find you 1 or 2 more nascent soul cultivation items so you can successfully form your nascent soul. He then casually reached out and pulled Luo Qingni into his arms, kissing her passionately. Luo Qingni seemed moved by his words, letting out a soft moan before responding warmly. Ancestral blessings, heaven's blessings. Zheng Chun, you've indeed successfully formed your nascent soul. Ho ha ho ha. My Zhou family now has its own nascent soul cultivator, on Qinglian Peak. Zhou Ming, seeing Zhou Chun return with his nascent soul, laughed wildly, causing the entire Zhou family cultivators in the Qinglian mountain range to erupt in cheers. Congratulations, ancestor, on becoming a true person. Congratulations, true person Zhou, on successfully forming your nascent soul. Zhou Chun's divine sense swept across the mountain, and all the cultivators bowed and knelt, offering their congratulations. Fellow Taoist Zhou, stop. My Moonwheel sect concedes defeat. We will seal our sect's gates for 1,000 years. Please, fellow Taoist Zhou, show mercy. High above the azure heavens, facing the combined attack of Zhou Chun and the 3 5th-tier Demon King spirit pets that had survived the heavenly tribulation, the Moonwheel sect's Silver Moon true person, after suffering a bloody head wound, finally surrendered in despair. Seeing this, Zhou Chun couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ho ha ho ha, Silver Moon, you old thief, you've finally met your match. Spare me. Fellow Taoist Zhou, spare me. I am willing to serve as your servant. Please, fellow Taoist, have mercy and give me a chance to atone for my sins. Outside Thundercliff Valley, the Mad Thunder true person, who had once fought against the Zhou family, was easily beaten by the 5th-tier Demon King, Thunder Flood Dragon, and begged for mercy in terror. Seeing this, Zhou Chun couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Then, with a wave of his hand, he said indifferently, no need. Your sins are unforgivable. You'd better be a better person in your next life. As soon as he finished speaking, Lei Jiao Bai let out a cheer, snatched the despairing nascent soul of Kuang Lei's Henren, and swallowed it whole. After the nascent soul was fully formed, beautiful women entered his arms, he became a revered ancestor, and his enemies were beheaded. Zhou Chun's life seemed to be perfectly complete, like a dream. But it was indeed just a dream. Fame and fortune are like fleeting clouds to me, and beauties are like skeletons. My heart only seeks longevity and freedom, Zhou Chun murmured, his eyes gradually regaining their clarity. The most difficult inner demon tribulation to overcome in the process of forming the nascent soul and transforming the core formation was unknowingly over. The section of heavenly heart incense in the secret chamber had long since burned out, and the purple sun formed by the purple flower demon subduing spiritual light in the purple mansion had also vanished without a trace. Only the 1-inch-long golden nascent soul sat cross-legged in the purple mansion, a faint smile on its face. Rewinding to half a day earlier, when Zhou Chun emerged from his nascent soul stage, a chilling aura emanated from his secluded cultivation chamber, surprising and delighting the spirit pets outside. Simultaneously, as if sensing something, the sky above Zhou Chun and his servant's cave suddenly began to shift, with dark clouds gathering to form a thundercloud vortex, within which streaks of silver lightning flashed. As time passed, the thundercloud vortex grew larger and larger, its aura becoming increasingly terrifying. Upon discovering this, the spirit pets immediately left the cave with great concern, traveling over 100 miles to avoid being caught in the celestial tribulation. The tribulation clouds are gathering, their power immense. detectable within 1,000 miles. Human cultivators and demonic beasts will likely arrive soon to investigate. We must be prepared, lest someone take advantage of our master's weakened state after his tribulation. The golden-winged tiger looked up at the thundercloud vortex in the sky, speaking in a low voice. At this point, none of the other spirit pets minded its boastful talk, and they all nodded solemnly. Then, the wood sprite Muse-Sang exclaimed, "Don't worry, third brother cat, the four of us have already mastered the initial stages of that combined attack technique. If we unleash it, we can even defeat a demon king." It was clear that it also had a bit of a boastful intention in saying this, but after it finished speaking, before the golden-winged tiger could speak, the golden-armored mountain-carrying turtle stone roared and said, "We cannot be careless. Although the combined attack technique is powerful, it is not so easy to trap a nascent soul cultivator and a demon king. We must wait for the right opportunity to make a move and must not expose ourselves prematurely." Seeing this, the Thunder Flood Dragon Bye-Bye also murmured in agreement, "Boss Stone is right. We must prioritize protecting our master. Once our master recovers, there will be no danger." After reaching a consensus, the spirit pets hid themselves in the snow mountain and silently observed the changes in the thunderclouds in the sky. Only after a long howl echoed from the cave, and Zhou Chun appeared in the sky, enveloped in golden light, did the spirit pets perk up, revealing expressions of joy. The thunderclouds in the sky seemed to sense something as well. With a deafening roar, a silver lightning serpent descended upon Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun, however, gathered golden light in his hand, condensing it into a golden halberd, which he hurled at the silver lightning serpent. Then, golden light surged around him, transforming into layers of golden light that protected him. Facing the heavenly tribulation attack, he hadn't even used a single magical weapon. However, facts quickly proved that Zhou Chun was not overconfident. After clashing with a golden halberd, the silver lightning serpent quickly shattered the halberd, but its own size shrank by nearly half. Then, after shattering the golden light surrounding Zhou Chun, it completely exhausted its power. This first tribulation lightning had passed so easily. No wonder everyone says that once you overcome the inner demon tribulation, this heavenly tribulation is a sure thing. It turns out the power of this tribulation lightning is only comparable to the attack of an ordinary early-stage nascent soul cultivator. Zhou Chun looked up at the swirling thunderclouds in the sky, completely relieved. Although he wasn't a true nascent soul cultivator yet, his magical power and spiritual sense were already comparable to those of a true early-stage nascent soul cultivator. So, enduring a few dozen tribulation lightning bolts was no problem at all. Rumble. One after another, the tribulation lightning bolts fell from the sky. Without using any magic treasures, Zhou Chun blocked 5 tribulation lightning bolts in succession, using only the 2 divine abilities he had mastered during his golden core stage. For the next 4 tribulation lightning bolts, he simply used the high-grade magic treasure shield he had obtained from Queen Lingzi, and easily passed through. After easily passing through the first round of 9 tribulation lightning bolts, Zhou Chun even had the mind to check on his 5 spirit pets and the surrounding area. When he discovered that the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone had also successfully broken through to the 4th-tier high-grade demon beast, he was extremely happy and gratified. But then he frowned slightly, glancing discreetly at a spot in the mountains below. The swirling thunderclouds in the sky didn't give Zhou Chun much time to rest. The second round of tribulation lightning soon began to descend. This time, the power of the tribulation lightning was greater, requiring Zhou Chun to be serious with each strike. His superior grade magic shield, after absorbing 4 strikes, already showed numerous charred marks and cracks from the lightning's impact. Not wanting to completely damage the shield, he had to put it away and instead summon the Dragon Tiger Golden Ring to block the tribulation lightning. After absorbing 3 more strikes, the Dragon Tiger Golden Ring also suffered considerable damage. Zhou Chun had to activate his 5-colored dragon scale armor, using its defense to block the next 2 strikes. By the 3rd round, the power of the tribulation lightning had increased even further, each attack comparable to the power of a nascent soul cultivator using a top-grade magic weapon. Seeing this, Zhou Chun had no choice but to summon his Moon-Toad Pearl spiritual treasure. With his current cultivation level, this spiritual treasure no longer needed concealment. Even if it were openly revealed, it wouldn't be something an ordinary person could covet and seize. Furthermore, the power of a spiritual treasure in the hands of a nascent soul cultivator is completely different from that in the hands of a golden core cultivator. Zhou Chun simply activated the Taiyan protective immortal robe to cover himself, easily passing through 8 tribulation lightning bolts. Only when the last tribulation lightning bolt, with almost double the power, struck did he slightly change his expression and activate the spiritual treasure again, unleashing a Taiyan extinction divine light, rumble. As the final thunderous roar dissipated, the vortex of thunder clouds in the sky vanished instantly, replaced by 5-colored spiritual light, transforming into auspicious symbols such as dragons, phoenixes, and unicorns. 5-colored sweet rain also descended from the sky, enveloping Zhou Chun, who had just passed his tribulation. This was heavenly rain, a reward from the heavenly Deo for nascent soul cultivators who had survived the tribulation. This sweet rain is like nectar to human cultivators, offering numerous benefits. The most well-known of these is its ability to cleanse the marrow and meridians, prolonging life. Even cultivators with low-grade spiritual roots can have their spiritual roots upgraded to high-grade after bathing in this 5-colored sweet rain and undergoing the cleansing and meridian strengthening process. Furthermore, even if you are already old and frail when you pass through the heavenly tribulation, bathing in the 5-colored dew can extend your lifespan by 1,000 years and restore your youth. Many nascent soul cultivators, especially female nascent soul cultivators, take the opportunity to beautify themselves while bathing in the 5-color dew. Even if you were an extremely ugly woman before, after bathing in the 5-color dew, you can become a stunning beauty. This 5-color dew also has the effect of cleansing the physical body and restoring vitality. Some cultivators are not strong enough when they pass through the heavenly tribulation. Although they barely pass through the tribulation, they are severely injured. At this time, bathing in the 5-color dew can quickly heal any injuries, no matter how severe. Moreover, the 5-color dew has another advantage: it cannot be intercepted or stolen by others. Only the person undergoing the tribulation can absorb and refine it. This is fundamentally different from the Emperor's dew that falls after a demon beast undergoes its tribulation. Because Zhou Chun's tribulation process was very easy and he was not injured at all, and he did not need to reshape his appearance, he used all the 5-color dew to improve his aptitude and extend his lifespan. After bathing in the 5-color dew, his spiritual root aptitude was directly elevated to a level incredibly close to that of a top-grade spiritual root, and his lifespan was extended by over 1,500 years. Generally speaking, the normal lifespan of a nascent soul stage cultivator exceeds 2,000 years. However, how long they live depends heavily on the 5-color dew they bathed in. Like Zhou Chun, who used all the 5-color dew to improve his aptitude and extend his lifespan, he could live for 2,500 to 2,600 years. Those nascent soul stage cultivators who used large amounts of 5-color dew to heal injuries naturally had shorter lifespans. Moreover, due to the mysteries of the nascent soul stage, if a nascent soul stage cultivator could break through to the middle or late nascent soul stage, their lifespan would be extended by about 1/10. Therefore, if Zhou Chun could cultivate to the late nascent soul stage in the future, his normal lifespan could exceed 3,000 years. I'm only a little over 500 years old now. Under normal circumstances, even the slowest nascent soul cultivators would have enough time to reach the peak of the early nascent soul stage in 1,000 years. This means that as long as I'm not stuck at the mid-nascent soul stage barrier for too long, becoming a late nascent soul stage cultivator in the future is highly possible. Zhou Chun's eyes gleamed as he mentally assessed his future cultivation, and a confident smile appeared on his face. Based on his achievement of forming his nascent soul at over 500 years old, while he couldn't guarantee reaching the divine transformation stage, reaching the late nascent soul stage shouldn't be a problem. After all, he wasn't the kind of cultivator whose potential was exhausted after forming his nascent soul. On the contrary, forming his nascent soul was the true beginning of his potential explosion. Whether it was the spiritual treasures and divine objects he possessed or the several spirit pets he commanded, they would all become his reliance in the nascent soul stage, allowing him to dominate his peers. With strength far exceeding that of his peers, he would naturally have ample confidence to pursue breakthrough opportunities and compete for various treasures that aided his cultivation. Therefore, although Zhou Chun had only just successfully formed his nascent soul, he was full of confidence that he would become a late nascent soul stage cultivator in the future. Of course, every cultivator who successfully forms their nascent soul is an exceptional individual, a genius among geniuses. When they first succeed, they are likely to be just as confident as Zhou Chun is now. Time will tell whether they are truly confident or just arrogant. Hundreds or thousands of years later, the answer will naturally be revealed. Looking at Zhou Chun himself, after examining the gains from the 5-color dew, he suddenly formed a hand seal and instantly transformed into a lunar moon toad. This scene stunned several spirit pets that were about to approach him, not understanding what he was doing. Then, the lunar moon toad that Zhou Chun had transformed into let out a croaking sound and suddenly leaped into a streak of white ice light, disappearing into the air. When he reappeared, he was already 100 miles away above a snowy field. Below, in the vast white snowfield, a white snake several meters long suddenly appeared, quickly transforming into a streak of white ice light and fleeing the area. This white snake was none other than the one that had fought Zhou Chun near the Zhuanming water eye. For years, it seemed to have been relentlessly stalking the master and servant, seeking an opportunity for revenge. Unfortunately, even when Zhou Chun was in seclusion forming his nascent soul, he had several spirit pets guarding the room, giving it no chance to attack. Previously, when Zhou Chun was undergoing his tribulation, he had noticed the snake's watchful gaze but hadn't had time to pay it any attention. Now that he had survived the heavenly tribulation, and the snake still dared to linger, how could he ignore it again? Seeing the white snake trying to escape, Zhou Chun, transformed into the Taime moon toad, immediately gave chase without hesitation. Although not a true 5th-tier demon king, the Taime moon toad Zhou Chun had transformed into now possessed abilities far exceeding those of a 4th-tier demon beast. While the white snake's ice escape technique was indeed superb, it was nearly as formidable. After advancing to the nascent soul stage, his greatly enhanced and sublimated divine sense, coupled with his innate talent for sensing ice attribute power after transforming into the Taime moon toad, made the white snake's escape trajectory impossible for him to hide from. After chasing it for over 1,000 miles, Zhou Chun seized the opportunity and decisively attacked, spitting out a golden pearl. This golden pearl was the top-grade magic weapon, Boundless Golden Light Pearl, a very special auxiliary magic weapon, given to him by his disciple Zhou Zhidang as a token of filial piety. The golden pearl spun in mid-air, and a beam of golden light instantly shone on the white snake passing by in the snow. Instantly, the white snake was frozen in place, unable to move, as if struck by a spell. Zhou Chun, transformed into the Taime moon toad, swooped down and quickly snatched the snake, flying back into the air. Then, he transformed back into human form, immediately casting a spell to seal the snake's demonic core and then sealed its demonic soul consciousness with a secret technique before storing it in his spirit beast pouch. After completing all this, Zhou Chun flew back to the place where he had previously secluded himself to undergo tribulation. Just as Zhou Chun returned, a streak of azure light was rapidly flying towards him from the direction of the icy plains. He looked closely and saw that the being within the azure light was none other than a 5th-tier demon king with wings on its back. This 5th-tier demon king seemed to have noticed Zhou Chun as well, and its previously lightning-fast speed slowed considerably, but it quickly arrived near Snow Dragon Ridge. Upon seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately laughed loudly and said, "Since your excellency demon king has come, why have you stopped? Are you perhaps afraid that I, Zhou, will kill a demon and take its core?" Hearing this, the 5th-tier demon king immediately snorted coldly and said, "HMPH, you are merely a newly promoted nascent soul cultivator, yet you dare to be so presumptuous before me. You truly have quite the audacity." Although he said this, the 5th-tier demon king seemed to have some reservations and did not actually step forward into Snow Dragon Ridge. It had initially heard from its subordinate demon beasts that a thundercloud vortex had appeared in Snow Dragon Ridge, leading it to suspect that a demon beast was undergoing its heavenly tribulation. It rushed over to investigate. However, the truth was vastly different from its subordinate's report. The one undergoing the heavenly tribulation was not a demon beast, but a human cultivator, specifically a nascent soul cultivator who had already been bathed in the 5-color dew. Even though it was confident that this mere newly promoted nascent soul cultivator was no match for it, it knew that attacking today would be unlikely to gain any advantage. After all, Snow Dragon Ridge was within the territory of the Ice Barbarian Kingdom. Someone undergoing their heavenly tribulation there would inevitably alert the nascent soul cultivators of the Ice Barbarian Kingdom, and other nascent soul cultivators from the Ice Barbarian Kingdom would soon arrive. If it were to enter Snow Dragon Ridge and fight Zhou Chun at this time, it would gain no advantage and give others ammunition against it. As a 5th-tier demon king, it naturally wouldn't do something that would only cause trouble for itself. Unbeknownst to it, Zhou Chun wanted to test his current strength and witness the profound mysteries of the heavenly annihilation, 4 symbols formation jointly set up by the 4 spirit paths. He wouldn't easily let go of such an excellent testing ground. Seeing that it wouldn't take the initiative, Zhou Chun simply provoked it. His expression changed, and he coldly cursed, "You feathered beast. You rushed over only to take advantage of me, and now that you see I'm unharmed, you act as if nothing happened. Do you really think I have no temper? Since today I've achieved nascent soul completion, I'll use you, you feathered beast, as a sword offering." Before he finished speaking, he raised his hand, and a golden halberd materialized in his hand, which he casually tossed towards the 5th-tier demon king, whose true form was clearly some kind of demonic bird. Even a clay figure has some temper, let alone a 5th-tier demon king who was already short-tempered. Hearing Zhou Chun's insult and the fact that he had attacked first, the demon king instantly forgot all his previous concerns and roared, "Damn human! Today I will disembowel you and take your infant, so you will know my power." Before his roar even faded, he suddenly revealed his true form, transforming into a giant bird with blue and white feathers, and pounced on Zhou Chun. For these 5th-tier demon kings, maintaining human form was merely a way to distinguish themselves from ordinary beasts. In actual combat, they would reveal their true forms to unleash their full power. A long-awaited 8,000-word chapter. Please vote with monthly tickets. Chapter 657, Overpowering the Demon King. Snow Dragon Ridge. Zhou Chun, having just completed his nascent soul stage, already aimed his sword at a 5th-tier demon king, displaying boundless ambition. Clad in a moon-white immortal robe, his body shrouded in a misty white light, he easily shielded the 5th-tier demon king from his wind blades, wind spears, and other magical spells, seemingly impervious to all attacks. Simultaneously, he spat out 9 invisible ice needles, which flew out simultaneously, piercing the 5th-tier demon king from various angles. The needles were invisible and intangible, undetectable by divine sense, only being discovered by the 5th-tier demon king when they were within 1,000 feet of him. But at this distance, there was no room for evasion. He could only circumvent his demon core's power, creating a layer of azure protective wind around himself. But how could this mere protective wind withstand the attack of a top-grade magic weapon? The 9 invisible ice needles pierced through the protective wind one after another, striking various points on the azure white giant bird's body. Unfortunately, 5th-tier demon kings are generally thick-skinned and tough. Even birds, whose defenses are slightly weaker, have physical bodies comparable to high-grade magic weapons. Although the 9 invisible ice needles pierced its feathers and flesh, they couldn't inflict any serious damage. The released cold poison was also somewhat insignificant against this 5th-tier demon king, who possessed both wind and ice attributes, and couldn't pose much of an impact. To put it bluntly, the 9 annihilation ice needles magic weapon is only suitable for dealing with human cultivators who don't excel in physical defense. Its threat to demon kings is greatly reduced unless it hits certain vital points. However, even so, being breached by Zhou Chun in the very first exchange made the 5th-tier demon king feel quite embarrassed, so it quickly launched a counterattack. It opened its mouth and spat out a wisp of azure demonic wind, which quickly drew in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, transforming into a giant whirlwind with a diameter of tens of feet that swept towards Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun scanned the whirlwind with his divine sense and immediately sensed the hidden danger within it. He instantly dodged and tried to avoid it. However, the whirlwind spun faster and faster in the air, quickly transforming into a whirlwind tornado. This tornado could also change its position and move at will under the control of the 5th-tier demon king. Even more powerfully, as the tornado absorbed more and more spiritual energy from heaven and earth, it began to emit a terrifying suction force, sucking in all the surrounding clouds and snow. Seeing this, Zhou Chun dared not be rashly drawn in and could only retreat further and further, temporarily avoiding its sharp edge. Human strength has its limits. Even a 5th-tier demon king cannot maintain such a supernatural power indefinitely. When the power of the whirlwind tornado grew stronger and exceeded its control, it would naturally dissipate. The 5th-tier demon king was clearly aware of this. Therefore, it couldn't help but sneer, "Weren't you so arrogant before, wanting to use me as a sacrifice for your sword? Why don't you even have the courage to face me head-on now?" Zhou Chun, upon hearing this, instead of being angry, laughed and said, "A feathered beast is still a beast, even if it transforms into human form. It still thinks like a beast. I, Zhou, could easily dodge your attack, so why did I have to take it head-on?" These words immediately enraged the fifth-tier Demon King, making its feathers stand on end. Die, it roared, taking advantage of the fact that the whirlwind tornado hadn't grown to the point of being out of control. It directly used its great magic power to forcibly stretch it into a wind dragon hundreds of feet long, and pounced towards Zhou Chun. This action consumed a great deal of its magic power, causing it to stop its previously moving body, needing to concentrate its mind and strength to control the raging wind dragon. However, at this moment, Zhou Chun was also forced into a corner by the raging wind dragon. After the hurricane tornado transformed into a wind dragon, although it lost its growth potential, its agility increased significantly, and its speed was no less than Zhou Chun's when he used the golden escape technique. After temporarily shaking off the wind dragon's pursuit once again using the golden escape technique, he immediately opened his mouth and spat out the moon-toad pearl, the true form of his spiritual treasure. Then, using the spiritual treasure communication technique, he activated the treasure's internal spirit, directly transforming it into a giant white toad that hovered in the air. The price for activating this spiritual treasure at full power was that nearly 20% of Zhou Chun's mana was drained. Croak, a frog's croak rang out, and as the raging wind dragon attacked again, the giant white toad in the air immediately opened its mouth and spat out a beam of white ice light. Instantly, a magnificent scene appeared. The dark blue wind dragon, tens of feet in diameter and hundreds of feet long, was quickly frozen from head to tail into a white ice dragon after being struck by the ice light beam, which was less than a foot thick. This magnificent scene lasted only a few breaths before the white ice dragon shattered into countless scattered ice flowers, fading into oblivion. On the other side, the fifth-tier Demon King whose divine power had been shattered let out a miserable scream, blood trickling from its mouth as it suffered considerable backlash. It deserved it. If it hadn't forcibly transformed the whirlwind into a wind dragon with its immense power, the shattering of its divine power would have been insignificant, without any backlash. However, after forcibly transforming the wind dragon with its immense power, it bound its own power and consciousness to the wind dragon, making it its clone. Thus, once the wind dragon was shattered, it couldn't sever the connection in time, naturally suffering significant backlash. A spiritual treasure. You actually possess a spiritual treasure, a shocked voice escaped the fifth-tier Demon King's lips. Its eagle eyes were fixed on the somewhat weakened white giant toad in the air, its gaze filled with shock, tinged with a hint of greed. After surviving the heavenly tribulation, fifth-tier Demon Kings no longer face any restrictions when wielding human cultivators' magical treasures. Whether it's a top-grade magic treasure or a spiritual treasure, it can unleash its full power in their hands, greatly enhancing their strength. Therefore, their desire for these top-grade magic treasures and spiritual treasures surpasses even that of ordinary human nascent soul-stage cultivators. However, even a human nascent soul-stage cultivator like Mad Thunder True Person struggles to acquire a spiritual treasure, let alone a fifth-tier Demon King. Within the Demon King group, possessing a top-grade magic treasure that suits one's own status is already a great honor. Spiritual treasures are something only high-grade fifth-tier Demon Kings might possess. The fifth-tier Demon King fighting Zhou Chun currently doesn't even have a top-grade magic treasure that suits its own status. Suddenly seeing that Zhou Chun possesses a spiritual treasure, how could it not be shocked and filled with greed? After all, it knew that Zhou Chun had only just successfully formed his nascent soul and hadn't yet cultivated any powerful divine abilities, nor had he refined or upgraded his natal magic weapon. Aside from possessing the magical power and divine sense of a nascent soul cultivator, his abilities were practically on par with those of a golden core cultivator. Therefore, even if the magic weapon was incredibly powerful, if it went all out and was willing to pay a certain price, it might have a chance to snatch it from Zhou Chun. And once it had the magic weapon, it would dare to contend even with mid-grade fifth-tier Demon Kings or mid-nascent soul cultivators. This thought quickly took hold of the fifth-tier Demon King's mind, instantly making it forget its previous worries about not wanting to fight Zhou Chun. Immediately, it let out a fierce cry, flapped its wings, and pounced towards Zhou Chun, truly using its full strength. In an instant, the sky flashed with bird shadows. Everywhere were after images left by the Demon King's rapid passage. As it rapidly swept across the sky, its wings tore through the air like sharp blades, creating countless incomparably sharp blades of air in mid-air. Within a few breaths, Zhou Chun had suffered dozens of attacks, causing his protective immortal robe to shimmer and visibly dim. Faced with this situation, Zhou Chun showed no sign of panic. He raised his hand, and the white giant toad pounced towards him. The 5th-tier Demon King was clearly extremely wary of this spiritual treasure and dared not easily make contact, only unleashing a series of wind blades to slash at the white giant toad, attempting to prevent it from merging with Zhou Chun. However, the power of the spiritual treasure was not to be underestimated. Its methods were instantly frozen and annihilated by the white ice light emanating from the giant toad. When the white giant toad merged with Zhou Chun instantly merged with it to the astonishment of the 5th-tier Demon King, transforming into a moon toad. In his moon toad form, Zhou Chun's defenses were even stronger, and he could unleash extreme cold light to freeze the surrounding space, instantly slowing down the 5th-tier Demon King. This made the 5th-tier Demon King feel both troubled and increasingly eager to seize the spiritual treasure. In its eyes, the fact that Zhou Chun, who had just successfully formed his nascent soul, had forced it to this point further demonstrated the power and rarity of the spiritual treasure. And since Zhou Chun, with the spiritual treasure in hand, posed no threat to its life, how could it not go all out? Everyone knows that spiritual treasures consume a cultivator's mana immensely. Even a nascent soul cultivator in the early stages would find it difficult to continuously activate such a treasure for too long. If it could stall for time, it might still have a chance to seize the spiritual treasure. This is a classic gambler's mentality. When a gambler feels they have a chance to win, they only think about what is advantageous to them, selectively ignoring and forgetting other things that might be detrimental. And as everyone knows, gambling is an inherent trait possessed by almost all intelligent beings. Some people never gamble their entire lives, yet often gamble everything at some point, achieving great success and even lasting fame, or losing everything and becoming a laughingstock for eternity. This 5th-tier Demon King may have realized this, but he didn't pay attention. While he was fighting Zhou Chun, 4 demon beasts with a cultivation of the upper grade 4th tier had already approached the battlefield from all directions. While he was thinking about how to force Zhou Chun to use those extremely energy-consuming moves while ensuring his own safety, the 4 upper-grade 4th-tier demon beasts had already intertwined their auras and entered the battlefield. By the time he sensed the danger, it was too late to change anything. The phantoms of 4 giant beasts, a silver thunder dragon, a 7-colored fire phoenix, an emerald green unicorn, and an earth yellow-black tortoise, condensed in the air, their magical power and spiritual light merging and quickly forming a 4 symbols array domain that enveloped Zhou Chun, who had transformed into a moon toad, and the 5th-tier Demon King within it. As the master of the 4 beasts, Zhou Chun easily escaped the 4 symbols formation and entered the outside world. The 5th-tier Demon King inside became the first test subject of this heavenly absolute 4 symbols formation. At that moment, the 4 beasts used a secret technique to rotate, first channeling their power onto the Silver Thunder Dragon. This caused the Silver Thunder Dragon, empowered by the other 3 beasts, to instantly materialize, letting out a roar and transforming into a 100-zang-long Thunder Dragon that pounced on the 5th-tier Demon King. The power of this attack was no less than that of a nascent soul cultivator, causing Zhou Chun's eyes to gleam with astonishment. The 5th-tier Demon King was also extremely shocked, hurriedly letting out a fierce cry and folding its wings, like a shield protecting its head and body. Dense azure spiritual light burst forth from its feathers, transforming into an azure gale shield in front of it. This was its most powerful defensive measure, only used when truly in danger. Once this method was used, it could only abandon its prized speed and remain in place. Rumble. A deafening roar erupted as silver lightning instantly engulfed the azure radiance. After a long while, a giant bird, its body billowing black smoke, burst forth from the ocean of lightning, attempting to escape the 4 symbols array. However, the 4 beasts were now of one mind. The other 3 immediately transferred their power to the illusory Zhuan turtle. Instantly, a yellowish-brown spiritual light emanated from the Zhuan turtle, instantly covering the entire array. The 5th-tier Demon King, struck by this light, was instantly immobilized, as if trapped in quagmire, its speed drastically reduced. The Zhuan turtle illusory then opened its mouth and unleashed a beam of petrifying light towards the 5th-tier Demon King. At that moment, the 5th-tier Demon King frantically warned itself. Realizing it absolutely could not withstand this petrifying light head-on. Therefore, it had no choice but to unleash its ultimate life-saving technique, its body instantly splitting in 2, creating 2 versions of itself within the array. The petrifying light ultimately struck a magical avatar, turning it into a stone sculpture. Although it avoided the fatal blow, the 5th-tier Demon King's own magical power was severely depleted, and its life-saving ability was temporarily unusable. Fortunately, The petrifying light also seemed to have greatly depleted the Zhuan turtle phantom, preventing further attacks and allowing it to continue its attempt to break through the gravity field generated by the earthen yellow spiritual light. Just when it thought it could break through this strange array, the supporting power within the array changed again, now supporting the emerald green killing phantom. Emerald green vines then grew from the void, instantly forming a cage that imprisoned the fifth-tier demon king. A perfect opportunity. Zhou Chun, watching the spectacle from the outside, immediately brightened up and, without hesitation, unleashed a Tai in extinction divine light towards the cage. As the fifth-tier demon king struggled to break free of the vine cage by flapping its wings, it was met head-on by the white icy light. In an instant, its body was frozen solid, utterly powerless to resist. But it was, after all, a fifth-tier demon king. Even the power of a spiritual treasure couldn't kill it in a single blow. Soon, a layer of azure demonic fire ignited on its body, forcibly incinerating the ice that bound it. This was its natal fire, fueled by the depletion of its demon core's essence, much like the infant fire of a nascent soul cultivator, extremely hot and incredibly powerful. However, such a mobilization of its demon core's essence would cause immense damage. Even if it successfully escaped today, it would need at least several decades, perhaps even 100 years, to recover its strength. But in this life-or-death situation, this approach was undoubtedly the most correct. Having escaped its confinement by burning the power of its demon core, this fifth-tier demon king, already suffering a great loss, had no more illusions. It immediately bathed itself in azure demonic fire, preparing to forcefully break through the four symbols array's confinement. However, Zhou Chun had no intention of letting it leave so easily. Suddenly, another golden pearl appeared in the sky, a beam of golden light shooting out and instantly landing on the giant bird. The giant bird, which was soaring high, was immediately frozen in midair as if struck by a spell. Then, the four symbols array rotated, and the seven-colored fire phoenix opened its beak and spat out more a ball of seven-colored glazed flames, which floated down onto the giant bird. Although it was still glazed pure fire, the power of this seven-colored glazed flame was now infinitely close to the fifth-tier fire phoenix's natal demonic fire. The giant bird's feathers were already severely damaged in the previous attacks, and now, burned by this seven-colored glazed flame, thick black smoke immediately billowed from its body, emitting a strong, acrid smell of burning. The glazed pure fire was even more unbearable for burning the soul and spirit of demons. When it broke free from the immobilization effect of the golden light, its mournful cry echoed throughout Snow Dragon Ridge. Just as Zhou Chun was about to press his advantage and completely kill this fifth-tier demon king, the demon king finally displayed its demon king-level survival skills. Two explosive sounds suddenly rang out from its body. It had bravely and deliberately self-destructed its wings. It seemed to have used some special secret technique to transfer the damage to its wings, thus severing its limbs to survive. Furthermore, with the added power generated by the self-destruction of its wings, its wind escape technique instantly reached a new level, allowing it to easily break free from the four symbols array domain's confinement like an invisible wind, disappearing from Zhou Chun's side in the blink of an eye, and then quickly vanishing from the range of his divine sense. Such incredible speed. At this speed, even a late-stage nascent soul cultivator would have a chance to escape with their life. Zhou Chun was slightly surprised, quite astonished. He couldn't help but sigh, as expected of a fifth-tier demon king who survived the heavenly tribulation. They all possess several life-saving skills. To kill such beings, one must plan ahead, at the nascent soul stage and fifth-tier demon king level, unless it involves some mutually destructive means or power from a higher realm. Killing beings of this level is indeed not an easy task. Otherwise, the fall of several nascent soul cultivators and fifth-tier demon kings in Jing Kingdom wouldn't have caused such a stir and shock among the high-level cultivators of the Great Zhou Kingdom. As a contrasting example, there were true person Xianjing and true person Kuang Lei, both of whom survived extremely dangerous situations by sacrificing an arm for survival. Zhou Chun had just formed his nascent soul, and although he possessed a spiritual treasure, his strength was nowhere near that of the two-headed black dragon that emerged in the Great Zhou Kingdom. But didn't true immortal Kuang Lei escape from that two-headed black dragon back then? Inspired by this escaped fifth-tier demon king, Zhou Chun felt that when he cultivated supernatural abilities and secret techniques in the future, he should perhaps choose to cultivate one or two methods that could allow him to escape in such critical moments. That way, if he really encountered a powerful enemy that was difficult to defeat one day, at least he would have a chance to escape. Anyway, nascent soul stage cultivators have long lifespans and their cultivation progresses slowly, so there is plenty of time to cultivate various secret techniques and supernatural abilities in the future. After keeping this matter in mind, Zhou Chun also returned to human form, put away his treasures, and then said to his spirit pets, "Alright, since that fellow has run away, this formation can be put away now." Hearing his words, the spirit pets withdrew their magic power and dispelled the secret formation. As the secret technique dissipated, their auras immediately weakened, each one appearing severely depleted. Clearly, the immense power they had unleashed earlier, far exceeding their own cultivation levels, had come at a price. Seeing this, Zhou Chun quickly comforted and praised them, saying, "Excellent. Excellent. You did very well. To suppress a 5th-tier demon king with the cultivation of a 4th-tier demon beast is unprecedented in history. If word gets out, it will shock all demons." Sure enough, the spirit pets, who had been weakened by the secret technique's effects, instantly showed joy upon hearing his words, feeling extremely happy and proud. Since mastering this combined attack technique, although they knew its power was immense, they had never truly fought against a 5th-tier being, and were inevitably uncertain of their abilities. Today's battle proved that their hard work had not been in vain. Even a 5th-tier demon king caught in their formation could be suppressed by their combined strength. Seeing its brothers receiving praise from their master, the golden-winged tiger felt envious and jealous, fearing that its master would neglect its existence because of this. So it hurriedly stepped forward and raised its paw to congratulate. "Congratulations, master, on achieving the great perfection of the nascent soul and attaining true enlightenment." It spoke in human language, its face full of flattery, which delighted Zhou Chun. He understood its meaning perfectly. He immediately nodded slightly and said, "Yes, Flying Tiger, you've worked hard these past few days. Master will reward you in due time." Hearing this, the golden-winged tiger's eyes lit up with joy, and it quickly replied, "Serving master is Flying Tiger's duty. Flying Tiger dares not claim credit." These flattering words, spoken while reaping the benefits, made Lei Jiao bye-bye, Mei Mu sing, and the others glare at it fiercely, wishing they could slap it across the face. They had clearly contributed the most, helping their master defeat the powerful enemy, yet now it seemed the golden-winged tiger was the one who had done the hard work. Zhou Chun observed the pet's subtle actions and thoughts, and couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Ha ha ha, you lot, stop glaring at Flying Tiger. You'll all be rewarded, you'll all be rewarded. Your master is always fair and just, I won't leave you out." Having appeased the pets, he led them away without lingering to exchange ideas with the approaching nascent soul cultivators from the Ice Barbarian Kingdom. "I don't know if it was because I was too excited yesterday, but I feel a bit off writing today. I've only finished 6,000 words by now." Chapter 658 The White Snake's Identity. The barren and remote Snow Dragon Ridge was indeed rarely visited. So much so that by the time some major sects of the Ice Barbarian Kingdom learned of someone achieving nascent soul formation there, Zhou Chun had already survived his heavenly tribulation. When nascent soul cultivators from the Ice Barbarian Kingdom arrived to investigate, they only saw the snow-capped peaks destroyed by the tribulation lightning, along with the lingering aura of the newly formed nascent soul cultivator, and the demon king, who had achieved nascent soul formation there, remained a mystery. In short, it was certain that the person was not from the Ice Barbarian Kingdom and would not remain there. Therefore, these nascent soul cultivators from the Ice Barbarian Kingdom weren't particularly concerned about the matter. After all, as long as it wasn't a cultivator from their own country who achieved nascent soul formation, it wouldn't affect the situation in their country's cultivation world. At most, it would become a mystery in the cultivation world, providing more fodder for gossip among the lower-level cultivators. Meanwhile, after leaving the Ice Barbarian Kingdom, Zhou Chun didn't immediately return to the Great Zhou Kingdom or the Zhou family. Instead, he traversed thousands of mountains and rivers, heading directly to the Golden Cloud Mountains in the far west, the cultivation world's most remote region. After a cultivator successfully forms their nascent soul, thanks to the nourishment of the five-colored dew, there's no need to stabilize their cultivation. However, for someone like Zhou Chun, whose main cultivation method is quite unique, it's still necessary to quickly master the nascent soul stage of their main cultivation method to avoid hindering later cultivation and developing more powerful supernatural abilities. Due to certain concerns and environmental considerations, Zhou Chun didn't want to go to Xian'an Immortal City or return to the Azure Lotus Mountains to complete this task. Therefore, the Golden Glow Mountains were undoubtedly an excellent choice. The spiritual veins here were of high quality, and the golden energy was abundant, making it very suitable for Zhou Chun's cultivation. At the same time, cultivating here wouldn't cause as much noise as forming a core or nascent soul, so he wouldn't be disturbed. Within the Golden Glow Mountains, in the same valley, the cave-dwelling Zhou Chun had created years ago still existed. He returned to this place, released his spirit pets to rest, and then carefully experienced the changes after forming his nascent soul. From the Golden Core stage to the nascent soul stage, this was a huge breakthrough, not only because the difficulty of advancement had increased, but also because the life forms of the two stages were completely different. The nascent soul is formed from the essence, ki, and spirit of a cultivator, and is born with various profound and wondrous abilities. For example, even after the physical body is destroyed, the nascent soul can still separate from the body and possess another body. If the possession process goes smoothly and the possessor has an excellent foundation, the nascent soul cultivator will hardly be affected and can continue to break through realms and seek the Dao. At the same time, after the nascent soul separates from the body, it can easily use the teleportation ability to instantly move to extremely distant places, ignoring most of the formations and supernatural abilities of the cultivation world. It can be said that the teleportation ability is the main reason why nascent soul cultivators are particularly difficult to kill. Theoretically speaking, if one reacts early, even a late-stage nascent soul cultivator will find it difficult to catch up with an early-stage nascent soul cultivator who voluntarily abandons their physical body to teleport away. Those nascent soul cultivators who unexpectedly perish are basically those who are unwilling to abandon their physical bodies until the very last moment, and by the time they realize something is wrong, it is already too late. Furthermore, the nascent soul stage possesses numerous advantages, such as innate heightened sensitivity, keen perception of spiritual energy and omens of danger. It also enhances a cultivator's enlightenment and learning abilities. Many nascent soul cultivators, due to their long lifespans and ease of learning, master multiple skills including artifact crafting, alchemy, formation making, and talisman creation, achieving master-level proficiency with relatively little effort. Of course, without innate talent, master level is essentially the pinnacle. Becoming a grandmaster requires hundreds or even thousands of years of dedicated study and countless resources. In short, compared to the Golden Core, which only provides immense power, the nascent soul exists on a completely different level. It's far more than just powerful strength. Even disregarding the mysteries inherent in the nascent soul, the magical power and divine sense of the nascent soul cultivator far surpass those of a Golden Core cultivator. Zhou Chun, a newly promoted nascent soul cultivator who had just successfully formed his nascent soul and hadn't yet cultivated the nascent soul cultivation techniques, already possessed a total mana more than 10 times greater than a Golden Core cultivator at their peak, not to mention the difference in quality. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to fully unleash the power of the Moon-Toad Pearl, spiritual treasure. Furthermore, his divine sense, which already covered over 120 li, had now more than doubled, reaching an astonishing 260 li. It's said that nascent soul cultivators possess even stronger divine sense, able to scan events 1,000 li away with a single glance. Such profound mana and powerful divine sense naturally gave nascent soul cultivators a devastating advantage over Golden Core cultivators. Even with spiritual treasures, Golden Core cultivators simply couldn't match a nascent soul cultivator. Escaping from their grasp would be a feat to be proud of. It's said that after breaking through to the late nascent soul stage, one's divine sense can take form, crystallizing into thought, reaching the point where it can interfere with reality. I wonder if I have a chance to reach this level in the late nascent soul stage. Zhou Chun released his divine sense, investigating all the movements within a few hundred miles, and a certain rumor came to mind. Divine sense interfering with reality. It sounds simple, but it's actually incredibly incredible. Because divine sense itself is formless and intangible, without the support of magical power, even a nascent soul cultivator's divine sense cannot move even a thin needle. But once divine sense can interfere with reality, with the powerful divine sense of the nascent soul cultivator, moving a needle or even a giant elephant would be a piece of cake. If Zhou Chun could crystallize his thought and interfere with reality, his god-slaying sword would no longer only slay divine sense, but could also shatter the human body. The reason why late nascent soul cultivators can achieve such overwhelming power against those below the late nascent soul stage is largely due to their ability to crystallize their divine sense. Under their powerful divine sense interference, cultivators below the late nascent soul stage found it difficult to even locate them. Combined with their shrinking earth to an inch technique and other escape techniques, harming them was extremely difficult. Furthermore, the shrinking earth to an inch technique required divine sense to reach the transforming thoughts into crystals realm to be used. Moreover, the records left by Master Zhou Chun clearly stated that a strong divine sense was beneficial for breaking through to the deity transformation stage. His Tai two-part divine technique should have had a corresponding secret method that allowed cultivators to merge their second nascent soul into their main nascent soul after reaching the late nascent soul stage, thus increasing their chances of success in breaking through to the deity transformation stage. Unfortunately, he only obtained the secret method for cultivating the second nascent soul. He didn't have the opportunity to obtain the other fusion method. Otherwise, his breakthrough to the deity transformation stage might have been different. Zhou Chun essentially inherited all the knowledge of Master Zhou Chun, a senior cultivator who had broken through to the deity transformation stage. Naturally, he wasn't as confused about the path after the nascent soul stage as ordinary cultivators with shallow inheritance. However, for now, he only dared to think about how to proceed on his future cultivation path. Whether he could succeed depended on his own opportunities and fortune. Therefore, after experiencing the various changes after forming his nascent soul, he focused his attention on the magical treasures within his body. After successfully forming his nascent soul, he had completely mastered the Moon-Toad Pearl, which could unleash its strongest power and would remain his most powerful treasure for a long time to come. The 9 Annihilation Ice Needles, and the Boundless Golden Light Pearl, each had their own unique uses and could be nurtured as his regular magical treasures. As for his natal magical treasure, the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron, since it had only recently been promoted to high-grade magical treasure, it might need to be nurtured for several decades before it could be promoted to top-grade magical treasure. The rest of the magical treasures would basically not be used much in the future and could be discarded, either sold in exchange for cultivation resources or left to future generations of his family. After reviewing all the magical treasures he possessed, Zhou Chun's attention fell on the Purifying Heaven and Earth Divine Jar, a human race's sacrificial object. This sacrificial artifact has been one of his main treasures for many years, and because he rarely uses it, its power has recovered remarkably well. Now that Zhou Chun has successfully formed his nascent soul, he can activate this treasure to create purifying holy water, as a lower-powered version of purifying heaven divine water. Purifying holy water possesses almost all of its effects. In other words, purifying holy water also has the effect of weakening the heart demon tribulation. This is incredibly powerful. As someone who has personally experienced it, Zhou Chun knows very well how difficult it is to overcome the heart demon tribulation. For any golden core cultivator preparing to form their nascent soul, spiritual objects that help them overcome the heart demon tribulation are things they desperately want to obtain. Often, even if they don't obtain a spiritual object that weakens the heart demon tribulation, they will still prepare some rare spiritual objects to calm their minds and focus their spirits for peace of mind. Therefore, if Zhou Chun were willing to reveal the effects of purifying holy water and offer it for exchange, many cultivators would definitely be willing to trade with him. For him, while the process of creating purifying holy water was somewhat tedious, requiring 360 days of refining, there was no limit to the quantity produced. Although not a risk-free business, it was still incredibly profitable. Unfortunately, this was just wishful thinking. In the future, Zhou Chun might change the pretext for selling purifying holy water, but he certainly wouldn't dare sell it in large quantities. After all, if the quantity was small, he could use other excuses. But once people knew he could produce such spiritual items almost infinitely, even a late-stage nascent soul cultivator wouldn't necessarily be able to protect this treasure, let alone someone like him who is only at the early nascent soul stage. Even those 6th-tier alien beings might directly attack him without regard for their reputation. After all, the reason the Purifying Heaven and Earth Divine Jar was lost and damaged in the first place was due to the machinations of various alien races. Even so, this Purifying Heaven and Earth Divine Jar will no longer be just a lucky charm for Zhou Chun to purify the turbid and evil energy, but a top-grade divine object that could give the Zhou family a chance to produce a second and third nascent soul cultivator. When the Zhou family and cultivators with close ties to him achieve nascent soul, they will have an extra dose of purifying holy water to help them overcome the heart demon tribulation, giving them a significant advantage. This is a powerful foundation that even Holy Land level forces with nascent soul venerables don't possess. The purple flower demon subduing spiritual light technique is not easy to pass on to outsiders. When fellow Taoist Luo achieves nascent soul, I can give her a portion of this purifying holy water, so she can try it out first. Zhou Chun looked at the stone jar in his hand and quickly came up with an idea for the use of the first portion of purifying holy water. He quickly put away the stone jar and summoned his natal magic weapon, the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron. Inside the golden cauldron, the golden bone bowl remained steadily at the bottom, its golden liquid still and seemingly solidified. Zhou Chun had studied both the golden bone bowl and the golden beast bones. Although he didn't know what kind of demon beast they belonged to, he could tell from their texture that they were likely from the 5th-tier superior demon king with a special bloodline. This 5th-tier superior demon king possessed an extraordinary bloodline, so much so that even after its death, its bones retained various mystical properties. After obtaining them, the Golden Spirit clan developed a special method of utilizing them based on their inherent characteristics. Zhou Chun planned to study weapon crafting techniques when he had more free time, and then see if he could find a way to integrate those golden beast bones into his natal magic weapon, the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron, allowing this special natal magic weapon to inherit some of the beast bones' mystical properties. Perhaps this could be a crucial opportunity for his natal magic weapon to be upgraded to a spirit treasure in the future. Of course, that was a matter for the future. Now he needed to confirm whether the golden liquid in the golden bone bowl was sufficient for his reforging of the shattered cauldron. If not, it would be extremely troublesome. Because for safety reasons, reforging a shattered cauldron required the use of only gold energy of the same quality, without mixing. Therefore, if this golden liquid couldn't be used for reforging, Zhou Chun's only options were either to painstakingly purify and condense the gold energy himself over hundreds of years, or to find a nascent soul cultivator with a gold attribute cultivation technique willing to dedicate hundreds of years to this task. Either way, it would be incredibly troublesome. Therefore, it was best if the golden liquid met Zhou Chun's needs, saving him this effort. After a moment's thought, he extended a finger and touched the golden bone bowl inside the cauldron. The moment his finger touched the golden liquid, he instantly recoiled as if electrocuted. And as he withdrew his finger, the part that had been in contact with the liquid dissolved, turning into dust that fell to the ground. A perfectly good finger was now missing a small section. Even more impressively, an incredibly pure and condensed golden aura lingered at the wound, preventing him from healing on his own. Such powerful golden aura, Zhou Chun exclaimed in amazement, immediately drawing the aura into his meridians. Sure enough, even his meridians, strengthened by cultivating the golden cauldron profound technique, were easily torn apart by the aura, forcing him to quickly envelop it with his magic power to prevent further damage. After spending some time refining this tiny amount of golden aura, he discovered a slight improvement in his magical power. Looking at the half bowl of golden liquid, he saw that its quantity was negligible. Clearly, the golden aura that had invaded his body was merely a drop in the ocean. Seeing this, Zhou Chun was overjoyed, feeling there was great potential. Let's try again. This is of utmost importance, we must be careful. He composed himself, suppressing his excitement, and immediately used other methods to obtain about a drop of the golden liquid for further refinement. After this refinement, his magical power increased significantly, even feeling slightly more refined. He also used the diluted golden energy from that drop of golden liquid to roughly estimate the total amount of golden liquid inside the golden bone bowl. According to his estimation, this half bowl of golden liquid should be more than enough to complete the shattered cauldron reforging. He didn't need to worry about failing due to insufficient golden energy. Furthermore, the quality of this golden liquid was exceptionally high, definitely superior to the golden energy he had condensed himself. This discovery greatly excited him, and he immediately began preparing for the third shattered cauldron reforging. This third shattered cauldron reforging was actually the last one. Because the golden cauldron profound technique could only be cultivated up to the late nascent soul stage. Even if Zhou Chun successfully transformed into deity, he would definitely need to switch to another deity transformation technique. However, he had heard that most deity transformation stage cultivators techniques were created based on existing techniques and individual circumstances, and were not suitable for every cultivator. Therefore, what to do then would only be considered after he reached that level. While reforging the shattered cauldron wouldn't take too long, Zhou Chun still couldn't be disturbed during the process. Therefore, he waited half a year, until his spirit pets had fully recovered and he had prepared a well-sealed secret chamber, before truly beginning the reforging. The third reforging process was largely the same as the previous two. Zhou Chun's nascent soul exhaled a mouthful of infant fire to melt the cauldron into golden broth, then diluted the golden liquid in the golden bone bowl into golden evil energy, which entered his body and merged with a melted cauldron, then was further refined by the infant fire. During this reforging process, Zhou Chun discovered that his nascent soul had extremely strong control over the process. The actual risk of reforging the cauldron was far less than the previous two times. It was evident that as cultivation improved, what was once a dangerous undertaking gradually became less dangerous. After spending some time in this way, Zhou Chun had used 4/5 of the half-bowl of golden liquid. Feeling that the time was right, he immediately began to recondense the cauldron. Having gained some experience, Zhou Chun completed the process smoothly without any unexpected incidents. After about 2 years, he successfully cultivated the nascent soul stage of the golden cauldron profound art, further refining his magical power. Naturally, after mastering the nascent soul stage technique, he also acquired new innate divine abilities. Zhou Chun acquired 2 new innate divine abilities, both related to the cultivation technique he practiced. One was the Golden Cauldron Domain, a domain divine ability that only nascent soul stage cultivators could master. Almost every nascent soul stage cultivator possessed a similar ability, the power of which depended entirely on their individual foundation and cultivation level. This domain divine ability was incredibly effective against opponents below the nascent soul stage, a veritable weapon of mass destruction, suppressing them completely once the domain was activated. However, against cultivators of the same level, because the opponent also possessed a domain divine ability, the two abilities cancel each other out, making it difficult to achieve a crushing victory even if one's ability was more powerful. However, if one's domain magic is truly stronger, and their magical treasures and secret techniques are no less impressive than their opponents, then in a prolonged battle, they can easily gain the upper hand and achieve final victory. Zhou Chun's Golden Cauldron Domain magic is among the stronger types, because his nascent soul foundation is more solid than most ordinary early-stage nascent soul cultivators. He only gradually discovered this later when he fought against other nascent soul cultivators. And the second innate divine ability he mastered this time was even more powerful. This divine ability was called Kaioki Enters the Dream, a very special auxiliary divine ability. After Zhou Chun used this divine ability, it was as if he received the blessing of the legendary divine beast Kaioki, which represents the great Dao of metal, entering his dream, greatly increasing the power of all his metal attribute divine abilities. He specifically tested the effect of this divine ability and found that under the blessing of Kaioki Enters the Dream, the power of all the metal attribute divine abilities and spells he possessed had increased dramatically. Especially the metal escape technique divine ability. Originally, after he broke through to the nascent soul stage, the power of this escape technique had greatly increased, and now he could escape over 1,000 miles in one breath, directly reaching the minor completion stage. Other divine abilities he already possessed, such as the God-slaying Golden Spear, Jinyuan Golden Glow, and Zhengjin Sky-Splitting Thunder, have also seen a significant increase in power, completely comparable to the innate divine abilities of some nascent soul stage cultivators. It can be said that while the Kaioki Enters Dream divine ability itself lacks offensive and defensive capabilities, if Zhou Chun had a choice, he would definitely choose such an all-around supportive divine ability. Because he could spend time cultivating offensive and defensive divine abilities later, while this kind of all-around supportive divine ability is essentially an innate divine ability, impossible to learn even if he wanted to. Excellent. In this way, perhaps I won't need to rush to reveal my spiritual treasures. I can already gain the recognition of those two forces from my strength. Zhou Chun's eyes gleamed, extremely satisfied with his current strength. Even so, Zhou Chun still didn't rush back to the Great Zhou Kingdom or his family. Instead, he raised his hand and patted a spirit beast pouch at his waist, releasing the white snake he had captured in the Bingai Kingdom. The white snake's cultivation and consciousness had been sealed by him using a secret technique, and it remained dormant. After releasing it, Zhou Chun quickly verified his suspicions. He raised his hand, conjuring a golden blade of light, and gently slashed at the snake's body. The blade easily severed its scales and skin. Surprisingly, however, there was no flesh or blood inside, only a small amount of pure ice attribute spiritual energy dissipated. Seeing this, Zhou Chun couldn't help but reveal a knowing expression, muttering to himself, "Sure enough, I knew this demon was different from ordinary beasts. It's not a demon at all, but the snow demon spirit the cultivators of the ice barbarian kingdom speak of. The snow demon, a type of spirit, is similar to the wood demon. These spirits only arise in places perpetually covered in ice and snow, and they don't even have a physical form like the wood demon. They are likely just a special wisp of icy spiritual energy that develops sentience and, by chance, transforms into a snow demon spirit. Just like the fire spirits that the fiery phoenix devoured in the underground fire veins, these spirits were essentially just a massive spiritually generated flame essence. Before breaking through to the 5th rank, these spirits couldn't truly possess flesh and blood. Their so-called appearance was entirely composed of spiritual energy, used to conceal their identities. The white snake transformed from the snow demon before him could trigger heavenly tribulation at any moment, so even Zhou Chun, with his previous golden core perfection cultivation, hadn't discovered its true identity. It wasn't until after he formed his nascent soul that he noticed something amiss. Now that the snow demon was in his hands, he had to carefully consider how to deal with it. Chapter 659 External Avatar, Misunderstanding. Monsters and spirits are extremely rare in the cultivation world. For human cultivators, taming such creatures as spirit pets can bring them great wealth in certain areas. For example, wood spirits possess the talent to find spiritual herbs and accelerate plant growth. Since snow spirits were able to refine magical treasures with 10,000-year mystic jade, and find the mystic netherwater eye, it indicates that they also have a special talent for finding ice attribute minerals and spiritual objects. The snow crystal insects that Zhou Chun searched for in Yang Kingdom could likely be easily found by snow spirits. And this is only one way for cultivators below the nascent soul stage to utilize such monsters and spirits. For nascent soul stage cultivators, another even more useful method is to refine them into their own avatars. Before reaching the 5th rank, monsters and spirits lack flesh and blood bodies and grow purely by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Their demon cores are very pure, formed entirely from a single attribute of spiritual energy. Unlike the demon cores of demonic beasts, which contain bloodline power in addition to spiritual energy. Such a pure spiritual energy demon core is extremely convenient for nascent soul cultivators to separate a portion of their soul and refine it as an energy source, thus usurping the power to create an avatar with special talents. An avatar with an independent energy source, capable of replenishing its own energy, might not offer much help to a nascent soul cultivator in combat, but it can take care of many things in daily life. For example, if Zhou Chun had an avatar, his main body could remain in seclusion to cultivate, while the avatar handled family affairs, played with his spirit pet, and even studied cultivation techniques for him. Because of these advantages, spirits are highly sought-after resources among nascent soul cultivators, their value no less than that of top-grade magic treasures. Zhou Chun knew this before, which is why he dared not reveal that he had contracted a wood spirit as a spirit pet. However, he never expected that, besides the wood spirit Mu Sang, he would encounter a snow spirit after hundreds of years and successfully capture it. Frankly, the value of a snow demon capable of triggering a heavenly tribulation is hard to estimate. If it could be subdued as a spirit pet like the wood demon and helped to overcome the heavenly tribulation, it would be equivalent to directly gaining a 5th-tier demon king spirit pet, a very powerful spirit demon king at that. While spirits aren't particularly strong in actual combat before the 5th tier, if they can overcome the heavenly tribulation and gain a physical body, their strength as a spirit demon king is definitely among the strongest of its tier, and their future potential is enormous. Unfortunately, it seems Zhou Chun can only dream of such a wonderful thing. He could choose to subdue the wood demon Mu Sang back then because the wood demon was relatively docile and still young and naive, only possessing a 2nd-tier cultivation. But the snow demon white snake he's captured now, judging from its grudge and its relentless pursuit of him for over a decade, is definitely not a kind person. Given its already advanced 4th-tier cultivation level and countless years of life, it had long since developed intelligence and its own independent will. Even if it could be forcibly subdued, once it transcended its tribulation and became a demon king, one would still have to constantly guard against its backlash. Clearly, this was not worth a risk. Therefore, after some deliberation, Zhou Chun decided to follow the example of other nascent soul cultivators and use the snow demon to cultivate an avatar. His Tai 2-part divine technique, since mastering the 1st level, had been unable to break through to the second level due to the lack of a vessel for his divided soul. Now, if he refined the snow demon into an avatar, he should be able to easily cultivate to the second level. Even better, the snow demon itself was already a 4th-tier advanced demon beast, ready to break through at any time. If Zhou Chun could refine it into an avatar, once he had mastered the second level of the Tai 2-part divine technique, he might be able to extract all its pure spiritual power to nurture a second nascent soul. Thinking this through, Zhou Chun no longer hesitated. He immediately located Zhu Mei's demon core and forcibly erased her consciousness with a god-slaying sword. He then infused his split soul into the demon core, allowing it to replace Zhu Mei's consciousness and slowly familiarize itself with the avatar. This was truly the profound power of the Tai 2-part soul technique. The split soul itself was equivalent to another child's soul, possessing all the abilities of a normal cultivator's soul, which allowed it to so easily take over the demon core left by the white snake. Otherwise, ordinary nascent soul cultivators would have to find many rare spiritual objects to assist in refining an avatar, and spend years in seclusion carefully preparing and refining it before they had a chance of success. Several months later, Zhou Chun's Tai 2-part soul technique successfully broke through to the second level, and his split soul completely controlled Zhu Mei's avatar. Although it was only a split soul, the split soul of a nascent soul cultivator was clearly more intelligent than that of a 4th-tier spirit. Under Zhou Chun's divided soul's control, the snow demon avatar no longer appeared in its white snake form, but transformed into a handsome, white-haired man with a cold expression. This was the advantage of using a spirit to refine an avatar. Since it lacked a physical body, it could freely use spiritual power to shape its desired form. Moreover, after transforming into human form, the snow demon avatar's strength not only did not weaken in the slightest, but actually became even stronger. This was because Zhou Chun had directly entrusted the top-grade magic weapon, the 9 Annihilation Ice Needles, to the divided soul for nurturing and refining. Furthermore, with this ice attribute spirit avatar, perhaps the 10,000-year profound jade artifact embryo no longer needed to be melted down. It could be used as a foundation to refine a natal magic weapon compatible with a future second nascent soul. After testing the avatar's various abilities, Zhou Chun was satisfied and put it into his spirit beast bag, then officially left the Golden Glow mountain range. This time, Zhou Chun directly transplanted the 17 golden magnetic spirit trees into a specially made stone basin and had a golden winged tiger carry them all the way. With his successful nascent soul formation, another benefit was that he no longer needed to hide the origins of his several spirit pets. Even the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone could now be openly displayed. Riding his pets for several months, Zhou Chun entered the territory of the Great Zhou Kingdom. When he arrived near Xian'an Immortal City, he suddenly remembered that nascent soul cultivators entering the city without concealing their cultivation needed to communicate with the city's higher-ups beforehand. After all, the destructive power of nascent soul cultivators was immense. Even though Xian'an Immortal City couldn't be destroyed by just 1 or 2 nascent soul cultivators, a large-scale battle within it would cause significant damage. Therefore, Xian'an Immortal City had long stipulated that nascent soul cultivators entering or leaving the city must first contact and obtain permission from the resident true person. Those nascent soul cultivators who secretly entered the city while concealing their cultivation, once discovered by the city, would be listed as unwelcome persons by the city and their respective factions, and would be prohibited from entering the city again. Therefore, in most cases, nascent soul cultivators are too lazy to come here in person. If they need anything, they simply send their disciples with a token. Zhou Chun, remembering this rule, pondered for a moment. He first temporarily stored the golden magnetic spirit wood within the golden winged tiger's body, then openly released his own nascent soul cultivator aura, causing the golden winged tiger to slow its flight towards Xian'an Immortal City. By the time he arrived outside the Immortal City's grand formation, the nascent soul cultivators stationed inside had already received their reports and were prepared. A streak of earth-yellow spiritual light flew out from within the Immortal City, quickly revealing a middle-aged man in a yellow robe with a prosperous appearance. His cultivation level was the same as Zhou Chun's, both at the early nascent soul stage. After stopping in midair, the man bowed to Zhou Chun and said, "Greetings, fellow Taoist. I am Yuan Sifan, also known as the Great Gentleman of Xian'an Immortal City." He then narrowed his gaze, a look of doubt on his face, and asked Zhou Chun, "Your appearance seems unfamiliar. I've never seen you before. May I ask your name?" where you are from, and what brings you to Xian'an Immortal City. You're too kind, Yuan's Henren, Zhou Chun replied, bowing slightly in return. I am Zhou Chun from Jing Kingdom. I only recently achieved nascent soul stage, so it's understandable that you don't recognize me. He then solemnly revealed his origins. Upon hearing this, Yuan Sifan immediately understood and nodded, saying, so Master Zhou is a newly promoted master from Jing Kingdom. No wonder I didn't recognize you. He then looked at him again and asked, but may I ask what brings Master Zhou to Xian'an Immortal City this time? Seeing his concern, Zhou Chun could only tell the truth. To be honest, Master Yuan, before I reached the nascent soul stage, I frequented Xian'an Immortal City and made many friends here. Some of my clansmen and disciples still make a living here. Therefore, I have no other intention than to visit old friends and bring my clansmen and disciples home. This answer made Yuan Sifan pause for a moment, then smiled knowingly at him, saying, I see. I understand. Then I wish Master Zhou a successful visit and that all your wishes come true. He didn't ask further about Zhou Chun's friends and personally led him into the Immortal City. After chatting with Yuan Sifan for a few more minutes, Zhou Chun promised to visit him before leaving, and then wandered alone in the Immortal City. This Master Yuan seems to have misunderstood something. Does he think I've successfully formed my nascent soul stage and is deliberately showing off to some old friends with golden core cultivation? That's underestimating me, Zhou Chun. Am I that kind of person? In the Immortal City, Zhou Chun concealed his aura as he walked alone down the street, recalling the subtle implications of Yuan Sifan's earlier words, and couldn't help but feel speechless. He really wasn't that bored. However, he wasn't so bored as to go back and explain to Yuan Sifan again, so he could only shake his head and stop thinking about it. A moment later, Zhou Chun appeared outside Zhou Daoi's cave and sent a communication talisman. Less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea after sending the talisman, Zhou Chun saw the cave's restrictions wide open, and Zhou Daoi walked out excitedly. Zheng Chun, you succeeded. Outside the cave, Zhou Daoi stared at Zhou Chun with excitement, his heart trembling and his voice shaking. He could clearly confirm it through the changes in Zhou Chun's aura, but he seemed to believe Zhou Chun's words more. Seeing this, Zhou Chun was also moved and touched, and couldn't help but smile and nod slightly, saying, yes, I succeeded. I am now a nascent soul cultivator. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Daoi's expression froze, and then he raised his hands in a fit of rage and laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, I succeeded. I really succeeded. My Zhou family has a nascent soul cultivator. My Zhou family actually produced a nascent soul cultivator. He, a dignified golden core cultivator, was now as excited as a child, waving his arms and shouting incessantly, as if he wanted all the cultivators in the city to know about this. Seeing this scene, Zhou Chun felt a pang of sadness, an indescribable feeling welling up in his heart. He actually knew very well why Zhou Daoi was so happy and out of control. It wasn't just joy at Zhou Chun's successful nascent soul formation, nor simply joy that the Zhou family now had its own nascent soul cultivator, but also joy at finally being able to return to the Zhou family openly and legitimately. Yes, to return to the Zhou family openly and legitimately. Even now, the vast majority of Zhou family cultivators didn't know that Elder Zhou Daoi was still alive. They all thought he had long since died outside. He had clearly achieved great success, reaching the golden core stage, yet he had never dared to appear openly in Jing Kingdom, in the Zhou family. This matter had always been a thorn in his heart, a poisonous thorn that caused him constant anguish whenever he thought of it. Therefore, today, Zhou Daoi's greatest wish was to see Zhou Chun successfully form his nascent soul, leading the Zhou family to become a nascent soul clan, bringing glory to their ancestors. Secondly, he hoped to be able to appear openly and legitimately within the family as a golden core cultivator, letting all members of the Zhou family know that there was a golden core elder like himself in the family. Now, with Zhou Chun's successful nascent soul formation, Zhou Daoi's two greatest wishes could be said to have been fulfilled. The immense joy of this long-cherished wish fulfilled was overwhelming. How could he not be ecstatic and extremely excited? Fortunately, Zhou Daoi's cave dwelling was located in a secluded place, surrounded by other high-level cave dwellings, each with its own array to shield it from outside noise. His momentary lapse in composure went unnoticed, and he wouldn't truly lose face. After Zhou Daoi had vented his frustrations and excitement, Zhou Chun timely offered words of comfort. Granduncle, you've worked hard these past years. I've come to take you and Yinger back to the family. From now on, you can cultivate openly within the family and reunite with your fellow clansmen." Hearing this, Zhou quickly regained his composure and nodded repeatedly, saying, "Yes, yes, Zhengjin, now that you've successfully formed your nascent soul, your granduncle, will definitely return to the family with you. I must be the one to organize your nascent soul ceremony." As he spoke, Zhou face was filled with smiles, and his eyes shone brightly. Zhou Chun, naturally, wouldn't go against his wishes, and immediately smiled slightly, saying, "That's wonderful. Uncle, you have shown me great kindness and recognition. It's most fitting that you organize and preside over my nascent soul ceremony." These words clearly hit Zhou sweet spot, striking at his proudest point. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, Zheng Chun, you're right. The best thing I've ever done in my life is discovering such a genius as you. Choosing you as the future patriarch of the family was the most correct decision I ever made." His words were filled with pride. Indeed, being able to discover and cultivate a nascent soul cultivator was something to be very proud of. Not to mention that when he discovered and cultivated Zhou Chun was only a key refining cultivator, and he was only a foundation establishment cultivator. At that time, the Zhou family was just a declining Purple Mansion clan. Back then, he probably never imagined that the junior member of his family, whom he merely found pleasing to the eye and admired for his humility and politeness, would one day achieve such success, becoming a nascent soul cultivator, a realm above all others. This feeling was so unreal that Zhou gaze towards Zhou Chun was somewhat dazed and unfocused, as if he feared it was all a dream. Faced with his situation, Zhou Chun had no good solution but to wait for him to recover from his excitement. Fortunately, compared to Zhou Ziyang's reaction was much better. Zhou Ziyang had grown up listening to the legends of Zhou Chun, and while he was also overjoyed at Zhou Chun's successful nascent soul formation, he wasn't as surprised, but rather considered it a matter of course. Upon learning of this, she quickly bowed deeply to Zhou Chun with a beaming smile, congratulating him. Disciple congratulates master on achieving nascent soul cultivation. May you live a long and prosperous life, my disciple. There's no need for such formalities. You played a crucial role in my successful nascent soul formation. I must thank you properly. Zhou Chun waved his hand, speaking with deep emotion. His words were not empty boasting. Without the nascent soul-forming spiritual objects and techniques Zhou Ziyang brought back, he could not have successfully formed his nascent soul. Master, you flatter me. I should be thanking you. You raised and taught me, and bestowed upon me an immense opportunity and fortune. I have no way to repay you. Zhou Ziyang shook her head repeatedly, looking at Zhou Chun with gratitude as she spoke from the bottom of her heart. And she was right. Without Zhou Chun, even with her top-grade spiritual root aptitude, capable of joining a major sect and being accepted as a disciple by a nascent soul cultivator, she wouldn't have received spiritual treasures and top-grade magic weapons so soon after successfully forming her nascent soul, let alone the precious nascent soul pill and techniques for assisting in nascent soul formation. Therefore, the master and disciple could be said to have mutually benefited and supported each other. Of course, from Zhou Chun's perspective, his disciple's understanding and grasp of the key points naturally made him extremely gratified. He immediately chuckled and said, "Hey, then there's no need for formalities between us, master and disciple." He then skipped over this topic and started talking about other things. Zhou Chun had been gone for more than 10 years, and counting the previous 30 years of secluded cultivation, he had actually not communicated with his family for decades. In these decades, Zhou Ziyang, thanks to the spiritual pills he had given her, had already touched the barrier of the mid-stage golden core realm, and would be able to break through in a few more years. As a cultivator with top-grade external spiritual roots, she wouldn't be stuck by these realm barriers for too long before forming her core and nascent soul, or rather, the realm barriers she encountered would be much weaker than those of other cultivators. This was a difference in innate talent that others couldn't envy. I was afraid of hindering your nascent soul formation, master, so I didn't dare tell you before. Elder Zhengyang passed away while you were in seclusion, and last year, senior brother Zinlin also passed away before you could return after forming your nascent soul. After the master and disciple talked for a while, Zhou Ziyang first glanced at Zhou Chun's expression, and then whispered a piece of news that made his expression change slightly. In fact, Zhou Chun should have been prepared for this. After all, he was over 500 years old when he formed his nascent soul. And Zhou Zinlin was born to Zhou Zhengyang when he was in his 30s. He had also suffered a serious injury before, and it was normal for him to pass away before his return. Knowing it was one thing, but hearing the news of his passing was still heartbreaking. After all, Zhou Chun was not only his closest cousin, but also the only surviving cultivator of his generation in the Zhou family. He couldn't help but recall their last meeting. At that time, he was preparing to leave the family to cultivate in seclusion and visit his cousin. The cousin seemed to understand that this was a final farewell and spoke at length with him. But it seemed that he never made any requests. "Alice, I know of this matter. After I return to the family, I will go and pay my respects to them, father and son." After a long silence, Zhou Chun sighed softly and revealed his plans. He then lost interest in discussing other matters. After a brief exchange, he gestured for Zhou Zhigang to leave so he could have some peace and quiet. After spending half a day alone, Zhou Chun left his room, asking Zhou Daowei to handle the handover of the shops in the city before going alone to Luo Qingni's cave. Inside Qingni residence, Luo Qingni was engrossed in studying a pill formula from a book of alchemical texts. Upon receiving a message from Zhou Chun, she was startled and stunned for a long while. After recovering from her shock, she composed herself and hurriedly put down the book to greet Zhou Chun outside the cave. Upon arriving and seeing Zhou Chun waiting for her, she immediately confirmed her suspicions from the unfathomable aura emanating from him. Zhou Chun seemed to have noticed her as well, and immediately looked up at her with a warm smile. Zhou Chun greeted her with a smile, saying, "Long time no see, fellow Taoist Luo, how have you been?" Upon hearing this, Luo Qingni pursed her lips and nervously curtsied, saying, "Qingni greets true person Zhou. Congratulations on your successful nascent soul formation and attainment of immortality." Unexpectedly, Zhou Chun's smile vanished upon hearing her words, and he frowned slightly as he looked at her, saying, "Fellow Taoist Luo, what do you mean by this? Do you think I am such a snobbish person that I would disown my old friends after successfully forming my nascent soul? Is that how you truly view me?" Chapter 660 Returning Home in Wealth and Glory. Qingni residence. Zhou Chun frowned as he looked at Luo Qingni, his tone displeased. He could ignore Yuan Sifeng's misunderstanding of him, but if Luo Qingni also misunderstood him, he would be truly heartbroken. Luo Qingni, on the other hand, seemed surprised that her words, perfectly in line with the rules of the cultivation world, would cause such a misunderstanding with Zhou Chun. She was a typical rogue cultivator, and the survival rules of rogue cultivators were deeply ingrained in her. The first principle of survival for rogue cultivators was to never offend someone with their words. They absolutely could not offend a senior cultivator whose cultivation was a whole realm higher than their own over a matter of casual address. Therefore, among rogue cultivators, even if the relationship was very good, unless it was a Taoist couple or father and son, once someone broke through to a higher realm, everyone else would automatically treat them as juniors, no longer daring to address them casually as before. This was survival experience summarized by generations of rogue cultivators with blood and lives. There are indeed many past examples proving that some people, relying on their past good relationship with someone, remain careless and unrestrained in their words and actions after the other broke through to a higher realm, ultimately leading to their deaths from their own words. This isn't just limited to rogue cultivators. Even in most cultivation sects, cultivators automatically receive a promotion in seniority and status after breaking through to a higher realm, with former fellow disciples and friends proactively addressing them as Master Uncle. Therefore, although Luo Qingni had a good relationship with Zhou Chun, and had even previously agreed to serve as a guest elder of the Zhou family, upon seeing Zhou Chun's successful nascent soul stage return, she instinctively followed the survival rules of rogue cultivators and proactively used the more respectful title. However, this only made Zhou Chun feel distant and caused a misunderstanding. Seeing Zhou Chun smile vanish instantly and his tone become cold and unpleasant, Luo Qingni, facing his questioning, couldn't help but show a look of helplessness. Fortunately, although she was at a loss, she didn't lose her composure. She quickly understood Zhou Chun's meaning and hurriedly shook her head, explaining, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, you misunderstand. You are a rare and honest gentleman in my life. How could you associate with such a snobbish person? My words were inappropriate just now. Please forgive me." Her words were earnest, and her eyes were filled with anxiety as she looked at Zhou Chun. Clearly, she wasn't lying. Seeing this, Zhou Chun's brow relaxed, and a smile returned to his face. He said, "It's good that it's a misunderstanding. Fellow Taoist Luo is one of my few close friends. I may not care about what others say, but if you, fellow Taoist Luo, don't understand me, I will feel very bad." Hearing his sincere words, Luo Qingni looked at him with slightly wide eyes, deeply moved. She could naturally sense that Zhou Chun's words were not just polite formalities, but truly from the bottom of his heart. How could this not move her deeply? After all, Zhou Chun was now a genuine nascent soul cultivator, and one whose lifespan was only a little over 500 years. If he didn't truly think this way, Zhou Chun wouldn't have needed to say such things to flatter her. Even if Luo Qingni was a master alchemist, she wasn't worth such flattery from the promising nascent soul cultivator. So, she was genuinely moved by Zhou Chun's words. Moved, she looked at Zhou Chun with slightly flashing eyes and said with great emotion, "To have a confidant like fellow Taoist Zhou Qingni is so lucky in this life. As long as you don't abandon me, Qingni will never betray you." At this point, she seemed to realize that her words were a bit off, and her pretty face immediately turned red. She hurriedly explained, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, please don't misunderstand. Qingni means that as long as fellow Taoist Zhou doesn't mind Qingni's low cultivation level in the future, Qingni will always be willing to be your confidant and best friend." "Hey, Qingni doesn't need to explain. I understand." Zhou Chun chuckled and nodded in response. He paused slightly, realizing he'd been a bit too casual in calling her Qingni, as if it were a habit. Damn it, could the heart demon tribulation have some kind of after effect? But why haven't other nascent soul cultivators mentioned it in their nascent soul cultivation experiences? I haven't heard of any such rumors in any ancient texts. His heart pounded, his gaze flickering as he avoided looking at Luo Qingni. Luo Qingni, too, seemed somewhat bewildered by his new form of address, her expression slightly unnatural, her breathing a little erratic. But for some reason, she didn't correct him. She quickly bowed slightly and gestured, saying, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, please come in and have a seat. Qingni still has many questions she'd like to ask you about nascent soul formation." Hearing this, Zhou Chun's eyes flickered for a moment, then he simply nodded, "Yes, Qingni, don't worry, I'll answer anything I know." Hearing him use this new form of address again, Luo Qingni's body trembled slightly, then she seemed to tacitly agree, replying softly, "In that case, Qingni thanks fellow Taoist Zhou." This response immediately calmed Zhou Chun's somewhat uneasy heart, and his smile became much more confident. Inside the cave, Zhou Chun generously shared his insights and experiences regarding nascent soul formation with Luo Qingni, showing her other nascent soul formation notes and answering her questions. This kind of treatment was generally reserved for the direct disciples or close companions of nascent soul cultivators. Luo Qingni seemed oblivious to this. After asking her question, she gracefully bowed to Zhou Chun and said, "Thank you for your guidance, fellow Taoist Zhou. I am deeply grateful." "Hey, with your intelligence and comprehension, Qingni, you will understand these things in time. I am merely doing you a favor," Zhou Chun chuckled, replying with extreme humility. Of course, he knew this was a bit too modest, so to avoid Luo Qingni bringing it up again, he quickly changed the subject, saying, "Qingni, since you are now preparing for the core formation in nascent soul stage, would you be willing to return to Jingguo with me this time?" Hearing this, Luo Qingni couldn't help but look up at him and said softly, "Fellow Taoist Zhou values me so much and has invited me so sincerely. If I were to refuse, wouldn't that be too unreasonable?" Although there seemed to be some helplessness in her words, the meaning was quite clear. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun couldn't help but clap his hands and exclaim, "Excellent! With Qingni joining, our Zhou family will be like a tiger with wings." This wasn't flattery, but a fact. The importance of the master alchemist joining a family like the Zhou family, which lacked resources, was self-evident. With the elixirs refined by Luo Qingni, the Zhou family would greatly benefit, both for their own use and for the sale of the elixirs. Not to mention the significant boost such a master alchemist would bring to the Zhou family's alchemist lineage. Even if Luo Qingni only offered guidance in her spare time, it would undoubtedly greatly benefit the Zhou family's alchemists, significantly improving their skills. In short, alchemy and weapon crafting, unless one reaches the master level, don't entirely rely on talent. With a good teacher and a sufficient supply of practice materials, anyone who isn't completely devoid of talent can become an expert in these two skills. Not to mention, Luo Qingni herself is a late-stage golden core cultivator, and the chances of her reaching the nascent soul stage in the future are not low. With her joining the Zhou family, even just as a guest elder, she would greatly enhance the family's prestige and strengthen its foundation. And with Luo Qingni agreeing to return to the Zhou family with him, Zhou Chun didn't have much time left in the great Zhou kingdom. After giving Luo Qingni some time to say goodbye to his other old friends, he went to visit the cave of the true man Yuan. Nascent soul cultivators are extremely rare in the cultivation world, and Zhou Chun came from a remote place like Jing Kingdom, so there was virtually no conflict of interest. Therefore, Yuan Sifan, this veteran nascent soul cultivator, treated him with great warmth and sincerity, genuinely wanting to befriend him. This was even more evident after learning that Zhou Chun was not yet 600 years old. Fellow Taoist Zhou, you have successfully reached the nascent soul stage at such a young age, your future is limitless, Yuan Sifan exclaimed, unable to hide his envy, and was also very surprised. Successfully forming a nascent soul before the age of 600 is rare, even in the Great Zhou Kingdom. Most nascent soul cultivators are over 700 years old when they form their nascent soul. He himself was nearly 800 years old when he successfully formed his nascent soul. Therefore, he was very clear about just how difficult it was to succeed in forming a nascent soul before the age of 600. Although Zhou Chun sensed no malice in his words, his humble nature led him to shake his head slightly, saying, "Fellow Taoist Yuan, you flatter me. Which of us cultivators who have reached the nascent soul stage wasn't a genius in our past? We were all once destined for greatness. But how rare are those who can advance even further after reaching the nascent soul stage?" He then sighed softly, "I come from an ordinary background. I am already content with my success in reaching the nascent soul stage. I dare not ask for any further progress." These words seemed to touch upon the bitterness in Yuan Sifan's heart, and he couldn't help but sigh as well. Indeed, which of us nascent soul stage cultivators wasn't a genius of our respective sects and families? It's a pity that only after reaching the nascent soul stage do we realize how difficult it is to advance further. Compared to Zhou Chun, who was still relatively young among nascent soul stage cultivators, he had already passed his 1500th birthday and was truly no longer young. Even after more than 700 years of nascent soul cultivation, he hadn't even touched the barrier to the mid-nascent soul stage, and he didn't know if he'd ever have a chance to break through to the mid-nascent soul stage in his lifetime. Having said this, Yuan Sifan seemed to lose interest in conversation and stopped asking Zhou Chun questions. Seeing this, Zhou Chun tactfully took his leave. After hearing his farewell, Yuan Sifan secretly regretted his earlier neglect, but he couldn't insist on keeping him any longer. He could only take out several specially made communication talismans and hand them to Zhou Chun, saying, "These are communication talismans I made. If fellow Taoist Zhou ever comes to the Great Zhou Kingdom again, you can send me a message, and I will certainly prepare a warm welcome and sit down to discuss the Dao with you. I understand. If I have free time in the future, I will definitely come and chat with fellow Taoist Yuan again." Zhou Chun accepted the communication talismans with a smile and casually put them into his storage bag. After leaving Yuan Sifan's cave, Zhou Chun pondered for a moment and then went to several large shops in the city. As expected, when he personally visited as a nascent soul cultivator, these large shops readily offered some of their stock in exchange. Using a few unused low-grade magic treasures and some demon beast materials, Zhou Chun easily obtained 4 core formation spiritual items and 10 items to aid in opening the purple mansion from these shops. This was the influence of the nascent soul cultivator. Of course, doing this occasionally was fine, but doing it frequently was definitely not advisable. After all, those large shops often had powerful backers. If a newly promoted nascent soul cultivator made a request on his first visit, they would help out to avoid offending them. If you were shameless and constantly tried to take advantage of your status, they certainly wouldn't tolerate it. Therefore, Zhou Chun knew when to stop and didn't go too far. After purchasing some items, Luo Qingni sent a message indicating that they could depart. So Zhou Chun didn't linger any longer and left Xian'an Immortal City with Luo Qingni, Zhou Daoai, and Zhou Zhiang. Now, let's turn to another story. For the first 2 or 3 decades after Zhou Chun left home to travel, everything was fine, and the 2 major powers of Jing Kingdom didn't pay much attention to it. However, after Zhou Chun disappeared for 3 or 4 decades without showing up, both the Moon Wheel Sect and the Flame Sun Sect began to intentionally investigate his whereabouts. Elders of the Golden Core stage from both sects, under the guise of exchange, personally visited Kinglian Peak, wanting to meet Zhou Chun. Naturally, these people were all turned away by Zhou Ming, unable to see him. As time went on, the 2 sects grew increasingly suspicious, and the intensity of the probing gradually escalated. In recent years, it even reached a point of being unreasonable and domineering. On this day, In the main hall of the Zhou family used to entertain distinguished guests, Zhou Ming was presented with a difficult problem by Li Mingxun, a golden core elder of the Flame Sun sect. Inside the main hall, Li Mingxun, a mid-stage golden core cultivator, stared grimly at Zhou Ming and Zhou Zinayan, two golden core cultivators from the Zhou family. He said, "Fellow Daoists, your request for the Fire Phoenix True Feather is a matter personally entrusted to us by our sect's patriarch Jiang. It concerns the success of the top-grade magic weapon that patriarch is about to refine. I don't care what difficulties you have, but within 1 year, I will see fellow Daoist Zhou Zhengzhen and bring back the Fire Phoenix True Feather that patriarch Jiang specifically requested." With that, he slammed the door shut and left without giving Zhou Ming and Zhou Zinayan a chance to explain. However, he did not leave the Zhou family but instead resided directly within the Zhou family's mountain gate. The Zhou family had promised the Moonwheel sect and the Flame Sun sect that they would accept cultivators from both sects to oversee their entry into the Azure Lotus mountain range, and therefore had specially reserved cave dwellings for them within the mountain gate. Li Mingxun, a mid-stage golden core cultivator, is now lingering at the Zhou family's mountain gate, frequently summoning Zhou Ming and Zhou Zinayan, two golden core cultivators from the Zhou family, to intimidate them. This not only prevents the two from concentrating on their cultivation and leaves them feeling frustrated, but the news has also caused considerable discussion both inside and outside the Zhou family. As a result, various rumors have emerged, severely disrupting the originally harmonious and stable atmosphere within the Zhou family. Many young cultivators have lost their focus on cultivation, spending their days gossiping about these matters. That's too much? That Li Mingxun is really too much? Ancestor, are we just going to keep tolerating this? Are we just going to let him bully us like this, spreading rumors about the clan leader and our Zhou family? Inside Zhou Ming's cave, after being dragged out of cultivation by Li Mingxun and threatened and verbally abused once again, Zhou Zinayan felt extremely aggrieved and couldn't help but complain to Zhou Ming. He was unaware that Zhou Chun had broken through to the late Golden Core stage, nor that Zhou Chun had actually gone out to form his nascent soul. It wasn't that Zhou Chun and Zhou Ming didn't trust him, but rather that the fewer people who knew such things, the better. Having him, an unsuspecting high-ranking figure, allowed him to genuinely respond to those who came to test him, thus better deceiving others. This was why Zhou Ming always brought him along when meeting outsiders. Therefore, under these circumstances, being frequently threatened and verbally abused naturally fueled his resentment. After all, as a newly formed core cultivator, he had far too many things to do. Being constantly interrupted in his cultivation and subjected to threats and verbal abuse was something few could endure. He had gone through so much hardship to form his golden core, not to suffer such humiliation. Faced with Zhou Zinayan's complaints, Zhou Ming said in a low voice with a gloomy expression, "Bear with it. Since Zhengzhen has been traveling for so long and hasn't returned, it means he's encountered some trouble. We must not let some family matters delay his important business. As for Li Mingxun, at most he'll just insult us. I don't believe he would actually dare to attack us within the Zhou family's mountain gate." After saying that, he glanced at the unwilling Zhou Zinayan and said indifferently, "What? I don't care about my reputation. Is yours more important than mine?" This junior wouldn't dare. Zhou Zinayan's expression changed slightly, and he repeatedly said that he wouldn't dare. Then, gritting his teeth, he said, "This junior understands. Next time Li Mingxun comes, I'll just treat him like he's talking nonsense and let him talk. It's good that you understand. Compared to a mere loss of face, the breakthrough in your cultivation is far more important. You must not fall for the tricks of outsiders." Zhou Ming nodded, giving a serious warning. But the two of them seemed to have underestimated Li Mingxun, or rather, the Yan Yang sect's determination to test them. That day, with the 1-year deadline fast approaching, Li Mingxun approached Zhou Ming and Zhou Ming again. With a cold, unfriendly gaze, he looked at Zhou Ming and his companion and said, "Fellow Daoists, it seems you don't take my words seriously. Did you think my previous words were just a threat?" "Fellow Daoist Li misunderstands," Zhou Ming explained in a low voice. "How could I and the Zhou family dare to disobey Senior Jiang's decree? It's just that Zhengzhen's travels have taken us to a very far place, and my Zhou family simply cannot contact him. Naturally, we cannot have him return within the time limit set by you, fellow Daoist Li." He denied any negligence. He had always given the same answer before, and no matter how much Li Mingxun pressed him, he could always manage to temporarily evade the issue. However, upon hearing his words again, Li Mingxun suddenly smiled coldly and said, "Very well, You still give the same answer. With that, he raised his hand and produced a roll of gold silk, which he then tossed to Zhou Mingde. This is a decree personally written by Ancestor Jiang. Zhou Mingde, take a look for yourself and think carefully about whether you still want to continue to be perfunctory. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Mingde's expression changed. He immediately reached out and took the gold scroll, unfolding it to reveal the words, Jiang wishes to refine a top-grade magic weapon and requests the use of 3 Fire Phoenix True Feathers. He offers a superior grade magic weapon as a reward, hoping that young friend Zhou will not hesitate to assist. Upon seeing the words left by a nascent soul stage cultivator using their own magical power, Zhou Mingde swayed, almost unable to stand. He hadn't expected the Yan-Yang sect's probing attitude to be so resolute, actually bringing out a nascent soul stage cultivator's decree. If he continued to be perfunctory, it would be tantamount to ignoring a nascent soul stage cultivator. Seeing the change in Zhou Mingde's expression, Li Mingxun felt immense pleasure and couldn't help but smile smugly, saying, Jiang Ancestor's decree is here. Whether you obey it or not, fellow Taoist Zhou, you should think it over carefully. With that, he laughed heartily and left. Seeing this, Zhou Zinayan, who had remained silent until now, looked at Zhou Mingde with a panicked expression and asked repeatedly, Ancestor, what should we do? What should we do now? I will handle this matter. You don't need to worry about it anymore. Zhou Mingde glanced at this junior who was clearly frightened by the title of Nascent Soul Cultivator, sighed inwardly, shook his head, and stated his decision. It was nothing more than atoning for his sins with his death. He lowered his head and glanced at the decree in his hand, and couldn't help but sneer. He had already made up his mind. He would never allow Zhou Chun's nascent soul formation to be disturbed, and he would not hesitate to sacrifice himself for it. He was just a little regretful that he might not have the chance to witness the day when Zhou Chun successfully formed his nascent soul and returned. Next, Zhou Mingde quietly met with Zhou Yuanlian, Lin Hongao, and other golden core cultivators of the Zhou family, subtly hinting at his possible departure, hoping that they could help Zhou Zinayan stabilize the hearts of the Zhou family and wait for Zhou Chun's return. Upon hearing Zhou Mingde's plans, Zhou Zinayan couldn't help but shed tears, vowing to protect the Zhou family and not disappoint him. Zhou Mingde nodded with satisfaction and quietly awaited the deadline. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun and his group of 4, riding the golden-winged tiger, departed from Xian'an Immortal City and returned to Jing Kingdom and the Qinglian Mountains in a short time. When the golden-winged tiger flew to the outside of Qinglian Peak, the main peak of the Qinglian Mountains where the Zhou family resided, Zhou Daoai, on its back, looked down at the Qinglian Mountains that had once seemed unattainable to him, his heart filled with emotion and countless feelings. He remembered how apprehensive and humble he had been when the Zhou family prepared to establish themselves in Jilfang Ridge, and he came to the Qinglian Temple on behalf of the family to pay homage. At that time, he hadn't even met Qing Wezi, the abbot of the Qinglian Temple. Only a minor deacon with the Purple Mansion stage cultivation came out to accept his gifts and then, on behalf of the Qinglian Temple, tacitly approved the Zhou family's plans. Centuries have passed, and the abbot of Qinglian Temple, whom he once longed to meet but could hardly bear to, has long been killed by the very descendant he had personally discovered and nurtured. The Qinglian Mountains, once insurmountable to him, have become the Zhou family's backyard. Only someone like him, who has personally experienced such dramatic rises and falls in life, can truly understand the bitterness of it all. Zhou Chun, on the other hand, doesn't share such sentiments. At this moment, Zhou Chun's heart is filled only with boundless ambition and high spirits. Returning home in glory is like wearing fine clothes in the dark. Although his successful nascent soul formation will earn him respect from various quarters outside, it's clearly not enough to cause a stir or bring him any joy. But returning home is different. Only the cultivators of Jing Kingdom know how important Zhou Chun's nascent soul formation is, and only they would cause such a nationwide uproar. Only the cultivators of the Zhou family would truly congratulate and cheer him from the bottom of their hearts, praising his illustrious name. Life is nothing more than fame and fortune. Cultivators are also human, and as humans, they still have emotions and desires, unable to completely escape the pursuit of fame and fortune. So even knowing that the existence of the golden-winged tiger was enough to announce his return, Zhou Chun still released his nascent soul cultivator aura without reservation. The first person to sense the aura of a nascent soul cultivator was naturally the heavenly mirror true person, who was stationed at the Azure Lotus mountain range. In his quiet room, heavenly mirror true person suddenly opened his eyes and sat up abruptly. This aura. It's that kid. That kid actually succeeded. He walked out of his residence, his mind reeling, and quickly saw the familiar figure of the young man on the back of the winged tiger. Zhou Chun seemed to notice his gaze and couldn't help but smile at him. Seeing this, Heavenly Mirror true person's feelings were incredibly complex, unsure whether to be happy or disappointed. Zhou Chun's successful nascent soul formation meant that his previous investment would yield a rich return, which was something to be happy about. However, thinking that Zhou Chun had succeeded in forming his nascent soul at less than 600 years old, with a bright future ahead, and comparing it to his own crippled body and the long broken path of cultivation, he felt an overwhelming sense of bitterness and envy. Only he himself could truly understand the feelings he had experienced. He didn't immediately go to see Zhou Chun, but first relayed the news of Zhou Chun's return after achieving nascent soul to the Moon Wheel Sect and the Flame Sun Sect, then waited with mixed emotions. Meanwhile, outside, Zhou Chun, seeing that true person Xianjing hadn't come to see him, seemed to understand something. He immediately urged his golden winged tiger to fly directly into the Zhou family's mountain gate. Only after entering the gate did he learn that Zhou Mingde, who had just emerged from seclusion, had arrived before him. Upon seeing Zhou Chun, and Zhou Daoyi and Zhou Zhiying who had returned with him, Zhou Mingde immediately laughed, a hearty laugh. Ho ha ho ha! On Azure Lotus Peak, all the cultivators within the Zhou family's mountain gate heard Zhou Mingde's excited laughter. Many lower-level Zhou family cultivators were still confused as to what had happened, why their patriarch, Zhou Mingde, had suddenly become so distraught and laughed. Only the Zhou family elders, who were at the Purple Mansion stage, vaguely guessed the truth from the powerful aura emanating from Zhou Chun. Each of them stared wide-eyed with excitement at Zhou Chun's location. Ha ha ha, my Zhou family has a nascent soul cultivator. My Zhou family has finally produced a nascent soul true person. When Zhou Mingde joyfully revealed the truth, all the Zhou family cultivators within the mountain gate trembled, looking incredulously towards the source of the laughter. Congratulations, clan leader, on achieving nascent soul cultivation and attaining true enlightenment. Zhou Zhiying was the first Zhou family golden core cultivator to recover, immediately bowing deeply to Zhou Chun with a joyful expression, his voice booming. After he spoke, Lin Honggai also snapped out of her daze and quickly echoed his congratulations. Congratulations, clan leader, on achieving nascent soul cultivation. Longevity is within your grasp. Although she was also an elder, there was still a distance between them, and she dared not flaunt her seniority at this moment. With these two golden core cultivators leading the way, soon all the other Zhou family cultivators bowed and offered their congratulations to Zhou Chun. Congratulations, clan chief, on achieving nascent soul and attaining enlightenment. The deafening cries of congratulations echoed throughout the Zhou family's mountain gate, a sea of sound. Regarding Zhou Chun's return after forming his nascent soul, some were overjoyed, while others were utterly horrified. Inside the Zhou family's mountain gate, Li Mingxun, the golden core elder of the Yang sect, who had been counting down the days until the deadline to send Zhou Mingde on his way, now stood outside his cave, looking in Zhou Chun's direction, his eyes filled with disbelief. He never imagined that Zhou Chun would return in such a way. When he first received the mission to test the Zhou family, he hadn't taken it seriously, thinking his senior brother, the sect leader, was overthinking it. In a mere few decades, even if Zhou Chun was incredibly talented, he should have even broken through the late-stage golden core barrier. How could he have secretly prepared to form his nascent soul? Is forming a nascent soul and achieving nascent soul cultivation so easy? But because his senior brother, the sect leader, invoked the sect's ancestors' will, he had no choice but to agree. Zhou Mingde's repeated evasiveness infuriated him, finally solidifying his resolve to teach the Zhou family a lesson. Therefore, he deliberately exaggerated his probing attempts with the Zhou family to make the sect take it more seriously. Sure enough, he finally received the decree from the Purple Sun ancestor. After revealing the decree, Li Mingxun had already guessed Zhou Mingde's intentions, but he didn't care, or rather, he was happy to see it happen. Making Zhou Mingde, who had been ignoring him, would perfectly showcase his abilities and allow him to vent his anger. But he never imagined that Zhou Chun would actually return within a year, and as a nascent soul cultivator no less. How is this possible? How is this possible? How could he have successfully formed a nascent soul? How could he have succeeded so quickly? Li Mingxun muttered to himself in disbelief, unable to accept this terrifying fact. An 8,000-word chapter. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, It means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 661, Zhou Chun's Sharp Edge. Kinglian Peak. While the entire Zhou family was cheering for Zhou Chun's return after achieving nascent soul cultivation, no one noticed that Li Mingxun, the arrogant and domineering golden core elder of the Yang Sect, was quietly fleeing. Yes, fleeing. Li Mingxun couldn't understand how Zhou Chun could have successfully achieved nascent soul cultivation, or how he could have done it so quickly. But he was very clear about how excessive his previous actions had been. If Zhou Chun hadn't returned as a nascent soul cultivator, even if he had returned as a late-stage golden core cultivator, his status as an elder of the Yang Sect would have allowed him to leave the Zhou family unscathed. But the status of a nascent soul cultivator was completely different. Since Zhou Chun had successfully achieved nascent soul cultivation, the Zhou family's foundation and power were now firmly established, making them a force that could absolutely rival the Yang Sect. Under such circumstances, it was hard to believe that a nascent soul cultivator who had just returned, upon learning of Li Mingxun's actions within his family, wouldn't use him to vent his anger, establish authority, and make an example of him. Although the real source of Zhou Ming's impending doom was the decree issued by Master Jiang, Zhou Chun clearly couldn't do anything to Master Jiang. Therefore, Li Mingxun, as his pawn, was undoubtedly the best target for venting his anger and establishing his authority. So, if he didn't run now, even if he didn't die, he would likely suffer a fate worse than death. Li Mingxun was aware of this, so he quickly concealed his aura, preparing to quietly leave the Zhou family while they were all celebrating and Zhou Chun hadn't noticed him. As long as he could leave the Zhou family in time and escape back to the Yang Sect's mountain gate, he would still have a chance to live. Even for the sake of his family's reputation and the sect's honor, Master Jiang obviously wouldn't hand him over. At most, he would have to kowtow to Zhou Chun a few times, and the Yang Sect would offer a substantial apology, which would likely settle the matter peacefully. However, just as Li Mingxun slipped to the entrance of the Zhou family's mountain gate and was about to leave, Zhou Zinayan's mocking words suddenly rang out in the sky. "Fellow Taoist Li, where are you headed, sneaking around like that? Why haven't you come to congratulate our clan leader?" As soon as the words fell, Li Mingxun felt Zhou Chun's gaze upon him. In an instant, cold sweat broke out on his back. He glanced at the mountain gate exit so close at hand, his eyes dimming, and he abandoned his risky idea. Under the watchful eyes of a nascent soul cultivator, even if he could break through the Zhou family's gates, what then? Did he have the ability to escape the pursuit of a nascent soul cultivator? At this moment, he truly understood what it meant to have nowhere to turn. Despair welled up in his heart, but it was quickly suppressed by the will to survive. He slowly turned around, revealing a smile more painful than a grimace, and bowed respectfully to Zhou Chun, saying, "Junior Li Mingxun of the Yang Sect congratulates Senior Zhou on achieving the great perfection of the nascent soul stage and attaining enlightenment. What's going on? Why is an elder of the Yang Sect in the family?" Zhou Chun's gaze shifted to Zhou Zinayan, who had just revealed Li Mingxun's whereabouts. He had naturally sensed the hatred in Zhou Zinayan's words and gleaned some information from Li Mingxun's furtive actions, thus forming some suspicions. Of course, Zhou Zinayan wouldn't speak well of Li Mingxun, and immediately recounted how the Yang Sect had tested and pressured the Zhou family over the years, and how Zhou Ming had almost sacrificed himself. As he spoke, Zhou Chun's previously displeased smile instantly turned grim. After Zhou Zinayan finished speaking, he immediately said in a cold voice, "Good, very good. Well done, Yang Sect. Well done, Master Ziyang." Upon hearing these chilling words, Li Mingxun trembled and immediately knelt down, begging for mercy. "Senior Zhou, please calm down. I was only acting under orders, I had no choice but to do so. I didn't intend to target the Zhou family, and I have no prior grudge against them." He, a dignified golden core cultivator and an elder of the prestigious Yang Sect, was now kneeling like a dog, begging for mercy, showing how terrified he was. However, his actions had crossed Zhou Chun's bottom line. How could he forgive him? With a single finger, Zhou Chun sealed Li Mingxun's golden core before he could react, directly sealing his cultivation. He then instructed Zhou Zinayan, "Take this man away and keep him under control. I'll deal with him later." "Yes, sir," Zhou Zinayan replied excitedly, immediately picking up the ashen-faced Li Mingxun and taking him away. Zhou Chun led everyone back to his cave, continuing to share the joy of their nascent soul stage with Zhou Ming and the others. However, after the Li Mingxun incident, Zhou Ming and the others' enthusiasm had clearly waned considerably, and they quickly calmed down, their passion gone. Seeing this, Zhou Chun then introduced Luo Qingni, who had come with him. You've met fellow Taoist Luo before. This time, fellow Taoist Luo has agreed to serve as a guest elder of the Zhou family, residing permanently in the Qinglian Mountains to contribute her strength to the Zhou family's alchemy. Hearing this, Luo Qingni, who had remained silent and hadn't disturbed their celebration, immediately bowed to Zhou Ming and said, Qingni greets ancestor. She followed Zhou Chun's example and considered herself a junior. Seeing this, Zhou Ming quickly stepped aside, saying repeatedly, fellow Taoist Luo, you're too kind. Your friendship with Zhang Chun is your own business. How could I possibly take advantage of you? From now on, let's just address each other as fellow Daoists. He then smiled sincerely and said, it's a great honor for the Zhou family to have a master alchemist like fellow Taoist Luo join us. On behalf of the Zhou family, I welcome Master Luo. Zhou Chun also spoke up at the opportune moment, saying, ancestors' words make sense. Qingni, you don't need to hold back because of our friendship. Hearing this, Luo Qingni didn't refuse any longer and immediately nodded, saying, Qingni understands. I hope you fellow Daoists will take good care of me in the future. As a late-stage golden core cultivator, she naturally didn't want to have an elder with a cultivation level lower than hers for no reason. Therefore, the actions of the two Zhou family members reassured her somewhat after arriving at the Zhou family. At least things didn't look bad at first. After introducing the surrounding Zhou family elders to her, Zhou Chun quickly instructed Zhou Xiang, Yinger, take Elder Luo to choose a cave dwelling first. Also, have Xin Yan select a few clever juniors to serve Elder Luo and help her familiarize herself with the family environment. Disciple obeys. Zhou Xin Yan replied readily, and immediately led Luo Qingni away from Zhou Chun's cave dwelling. After Luo Qingni left, Zhou Chun, Zhou Ming, and Zhou Daowei sat down in the cave dwelling to discuss the upcoming nascent soul ceremony and other matters. Before that, Zhou Chun first learned from Zhou Ming about how the Moon Wheel Sect and the Flame Sun Sect had tested the Zhou family during his years away from the family, in order to determine his future attitude towards the two families. Zhou Ming, of course, did not hide anything and quickly recounted the testing process of the two families in detail. After listening to Zhou Ming's account, Zhou Chun thoughtfully remarked, it sounds like the Moon Wheel Sect isn't too concerned about my long disappearance. Their probing is rather normal. Perhaps it's because they've had more dealings with me and assume I couldn't possibly achieve the golden core and nascent soul stage so quickly. Understanding leads to less worry. That's human nature. Zhou Ming agreed with Zhou Chun's assessment, nodding in agreement. That's probably it. The Moon Wheel Sect's previous leader had top-grade spiritual root aptitude, yet he still failed to achieve the golden core and nascent soul stage. It's normal that they think you, Zhang Chun, won't achieve it so quickly. So the Flame Sun Sect still resents our Zhou family's entry into the Azure Lotus Mountain range, ruining their plans, and is deliberately trying to interfere with and prevent me from breaking through to the late Golden Core stage, Zhou Chun said in a low voice, a fleeting glint of cold light in his eyes. He knew that even if the two nascent soul stage cultivators of the Flame Sun Sect valued him highly, they certainly wouldn't believe he could achieve the Golden Core and nascent soul stage within 100 years. Therefore, the previous probing and coercion were likely just to prevent him from breaking through to the late Golden Core stage too quickly, giving him more time and opportunities to prepare for the nascent soul stage. If he failed to form a nascent soul and was forced to return to his family, after this incident, he would probably never dare to leave his family easily again, and would have to devote most of his energy to playing mind games with the Yan Yang sect. In this way, his hope of forming a nascent soul would become even slimmer. And no matter how skillful he was in playing mind games, without the cultivation of a nascent soul, he obviously couldn't cause much damage to the Yan Yang sect. Therefore, the Yan Yang sect's plan could be considered an open scheme. However, the Yan Yang sect obviously never expected that Zhou Chun had not only broken through to the late Golden Core stage long ago, but also successfully formed a nascent soul in just a few decades. Now that he has returned with the cultivation of a nascent soul, the Yan Yang sect's originally flawless open scheme has become a joke, and has greatly offended Zhou Chun and the Zhou family. Thinking of this, a cold glint flashed in Zhou Chun's eyes, and he immediately looked at Zhou Ming and said, "Where's the decree of true immortal Jiang?" Ancestor, please let this junior see it. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming immediately patted his storage pouch at his waist and took out the golden silk decree. When Zhou Chun saw the purplish-red characters condensed from true immortal Jiang's magical power, he immediately snorted coldly, HMPH, what arrogance. He thinks he can make me offer up 3 Fire Phoenix true feathers with just a piece of scrap paper. As soon as he finished speaking, golden light surged from his palm and swept across the golden silk, instantly erasing all the purplish-red characters. Then, he also used his magical power as ink to leave a message on the golden silk. Hearing that you wish to refine a top-grade magic weapon, I am overjoyed. Now that my nascent soul has been fully formed, I will soon hold the nascent soul ceremony. I hope you can use this as a congratulatory gift. I would be immensely gratified. After writing his message on the golden silk, Zhou Chun handed it to Zhou Ming, saying, have the Yan Yang sect disciple still in the family return this item to him. In its original form, Zhou Ming hesitated, saying, Zheng Chun, isn't this a bit too extreme? You've only just successfully formed your nascent soul. He only finished his sentence halfway, but the rest was easy to understand. It was only because of his special status that he dared to question Zhou Chun's strength so openly. Anyone else, even if they thought the same thing, certainly wouldn't dare to say it. Zhou Chun smiled slightly and said, don't worry, elder. Although I've only just successfully formed my nascent soul, my strength is definitely not much inferior to that old scoundrel Jiang. Besides, we're both at the early nascent soul stage. What can he do to me? He then sighed softly. The Zhou family has been restricted for too long. I've had enough of living a life of subservience to everyone. Now that I've successfully formed my nascent soul, I should enjoy life to the fullest. Hearing his words, Zhou Ming felt both worried and excited. Indeed, just as Zhou Chun said, the Zhou family had been restricted for far too long. Despite previously being the third largest power in Jing Kingdom, even their own family's mountain gate was supervised by cultivators from other forces. Half of the produce they had painstakingly accumulated through manpower and resources was taken away. This kind of colonization and oppression had long been a source of resentment for the Zhou family's higher-ups. They had only had to endure it because the family lacked a true nascent soul cultivator of their own to support them. Now that Zhou Chun has successfully formed his nascent soul, what reason does the Zhou family have to continue to tolerate this inequality? Thinking of this, Zhou Ming nodded emphatically, yes, Zheng Chun, you're right. We've endured for too long, we've almost forgotten what it feels like to be in charge. He then said excitedly, anyway, you've already successfully formed your nascent soul, so what's wrong with a fight? If we don't fight them, how can they easily give up the meat they've eaten? Zhou Ming has never been a coward, nor is he lacking in the will to take risks. The reason he could endure before was because only by enduring could he protect the family, and only by enduring could he wait for the hope of a counterattack to appear. His endurance was not for the sake of enduring, but for a more fierce counterattack. Now that the Zhou family has the strength and confidence to fight back, how can he still shrink back? Ha ha ha, this is the elder I remember, this is the spirit you should have. Zhou Chun laughed heartily, agreeing with and praising Zhou Ming's statement. Hearing this, Zhou Ming waved his hands repeatedly and laughed, I'm getting old. With Zheng Chun in charge of the Zhou family and Aoyu returning to assist, I can finally relax and rest. I'll also travel around sometime, so my life won't be in vain that I've achieved core formation. These words revealed his immense joy and relief. Zhou Chun and Zhou Daoyu couldn't help but laugh as well. Zhou Daoyu then said, since you've said so, I'll take care of Zheng Chun's nascent soul ceremony. You should rest now, haha. That's great. Dao Yi, you're back to your old ways. It'll be a good opportunity for the younger generation of the family to get to know you. Zhou Ming laughed heartily, readily agreeing. After the higher-ups had discussed and finalized some matters, Zhou Chun secretly went to the cave of true person Xianjing to meet him. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Zhou, on achieving the great success of nascent soul in attaining the Dao. Inside the cave, true person Xianjing congratulated Zhou Chun upon his arrival. After a period of reflection, true person Xianjing's mind had calmed down, and he no longer pondered how Zhou Chun had managed to form his nascent soul so quickly. He knew that none of that mattered anymore. What mattered was that Zhou Chun had successfully formed his nascent soul, and his waiting had finally borne fruit. In response to true person Xianjing's congratulations, Zhou Chun smiled gently and said, I must thank fellow Taoist Xianjing for your insights and information on forming the nascent soul. They have been of great help to me. Oh, fellow Taoist Zhou, did you go to the place I mentioned before? Could it be that there really is innate golden aura there? True person Xianjing's mind stirred, and he looked at Zhou Chun with some surprise. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately said, I haven't discovered any innate golden aura, but I have found these things. Fellow Taoist Xianjing is very knowledgeable. Do you know what these are? He then summoned his natal magic weapon, showing the remaining golden liquid in the golden bone bowl to Xianjing's Henren for examination, and also took out the golden beast bones for him to praise. Seeing this, Xianjing's Henren became very curious and began to examine the origins of the two items. And Xianjing's Henren, worthy of having received the mantle of the mid-stage nascent soul cultivator Zhuanjing's Henren, actually made some discoveries after his examination. His eyes gleamed as he looked at Zhou Chun and said, the golden liquid in this bowl is somewhat similar to the Taiyuan golden dew that is rumored among our human race. If it really is that kind of spiritual object, fellow Taoist Zhou, you've struck it rich. This is a legendary immortal spiritual object that is said to help break through the barrier of the nascent soul stage. As for these beast bones, judging from their characteristics, they are either the remains of a fifth-order high-grade demon king with some kind of metal attribute divine beast bloodline, or the remains of a metal attribute spirit demon king who has survived the heavenly tribulation and cultivated to the fifth-order high-grade realm. At this point, he couldn't help but look at Zhou Chun and ask, fellow Taoist Zhou, was able to successfully transform your core and form your nascent soul because you used this spiritual object in a bowl that is suspected to be Taiyuan golden dew. Clearly, he was still very curious about how Zhou Chun managed to transform his core and form his nascent soul so quickly. Zhou Chun could have chosen not to answer, but after some thought, he shook his head and said, no, that's not it. My successful nascent soul formation was due to the nascent soul pill. This item will indeed help my subsequent cultivation. He then carefully collected the golden bone bowl and the golden beast bones. Seeing this, true person Xianjing felt immense regret. It was a pity his path to immortality was cut off, otherwise, the spiritual object, suspected to be Taiyuan golden dew, would have been extremely useful to him, as he also cultivated a metal attribute cultivation method. If the golden beast bones were as he suspected, left behind by a fifth-tier high-grade metal attribute demon king, they would be even more formidable refining materials, perfectly suitable for crafting spiritual treasures. This made him envious of Zhou Chun's good fortune. He had discovered the treasure land first, yet Zhou Chun ultimately benefited. But despite his envy, he didn't express any dissatisfaction. He merely looked at Zhou Chun with surprise and said, fellow Taoist Zhou actually consumed the nascent soul pill? Could it be that you, like me, received the inheritance of a senior cultivator? He had actually revealed the truth in one sentence. However, this was not surprising, because a spiritual item like the nascent soul pill was something that a cultivator of Zhou Chun's background could hardly obtain, except through inheriting the legacy of a predecessor. Even if you were willing to exchange spiritual treasures for such a spiritual item, and even if someone was willing to exchange with him, he might not be able to keep it. Zhou Chun also knew that with his rapid success in forming his nascent soul, the outside world would definitely speculate about what kind of opportunity he had obtained. Rather than let them speculate wildly and the rumors become more and more exaggerated, it was better to give them the truth himself. Therefore, he nodded calmly and said, fellow Taoist Xianjing's words are not entirely accurate, but they are not far off. Although he did not reveal the details, he almost admitted that he had received the legacy of a senior cultivator. Upon hearing his answer, Master Xianjing nodded in realization, saying, no wonder fellow Taoist Zhou, you have been able to create miracles time and again, achieving nascent soul formation so quickly. It turns out you possess such a fortuitous opportunity. He himself had received such an opportunity, and therefore knew how immense the benefits were. If he hadn't been somewhat foolish back then, rashly confronting Master King Xiao, who had been concealing his strength, he would be living a carefree life now. Thinking of this, his hatred intensified. His gaze darkened, and he quickly looked at Zhou Chun, saying, I have already informed the Moon Wheel Sect and the Flame Sun Sect of fellow Taoist Zhou's successful return after forming his nascent soul. I expect they will react soon. He then looked intently at Zhou Chun and asked, now that you have successfully formed your nascent soul, fellow Taoist Zhou, do you still stand by your promise to me? Zhou Chun raised an eyebrow and replied, I always keep my word. Since I promised fellow Taoist Xianjing, I naturally will not go back on my word. He then solemnly warned him, However, fellow Taoist Xianjing, you should also be careful not to make any unreasonable demands. Don't worry, fellow Taoist Zhou, I understand. Xianjing's Henren grinned, seemingly very pleased. Meanwhile, the news of Zhou Chun's successful return, delivered by Xianjing's Henren to the nascent soul stage cultivators of the Moonwheel Sect and the Flame Sun Sect, instantly shocked the patriarchs of both sects. This is impossible. How could that kid have successfully formed his nascent soul? How could he have done it so quickly? This is absolutely impossible. Inside the Moonwheel Sect's mountain gate, True Person Silver Moon, upon seeing the message sent by True Person Heavenly Mirror, stood up from his jade couch in a state of shock, shouting impossible, with an incredulous expression. It was fortunate that he was inside his cave, protected by array formations that isolated him from outside noise. Otherwise, if the younger disciples of the Moonwheel Sect had overheard this, it would have greatly damaged his image. Of course, True Person Silver Moon couldn't care less about his image at this moment. His mind was only focused on one thing: how did Zhou Chun manage to do it? He didn't doubt the veracity of True Person Heavenly Mirror's message, because True Person Heavenly Mirror would never dare to play tricks on him on such an important matter. But how exactly did Zhou Chun manage to do this? True Person Silver Moon had personally met Zhou Chun, knew the details of Zhou Chun's cultivation technique, and was even more aware of Zhou Chun's spiritual root aptitude. In his view, even if Zhou Chun could find an ordinary nascent soul cultivation artifact, his success rate in forming a nascent soul would likely be less than 10%, far lower than that of the Heavenly Mirror True Person back then. Moreover, decades ago, Zhou Chun was only at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. Even if the intelligence was wrong and Zhou Chun concealed his cultivation level, how could he have formed a nascent soul so quickly in just a few decades? Even their Moonwheel Sect's previous leader, with top-grade spiritual roots and having already reached the peak of the Golden Core stage, and having confirmed he could use the nascent soul pill to form a nascent soul, still patiently prepared for nearly 100 years before daring to take that step. But even so, he ultimately failed. So how did Zhou Chun manage to form a nascent soul so quickly? What kind of extraordinary encounters did he have during his decades of disappearance? Thinking of this, Silver Moon True Person almost couldn't resist immediately going to the Azure Lotus Mountains to find out the truth. Currently ranked 315th in monthly votes, if he gets into the top 300 tonight, I'll add another chapter. Chapter 662 Old Thief Jiang. How could this be? Deep within a cave dwelling of the Yang Sect's mountain gate, Master Ziyang, upon receiving Master Xianjing's message, was also filled with shock and disbelief, exclaiming in astonishment. His reaction was no less intense than Master Yin Yu's, perhaps even more so. He even initially suspected that Master Xianjing was deceiving him. But reason quickly told him that Master Xianjing wouldn't lie to him about such a matter. How could this be? Master Ziyang slumped back onto his futon, speechless for a long, blank expression. He simply couldn't understand how Zhou Chun had managed to break through to the late Golden Core stage so quickly and successfully transform his core into a nascent soul. But since this had happened, whether he understood it or not was no longer important. What mattered was how to deal with the changes it brought. At this moment, he quickly recalled the decree he had issued at the request of the sect leader. Then his face quickly darkened, and he muttered to himself, "This is bad. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have sent out that decree." He hadn't thought much of it when he sent it out. After all, even if Zhou Chun had broken through to the late Golden Core stage, he probably wouldn't dare to directly disobey the decree. At most, he would try to use his connections to plead for him. He was also prepared for Silver Moon True Person to intervene and sabotage it. From the Moonwheel Sect's perspective, they didn't want their Flame Sun Sect to exploit Zhou Chun and refine another top-grade magic weapon. As long as they could force Zhou Chun to return and show himself, and prevent him from easily going out to seek the nascent soul stage opportunity, keeping him obediently in Jing Kingdom, that would be enough to achieve their goal. However, who could have imagined that Zhou Chun would return as they wished, but not as a late Golden Core cultivator, but as a powerful nascent soul cultivator? The late Golden Core stage and the early nascent soul stage may seem to differ by only one realm, but in reality, they are worlds apart. If Master Jiang were to put himself in Zhou Chun's shoes, he would know just how furious he would be after reading that decree. However, returning to his own perspective, he couldn't help but sigh softly. I hope this brat will be more sensible, then I might as well present him with a generous gift at his nascent soul ceremony. He still couldn't resist a sliver of hope that Zhou Chun would spare Li Mingxun, the golden core elder of the Yan Yang sect, out of consideration for the Yan Yang sect and himself. However, just one day later, when he received the golden decree from his subordinates, he was immediately enraged by the words Zhou Chun had left on it. "How dare this brat deceive me?" A furious roar erupted from Master Jiang's mouth, and a ball of purplish-red flames rose before him, quickly burning the golden decree to ashes. Then, this nascent soul cultivator of the Yan Yang sect swiftly flew away from the mountain gate, like a blazing purple sun, heading eastward directly towards the Qinglian Mountains east of Jing Kingdom. Meanwhile, a few hours before Master Jiang received the golden edict, Zhou Chun, after finishing his meeting with Master Xinjing, finally had time to deal with Li Mingxun, the golden core elder of the Yan Yang sect whom he had previously sealed and suppressed. He was naturally too lazy to waste words with his self-destructive fellow and directly and brutally chose to perform a soul search. As he expected, a golden core elder from a major sect like Li Mingxun either cultivated a secret technique to resist soul searches or had a protective restriction placed on his soul by a nascent soul stage master from the sect. He encountered such a protective restriction during the soul search. Forcibly breaking through this restriction would trigger a backlash, causing the opponent's soul to collapse. Although Zhou Chun didn't intend to let Li Mingxun live, he also didn't plan to kill him so quickly. Therefore, after encountering the protective restriction during the soul search, he didn't force a breakthrough but instead gave up. Even so, Li Mingxun was terrified. Upon waking, he repeatedly kowtowed, pleading, "Senior, spare my life. Senior, spare my life. What do you want to know? I will tell you everything I know. Please, Senior, have mercy and spare my life." "How? Since you're so sensible, I'll spare your life for now." Zhou Chun smiled faintly and immediately asked about the matters he cared about. He didn't ask about the secrets of the Yan Yang sect, because even if Li Mingxun knew, he certainly wouldn't dare to speak of them, as doing so would likely lead to his death. Therefore, he mainly asked about the situation of the two nascent soul stage cultivators of the Yan Yang sect, especially the situation of Ziyang Zhenrun. Li Mingxun certainly knew the situation of his two nascent soul stage cultivators, at least more reliably than the rumors circulating outside. And although revealing this information would offend a senior from his own sect, Li Mingxun obviously dared not remain silent. Through interrogating Li Mingxun, Zhou Chun gained a relatively deep understanding of the supernatural abilities of True Person Jiang and True Person Beiang, another nascent soul cultivator from the Yan Yang sect. According to Li Mingxun's information, True Person Jiang was currently in charge of the Yan Yang sect, and it was always True Person Jiang who traveled outside. The younger True Person Beiang was said to have encountered some problems in his cultivation and hadn't left the Yan Yang sect's mountain gate for many years, only occasionally appearing before the disciples to prove he was still within the sect. As for True Person Jiang's supernatural abilities, besides the several magical treasures he had used repeatedly, what Zhou Chun found most noteworthy was the Yan Yang sect's inherited spiritual treasure. The Yan Yang sect also possessed an inherited spiritual treasure, said to have been personally crafted by its founder, called the Yan Yang Treasure Mirror, a mirror-like spiritual treasure with incredible supernatural powers. Li Mingxun didn't know what powerful abilities the Blazing Sun Treasure Mirror possessed, but in the stories passed down through generations of Blazing Sun sect cultivators, its power was unfathomable, praised as invincible. Zhou Chun could only smile and remain non-committal. Outsiders might think that with his fire attribute cultivation technique and a spiritual treasure perfectly suited to it, True Person Jiang would have a significant advantage over Zhou Chun, a newly promoted nascent soul cultivator. However, only he knew that True Person Jiang, who cultivated fire attribute techniques, would gain absolutely no advantage against him. Although he cultivated metal attribute techniques, his strongest ability was currently the ice attribute divine power, which countered fire. Moreover, he had 4 spirit pets that could set up the heavenly annihilation 4 symbols formation, a feat even a nascent soul cultivator could contend with. Therefore, after clarifying what he wanted, Zhou Chun ignored Li Mingxun's pleas for mercy and returned directly to his cave. As the enraged Master Jiang flew towards the Azure Lotus Mountains without concealing his aura, Zhou Chun sensed his presence even hundreds of miles away. He immediately raised an eyebrow and leaped out of the family's protective array. The Zhou family's protective array, the Yuwood Coiling Dragon Array, was a toy in front of a nascent soul cultivator, utterly useless. Therefore, he couldn't allow the enraged Master Jiang to reach the gate before appearing, Otherwise, he didn't know if the latter would take the opportunity to cause trouble and deliberately damage the Zhou family's mountain gate. When Zhou Chun's figure appeared in the azure heavens, the purple-red escape light that Master Jiang had transformed into instantly slowed down considerably, no longer as unrestrained as before. Once he entered within 100 li of Zhou Chun spoke first with a smile, saying, "Fellow Taoist Jiang, you've come from so far away in such a hurry, why didn't you send someone to inform me first? I could have prepared a small feast to entertain you." Hearing this question, which he already knew the answer to, True Person Jiang merely glanced at him coldly, stopped, and looked at him, saying, "Why I've come, fellow Taoist Zhou, don't you know perfectly well." He had indeed come filled with anger, but he had calmed down after flying all the way, and he wouldn't attack Zhou Chun immediately upon meeting him. Doing so would only earn him a bad reputation for suppressing a junior, and wouldn't bring him much benefit. It would be better to first establish a moral high ground, and then find an opportunity to teach Zhou Chun a lesson. This way, he could vent his anger without incurring infamy. But what he didn't expect was that Zhou Chun had seen through his plan at a glance. Faced with his questioning, Zhou Chun feigned innocence, saying, "I truly am unaware of this." Then, as if remembering something, he suddenly looked at him with delight and said, "Could it be that fellow Taoist Jiang has learned of my return after achieving nascent soul cultivation and has come to offer his congratulations? If so, I am truly flattered." These words immediately caused Jiang's Henren to lose his composure, and he was so angry he laughed. He blurted out, "What a sharp-tongued junior. You've already done it, and you still don't have the guts to admit it." After cursing, he looked at Zhou Chun with a mocking expression and continued to ridicule, "Since you, Yuan Taoist, have successfully achieved nascent soul cultivation, you'll be a significant figure in Jing Kingdom. I never imagined you'd only know how to play such petty tricks. It's a waste of my high regard for you." Hearing his sarcasm, Zhou Chun remained unmoved, seemingly not angry at all. After he finished speaking, Zhou Chun chuckled lightly and said, "Fellow Taoist Jiang, I dare not accept such praise. If we're talking about petty tricks, how could I possibly compare to you?" At this point, his gaze sharpened, his eyes flashing with cold light as he looked at True Person Jiang and said fiercely, "You old thief Jiang, you dare to bully my elders while I'm away from the family. What do you think my Zhou family is? Are we your slaves of the Yang sect? You shameless old thief, what right do you have to demand treasures from me? What face do you have to bark outside my Zhou family?" Zhou Chun spoke these words in one breath, his voice booming like thunder, echoing for hundreds of miles. As soon as he finished speaking, True Person Jiang's face darkened, and his eyes blazed with fury. He, True Person Jiang, had been a core formation cultivator for nearly 1,000 years. He had never been so openly insulted. Even a nascent soul stage cultivator like Master Kung Su would give him some face and address him as a fellow Taoist. Yet now, he was being publicly insulted by Zhou Chun, a mere junior, a generation younger than his own disciple. How could he tolerate this? It was utterly intolerable. He immediately roared, "You dare to do this, junior? Today I'll teach you a lesson and show you what it means to respect your elders." Before he finished speaking, a streak of crimson light shot from his mouth, instantly piercing the sky and appearing before Zhou Chun. "You shameless old thief Jiang, how dare you ambush a junior like me?" Zhou Chun shouted, and a giant sword light shot out, intercepting the crimson light and revealing its true form. It was, in fact, a strange, cone-shaped flying sword, a top-grade magic weapon flying sword. The founder of the Yang sect once forged a spiritual treasure, Yang Treasure Mirror. This sect is renowned for its weapon forging skills, with generations of master weapon forging experts, so naturally, it wouldn't lack top-grade magic weapons. It's not surprising that True Person Ziyang could forge such a top-grade magic weapon flying sword. However, it was Zhou Chun's ability to summon a top-grade magic weapon flying sword that slightly surprised True Person Ziyang. He glanced at the Azure Sky Illusion Sword, fiercely battling the Crimson Fang Sword, in the air, and couldn't help but let out a cold snort. Immediately, he formed hand seals, and billowing purple flames emerged from his body, condensing into a purple fire dragon that rushed towards Zhou Chun. This was his true fire divine power, Purple Yang Heavenly Fire, which he had cultivated to the 5th level. The temperature of those purple flames was even higher than the infant fire of a nascent soul cultivator, and no less than the natal demonic fire of some 5th-level fire attribute demon kings. Zhou Chun was a newly promoted nascent soul cultivator. Aside from his innate divine ability, He likely hadn't yet cultivated any of his other divine abilities to the 5th level. This particular divine ability was enough to force him to reveal his trump cards. However, facing the oncoming purple fire dragon, Zhou Chun's response once again surprised Master Jiang. Golden light surged from Zhou Chun's body, and a phantom of a golden cauldron instantly condensed in the air. His innate divine ability, Golden Cauldron Domain, manifested, and countless golden rays directly repelled the attacking purple fire dragon. The golden light and the raging flames collided and clashed in midair, neither gaining the upper hand for a moment. Such a powerful domain divine ability. This boy's foundation is incredibly strong. Master Jiang's expression changed slightly. Through this powerful domain divine ability, he gained a deeper understanding of Zhou Chun's formidable foundation. This increased his wariness of Zhou Chun. However, if Zhou Chun only wanted to rely on his domain divine ability to defend against his attack, that was wishful thinking. He then formed hand seals, and with a change of technique, the purple fire dragon instantly dissipated, transforming into a blazing purple flame. This flame, though small, only about 3 feet tall, emitted such intense heat that it distorted the air itself. The golden light manifested by the Golden Cauldron Domain was easily incinerated by the heat, unable to approach within 30 feet. This purple flame was the primordial seed of the Purple Sun Heavenly Fire, a true fire divine power painstakingly cultivated by true person Purple Sun for over 1,000 years. Ordinary high-grade magic treasures would melt within a few breaths before this flame, and even top-grade magic treasures would be damaged upon contact. True person Purple Sun rarely used this primordial seed as an attack tool in battle, for while it posed a significant threat, it also risked damaging his painstakingly cultivated primordial seed, making it a losing proposition. Today, he made an exception and released this primordial fire seed, taking advantage of Zhou Chun's status as a newly promoted nascent soul cultivator, who probably hadn't yet had time to cultivate any powerful divine abilities. Furthermore, the Zhou family's foundation was shallow, so they likely didn't possess any treasures capable of harming this primordial fire seed. Thinking this, and seeing that Zhou Chun's domain-based divine abilities were indeed no match for his true fire divine might, a smile flashed across his face. With a thought, he transformed the primordial fire seed into a fire dragon only a few feet long, which lunged at Zhou Chun. Wherever the fire dragon passed, the golden domain of light crumbled inch by inch, utterly unable to withstand the divine might of this fire. But just when true person Jiang thought that even if this attack couldn't severely injure Zhou Chun, it would at least make Zhou Chun flustered and suffer some injuries, something he deeply regretted happened. It turned out that Zhou Chun, seeing that the purple fire dragon was unstoppable and couldn't be resisted by domain-based divine abilities, immediately stopped concealing himself and spat out the moon-toad pearl, a spiritual treasure, directly unleashing a Tai in extinction divine light upon it. In an instant, the white cold light clashed with the purple fire dragon in mid-air, directly shattering the purple fire dragon back into a ball of true purple fire, its size shrinking by nearly a third. This was equivalent to instantly destroying centuries of cultivation for true person Jiang. This result caused true person Jiang's vision to blur, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood. "I'll kill you, you brat!" A furious roar of utter grief and indignation erupted from true person Jiang's mouth. He quickly withdrew his severely damaged primordial fire seed, and simultaneously spat out a beam of fiery red spiritual light, manifesting a fiery red mirror in midair. This square, fiery red mirror was none other than the inherited spiritual treasure of the Flame Sun Sect, the Flame Sun Treasure Mirror. At this moment, true person Jiang was clearly truly enraged. Not even caring why Zhou Chun possessed a complete spiritual treasure, he only wanted Zhou Chun to pay a bloody price for his actions. With a surge of his magical power, the fiery red mirror blazed brightly, unleashing a terrifyingly powerful beam of fiery red divine light that locked onto Zhou Chun. This beam of light was incredibly fast, almost comparable to teleportation. Unless anticipated, no escape technique seemed effective against it. Fortunately, having activated the magical treasure, Zhou Chun naturally didn't forget to cast the Tai-in protective immortal robe on himself. When the fiery red light struck him, he felt a chill and hurriedly activated the moon-toad pearl to reinforce his defenses. The fiery red light and the white ice light clashed before Zhou Chun, creating a dazzling spectacle of ice and fire shining together in the heavens. The power of the two magical treasures, one ice and one fire, was pushed to its limit by the two nascent soul stage cultivators. After a brief stalemate, Master Jiang, realizing that continuing in this manner would only increase his own energy expenditure, proactively changed his tactics. He formed hand seals and activated a flaming sun mirror in the sky. Suddenly, a phoenix cry rang out from within the mirror, and countless profound and intricate flame runes surged forth from its surface, coalescing in mid-air into a fiery red phoenix. This fiery red phoenix, though clearly composed of flames, possessed complete plumage, its eyes imbued with spirituality, and an aura of noble majesty naturally arose. Despite its small size, only about 10 feet long, it gave Zhou Chun the feeling of facing a colossal beast, his mind screaming with alarm. Sensing danger, he immediately let out a low growl and swallowed a moon-toad pearl, without hesitation, transforming himself into a giant white toad. Seeing Zhou Chun suddenly transform from a human cultivator into a demon beast, Master Jiang's pupils constricted in surprise. But he was already on the verge of action and had no choice but to act. He then locked his divine sense onto the white giant toad that Zhou Chun had transformed into, and with a shout, the fiery red phoenix let out a clear cry and swooped down towards the white giant toad. The moment this bird moved, the terrifying power contained within its body was released. Wherever it passed, space seemed to melt, distorting in a manner far more severe than the effects of the primordial fire of the purple sun immortal. This demonstrated the terrifying temperature of the flames on this fire phoenix. Seeing the fire phoenix rushing towards him, Zhou Chun knew he had no chance of escape. He could only croak like a frog and fully activate his Taine protective immortal robe to fight the fire phoenix. But this time, he seemed to have truly met his match. The terrifying flames on the fire phoenix seemed similar to the legendary, world-destroying flame, truly terrifying and powerful. Even though Zhou Chun, transformed into a moon toad, had fully activated his protective abilities, he still felt a burning pain under the intense heat of the flames, and blisters formed all over his skin. Fortunately, this fire phoenix was not a true demon king, but rather a divine power activated by the blazing sun treasure mirror. In the clash of blows, its form shrank, and its power continuously diminished. If Zhou Chun could hold out until it dissipated, he would be victorious. He also believed that such a powerful move would significantly deplete the original power of the blazing sun treasure mirror, making it unlikely that true person Jiang could continuously activate it. Sure enough, seeing that Zhou Chun, transformed into a moon toad, though disheveled, firmly blocked the fire phoenix's attack, true person Jiang's expression changed. Damn it, where did this junior get such a powerful spiritual treasure and bizarre supernatural abilities? Even the world-destroying flame phoenix couldn't defeat him. Only now, unable to break through, did his anger subside, and he finally realized the trouble. He had essentially used his biggest trump card. If he still failed to defeat Zhou Chun in this battle, he would truly lose face and become the backdrop for Zhou Chun's rise to fame. This was something he could not tolerate. It seems that without paying a price today, it will truly be difficult to defeat this junior. A fierce glint appeared in his eyes, and he immediately made a decision. He slightly opened his mouth, and a purplish-red spiritual light shot out, transforming into a purplish-red 8 Scenes Palace Lantern. This is his natal magic weapon, the 8 Scenes of the Mysterious Gate Lamp, a very special kind of magic weapon. Under normal circumstances, Master Jiang rarely uses this natal magic weapon, because he has no shortage of magic weapons and many other methods at his disposal. Only when he truly encounters an opponent he cannot defeat will he not hesitate to summon this natal magic weapon. Bonus Chapter Chapter 663 Fame shakes the 4 directions. The 8 Scenery Palace Lantern spun rapidly in the sky. Master Jiang bit his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood essence onto the treasure. Instantly, the originally soft light of the 8 Scenery Palace Lantern burst forth with a dazzling purplish-red light. This purplish-red light, under Master Jiang's control, quickly transformed into a purplish-red light cable and connected with a fire phoenix. Then, as if refueled in midair, the fire phoenix, whose power had been waning, suddenly surged with renewed vigor and began to move again. This scene, witnessed by Zhou Chun, caused his eyes to widen in astonishment. He hadn't expected Master Jiang's natal magic weapon to have such an effect. It was actually a rare auxiliary magic weapon. Even more surprising was that this treasure even enhanced a spiritual treasure like the blazing sun treasure mirror. This unexpected situation immediately put him in a predicament. If he continued to rely on a defensive strategy of attrition, even if he managed to hold out, he would inevitably suffer serious injuries, severely burned by the high temperature released by the fire phoenix. Furthermore, He didn't know if Master Jiang had any even stronger offensive methods yet. The saying prolonged defense inevitably leads to defeat applied, and this path was clearly not a good one. Thinking this, Zhou Chun no longer hesitated. He communicated with his spirit within the moon-toad pearl, immediately releasing half of the Zuanming cold key that the treasure had absorbed and stored at the Zuanming water eye. The reason why spirit treasures differ so greatly in power from magic weapons is that, with a spirit, they can absorb external spiritual energy and convert it into their own spiritual power. The amount of spiritual power a spirit treasure can store depends on the strength of the spirit's spirituality and the quality of the magic weapon itself. The spirit of the moon-toad pearl possessed extremely strong spirituality and a solid foundation, thus storing a great deal of spiritual power. However, for a spirit treasure, this spiritual power was crucial to ensuring it could still protect itself after losing its master, and it wouldn't be used lightly. When a spirit treasure's master activated it in battle, it consumed its own magical power, consuming very little of the spirit treasure's own spiritual power. Only when encountering an extremely formidable opponent will the spirit treasure unleash its accumulated spiritual power to unleash even greater might. At this moment, as the spirit of the moon-toad pearl unleashed a large amount of its stored Zuanming cold key, the divine power of the Taiyang protective immortal robe surged dramatically. Dense white icy light erupted from the white giant toad, seemingly freezing the surrounding void. The fire phoenix, which had been bolstered by a tonic, was immediately struck by the white icy light, forced to retreat repeatedly, its flames rapidly flickering and shrinking. But Zhou Chun gave it no space to dodge, immediately opening his mouth and spitting out a thick white beam of light that pierced through the air and struck the fire phoenix. This time, the fire phoenix had no way to avoid it, and was directly forced to transform into a fiery red sun to collide head-on with the white beam of light. Intense red and white radiance bloomed in the azure sky, the terrifying power annihilating all the gales within a radius of dozens of miles, creating a vacuum area. After this extreme collision and sublimation, the fiery red sun and the white pillar of light finally exhausted their power and dissipated, a mutual destruction. Very well, so you've already used the power of the spiritual treasure's origin? Let's see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. Master Jiang looked at the moon toad that Zhou Chun had transformed into with a grim expression and sneered repeatedly. His hand seals changed again, and the blazing sun treasure mirror in mid-air immediately erupted with flames, condensing into fireballs as large as houses, which shot towards Zhou Chun with a roar. Seeing this, Zhou Chun condensed layers of icy shields all over his body, while simultaneously opening his mouth and spitting out a beam of earth-yellow spiritual light, which transformed into a snake-man puppet with a human body and a snake tail. This snake-man puppet was the fifth-order puppet that Zhou Zhiang had inherited from Master Zuanfan. When Zhou Chun returned to his family, he had already prepared for a battle against two nascent soul-stage cultivators. Therefore, on his way back, he had Zhou Zhiang lend him the top-grade magic weapon, the Azure Sky Illusion Sword, which he didn't yet need, for refinement, and also lent him the snake-man puppet as a trump card. Originally, if he could defeat true person Jiang with his own abilities, Zhou Chun wouldn't have revealed the snake man puppet as a trump card. However, seeing the opponent's formidable strength, which he couldn't easily defeat, Zhou Chun decided not to hold back. At this moment, the snake man puppet appeared, its eyes flashing with starlight as it unleashed an illusionary technique on true person Jiang. When it tested Zhou Zhiang, it had only used less than 1/10 of the power of this illusionary technique. Now, under Zhou Chun's control, it unleashed its full power, and the illusionary technique immediately displayed its terrifying might. Even a powerful nascent soul cultivator like Master Jiang, who had overcome the heart demon tribulation, was momentarily distracted by the vortex of starlight in its eyes, losing his focus for a split second. How could Zhou Chun miss such an opportunity? He withstood the bombardment of fireballs and spat out the 9 annihilation ice needles, which silently shot towards Master Jiang's vital points. Simultaneously, the Azure Sky Illusion Sword, which had been entangled with the Crimson Fang Sword, took advantage of the opponent's temporary loss of contact with its master, greatly reducing its agility. It created a clone, deceiving the Crimson Flying Sword, and its main body instantly accelerated towards Master Jiang, shooting through the air. This series of attacks was completed in the blink of an eye. Master Jiang, distracted by the illusion, had no time to prepare. However, the spirit of the blazing sun treasure mirror seemed to sense its master's danger and automatically emitted a crimson flame to protect Master Jiang. Although it was a spiritual treasure, it wasn't a defensive one. The crimson flames that automatically protected their owner were only adequate for defending against attacks from golden core cultivators. They were far from sufficient against nascent soul cultivators. The 9 ice needles were even faster, piercing through the crimson flames' protection in the blink of an eye. Just as they were about to strike true person Jiang, another burst of crimson flames suddenly erupted from his body, transforming into a wave of fire that spread outwards, forming a crimson ring of fire in midair. Under normal circumstances, such a sudden counterattack would likely cause the target to be swept away, even if not dispersed by the wave. However, the 9 annihilation ice needles were specifically designed for breaking through barriers and piercing through defenses. At this moment, like a flying fish cutting through the waves, it directly pierced through the fire wave and struck various parts of true person Jiang's body. However, what slightly troubled Zhou Chun was that the 9 invisible ice needles hadn't truly inflicted serious damage on true person Jiang. Because beneath his robes, this fellow also wore a defensive inner armor of the magic weapon level, and a high-grade one at that. The 5 invisible ice needles aimed at his chest were deflected as if they had struck iron. The 2 invisible ice needles aimed at his eyes were also deflected by a sudden burst of fire. In the end, only the 2 invisible ice needles aimed at his arms successfully hit their target and pierced his body. As the ice needles entered his body, Master Jiang let out a miserable scream and broke free from the illusion. Then, flames blazed brightly on his body, forming a protective shield that blocked the incoming azure sky phantom sword, allowing him to dodge the attack with a slight sway. Immediately afterward, a crimson gold shield magic weapon flew out from his sleeve, swirling around him and blocking several strikes from the azure sky phantom sword, successfully holding out until the crimson fang sword returned to defense. Taking advantage of this brief moment, he forcibly expelled the 2 invisible ice needles piercing his body using his magic power. This series of responses fully demonstrated his combat experience and skills as a veteran nascent soul cultivator. However, no matter how many tricks he used or how exquisite his magic weapons were, it was all in vain against an opponent whose strength far surpassed his own. The snake man puppet raised its hand and waved, producing a golden spear and an earthen yellow shield in its hands. Holding the spear in one hand and the shield in the other, it charged towards true person Jiang with a flick of its snake tail. True person Jiang had already suffered a great loss at the hands of the snake man puppet, so how could he dare to underestimate this 5th-tier puppet? He let out a low shout and immediately activated the blazing sun treasure mirror, shining a fiery red divine light at the snake man puppet. Faced with the attack, the snake man puppet immediately raised its shield to block. Yellow light surged from the shield, merging with the yellow light emanating from its body to form an earthen yellow shield that firmly protected it. The fiery red divine light, which Shiv and Zhou Chun dared not underestimate, was directly blocked by the snake man puppet, failing to break through its defense. How is this possible? Master Jiang's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. Even a nascent soul cultivator without a spiritual treasure couldn't withstand this attack so easily. How could a puppet do it? He was filled with confusion and shock. But neither Zhou Chun nor the snake man puppet held back because of his shock and confusion. After blocking the fiery red divine light, the snake man puppet lunged at Master Jiang again. At this moment, Zhou Chun fully activated the Moon Toad Pearl, unleashing a powerful Tai in extinction divine light at Master Jiang. It was obvious that Zhou Chun, wielding a spiritual treasure, posed a far greater threat than the snake man puppet. Master Jiang could only redirect the attack of the blazing sun mirror, unleashing a fiery red divine light to clash with a white icy light. With the power of his spiritual treasure restrained by Zhou Chun, the snake man puppet quickly closed in. He soon witnessed the snake man puppet's close combat prowess. The snake man puppet's spear danced continuously, its golden light covering a 100-foot radius around Master Jiang. He attempted to use his crimson gold shield to withstand the onslaught, but it only lasted a few breaths before the spear knocked it away, startling him into transforming into a streak of crimson fire to create distance. However, once he was distracted by using his escape technique to dodge the snake man puppet's attacks, he naturally couldn't concentrate on defending against Zhou Chun's attacks. He was quickly struck by Zhou Chun's Zhengjin sky-splitting thunder, after Zhou Chun regained his human form, nearly shattering his protective aura. As time passed, Master Jiang gradually felt his arms stiffen. The cold poison he had suppressed with his magic power taking advantage of his focus on dealing with Zhou Chun and the Snake Man puppet, began to invade his heart and brain. He wasn't a physically powerful 5th-tier demon king. If this clearly insidious cold poison invaded his heart and brain, he would suffer severe damage, even if he didn't die. Therefore, he panicked. Before arriving at the Azure Lotus Mountain range, he was full of confidence, not believing that Zhou Chun, this newly promoted nascent soul cultivator, would be his match. After all, Master Zhang was among the top tier of early nascent soul cultivators, possessing spiritual treasures, reaching the peak of the early nascent soul stage, and mastering several great divine abilities. But he never expected that this junior, Zhou Chun, would act so unpredictably. Not only had he just successfully formed his nascent soul, but he also possessed a top-grade magic sword and spiritual treasure, and could even produce a 5th-tier puppet that even the Flame Sun Sect couldn't find. Now, not only could he not defeat Zhou Chun, but continuing the fight might also cause him to lose face, although he had already lost face. This outcome left him incredibly frustrated and uncomfortable. He was now stuck in a very awkward situation, unable to advance or retreat. Seeing Zhou Chun and the Snake Man puppet's attacks growing increasingly fierce, True Person Zhang showed anxiety. He obviously couldn't bring himself to beg for mercy, but if the fight continued, victory would be far from his. If only a third party could intervene and mediate. Thinking of this, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he actually came up with a way to break the deadlock. He quickly shouted loudly, his voice booming like thunder, "Where is fellow Taoist Xinjing? Quickly come out and lend me a hand." His shout shook the sky, audible for hundreds of miles around. On Azure Lotus Peak, Master Xinjing, who was watching the battle from his cave, couldn't help but sigh deeply, knowing he couldn't stand by and watch any longer. In truth, Zhou Chun's performance had greatly exceeded his expectations, and the strength he displayed had shocked him. With Zhou Chun's current strength, he was no match for him. However, this was actually a good thing for him. If Zhou Chun could use this opportunity to severely injure or even kill Master Zhang, he would be overjoyed. But he also knew that was impossible. Furthermore, because he wasn't fully prepared, he couldn't ignore Master Zhang's plea for help today. Immediately, he moved, quickly soaring into the azure sky, and said to the two fighting, "Fellow Taoists, please stop. Today, for my sake, please calm down and withdraw your supernatural powers. Fellow Taoist Xinjing, do you really intend to help that old thief Zhang against my Zhou family?" Zhou Chun said, his face grim, his tone extremely angry. Master Zhang stared intently at Master Xinjing, remaining silent. "Fellow Taoist Zhou misunderstands. I have no intention of being an enemy of you or the Zhou family," Master Xinjing said, shaking his head repeatedly in a conciliatory tone. "It's just that it's better to resolve conflicts than to perpetuate them. Since neither of you can defeat the other, why not take a step back, temporarily cease hostilities, and sit down to discuss and resolve any disputes? There's no need to fight to the death." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun coldly sneered, "Discuss and resolve? What's there to discuss? That old thief Zhang clearly accepted the top-grade magic weapon I offered him, yet he remains insatiable, his wicked intentions undiminished, attempting to force my Zhou family ancestor to his death. If this grudge isn't avenged, how can I, Zhou, maintain my standing in the cultivation world in the future?" Upon hearing this, Master Zhang immediately denied it, saying, "Don't make false accusations. When did I ever intend to force your ancestor to his death? It was clearly you who detained our sect elder first. I'm merely here to seek justice for our elder." Of course, he wouldn't admit to this, and his original intention was indeed not to force Zhou Ming to his death, but merely to hinder Zhou Chun's path to advancement. Although the hatred of obstructing one's path is irreconcilable, it was ultimately a calculated move, at least morally sound. It sounded much better than forcing a junior like Zhou Ming to his death. As for turning the tables and accusing Zhou Chun of detaining our sect elder, that was also to make himself appear justified. To avoid being branded as someone who tried to suppress a junior only to be taught a lesson by them instead, becoming a laughingstock among other nascent soul cultivators. As a nascent soul cultivator who had lived for over 1,000 years, Master Zhang was already intimately familiar with his rhetoric, able to defend himself in the quickest and most reasonable way without even thinking. However, he was an old fox, and Zhou Chun was no fool either. He immediately looked at him with a cold smile and questioned, "Then tell me, you old scoundrel Zhang, what has your Yan Yang sect elder been doing in my Zhou family's mountain gate for over half a year? Did my Zhou family invite him over for tea? This, Master Jiang's expression changed slightly, his mouth opened and closed, unsure how to respond. He could only turn to Master Xianjing, signaling for him to help him out of the predicament. Seeing this, Master Xianjing could only cough twice and say, "Ahem, fellow Daoists, please calm down. I see you two are both exhausted from fighting today. Why don't you go back and rest for a while? As for who is right and who is wrong, we can discuss it slowly after you've calmed down. There will always be a result." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately looked at him sharply and said, "If I don't agree, are you going to join forces with that old thief Jiang to deal with me?" Fellow Taoist Zhou, please don't misunderstand. I just don't want you and the Zhou family to deepen the enmity between you and fellow Taoist Jiang. Master Xianjing turned his head slightly and replied calmly. I see. I understand. Then today I will give you face and let that old thief Jiang go for now. Zhou Chun stared at Master Xianjing for a long time, and finally nodded slightly, agreeing to the cessation of hostilities in a cold tone. Then, his expression quickly turned cold, and he said in a chilling tone, "Since fellow Taoist Xianjing has no affinity with my Zhou family, please move out of here. My Zhou family is too shallow to accommodate a dragon like you." Upon hearing this, true person Xianjing trembled, then sighed deeply. Alice. Since fellow Taoist Zhou has said so, I naturally dare not disobey. His tone was filled with a sense of desolation and loneliness. Seeing this, true person Jiang's eyes flickered slightly, then he said coldly to Zhou Chun, "Since fellow Taoist Xianjing has come forward to plead for me, I will give you, Junior, a chance to sincerely repent. I hope to see our sect elders return within 3 days." Without waiting for Zhou Chun's response, he quickly put away his magic weapon and transformed into a streak of purple-red flame, flying away. After watching true person Jiang disappear from sight, Zhou Chun nodded subtly to true person Xianjing and then returned to his family's mountain gate. Following Zhou Chun's instructions, news that true person Jiang had launched a fierce attack but was defeated and injured, fleeing back to the Yang Sect, immediately spread within the Zhou family and among the markets of the 2 states under his control. It was only then that many cultivators in Lanzhou and Lianzhou learned that Zhou Chun, the Zhou family patriarch, had actually formed a nascent soul. This news, once it spread, was like a boulder thrown into the still waters of the Jing Kingdom's cultivation world, immediately causing a huge uproar. Within a few short days, the news spread to every market town in Jing Kingdom. Any powerful organization or independent cultivator with even a slight connection to the news knew of this event, arguably the most sensational in a century. The last cultivator in Jing Kingdom to successfully form a nascent soul was true person Xianjing. And that success was 400 or 500 years ago. Those cultivators who learned of this back then, if they hadn't successfully formed their own core, were practically all gone by now. Compared to Zhou Chun's successful nascent soul formation, his defeat of true person Jiang received far less attention. Firstly, the Yang sect refused to acknowledge the matter and would punish any cultivators who discussed it for criticizing their sect's elders. Secondly, the event was indeed too astonishing and bizarre, inevitably leading to suspicions that the Zhou family was deliberately spreading false information to glorify themselves. Many cultivators preferred to believe that neither nascent soul cultivator could truly defeat the other, and that true person Jiang of the Yang sect, having outmatched the younger cultivator, was simply too embarrassed to publicize it. Of course, this didn't diminish the shock and envy of ordinary cultivators regarding Zhou Chun's successful nascent soul formation. After the news spread, vassal families and forces that had interacted with the Zhou family quickly sent their most powerful members, carrying lavish gifts, to offer their congratulations. They didn't expect to be received by Zhou Chun, a nascent soul cultivator. They were simply expressing their own force's importance of the matter. After all, at this point, few in the Zhou family might remember offering gifts, but not offering gifts could have unpredictable consequences if it came up later. Then many forces discovered that the Zhou family cultivator who received them on Zhou Chun's behalf wasn't the familiar Zhou Mingde or Zhou Zinayan, but Zhou Daoyi, whom they had either heard of before or not. Some cultivators familiar with the Zhou family's history over the past few centuries were secretly alarmed upon discovering this. They knew that the Zhou family had long claimed that their former patriarch had disappeared and perished. Now it seemed that not only had the former patriarch not perished, but he had also successfully formed his core elsewhere. This shows just how deeply the Zhou family has hidden their strength all these years. Zhou Chun ignored the outside discussions and speculations. After returning to his cave, he began to analyze the gains and losses from his battle with true person Jiang. Through this encounter, he gained a clear understanding of his own strength at the early nascent soul stage. He was certain that even without considering the top-grade magic weapon, Azure Sky Illusion Sword, and the 5th-tier Snake Man Puppet, his strength was among the highest in the early nascent soul stage. After all, apart from a few early nascent soul cultivators who possessed sect-inherited spiritual treasures, most early nascent soul cultivators didn't have any spiritual treasures. This shows how precious spiritual treasures were and how much they enhanced the strength of nascent soul cultivators. With a spiritual treasure in hand, an early nascent soul cultivator had sufficient self-defense capabilities even against a mid-nascent soul cultivator without one, without worrying about any mortal danger. Of course, if a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator also possesses a spiritual treasure, then he would definitely be far inferior to his opponent. In case of a confrontation, it would be best to run away first. Therefore, counting the 6 nascent soul cultivators currently existing in Jing Kingdom, Zhou Chun's strength is likely second only to Silver Moon True Person, a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator who also wields a spiritual treasure. Including the Heavenly Annihilation 4 symbols formation jointly set up by his 4 spiritual pets, even Purple Sun True Person and Moonwheel Sect True Person, who also possess spiritual treasures, might not be his match. The 2 weakest nascent soul cultivators are naturally White Sun True Person and Heavenly Mirror True Person from the Flame Sun Sect, neither of whom possesses a spiritual treasure. Having considered this, Zhou Chun nodded with satisfaction and said, "This situation is similar to what I expected. Aside from being more careful when facing Silver Moon True Person in the future and avoiding the vicinity of the Moonwheel Sect's mountain gate, there's nowhere in Jing Kingdom I can't go, and this is only the current situation. Once any of his spirit pets successfully survives the heavenly tribulation and advances to 5th-tier Demon King, even a nascent soul cultivator like True Person Silver Moon, who wields a spiritual treasure, might be a match for him. As for True Person Purple Sun, to cooperate with True Person Heavenly Mirror's plan, he'll let him enjoy his freedom for a while longer. Once the Flame Phoenix survives the heavenly tribulation and advances to 5th-tier Demon King, Zhou Chun will naturally attack the Flame Sun Sect, making him vomit up double what he'd taken and obediently bow down and apologize. But even if I can't take down that old thief Purple Sun this time, I still need to collect some interest. Let that Li Mingxun pay the price for his foolish actions," Zhou Chun muttered to himself, and immediately ordered Zhou Ming to personally cripple Li Mingxun's cultivation, expelling him from the Zhou family's mountain gate and leaving him to fend for himself. Chapter 664 The Attitude of the Moonwheel Cult. As Zhou Chun expected, the Yan Yang sect chose to completely ignore Li Mingxun's expulsion from the sect after his cultivation was crippled by the Zhou family, as if he had never existed. Clearly, Master Jiang's words upon leaving were merely empty rhetoric. He himself knew that after he himself couldn't teach Zhou Chun a lesson, Li Mingxun had no chance of returning unscathed. Moreover, Li Mingxun's current predicament was entirely his own doing. If he hadn't stirred up trouble, leading Master Jiang to issue that decree, none of the subsequent events would have occurred, and Master Jiang wouldn't have become Zhou Chun's stepping stone for establishing his authority. From this perspective, even if he were to return to the Yan Yang sect, Master Jiang would certainly not let him off easily. Since the Yan Yang sect chose to swallow their pride and accept defeat, Zhou Chun didn't pursue the matter further. The three-way balance of power in the Jing Kingdom still needed to be maintained. Even if the Zhou family were to eventually surpass the Moonwheel sect and become the most powerful force in the Jing Kingdom, possessing the strength to destroy both the Moonwheel sect and the Flame Sun sect, it would be best to maintain this current situation. Therefore, since the Flame Sun sect had chosen to concede defeat, and Zhou Chun had achieved his goal of establishing his authority, he certainly wouldn't single-mindedly fight them to the death. His return to the family this time had a very clear objective: to completely declare the Zhou family as one of the 3 pillars of the Jing Kingdom, allowing the Zhou family to fully inherit the status and power previously held by the Azure Lotus Temple. Defeating Master Jiang was only the first step, and the most important one. Next was negotiating with the Moonwheel sect and the Flame Sun sect on how to abolish the series of unequal treaties previously signed, how to bring Ling Zhao under the Zhou family's jurisdiction, and how to jointly govern the cultivation world of the Jing Kingdom with these 2 families. He believed that after Master Jiang's defeat and retreat to the Azure Lotus Mountains, these 2 families would calm down and would definitely make further moves. Several hours after Zhou Chun's battle with Master Jiang, Su Yazun, upon learning the news, arrived at the Azure Lotus Mountains with immense excitement. When Zhou Chun returned, he hadn't had a chance to tell her about the incident where Master Jiang's decree threatened Zhou Mingde. It was a Foundation establishment stage female cultivator from the Su family who had married into the Zhou family who, after learning of Zhou Chun's return after achieving nascent soul, relayed the news back to the Su family, and that's how Su Yazhan found out. So, after her initial shock and joy, Su Yazhan also rushed to the Azure Lotus Mountain range with great excitement. At this time, the two Taoist partners met in Zhou Chun's cave. Zhou Chun realized his oversight and quickly apologized to his partner, saying, "This was my oversight, I forgot to inform you, my wife. Please forgive me, husband, you're too kind. You've just returned and encountered such a major event. It's normal that you didn't have time to send a message to me. There's no need to apologize to me," Su Yazhan shook her head repeatedly, understandingly explaining on his behalf. Then, her beautiful eyes widened as she gazed at Zhou Chun, filled with admiration and adoration, exclaiming, "I still feel like I'm dreaming. I can't believe it's all real. My husband has actually become a nascent soul cultivator." Overwhelmed with emotion, she threw herself into Zhou Chun's arms. She had never expected her husband to achieve great things, but Zhou Chun had repeatedly managed to shock and excite her. From opening his purple mansion to successfully forming his core, and then displaying unparalleled golden core strength, time and again, Zhou Chun had conquered her heart with his achievements and power, making her realize how fortunate she was to be his Taoist partner. As for Zhou Chun's infrequent presence over the years, that wasn't a big deal. Cultivators have long lifespans and don't need to be together every day. Sometimes, reunions after long separations can deepen the bond between Taoist partners. For example, at this moment, the longing of not seeing each other for decades, coupled with the shock and excitement of Zhou Chun's return after achieving nascent soul cultivation, and his powerful victory over a veteran nascent soul cultivator upon his return, caused Su Yazhan's admiration for Zhou Chun to reach an unprecedented level of intensity. Admiration for strength is the nature of all sentient beings, and among humans, women are more prone to it than men. After Zhou Chun successfully formed his nascent soul, even female cultivators like Luo Qingni, with their strong sense of independence, looked at him differently, let alone female cultivators like Su Yazhan from cultivation families. Seemingly sensing his partner's intense love, Zhou Chun stopped himself from saying anything else, only smiling slightly as he picked up his partner and headed to the bedroom. The two stayed in the bedroom for several days. And just after Zhou Chun's minor victory over Jiang Zhanren, things developed as he had predicted. On the third day after his battle with Jiang Zhanren, the leader of the Moonwheel Sect, Baiyu Zhanren, personally came to the Zhou family on behalf of the sect. "Congratulations, true person Zhou, on achieving the great perfection of nascent soul and attaining the Dao." Inside Zhou Chun's cave, true person Baiyu, after being welcomed into the place by Zhou Mingde, immediately offered his congratulations upon seeing the person in charge. According to the rules of the Moonwheel Sect, true person Baiyu's status was equivalent to that of a nascent soul cultivator, so Zhou Chun didn't mind that he hadn't addressed him as senior. After all, the Moonwheel Sect was still the de facto overlord of Jing Kingdom, and while the Zhou family could disregard these rules, there was no need to defy them. He simply nodded slightly with a calm expression and said, "Thank you for your congratulations, fellow Taoist. May I ask what brings you here today?" Upon hearing this, true person Baiyu immediately replied humbly, "I dare not presume to offer my guidance. I have come here today for two reasons. First, on behalf of the two patriarchs of our sect, to congratulate true person Zhou on achieving the great perfection of nascent soul, and second, to take away the disciples of our sect who were left in the Azure Lotus Mountains for exchanges." Hearing him refer to the disciples sent by the Moonwheel Sect to supervise the Zhou family as exchanges, Zhou Chun couldn't help but smile. However, the relationship between the Zhou family and the Moonwheel Sect hadn't really deteriorated too much, at least on the surface, things were still somewhat amicable. Therefore, Zhou Chun didn't take the opportunity to mock them. He simply smiled and said, "I see. Then please convey my greetings to your two true immortals on my behalf. I hope to meet with fellow Taoist Silver Moon after my nascent soul ceremony." Seeing that he didn't object, true immortal Baiyu breathed a sigh of relief and immediately replied solemnly, "I will certainly convey true immortal Zhou's words to the two ancestors truthfully." Before he could finish speaking, Zhou Chun spoke up again, "There's one more thing I hope you can convey to fellow Taoist Silver Moon and fellow Taoist Azure Moon." Upon hearing this, True Immortal Beiyu's heart jumped. He immediately held his breath and said, "Please speak, Master, I am all ears. It's nothing major, but I feel that the Zhou family now has the strength to contribute more to the cultivation world of Jing Kingdom. Therefore, I wish to provide protection for my fellow cultivators in Lingzhou, protecting them from the threat of Yunzhao's demonic beasts. I hope that you two esteemed fellow cultivators can give me a chance to share their burdens," Zhou Chun said casually, as if he were talking about a very ordinary matter. However, after hearing his words, Master Beiyu's eyes twitched slightly. After a long while, he replied in a low voice, "I understand. I will truthfully convey Master Beiyu's words to the two elders. Well, then I look forward to fellow Taoist Yin Ayu's reply." Zhou Chun nodded and ended the meeting. After seeing Master Beiyu off, Zhou Chun returned to his cultivation room and pondered over the spirit eye spring inside. When he went out to cultivate in seclusion, he didn't take the 4 6-winged ice silkworms with him. Instead, he left them in his cultivation room in his cave, where Zhou Ming would feed them regularly. Now, decades later, the 4 6-winged ice silkworms have undergone 2 more cocooning transformations, increasing the number of wings from 1 pair to 2 pairs. More importantly, the aura emanating from each of them individually is now comparable to that of a late-stage purple mansion cultivator, and their actual combat power is likely far superior to that of an ordinary 3rd-tier high-grade demon beast. This unique growth and evolution method seems to indicate the extraordinary nature of the 6-winged ice silkworm clan. Therefore, even though Zhou Chun's cultivation is now at the nascent soul stage, his interest in these 4 6-winged ice silkworms has not diminished in the slightest. If they continue to grow at this rate, it seems not impossible that they will eventually grow 6 wings and become true 6-winged ice silkworms, possessing the strength to easily defeat a late-stage golden core cultivator. The key is that Zhou Chun has now successfully formed his nascent soul, and his lifespan will be extremely long. He has ample time to wait for these 4 6-winged ice silkworms to grow up. It seems I can feed them those insect pills now. This should speed up their evolution process a bit. He looked at the 4 2-foot-long white ice silkworms clinging to the tree stump in front of him, and immediately waved his hand, retrieving the insect pills from the treasure room of his cave. Sure enough, as soon as he poured the insect pills out of the sealed jade bottle, the 4 previously motionless 6-winged ice silkworms instantly sprang to life like vicious dogs smelling meat, quickly flapping their wings and flying towards him, eager to pounce and snatch them. This is the weakness of demonic insects. Even with great strength, their low intelligence makes them easily controlled by their bloodline instincts, causing them to ignore their master's presence. At this moment, if one doesn't know insect controlling techniques, perhaps the only way to forcibly suppress them is through a contract. However, such forced suppression, besides temporarily restraining the demonic insects, offers no real help in controlling them. Zhou Chun, however, knew insect controlling techniques. He first emitted a golden light to protect the insect pills, then formed hand seals, using an insect-repelling technique to guide and control the 4 6-winged ice silkworms, helping them suppress their instinctive impulses and establish a sense of master supremacy. Zhou Chun had done this before when feeding them, and the 6-winged ice silkworms had behaved exceptionally well then. However, this time, he hadn't seen them for decades, and the old tacit understanding was gone. Although the 6-winged ice silkworms wouldn't attack him due to their contract, they weren't particularly close to him either. Now he needed to help them awaken their past memories again. After this training, Zhou Chun rewarded each 6-winged ice silkworm with an insect pill. After the 4 6-winged ice silkworms had eaten the insect pills and returned to the tree stump to sleep and digest, Zhou Chun turned his gaze to the pure spirit immortal osmanthus tree stump. Decades had passed, and after absorbing countless spiritual springs and the spiritual veins of the Azure Lotus Mountain Range, this tree stump was finally nearing its complete transformation. Zhou Chun had Zhou's Hiang come and inspect it. Compared to the spirit eye stone in that secret island, the current tree stump was almost as good. Presumably, in a few decades at most, it would truly transform into a spirit eye item. At that time, Zhou Chun would have 2 spirit eye items to aid his cultivation. In the following days, Zhou Chun entrusted the management of the nascent soul ceremony to Zhou Daoyi, while he put some unused items into the family treasury. He then went to pay his respects to the deceased Zhou Zhenggang and his son, as well as Lin Weiner, the Zhou family elder who had also passed away. Lin Weiner was Lin Hongyu's adopted daughter, but while Lin Hongyu had put in a great deal of effort to help her open her purple mansion, she hadn't helped her much with the core formation. Although she had made contributions to running her shop in Cheyenne Immortal City, her life savings weren't enough to exchange for a set of core formation spiritual items. Therefore, she also passed away at the end of her life. However, after realizing that achieving the core formation was hopeless, she found a promising key refining stage cultivator to be her son-in-law, and they had several descendants, including some with spiritual roots. Before her passing, she used her connections with the Zhou family to secure a spiritual land in Lianzhou for her Lin family, establishing a small clan there, and even helped her son-in-law successfully reach the foundation establishment stage. Zhou Chun and Zhou Ming were both happy to see this happen. The Zhou family currently had no shortage of foundation establishment and purple mansion cultivators, and these cultivators close to the Zhou family were willing to establish clans within the Zhou family's jurisdiction, which would be perfect for cultivating the Zhou family's own direct lineage. In the future, through intermarriage between the two clans' cultivators and mortals, these dependent clans could be firmly bound to the Zhou family's chariot. These dependent clans could also thrive by relying on the Zhou family's powerful backing. From this perspective, clans had an advantage over sects. Although cultivation sects sometimes used marriage alliances to strengthen their influence over dependent cultivation clans, such alliances were usually one-sided. Normally, male cultivators from sects marry female cultivators from their own families, or high-ranking cultivators take female cultivators from their families as concubines, in order to increase their control over cultivation families. While it's not unheard of for female cultivators from sects to marry cultivators from cultivation families, it's extremely rare. In this case, those cultivation families aren't actually forming alliances with a sect, but rather with individual cultivators from a particular sect. After paying respects to his deceased friends and relatives, Zhou Chun concealed his cultivation and went to the wilderness. Through his previous conversation with true person Xianjing, Zhou Chun was basically certain that the Dragon Abyss Flood Dragon clan didn't possess methods similar to the alien races of the heavenly barbarian planes to sense and monitor fifth-tier beings entering the wilderness, or even the Dragon Abyss Flood Dragon clan on a large scale. However, according to the tacit agreement between the top-tier experts of both sides, human nascent soul stage cultivators are not allowed to easily enter the wilderness or even the Dragon Abyss Flood Dragon clan without special circumstances. Similarly, the demon kings of the Dragon Abyss Flood Dragon clan are also prohibited from entering human kingdoms. If someone violates this agreement and is ambushed and killed in the other side's territory, no one will come to their aid. Furthermore, if they were to face retaliation and pursuit from the enemy deep within their borders, they would be equally unprotected. Therefore, nascent soul cultivators with families and households generally wouldn't take this risk. Zhou Chun's trip to the wilderness this time was likely his last trip there after successfully forming his nascent soul. He didn't go to the Jade Mountain stronghold, but went directly to the habitat of the frost bees. Decades had passed, and the newly born queen bee had fully matured, increasing the bee colony's numbers. The corpses of the bees that had died of old age over the years were frozen in a corner of the ice cave, as Zhou Chun had instructed. Zhou Chun collected these corpses, which he could later feed to the 4 six-winged ice silkworms as nourishment. Then, he patted the spirit beast pouch at his waist and released the snow demon clone. Currently, the snow demon clone didn't significantly enhance his combat power, and it wasn't convenient to expose it. Fortunately, the environment here was very suitable for his cultivation, allowing him to quietly cultivate and improve his progress in the Tai 2-part divine technique. Moreover, with his clone stationed here, Zhou Chun could be immediately informed of any important events occurring at the stronghold in the wilderness, saving him the trouble of relaying messages. After settling his clone in this way, Zhou Chun returned to his cave in the Azure Lotus Mountains. On the other side, when true person Beiyu returned to the Moonwheel sect, he immediately went to see true person Yanyu to convey Zhou Chun's message. After listening to true person Beiyu's relayed words, true person Yanyu was silent for a moment before saying calmly, after returning from the nascent soul stage, he first defeated true person Jiang, and then demanded to reclaim the jurisdiction of Lingzhou from our sect. This true person Zhou's style of doing things is quite similar to that of my old friend, true person King Xiao. Then what do you mean, ancestor? True person Beiyu was somewhat unsure of his thoughts and looked at him cautiously, asking in a low voice. Judging from what Xianjing said, and considering the information Jiang sent me, it's basically certain that the Zhou family's power has grown significantly, and it's not convenient to confront them head-on now, since he wants the Lingzhou. Let's give it to him. Anyway, the Zhou family only has so many people, Such a large territory is enough for them to manage for hundreds of years. Yinayu's Henren glanced at Beiyu's Henren and calmly stated his opinion. Hearing this, Beiyu's Henren immediately nodded and replied, "This junior understands. I will send a message to inform them of your opinion later." After seeing that Yinayu's Henren did not react, Beiyu's Henren hesitated for a moment before saying with some worry, "I'm just worried that Zhou Chun's ambitions are not limited to this. He doesn't just want to become a new Kinglian temple." In fact, Beiyu's Henren was the most shocked by Zhou Chun's successful nascent soul formation. Because of Zhou Chun's outstanding performance, he had specifically summoned Zhou Chun to investigate the situation. Only after learning that Zhou Chun's cultivation technique was the heaven-reaching profound art did he feel relieved, believing that Zhou Chun had no chance of reaching the nascent soul stage. Furthermore, even if he did succeed, he shouldn't pose a threat to the Moon Wheel Sect. However, when news of Zhou Chun's defeat of Master Jiang arrived, he was completely stunned. Therefore, he now felt a sense of redemption, valuing Zhou Chun as much as he had underestimated him before. He was also deeply worried that Zhou Chun would become increasingly monstrous and threaten the Moon Wheel Sect's dominance in Jing Kingdom. Under these circumstances, even knowing that such speculation about Zhou Chun was unfair, he couldn't help but assume the worst about him. Master Yinayu seemed to understand his thoughts, and shook his head slightly, saying, "I understand what you mean, but the Zhou family's Linlong has already grown in power. Even if I personally take action and defeat him, I'm not very confident I can kill him. If I fail to kill him, I'm not afraid of his revenge, but you people might not be able to leave the sect in the future." After saying that, he looked at Master Beiyu meaningfully and said, "Besides, the ones who are most worried about the Zhou family's growth right now are not us. We don't need to rush to be the villains." "You mean the Yan'ang sect?" Master Beiyu seemed to understand, and a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. But then Master Yinayu slowly nodded and said, "That's right, let the Yan'ang sect test the Zhou family's trump card. I've already agreed to hand over the Heavenly Mirror Primordial Spirit Restriction Token to the Yan'ang sect ahead of schedule. I imagine that after Jiang suffered a loss this time, they won't give up easily." Upon hearing this, Master Beiyu's eyes lit up, and he said sincerely, "Ancestor, your insight is brilliant. It seems I was overthinking things." Seeing that he understood, Master Yinayu stopped there and waved his hand, saying, "In short, for now, we don't need to deal with the Zhou family. Why show them any hostility? Our two families have always had a good relationship. There's no need to block our own path because of something that might happen in the future. Besides, even if Zhou Chun is only at the early nascent soul stage and his spirit pets might advance to the 5th tier Demon King, even if he cultivates to the mid-nascent soul stage and his spirit pets become 5th tier Demon Kings, he still can't bully our Moon Wheel Sect. Don't forget how those 5th tier Demon Kings died before." Having said all that, True Person Silver Moon had said. True Person Worshipping Moon was also sensible and quickly took his leave. Not long after, Zhou Chun received a message from True Person Worshipping Moon, agreeing to the transfer of Ling Xiao to the Zhou family. However, True Person Worshipping Moon also said that this was only the Moon Wheel Sect's agreement. Whether the Flame Sun Sect would agree was something Zhou Chun had to persuade himself. Is this a case of sitting back and watching the tigers fight, letting the Flame Sun Sect test my strength first? After reading True Person Worshipping Moon's message, a glint flashed in Zhou Chun's eyes, and he quickly understood the Moon Wheel Sect's plan. To be honest, this outcome wasn't unexpected. In fact, it was something he quite hoped for. After all, he wouldn't dare confront the Moon Wheel Sect right now. The fact that several 5th tier Demon Kings perished at the Moon Wheel Sect's gates was only a century ago. Before Zhou Chun reached the late nascent soul stage or possessed a powerful defensive spiritual treasure, he certainly wouldn't dare linger at the Moon Wheel Sect's gates. "This is fine too, it gives me more time to accumulate strength and grow." He nodded slightly, deciding to continue according to plan. Chapter 665. The Azure Lotus Mountains. With the Moon Wheel Sect's stance cleared, Zhou Chun's biggest worry was finally gone. Therefore, he prepared to make changes to the Zhou family in other ways. The first thing to change was undoubtedly the Zhou family's protective mountain array. The Yuwood Coiling Dragon array was clearly far from sufficient for the Zhou family at present. If Zhou Chun were to hold his nascent soul ceremony, and other nascent soul cultivators came along, this array would likely be ridiculed. Moreover, the array's inability to prevent nascent soul cultivators from spying meant that Zhou Chun's cave dwelling was not safe, which was unacceptable. However, The Zhou family's array masters clearly couldn't set up an array that satisfied Zhou Chun. The Zhou family's only array master, Zhang Liang, was now old and nearing the end of his life. Even if Zhou Chun bestowed upon him a core formation artifact, he probably wouldn't dare to try it. Therefore, it was necessary to invite outsiders to set up the array. With Zhou Chun's current nascent soul stage cultivation, it's not impossible for him to hire a grandmaster of formations to help set up an array, provided he's willing to pay some price or use his connections. However, entrusting such an important task as a mountain protecting array to outsiders raises serious trust issues. Those grandmasters of formations are either nascent soul stage cultivators or from powerful factions. The arrays they set up are undoubtedly defenseless against themselves. The Zhou family hiring them to set up the mountain protecting array is tantamount to giving them a spare key to the house, granting them the ability to enter and leave the Zhou family at will. This is clearly unacceptable to some cultivators who value privacy. Therefore, setting up a mountain protecting array has always been a matter that severely tests a faction's resources and foundation. The more common approach is to find suitable array blueprints, have one's own array master, and then hire a grandmaster of formations to assist in setting up the array. While this inevitably means the grandmaster will still be aware of some flaws in the array, they can then conduct targeted monitoring and make amends. There are also some less common scenarios, such as finding a grandmaster of formations nearing the end of their lifespan, luring them with an irresistible reward to help set up a protective formation for the mountain, and then having them commit suicide after the formation is completed. This ensures the protective formation will not have any future problems. Zhou Chun would naturally prefer the second, less common scenario if possible. However, he also knows that such matters depend heavily on opportunity and require considerable patience. He clearly doesn't have that much patience right now, nor does he have sufficient channels to gather information about which grandmasters of formations at the golden core stage are nearing the end of their lifespan. Therefore, he is considering the first, more common scenario. Fortunately, Zhang Liang, this master of formations, still has some lifespan left and is not yet too old to move. If he could have the opportunity to cooperate with a grandmaster of formations before his lifespan ends to set up a protective formation for the Zhou family that can be passed down for thousands of years, he would be very happy to do so. As for who this grandmaster of formations should be, Zhou Chun quickly had someone in mind. He quickly summoned Zhang Liang to his cave and explained his plans. Afterward, he consulted Zhang Liang. Elder Zhang, you are a master of formations. You've seen all the profound formation traditions of our family. If we were to collaborate with someone to set up the family's protective mountain formation, which formation diagram do you think would be most suitable? Hearing this, Zhang Liang pondered for a moment, not answering immediately. After a full quarter of an hour, he slowly said, replying to you, Master, with my current skill level, even with the assistance of a grandmaster of formations, it's unlikely I could set up a formation that's too advanced. Considering the environment and terrain of the Azure Lotus Mountain range, there are even fewer formation diagrams that can meet your needs. I can only think of 3. He then explained the 3 formation diagrams to Zhou Chun in detail. After his detailed explanation, and considering the rare spiritual materials needed to set up these formations, Zhou Chun didn't hesitate for long before making his decision. Then let's choose the Heavenly Azure Dragon formation. Zhou Chun quickly stated his choice. The array diagram of the Heavenly Azure Dragon array was also inherited from True Man Zhuangfan. It is a forbidden array that combines offense and defense, leaning towards the wood attribute. Once set up, this array covers an area of 300 to 400 miles, enough to encompass the entire essence of the Azure Lotus Mountain range. In terms of power, it is no less than the Azure Lotus Temple's previous protective array, and may even be stronger. The biggest challenge in setting up this array is that it requires a 5th order spirit wood as the main array base, supplemented by a top-grade wood attribute magic treasure as the array's core. With the Zhou family's current resources and strength, gathering the other spiritual materials required for the array is not difficult. For other nascent soul cultivators, finding a 5th order spirit wood is indeed quite difficult, and obtaining a top-grade wood attribute magic treasure is equally challenging. However, for Zhou Chun, neither of these things is particularly difficult. Regarding the 5th tier spirit wood, he could directly transplant a 10,000-year-old azure cloud wood from the mysterious Wind True Man's secret cave and use it as the main array base. As for top-grade wood attribute magic treasures, the azure profound seal he had sent to the Flame Sun sect would perfectly meet the requirements. Therefore, for Zhou Chun, the biggest challenge was figuring out how to get the Flame Sun sect to hand over the azure profound seal. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have crippled Li Mingxun earlier. If we had made them exchange the azure profound seal, they probably would have agreed, even just to appease them. Zhou Chun sighed inwardly after dismissing Zhang Liang. But it was too late for sighs now, especially since Li Mingxun deserved to die. If all else fails, I'll have to use a high-grade magic treasure as a temporary solution. He frowned and pondered for a long time, finally coming up with this desperate measure. Using a high-grade magic weapon to suppress the array's core will greatly reduce the offensive and defensive power of the Heavenly Azure Dragon Array, but its impact on other aspects will be relatively small. Therefore, as long as no nascent soul cultivator attacks the array, or no array master who is proficient in arrays observes it closely, it can still fool most people. Zhou Chun only needs to fool people and put on a show for now. Once his spirit pet successfully transcends its tribulation and becomes a 5th-tier demon king, it can naturally go to the Flame Sun sect to have true person Jiang hand over the top-grade magic weapon, Azure Profound Seal, and then replace the high-grade magic weapon used to suppress the array's core. Having made this decision, Zhou Chun no longer hesitated. He immediately ordered the Purple Mansion and Golden Core cultivators in his family to collect relevant array-setting materials from surrounding countries and even the Great Zhou Kingdom, while he personally went to the Shen Kingdom. The Shen Kingdom is a neighboring country of the Jing Kingdom, and its largest power is called Yuangsa Mountain, which currently has 2 nascent soul true persons, one of whom is still in the mid-nascent soul stage. After entering the Shen Kingdom, Zhou Chun went directly to the gate of Yuangsa Mountain. During the defense against the Great Beast Tide, he had collaborated with Master Qianmu, a nascent soul cultivator from Yuangsa Mountain, and had earned the latter's admiration, thus establishing a certain acquaintance. It was then that he learned Master Qianmu was also a Grandmaster of Formations. With this connection, when considering who to ask for assistance in setting up the mountain's protective formation, Zhou Chun naturally thought of Master Qianmu. Although he had never been to Yuangsu Mountain before, now that he was a nascent soul cultivator, paying him a visit was not difficult. After revealing his cultivation level, Zhou Chun was quickly and personally welcomed into Master Qianmu's cave. The two took their seats as host and guest in Master Qianmu's cave, and soon a maidservant served tea. Immediately, Master Qianmu gazed intently at Zhou Chun and said, "I was just discussing fellow Taoist Zhou's nascent soul formation with my senior brother when we heard the news. He was extremely surprised by fellow Taoist Zhou's performance during the Beast Tide and expressed his desire to get to know you." He added with emotion, "I didn't expect that before I could even send you an invitation, you would come to my door so readily. This truly makes me feel honored." His heart was far from calm as he spoke. Although they were from different countries and had no vested interests, these nascent soul cultivators from a foreign land didn't react as strongly to Zhou Chun's successful formation as the nascent soul cultivators from Jing Kingdom. However, after learning the general information about Zhou Chun, they couldn't help but be shocked. After all, when Zhou Chun first appeared decades ago, he was only at the mid-golden core stage, yet within a few decades, he had successfully formed his nascent soul, leaping over the late golden core stage. This speed of progress was truly astonishing. Considering he was still under 600 years old, this made him even more worthy of respect. Moreover, others might find it exaggerated and unbelievable that Zhou Chun defeated Master Jiang immediately after successfully forming his nascent soul. However, Master Qianmu, who had personally witnessed Zhou Chun's mighty power in the Beast Tide War, believed it was highly likely true. This was why he was so unsettled as he sat face to face with Zhou Chun. Upon hearing his words, Zhou Chun immediately replied humbly, "Fellow Taoist Qianmu, you are too kind. Before I formed my nascent soul, you took great care of me and protected me during the Beast Tide War. I have always remembered this kindness, and it is only right that I personally come to express my gratitude." He had said this before, but Master Qianmu hadn't paid much attention to it then. Hearing him say this now, Master Qianmu immediately smiled with relief and waved his hand repeatedly, saying, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, you flatter me. Back then, it was through your own strength and performance that you earned my trust. I dare not take credit for it." Though he said this, the smile on his face said it all. Seeing that he didn't seem inclined to inquire further about his purpose, Zhou Chun could only take the initiative and say, "To be honest, fellow Taoist Qianmu, Besides thanking you for your protection back then, I have a matter I'd like to ask for your help with." Upon hearing this, Master Kyanmu narrowed his eyes, but calmly replied, "Oh? What is it?" "It's like this," he said, "Fellow Taoist Kyanmu, you must be somewhat familiar with the situation of my family. Although I have successfully formed my nascent soul, the Azure Lotus Mountain range is sufficient as my Dao. We have a cave dwelling, but we lack a protective array that matches the spiritual veins of this place and my status. Unfortunately, my Zhou family's foundation is shallow. Although we have several decent array diagrams, we lack a master array maker capable of setting them up, making it impossible to complete the array independently. I know that fellow Taoist Kyanmu's array skills are among the best in the Shineling Kingdoms, so I would like to ask for your guidance to my Zhou family's array makers in setting up the protective array." Zhou Chun looked sincerely at True Person Kyanmu and softly stated his request. Upon hearing his request, True Person Kyanmu neither immediately refused nor agreed, but instead showed a thoughtful expression. He could only wait quietly. After waiting for about 15 minutes, Master Kyanmu looked at him and said, "In principle, I have some acquaintance with fellow Taoist Zhou, and I shouldn't refuse this matter. However, the protective array of the mountain is of great importance, and if something goes wrong in the future, it will be difficult to explain." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately replied solemnly, "I understand what fellow Taoist Kyanmu means. As long as you are willing to lend a hand and successfully set up the array, everything afterward will be none of your concern, and you will definitely not be shortchanged in terms of reward." Seeing that he said this, Master Kyanmu could no longer refuse and immediately nodded, saying, "Very well then. Since fellow Taoist Zhou is already prepared, I will do my best to help you try." "Then thank you very much, fellow Taoist Kyanmu." Zhou Chun was delighted and quickly cupped his hands in thanks. After finalizing the array setup, Zhou Chun felt relieved, and soon, through Master Kyanmu's introduction, he also met with Master Yuan, a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator from Yuangsan Mountain. The three nascent soul stage cultivators gathered in Yuan's Henren's cave to enjoy tea and discuss various strange tales and secrets, each gaining something from the conversation. As they talked, the topic naturally turned to the great battle between Zhou Chun and Jiang's Henren. Although Shen Kingdom was a neighboring country of Jing Kingdom, they were separated by a nation, and the battle hadn't lasted long, so very few people had witnessed the entire event. Their information was limited and unreliable. Now that Zhou Chun was right before them, their curiosity was piqued, and they wanted to know more. Their main goal was to understand how Zhou Chun had defeated Jiang's Henren, who possessed a spiritual treasure. Zhou Chun, needing Kyanmu's Henren's help and knowing that Jiang's Henren might not cover for him, and that his methods would eventually be known among the nascent soul stage cultivators, didn't hold back and gave a general account of their fight. However, after hearing his account, Yuan's Henren's expression shifted, as if he had thought of something. He gave him a deep look and then fell into deep thought. Upon noticing this, Zhou Chun's heart stirred, and he immediately asked, "Was there something I said wrong?" It seems fellow Taoist Yuan has something to say. Hearing his question, True Person Yuan immediately shook his head and said, "It's not that fellow Taoist Zhou's words were wrong, but after hearing your words, I thought of a rumor I had heard before, and now it seems that the rumor may not be unfounded." "Oh, may I ask what the rumor is? Please enlighten me, fellow Taoist." Zhou Chun focused his mind slightly and immediately pressed for an answer. Master Yuan gave him a strange look before slowly saying, "That rumor is related to the Shineling Sect, the former overlord of this region. Legend has it that when the Shineling Sect dominated the entire Shineling region, they possessed a renowned divine power called 9 transformations of the Holy Spirit. Once mastered, one could freely transform into various powerful demonic beasts and fully inherit their divine abilities. To maximize the power of this divine power, the Shineling Sect devised a mad plan, to use the inner cores and primordial spirits of 9 powerful demonic beast races as materials to forge 9 powerful spiritual treasures. Then, through this divine power, they would fuse the power of these 9 treasures into one, making it unprecedented. Some even have complete sets of spiritual treasures, but it's said that this plan was only halfway done when the Heavenly Spirit Sect was attacked by a nascent soul demon Saint, leading many powerful demon kings. After an earth-shattering battle, the Heavenly Spirit Sect's mountain gate was razed to the ground, and after that, apart from the true dragon seal, which was later learned to be inherited by the Dragon Transformation Sect, the rest of the spiritual treasures refined by the Heavenly Spirit Sect disappeared without a trace. It's unknown whether they were destroyed or taken away by the demon kings, and even the true dragon seal disappeared after the dragon transformation sect's first destruction. After these words were spoken, not only Zhou Chun's expression suddenly changed, but even true person Qianmu looked at him with surprise. At this moment, Zhou Chun realized why true person Yuan's gaze had been so strange. At the same time, he also realized that the Moon-Toad Pearl, and his cultivation of the 9 transformations of the Holy Spirit, Moon-Toad chapter had such an origin. At this moment, he didn't know whether he should be happy or annoyed. If he had known this earlier, he wouldn't have so easily transformed into the Moon-Toad during his battle with Master Jiang. After all, no one knew if any of the enemies the Heavenly Spirit sect had offended would still be alive, or if they would target him because of it. This is the flaw of a shallow lineage. They are completely unaware of many secrets and records within the upper echelons of society. If Master Yuan hadn't brought this up today, Zhou Chun might still be completely oblivious. Seeing his drastic change in expression and his prolonged silence, Master Yuan seemed to understand his feelings and immediately comforted him, saying, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, don't worry. The Heavenly Spirit sect has been destroyed for over 6 or 7,000 years. In such a long time, even if some demon kings survived the Great War and later broke through to the 6th rank, they are probably nearing the end of their lives now. Moreover, the reason why those demon saints and demon kings targeted the Heavenly Spirit sect was because the Heavenly Spirit sect did indeed possess the strength to threaten their respective races. Even if you inherited some of the Heavenly Spirit sect's legacy, it's unlikely that you would possess that kind of strength." However, these words, seemingly meant to comfort Zhou Chun, were actually full of probing intent. Therefore, upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately became wary and quickly shook his head in denial, saying, "Fellow Taoist Yuan misunderstands. My Moon-Toad Pearl may indeed be related to the Heavenly Spirit sect, but I swear that I have absolutely not obtained the Heavenly Spirit sect's inheritance or other treasures. It was only when my cultivation was weak in the past that I happened to find this item in the frozen corpse." Hearing this, true person Yuan acted as if nothing had happened and immediately replied, "If that's the case, fellow Taoist Zhou has even less to worry about. Now that you have already formed your nascent soul, success means you'll be an important part of our human race. With the protection of all the nascent soul venerables above, even the demon saints of the demon race wouldn't dare to attack you within the borders of our human race's various countries." True man Qianmu chimed in, "What senior brother says is absolutely right. Everyone knows that the dragon transformation sect obtained the true dragon seal, yet no demon saints of the demon race attack them. Let alone your Moon-Toad Pearl, which you've hardly even heard of." Regardless of whether they believed Zhou Chun's words or not, they certainly couldn't let Zhou Chun misunderstand them because of this. After all, Master Yuan's revelation of this secret to Zhou Chun was a gesture of goodwill, though it contained a degree of testing. Hearing their words, Zhou Chun realized he had been overly anxious. He quickly composed himself and said, "What you two say is quite true. I was somewhat out of line just now." He then looked at Master Yuan with curiosity and asked, "Just now, I heard you mention the Dragon Transformation Sect and the True Dragon Seal, spiritual treasure. Could it be that the Dragon Transformation Sect inherited the Heavenly Spirit Gate's legacy?" He couldn't help but smile wryly and say, "To be honest, I had a special experience in the past, and I also possessed a 4th-tier Thunder Flood Dragon Spirit pet. Thus I also cultivated the Dragon Transformation Sect's Dragon Transformation Secret Technique." Upon hearing this, Master Yuan immediately replied, "The Dragon Transformation Sect should indeed have obtained a portion of the Heavenly Spirit Gate's legacy. It's all thanks to their lineage, otherwise, their Dragon Transformation Secret Technique wouldn't have been created out of thin air. While the sect's destruction was due to its own self-destructive methods, it's hard to say the Dragon Clan wasn't behind it. That's probably why the True Dragon Seal, the sect's most treasured artifact, mysteriously disappeared after the Dragon Transformation Sect's first destruction. It's likely either obtained by the Dragon Clan, or taken away by a high-ranking member who didn't want it to fall into their hands. Compared to the ancient Heavenly Spirit Sect, the records of the Dragon Transformation Sect are incredibly detailed for a major sect like Yangtze Mountain, hence Yuan's Henren's confident tone. Seeing this, Zhou Chun simply asked permission to read and copy a copy of Yangtze Mountain's intelligence records about the Dragon Transformation Sect. Yuan's Henren and Qianmu's Henren readily agreed. After all, the Dragon Transformation Sect was now completely destroyed. Even if Zhou Chun obtained this information, it would only provide him with more material for future conversation. They certainly wouldn't refuse such a favor. Zhou Chun was also quite grateful for the help and guidance from the two nascent soul stage cultivators from Yuangsu Mountain. He not only invited Yuangsu Mountain to attend his nascent soul ceremony, but also promised to provide Yuangsu Mountain with some high-grade dragon spirit blood or phoenix blood materials in the future as a way of thanking them. Chapter 666 You old thief Jiang, you forced me to do this. The gains from Zhou Chun's trip to Yuangsu Mountain somewhat exceeded his expectations. He not only resolved the issue of setting up the mountain protecting array, but also unraveled a long-standing mystery, learning many secrets of the cultivation world. After returning to Kinglian Peak, he spent some time carefully studying the intelligence data on the Hulong Sect he had brought back from Yuangsu Mountain. This data on the Hulong Sect was extremely detailed, even including information on some high-ranking cultivators from the sect's first destruction 1,000 years ago. As he read, Zhou Chun suddenly had a flash of inspiration, recalling a strange tale he had heard hundreds of years ago. He remembered that he had gone to the Great Zhou Kingdom and plotted to lure his old enemy, Wang Jun, into the Black Mist Swamp to his death, subsequently attracting the attention of Wang Jun's patriarch, the Mad Thunder True Person. Later, to shift the blame, he led the Mad Thunder True Person to the secret base of abandoned organization within the Black Mist Swamp, thus tricking the Mad Thunder True Person once again. If he remembered correctly, the information he later bought from Xianxi Tower mentioned that the formidable enemy encountered by Master Kuonglai was a two-headed black dragon with the soul of a human nascent soul cultivator and the primordial spirit of a dragon demon coexisting. Master Kuonglai also later released information saying that the two-headed black dragon possessed an extremely powerful seal-like spiritual treasure. Could that seal-like spiritual treasure be the true dragon treasure seal that Master Yuan mentioned? A look of surprise flashed across Zhou Chun's face as he immediately thought of this possibility. It's no wonder he would make this connection. After all, the coexistence of the soul of a human nascent soul cultivator and the primordial spirit of a dragon demon is simply too inconceivable. Even if an ordinary nascent soul cultivator had raised a dragon spirit pet in their lifetime and had no choice but to use some secret technique to merge their nascent soul into the dragon spirit pet's body in a crisis, it would be unlikely to succeed in doing so. But what if it was a nascent soul cultivator who had cultivated the 9 transformations of the Holy Spirit, True Dragon chapter? According to Yuan's Henren, since the Moon-Toad Pearl was refined from the demon core and primordial spirit of a 5th-tier Taiyin Moon-Toad Demon King, then the True Dragon Seal must also have been made from the demon core and primordial spirit of a 5th-tier Flood Dragon. It seems quite reasonable that a nascent soul cultivator who has mastered the 9 transformations of the Holy Spirit, True Dragon chapter, and possesses the True Dragon Seal, could do things that others cannot. It seems that after I survive the heavenly tribulation in vain, I'll have to go to Thundercliff Valley again to settle my score with that Mad Thunder's Henren and find out the truth. Zhou Chun silently kept this in mind. This also reminded him of another matter. His own cultivation of the 9 transformations of the Holy Spirit, Moon-Toad chapter was still at the minor completion stage. To cultivate this secret technique to the major completion stage, he either needed the blood essence of a 5th-tier demon king with Taiyin Moon-Toad bloodline, or he could only rely on continuously purifying the blood essence of a 4th-tier demon beast. Once one cultivates to the great perfection realm, even without the Moon-Toad Pearl, or the Moon-Toad possession supernatural power, one can still transform into the lunar Moon-Toad. If one has cultivated this secret technique to the great perfection realm and also possesses the Moon-Toad Pearl, the two effects are combined, elevating the power of the Moon-Toad Pearl to a new level. Zhou Chun was able to cultivate the secret technique to the lesser perfection realm by exhausting all the essence and blood of a mid-grade 4th-tier demon beast, the moon-gazing ice toad. Because after the lesser perfection of the secret technique, he could already withstand the Moon-Toad possession supernatural power, Zhou Chun no longer had any particular desire to cultivate the 9 transformations of the Holy Spirit, Moon-Toad chapter to the great perfection realm. After all, at that time, it seemed impossible to cultivate this secret technique to the great perfection realm. However, now that he has successfully formed his nascent soul and will have a long lifespan in the future, he can consider this matter. Fortunately, he still had the demon core of the moon-gazing ice toad, which might come in handy later. However, verifying the whereabouts of the True Dragon Seal, or cultivating the secret technique of the 9 transformations of the Holy Spirit, Moon-Toad chapter were things Zhou Chun could consider only after he had greater strength and more free time. Right now, His priority was to set up the heavenly azure dragon formation and successfully hold his nascent soul ceremony. Therefore, he quickly visited Luo Qingni again. After joining the Zhou family, Luo Qingni chose a secluded spiritual peak not far from Azure Lotus Peak to settle down. Although the spiritual energy there wasn't as dense as on Azure Lotus Peak, it was more than enough for her current cultivation. Zhou Chun and the Zhou family naturally held this alchemy master in high esteem, directly designating a 20-mile radius around her cave as her private territory, prohibiting other Zhou family members from entering at will. Luo Qingni reciprocated this kindness, and soon after moving into her new cave, she began to take time to learn about and instruct the Zhou family's alchemists. When Zhou Chun arrived at her cave dwelling, he saw her tending a medicinal herb garden outside, with a wood sprite Mu Sang and several female cultivators from the Zhou family serving as her maids assisting her. Now that Zhou Chun no longer needed to conceal the existence of the wood sprite Mu Sang, the spirit, attracted by Luo Qingni's aura, practically made her cave dwelling its home, frequently coming to play with it. Luo Qingni, in turn, felt a great curiosity and affection for the wood sprite, enjoying its company. She was also greatly amazed and delighted by the wood sprite Mu Sang's ability to accelerate the ripening of spiritual herbs. This supernatural ability was something every alchemist dreamed of. Upon seeing Zhou Chun arrive, the wood sprite Mu Sang naturally returned to its master's side immediately. Luo Qingni quickly handed over the tending of the medicinal herb garden to the maids and personally came to greet Zhou Chun. "How are you? Qingni, are you settling into this new environment? Is there anything I or the Zhou family can help you with?" In the living room, after drinking the spiritual tea that Luo Qingni had personally brewed, Zhou Chun asked with a smile about the beauty's living conditions. "At first, I was indeed a little unaccustomed to it, but I've gradually adapted. The spiritual energy here is rich, much more suitable for Qingni's cultivation than that cave in Xian'an Immortal City. The scenery in the mountains is also quite nice, and I can often go out to enjoy the views. The younger generation arranged by the Zhou family also helps with some chores." Qingni is very satisfied. Luo Qingni also took a sip of tea and then answered with a satisfied expression. Although her answer was somewhat embellished, it was generally true, and at least based on Zhou Chun's understanding of her, he didn't detect any displeasure. Therefore, Zhou Chun's smile widened, and he nodded repeatedly, saying, "It would be best if you were satisfied, Qingni." Just as he was pondering how to explain his purpose, Luo Qingni suddenly looked at him and asked, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, you've come today not just to chat, but perhaps to ask for your help." Qingni, you understand me best." Zhou Chun chuckled, showing no embarrassment at being exposed, and immediately nodded, saying, "Indeed, I came to see you today because I have a favor to ask of you." "Oh, but what is it? Please speak freely, fellow Taoist Zhou." Luo Qingni narrowed her eyes and replied calmly. "It's like this," Zhou Chun said, "I intend to set up a brand new protective array for my family. This array requires 5th grade spirit wood as its base, and this level of spirit wood only grows in the secret cave on the Dolan grassland. Therefore, I would like to ask Qingni to accompany Yinger there to transplant a 10,000-year-old azure cloud tree." Zhou Chun smiled slightly as he said this. "Of course, Qingni, you can also take the opportunity to visit the various herb gardens there. If you find any spiritual herbs that are useful for your alchemy, feel free to have Yinger bring them back," just as he expected. After he said these words, Luo Qingni's originally calm expression could no longer be maintained. Her pretty face changed, and she couldn't help but look up at him with surprise and exclaim, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, is this true? Are you just teasing Qingni? When have I ever lied to you about such a matter, Qingni?" Zhou Chun smiled faintly and replied in a calm tone. Hearing his response, Luo Qingni's face immediately lit up with joy, and she quickly replied, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, please don't misunderstand. Qingni was just excited and misspoke. I didn't really doubt you." She then readily agreed, unable to hide her delight. "Fellow Taoist Zhou, you can rest assured and leave this matter to Qingni. Qingni will definitely assist your disciple in handling this matter well." For her, the fact that the opportunity to access that secret realm had fallen into someone else's hands remained a knot in her heart. Although the current outcome wasn't too bad, and she had long accepted the fact that she was not destined to have it, to say that she felt no resentment at all would be self-deception. Therefore, going back to that secret realm island to see its entirety with her own eyes had become an unspeakable desire deep within her heart. Now that Zhou Chun had taken the initiative to come to her, giving her such an opportunity to resolve this knot in her heart, How could she not be extremely excited? If she could resolve this knot in her heart before reaching the core formation and nascent soul stage, the future heart demon tribulation would undoubtedly have one less flaw. King Ni, I naturally trust you to handle this, Zhou Chun said with a light laugh, looking at Luo King Ni's delighted face. In fact, he chose Luo King Ni for this task because she was the most suitable. Firstly, she was strong enough and already knew of the secret island's existence, so there was no risk of leaking information. Secondly, both her cultivation technique and her skills in tending spiritual herbs and medicines made her perfectly suited for this task. After several days of preparation, Zhou Chun, along with Luo King Ni and Zhou Ziyang, quietly headed towards the Great Zhou Kingdom. To save time and conceal their tracks, Zhou Chun personally led the two women on their journey. With his nascent soul stage cultivation speed, they arrived at the border of the Dolan grassland in less than 2 days. Zhou Chun then entrusted his 5 spirit pets to Zhou Ziyang and watched the two women disappear into the depths of the grassland. Among the secret techniques and supernatural abilities left behind by Master Zhuanfeng, there seems to be a secret technique called the Great Evolution Heavenly Secrets Technique. Successfully cultivating it not only grants the power to deduce heavenly secrets, but also allows one to conceal them, preventing being locked onto by numerous profound and mysterious tracking methods. It seems necessary to try and learn it someday. Looking at the vast, green Dolan grassland ahead, he silently made a cultivation plan for himself. Although he was now at the nascent soul stage, he still couldn't avoid being tracked by the multi-winged clan's revenge blood eagles. In fact, many nascent soul cultivators in the Great Zhou Kingdom were constantly tracked. As soon as they entered the grassland, the multi-winged clan would know. Therefore, relying on ordinary concealment techniques to evade the revenge blood eagles' tracking was out of the question. Zhou Chun didn't know if the Great Evolution Heavenly Secrets technique would actually work, but he had to try. After all, he also wanted to return to that secret island. Furthermore, if this Great Evolution Heavenly Secrets technique could even conceal the revenge blood eagles' tracking and detection, then in the future, if he were to operate in those alien territories or offend a powerful force, he wouldn't need to worry about being traced and retaliated against. In the following days, Zhou Chun found a place in the border region to stay, patiently waiting for Zhou Ziyang and Luo King Ni to return. He wasn't too worried about their safety. With his 5 spirit pets working together, any cultivator below the nascent soul stage was easily captured, both alive and dead. Therefore, even if a winged clan grand mage discovered them on the road, they could capture them and seal their cultivation to prevent any leaks. Even if they encountered a nascent soul stage saint mage, the heavenly annihilation 4 symbols formation formed by his 4 spirit pets could hold out for a while, waiting for Zhou Chun to arrive and rescue them. Time passed slowly, and after waiting for about 5 months, Zhou Chun finally saw the two women return. A flash of yellow light appeared on the ground, and a golden armored mountain-carrying tortoise, over 100 feet long, emerged from the earth. On its back, besides the yellowish-brown stone mountain and Luo King Ni and her companion, lay a colossal azure tree, over 100 feet tall. This azure tree was the 5th-tier spiritual wood, the 10,000-year-old azure cloud wood. In its normal state, this tree was nearly 1,000 feet tall, practically reaching into the clouds. To transplant such a 1,000-foot-tall tree back, the underground route was impossible. Therefore, Luo King Ni and her companion had to first use a secret technique to sever the tree, sealing its life force. Once back at the Zhou family, they would transplant its roots to Azure Lotus Peak and then reattach the severed sections. Although this would severely damage the 5th-tier spiritual wood, it would ensure a safe and successful journey. With the presence of the wood spirit and the nourishment of Azure Lotus Peak spiritual veins, the 5th-tier spiritual wood would recover its vitality in a few decades. Upon seeing the two women successfully bring out the 5th-tier spiritual wood, the 10,000-year Azure Cloud tree, Zhou Chun offered a few words of concern and then quickly led them and the tree back to the family. On the return journey, although some cultivators saw the 10,000-year Azure Cloud tree flying above the azure sky, upon discovering that a nascent soul cultivator was on it, they all immediately pretended not to see anything and kept their distance. In less than 2 days, Zhou Chun returned to the Azure Lotus Mountain range with a 10,000-year Azure Cloud tree. Subsequently, Luo King Ni personally took action, with the assistance of the wood spirit, transplanting the 10,000-year Azure Cloud tree to the main base of the Heavenly Azure Dragon formation, reattaching the severed trunks. Thus, a 1,000-foot-tall 10,000-year azure cloud tree took root on the Zhou family's azure lotus peak. The appearance of such a giant tree quickly became a hot topic among the Zhou family cultivators. Soon, many forces in the Jing kingdom knew that the Zhou family's nascent soul cultivator had transplanted another fifth-tier spiritual wood, the 10,000-year azure cloud tree, from somewhere. A fifth-tier spirit wood, even if it's just azure cloud wood used for refining artifacts, is still worth as much as a top-grade magic weapon. The key is that if such a spirit wood appears in the outside world, it almost always has an owner, either a nascent soul cultivator or a fifth-tier demon king. So, this kid really has inherited the mantle of a senior cultivator and obtained a secluded secret realm, inside the Yang Sect's mountain gate. True person Ziyang's expression changed slightly as he looked at the intelligence report handed to him, revealing a solemn look. He hadn't been idle during this time. Since being defeated by Zhou Chun, he knew that the Zhou family would definitely be a major enemy of the Yang Sect in the future. Therefore, he had carefully arranged for people to investigate Zhou Chun's growth process and the supernatural abilities and secret techniques he had used. A few days ago, he obtained the primordial spirit restriction token controlling true person Tianjing from true person Yin Yu of the Moonwheel Sect, and he directly used it to force true person Tianjing to reveal all the hidden information he knew about Zhou Chun and the Zhou family. Only then did he realize that Zhou Chun's rapid success in forming his nascent soul was due to inheriting the legacy of a senior cultivator and obtaining the nascent soul pill, a spiritual item for nascent soul formation. Since he could obtain the nascent soul pill, acquiring a fifth-tier puppet and a top-grade magic weapon would naturally follow. This also explained why Zhou Chun's cultivation speed had skyrocketed since successfully forming his nascent soul, and why his breakthroughs were faster than ordinary people. However, this information was ultimately only the account of true person Xinjing, and true person Jiang didn't dare to fully believe it. Only today, after learning that Zhou Chun had transplanted another fifth-tier spiritual tree back to the family, did he completely believe true person Xinjing's words. Then he began to ponder Zhou Chun's intention in suddenly transplanting the fifth-tier spiritual tree back to the family. This kid is going to such lengths to transplant a 10,000-year-old azure cloud tree that can only be used for refining weapons. He definitely doesn't want to enhance the family's foundation with it. He probably wants to use this tree as a base to set up a powerful forbidden array. However, the Zhou family doesn't have any array masters. Given his previous cultivation level and background, he probably didn't have much opportunity to come into contact with array grandmasters. If he wants to set up this forbidden array successfully, he'll probably have to ask an array grandmaster for help. That's right. The intelligence says that during the last Beast-Tide War, he was highly regarded by fellow Taoist Qianmu of Yuangsu Mountain in Shen Kingdom. He even went so far as to condescend to secretly protect him. Now that he has successfully formed his nascent soul, fellow Taoist Qianmu will definitely be willing to give him face and help him set up a mountain-protecting array. True person Jiang's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He actually guessed Zhou Chun's plan just based on the information about a fifth-grade spirit tree. However, although he guessed Zhou Chun's plan, he found that he had no chance to interfere and sabotage it. Firstly, Yuangsu Mountain's strength surpasses that of their Yang Sect, making it impossible for him to persuade true person Qianmu to abandon his aid to Zhou Chun. Secondly, after his previous defeat, he had no intention of seeking out Zhou Chun again in the short term. Moreover, even if he could sabotage this attempt, Zhou Chun could simply have someone else set up a new protective formation. A rash move would only escalate the conflict, making it difficult to resolve. That brat has now reached his full potential. If I don't act now, I'll strike at his vitals, ensuring his utter destruction. A cold glint flashed in true person Jiang's eyes, and he gradually suppressed his thoughts of sabotage, deciding to ignore the matter for now. With a wealth of intelligence regarding Zhou Chun's growth process arriving in his hands, he gradually developed an idea for how to scheme against Zhou Chun. If everything went smoothly, it wouldn't be long before he could plunge this newly promoted nascent soul cultivator into utter ruin. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun, of course, was unaware that true person Jiang had already found a way to deal with him. After transplanting the 10,000-year-old azure cloud tree, he had someone send the revised heavenly azure dragon formation diagram, adjusted by Zhang Liang, to Yuangsu Mountain for the Grandmaster of Formations, Qianmu Zhenren, to study. Once the Zhou family had collected all the necessary spiritual materials for setting up the formation, They could invite Qianmu Zhenren to assist in setting it up. According to Zhou Chun's plan, his nascent soul ceremony would also be postponed until the heavenly azure dragon formation was successfully set up. This way, he wouldn't have anything to do before the formation was complete. Under these circumstances, Zhou Chun calmly reviewed his future cultivation plans. First and foremost, unless he was visiting friends or invited to participate in activities within the nascent soul cultivator circle, he wouldn't travel before Luo Qingni successfully formed her nascent soul. The reason for waiting for Luo Qingni to form her nascent soul was that if she succeeded, she could take his place in overseeing the Zhou family, and the two could work together to refine pills that could enhance the magical power of nascent soul cultivators. Against this backdrop, his tasks were fivefold. First, to support several spirit pets in their tribulations to become demon kings. Second, to cultivate several powerful divine abilities and secret techniques. Third, to settle some past grievances. Fourth, to mentor the younger generation of his family and help the Zhou family firmly establish itself as a nascent soul clan. And fifth, to learn cultivation techniques such as alchemy, artifact crafting, and talisman arrays in his spare time. Of these, the matter of the spirit pets achieving demon king status required no further assistance from him until their cultivation reached a level capable of triggering heavenly tribulation. He could essentially leave it to them. Settling past grievances could only be completed after the spirit pets successfully completed their tribulations. Therefore, his current tasks were to cultivate divine abilities and secret techniques, mentor and guide the younger generation of his family in his spare time, and incidentally learn alchemy, artifact crafting, and talisman array techniques. Having determined his priorities, Zhou Chun began to consider the divine abilities and secret techniques he could cultivate. He had cultivated many divine abilities and secret techniques to date, but only a few were still usable and had the potential for further cultivation. Upon closer examination, Zhou Chun only possesses 3 secret techniques: Heart Lotus Orthodox Method, Tai 2-part Divine Technique, and Holy Spirit 9 Transformations, Moon Toad Chapter, as well as 2 supernatural abilities, Golden Escape Technique and Zhengjin Sky-Splitting Thunder. However, his clone is currently cultivating Tai 2-part Divine Technique, and he lacks cultivation materials for Holy Spirit 9 Transformations, Moon Toad Chapter, making it temporarily unavailable for practice. Therefore, the only secret technique worth seriously cultivating now is Heart Lotus Orthodox Method. Zhou Chun's Heart Lotus Orthodox Method is already at the 4th level. After forming his nascent soul, he can cultivate the final level, the 5th level. As for Golden Escape Technique and Zhengjin Sky-Splitting Thunder, both are supernatural abilities he has cultivated for many years. Although they still have great potential for cultivation, they rely more on comprehension and opportunity, and do not require much time. Thus, after carefully reviewing the various supernatural abilities and secret techniques he has collected, Zhou Chun selected 1 secret technique and 2 supernatural abilities for himself. The secret technique he had previously coveted was the Great Evolution Heavenly Secret Technique. This technique was said to be extremely difficult to cultivate, with even nascent soul stage cultivators having a low probability of success, heavily reliant on fortuitous encounters. Both of his divine abilities were combat and lethal. One was the Falling Treasure Golden Light divine ability, recorded in the outer 4 chapters of the Golden Cauldron Profound Technique. Successfully cultivated, it could disarm opponents' magical artifacts and treasures. Reaching the legendary perfect state, it could even disarm heavenly spiritual treasures. The other divine ability came from the collection of an enemy he had once taken in, named Formless Jang Metal Divine Light, a lethal divine ability. Once mastered, it could unleash the indestructible Jang Metal Divine Light to kill enemies. Zhou Chun had his own considerations in choosing these 2 divine abilities. He primarily cultivated a Golden Escape Technique, possessed spiritual treasures, and had a golden armored mountain-bearing turtle stone, a defensive spirit pet, making his self-defense capabilities sufficient. However, in terms of attack, apart from the Moon Toad Pearl, spiritual treasure, his other methods were somewhat insufficient against opponents of the same level. If he could master these 2 combat and killing abilities, combined with his innate ability, Kyoki Enters Dreams, he could rank among the strongest cultivators of his level even without relying on a spirit pet. The Falling Treasure Golden Light ability, in particular, would be ideal for creating magical talismans to bestow upon future generations for self-defense and protection. Having made this decision, Zhou Chun began to focus intently on cultivating these secret techniques in his cave. After transplanting 17 golden magnetic spirit trees, Zhou Chun's cave layout changed again. He demolished the original main hall, transforming his cultivation area into an open courtyard. The 17 golden magnetic spirit trees were planted not far from the Spirit Eye Spring, and beneath them, various ores worth no less than 300,000 spirit coins were specially buried. If he weren't worried about over-modifying the area and affecting the spiritual vein pattern of the entire Azure Lotus Peak, Zhou Chun could have even implanted several veins into the mountain, forcibly creating a suitable place for his cultivation. But even now, his cultivation in this environment was quite effective. In just 1 year, Zhou Chun had already made basic progress in mastering the Falling Treasure Golden Light divine ability. That day, Zhou Chun was still diligently practicing his divine ability in the courtyard, constantly casting golden light from his hand, aiming at a second-tier magic weapon flying in the air. He was only just beginning to master this ability, and even with his nascent soul stage cultivation, his attempts to bring down the second-tier magic weapon controlled by his Taoist partner, Su Yuzhen, were unsuccessful, sometimes successful and sometimes not. But as he continued to try and ponder this divine ability, his expression suddenly changed, and he abruptly stopped practicing. This immediately caught Su Yuzhen's attention, and she couldn't help but ask curiously, "Husband, what's wrong? Why did you stop trying?" "Nothing, I have something to attend to." "My wife, you should go and practice on your own," Zhou Chun said, shaking his head slightly, without elaborating. Seeing this, Su Yuzhen didn't press further, simply nodding gently and leaving silently. After Su Yuzhen left, Zhou Chun raised his hand, and a silver light flew out of his bedroom, landing in his hand and transforming into a silver conch shell. He cast a spell on the conch shell, and a deep voice immediately echoed from within. "Master Jiang recently traveled to the Great Zhou Kingdom and returned in high spirits. I suspect he went to see Master Kuangli, who had a grudge against you, fellow Taoist Zhou. Be careful, fellow Taoist Zhou." The voice from within the silver conch shell only rang once before falling silent. After hearing Master Xianjing's message, Zhou Chun's expression changed slightly, becoming serious. "That old thief Jiang, is he trying to join forces with outsiders to kill me?" he muttered to himself, a cold glint appearing in his eyes. Master Jiang's actions had crossed a line for him. In Zhou Chun's mind, the conflict between himself, Master Jiang, and the Anyang sect was an internal affair of the Jing Kingdom, a family matter. Therefore, he would control the degree of conflict. Even if he had the strength to kill Master Jiang in the future, he might still give him a chance to repent. After all, there was no deep-seated hatred between them, they were only fighting because of conflicts of interest between their respective forces. As long as one side was willing to back down and relinquish its benefits after being defeated, they could reconcile. However, if Master Jiang wanted to use external forces to harm him, it would exceed his tolerance limit. The reason he hated King Lian Temple so much and later slaughtered its remnants without hesitation, aside from agreeing to Master Xianjing's conditions, was mainly because they hired assassins from the Ice Prison Sect to kill him. If Master Jiang really tried to contact Master Kuangli and other foreign cultivators to harm him, as Master Xianjing said, then it would be no different from what happened to King Lian Temple. Zhou Chun would definitely retaliate in kind. To thwart Master Jiang's conspiracy, his current strength was not enough. He needed a spirit pet to survive the heavenly tribulation and advance to the 5th-tier Demon King level. However, even his fastest spirit pets, the Fiery Phoenix and the Thunder Flood Dragon Bye-Bye, still need to accumulate power for tens or hundreds of years before they can confidently trigger the heavenly tribulation. If he wants them to skip this accumulation process as quickly as possible, he needs other opportunities. A fleeting thought flashed through Zhou Chun's mind, and he quickly came up with the most reliable and easiest method. His expression turned cold, and he said in a chilling voice, "Originally, I didn't want to do this. After all, my hatred for the Flood Dragon clan is already deep enough, but since you, old thief Jiang, are forcing me like this, then don't blame me for not leaving you a way out." 8,000-word chapter, considered an extra chapter. Chapter 667 Easily Killed. The Azure Lotus Mountains. Once Zhou Chun made his decision, he acted swiftly. At the cultivation levels of Thunder Flood Dragon Bye-Bye and Flame Prison Fire Phoenix, pills like the 100 Herbs Ginseng King Pill he had previously given them were useless. Similarly, even if they consumed a low-grade 4th-tier demon core of the same attribute, the effect would be greatly reduced. The simplest and most effective way to help them accumulate to perfection as quickly as possible was to give them a high-grade 4th-tier demon core of the same attribute, or a spiritual fruit similar to 5th-tier spirit apricot. 5th-tier spirit apricots were extremely rare and difficult to obtain, and Zhou Chun couldn't find them for them. However, he still had some methods for obtaining high-grade 4th-tier demon cores. Thunderflood Dragon Bai's demon core was the easiest to obtain. There was a high-grade 4th-tier Thunderflood Dragon in Dragon Abyss Swamp, and he happened to know a way to lure it away. Zhou Chun had previously considered luring and killing this 4th-tier high-grade Thunder Dragon, but he abandoned the idea for fear that the Dragon clan would discover he was the real culprit and incur even stronger retaliation. Unfortunately, fate intervened, and the pressure from true person Jiang forced him to take this risk. Of course, although he was willing to take the risk, he would absolutely not allow his main body to do it, and even the Thunder Dragon could not participate. He absolutely could not give the Dragon Clan any evidence of his actions in the wilderness, otherwise, even if he had successfully formed his nascent soul, according to the tacit understanding between the top-level beings of the two clans, they could have a reason to invade Jing Kingdom and attack him. Therefore, this matter required careful planning. Over the next 2 months, Zhou Chun met with several golden core cultivators from the Zhou family and sent his avatars to roam the wilderness, searching for suitable ambush sites. After months of such planning, he finally sent his disciple Zhou Ziyang to the wilderness with a spirit beast bag containing the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone. After Zhou Ziyang arrived at the wilderness, she quickly reunited with Zhou Chun's avatar. The master and disciple silently made their way to the ambush site. This ambush site was more than 5,000 miles away from the Kiu mountain stronghold, and there were no other 4th-tier demonic beasts within 1,000 miles of it, ensuring that no third party would interfere during the battle. It also maximized the protection of the Kiu mountain stronghold, preventing it from being implicated later. Yinger, you and Shitao lie in ambush here. When it's time for you to act, wait for my command, Zhou Chun's avatar instructed Zhou Ziyang in a low voice, pointing to a mountain peak not far away. Zhou Ziyang immediately replied in a low voice, "Disciple understands." "Master, please be careful as well." Zhou Chun's avatar nodded, then released the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle Shitao, letting it take Zhou Ziyang to the mountain to lie in ambush. Then, the avatar transformed into a one-horned white snake. His avatar was crafted from snow enchantress, making its transformations effortless. Unless one's cultivation level was a major realm higher than the avatar, or possessed innate spiritual eyes like the azure-eyed golden ape, it was difficult to discern his true origins. Transforming into a one-horned white snake, Zhou Chun's avatar quickly followed a river leading to Dragon Abyss, entering the swamp. After entering Dragon Abyss, the avatar quickly determined its direction, first heading towards the vicinity of the Scaled Frog tribe's territory, and then aiming for Thunder Lizard Island. Simultaneously, while the avatar was moving, Zhou Chun's true form, riding a golden-winged tiger, appeared in the border region between Lanzhou and Yunzhou, heading towards Lingzhou, seemingly on a border patrol. The situation quickly reached the Yang sect and the Demon King of Yunzhou. However, the Demon King of Yunzhou was certain Zhou Chun wouldn't dare cross the border and cause trouble, so aside from having a few 4th-tier demon beasts monitor Zhou Chun's movements in the border area, he paid no further attention. Upon learning of the intelligence, the Yang sect quickly dispatched the Xianjing Zhenren, who had returned to Lingzhou to oversee the region, to meet with Zhou Chun and inquire about his intentions. Facing the Xianjing Zhenren, Zhou Chun naturally adopted a businesslike demeanor, stating directly that he was there to inspect Lingzhou. Theoretically, the Zhou family had only entrusted Lingzhou to the Zhuangzi Palace for temporary administration, nominally retaining jurisdiction over the area. Therefore, Zhou Chun's desire to reclaim full control of Lingzhou was morally and legally sound. However, the Jiang Zhenren was not about to easily agree. He hoped to use this matter to keep Zhou Chun in Jingguo, preventing him from escaping his notice for an extended period. Thus, at his behest, the Xianjing Zhenren, while avoiding direct combat with Zhou Chun, clung to him like glue, refusing to yield an inch. Little did he know that this was exactly what Zhou Chun wanted. He intended to use this method to create an alibi. Although Master Xianjing didn't know what he was up to, he knew there must be a deeper meaning behind his actions at this time. Therefore, after some initial exchange and probing, he was happy to play along. While maintaining his main body's visibility, Zhou Chun's incarnation, the one-horned white snake, gradually approached the vicinity of Thunder Lizard Island. As he expected, after the previous incident where he transformed into the Taiyan Moon Toad and caused havoc, Thunder Lizard Island had indeed changed. Although the Thunder Lizard beasts hadn't migrated away, a fourth-tier low-grade demonic beast, the Thunder Dragon Crocodile, had appeared on the island. It was likely sent by the fourth-tier high-grade Thunder Flood Dragon to protect the Thunder Lizard beast herd. However, how could a mere fourth-tier low-grade demonic beast be a match for Zhou Chun's incarnation? He concealed his aura and approached the Thunder Dragon Crocodile's habitat. By the time the crocodile sensed danger and discovered his presence, it was too late. The one-horned white serpent opened its mouth and spat out 9 invisible ice needles, which silently pierced the eyes and heart of the Thunder Dragon Crocodile, easily and severely injuring the low-grade fourth-tier demon beast. Without even giving it a chance to self-destruct its demon core, the one-horned white serpent exhaled a stream of pure, icy air, instantly freezing the crocodile into an ice sculpture. Having so easily killed the Thunder Dragon Crocodile, the one-horned white serpent withdrew its 9 invisible ice needles and dismembered the crocodile's corpse, storing the pieces in its storage bag. Then, its body suddenly swelled and grew larger, transforming into a giant white-scaled python tens of meters long. This python burst out of the Thunder Dragon Crocodile's lair, quickly traversing most of Thunder Lizard Island, and casually freezing the 2 newly reappeared third-tier Thunder Dragon lizards into ice sculptures, taking their demon cores. Then, it swaggered into the Dragon Abyss Swamp and quickly disappeared without a trace. The Thunder Lizards on the island, along with the only remaining Thunder Dragon lizard, could only tremble and watch the giant python depart, not daring to utter a sound. To be honest, the Thunder Lizard clan on the island had suffered greatly ever since encountering the Zhou family cultivators. First, the foundation-building fruit tree, beneficial for their offspring's growth, was stolen. Then, Zhou Chun killed their leader and stole many of their eggs. Now, after finally recuperating for over 100 years and recovering some of their strength, Zhou Chun had killed their newly grown leader, truly a disastrous stroke of bad luck. Meanwhile, after leaving Thunder Lizard Island, the white-scaled giant python that Zhou Chun had transformed into immediately shrank back to only a few meters long, then swam towards the shore without much concealment of its aura. Because of the powerful aura of his avatar, it was practically among the strongest in the outer region of Dragon Abyss Swamp, allowing it to roam freely on its return journey. Along the way, a mid-grade fourth-tier fish demon, finding his aura unfamiliar and appearing in his territory, tried to confront him. However, he was instantly frozen by Zhou Chun's icy breath, nearly losing half its life. After finally breaking free from its confinement by unleashing its demon core power, the fish demon immediately fled without a word, never daring to appear in his sight again. Zhou Chun, whose intention was to portray himself as a powerful figure crossing the river, naturally wouldn't pursue the fish demon. He rampaged through the land, dealing with anything in his path with a single blow. Those who could survive lived, those who couldn't died, leaving clear clues for anyone trying to track him. As he neared the shore, he indeed sensed the aura of the high-grade fourth-tier Thunder Dragon. Over 100 years had passed, and the high-grade fourth-tier Thunder Dragon's aura had increased significantly, now reaching the point where it could trigger a heavenly tribulation. However, it clearly lacked the confidence of the other Thunder Dragon and dared not attempt to undergo tribulation before being fully prepared. Upon discovering this, Zhou Chun was not alarmed but rather delighted. As long as the Thunder Dragon's cultivation hadn't broken through a major realm, any improvement in its cultivation would only benefit him. Half an hour later, the enraged Thunder Dragon caught up with the one-horned white snake that Zhou Chun had transformed into. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a thick bolt of silver lightning descended from the sky, striking the one-horned white snake in the water. However, the one-horned white snake's body was enveloped in white ice light, instantly condensing water into ice, forming layers of solid ice around its body to withstand the lightning strike. After shattering several layers of ice, the silver lightning exhausted its power and could no longer pose a threat to the one-horned white snake inside. But since the Thunder Dragon had made its move, it certainly wouldn't stop there. Soon, a lightning beam as thick as a bucket followed, piercing through the air and giving the one-horned white snake no chance to catch its breath. Unfortunately, the Thunder Dragon was unaware that its opponent was intimately familiar with the Thunder Dragon clan's abilities and had already taken various precautions. As the lightning pillar struck, the one-horned white serpent instantly transformed into solid ice, encasing itself in a thick layer of ice. The lightning pillar struck the ice, cracking the massive block, but ultimately lacked the power to fully penetrate. Having blocked its opponent's initial three-pronged attack, the one-horned white serpent swiftly retaliated, spitting out a beam of white ice light towards the Thunder Dragon. Naturally, the Thunder Dragon easily dodged this attack using its lightning escape technique. Taking advantage of the Thunder Dragon's momentary lapse in attention, the one-horned white serpent suddenly accelerated, transforming into a white streak and shooting towards the nearby land. Seeing this, the Thunder Dragon wouldn't give up so easily, immediately using its superior lightning escape technique to pursue and kill the one-horned white serpent. The dragon and the snake chased each other, fighting fiercely along the way, causing quite a commotion in the wilderness. However, because of the presence of a fourth-tier high-grade Thunder Dragon, other fourth-tier demonic beasts along the way, even if they noticed this, obediently pretended not to see it and had no intention of joining in the fun. The demonic beasts in this wilderness were, in essence, servants of the dragon clan. If other demonic beasts bullied a dragon, they might immediately come to its aid. But if a dragon was chasing another demonic beast, they would pretend not to see it and dare not interfere. Undoubtedly, this was within Zhou Chun's expectations. As his avatar and the Thunder Dragon continued their pursuit, the Thunder Dragon also discovered that the one-horned white snake was not made of flesh and blood. After all, the Thunder Dragon was not weak. Under continuous and fierce attacks, it was impossible for it not to be able to break his skin. But having reached this point, and given that he had not used any magical treasures, the Thunder Dragon at most regarded him as a spirit, and could not possibly have imagined that he was an avatar of the nascent soul cultivator. Therefore, Lei Jiao's pursuit did not stop. This chase continued for over an hour, traversing thousands of miles, until Zhou Chun finally lured Lei Jiao to the prearranged ambush location. Aside from its location, this ambush site offered no disadvantage to Lei Jiao, so after chasing the one-horned white serpent there, it had no restraint and continued its relentless attacks. When the two reached the mountain peak where the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle was lying in ambush, Lei Jiao, as before, used the surprise attack effect of its lightning escape technique, appearing beside the one-horned white serpent with lightning crackling around its dragon claw, and slammed it down on the serpent's head. Previously, the one-horned white serpent would always dodge such ferocious attacks. However, this time, the one-horned white serpent neither dodged nor evaded, directly meeting the dragon claw head-on with its icy horn flashing above its head. Instantly, white ice light and silver lightning clashed, and the one-horned white serpent's head was quickly smashed apart by Lei Jiao's claw. At the same time, the white icy light released by the one-horned white snake also formed a layer of frost on the Thunder Dragon's body, causing it to stiffen briefly. Now, the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone, which had been lying in ambush for a long time, suddenly launched a charged attack. A yellowish-brown stone mountain surrounded by a hazy, primal magnetic divine light, burst from the ground and quickly smashed into the stiffened Thunder Dragon. This blow instantly blasted the Thunder Dragon, which was tens of feet long, to the ground, scattering broken dragon scales and dragon blood everywhere. The Thunder Dragon's bones and internal organs broke and fractured in countless places during this attack, and it almost fainted on the spot. The golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone did not let up. After smashing its target, it immediately opened its mouth and spat out its own demon core, using the demon core as a weapon to strike the falling Thunder Dragon. At this time, the Thunder Dragon's body was almost crippled, and it could not use its lightning escape technique. Faced with a fierce attack of the demon core, it could only instinctively spit out its own demon core to fight back. After colliding in midair, the two demon cores were blasted away by the immense power they contained, each bearing cracks and suffering considerable damage. However, compared to the golden armored mountain-bearing turtle stone, the Thunder Dragon was undoubtedly in a much worse state. Its physical body had already been nearly destroyed by Stone's attack, and now the demon core had been severely damaged, affecting its demon soul and causing it to become somewhat disoriented. Just then, a golden pearl suddenly appeared in the sky, from which a beam of golden light shot out, instantly landing on the Thunder Dragon's blasted demon core. Illuminated by the golden light, the Thunder Dragon immediately felt its connection to the demon core weaken, as if it might lose it at any moment. This discovery terrified it, and it hurriedly mustered its remaining strength to try and retrieve the demon core. But at that moment, 9 invisible ice needles suddenly shot into its body through its wounds and its dragon mouth, unleashing a terrifying burst of cold poison within it, even attacking its demon soul. As it struggled to resist the effects of the cold poison and retract its demon core, The golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone, which had already swallowed the demon core, once again unleashed the earthen Yellowstone mountain that slammed down upon it. After this, the world seemed to quiet down. The thunder dragon demon core, which had been struggling in the sky, quickly dimmed. At this moment, Zhou Chun, who had somehow reverted to human form, simply raised his hand and released a beam of white light, collecting the thunder dragon demon core and placing it into a jade box he had prepared beforehand. He then tossed the jade box containing the demon core to Zhou Chun, who had just activated a unstable golden light pearl, and instructed Zhou Chun to put the internally injured golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone into his spirit beast pouch. He then instructed his disciple, "The demon core and the stone are yours, Yinger. Return them to me as soon as possible. You don't need to worry about this place." "Yes, disciple will certainly not fail master's trust," Zhou Chun replied solemnly, then quickly departed with the demon core. Zhou Chun, in his true form, glanced at the thunder flood dragon's corpse on the ground, pondered for a moment, then stored it in a storage bag. He then cleaned up the scene, erasing the auras of Zhou Chun and the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone, leaving only his own. After doing this, he left the scene with the storage bag containing the thunder flood dragon's corpse. Soon after, Zhou Chun released the thunder flood dragon's corpse into a cold underground cave in the wilderness, freezing it in solid ice to prevent its aura from dissipating. He then left behind a dense aura of his own. In this way, even if the Flood Dragon clan possessed the ability to track the location of fallen members' corpses through bloodlines, they would only find this place. Even if a Flood Dragon clan demon king suspected Zhou Chun's true identity, without any evidence that the Thunder Flood Dragon died at the hands of a human cultivator, the suspicion against Zhou Chun's true form would be greatly reduced. Of course, Zhou Chun did this only as a precaution. If he was overthinking things, he could always return later to retrieve the Thunder Flood Dragon's corpse. In short, having done everything he could, Zhou Chun's avatar quickly left the wilderness and headed directly towards his main body. To avoid being tracked, this avatar would likely need to hibernate for a while. "I developed a fever after taking a hot bath last night. I don't know what's wrong. Only 5,000 words today." If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 668, The First Demon King's Spirit Pet. Deep within Dragon Abyss, inside an underwater palace, after Zhou Chun's avatar killed a 4th-tier superior grade Thunder Flood Dragon, a purple pearl stored in the palace suddenly exploded, quickly attracting the attention of an old tortoise guard in the place. Oh no! A core member of the Dragon Clan has unexpectedly perished. Who dares to be so audacious? The old tortoise looked towards the source of the explosion and exclaimed in human language. Then, a flash of blue light appeared on its body, instantly transforming it into a hunched old man carrying a tortoise shell, and it quickly stepped forward to carefully examine the information about the Dragon Clan member to whom the soul pearl belonged. It's that little dragon from the Thunder Flood Dragon Clan. If I remember correctly, this little dragon only obtained the tribulation transcending secret technique a few years ago and has been diligently cultivating it to prepare for the tribulation. How could it suddenly perish? The old tortoise muttered to itself, then quickly said with a solemn expression, "This matter must be reported to the Dragon Kings immediately. Let's see how the Dragon Kings handle it." After speaking, it carefully put away the shattered fragment of the soul pearl and left the palace. Not long after, a 5th-tier Azure Flood Dragon flew out from the depths of Dragon Abyss and began to investigate along the route the Thunder Flood Dragon had taken. It first went to Thunder Lizard Island, learned some information from the surviving Thunder Dragon Lizard, and then followed the traces left by the Thunder Flood Dragon all the way to the shore, finally arriving at the place where the Thunder Flood Dragon had perished. However, because the Golden Armor Mountain-bearing Turtle Stone had only made 3 moves, and Zhou Chun had only made 1, with Zhou Chun helping to finish it off, no matter how it examined the area, it could only find the aura left by Zhou Chun's avatar. Unable to gather any further useful information, the Azure Dragon could only spit out the fragments of the soul pearl it had brought with it. Using a secret technique, it gathered the scattered demonic soul fragments left behind when the Thunder Dragon perished, and then used these fragments as a medium to track the Thunder Dragon's physical location. This tracking technique required the Thunder Dragon's death to occur within a day, Otherwise, the demonic soul fragments would completely dissipate over time. Fortunately, it was still within a day. After locating the Thunder Dragon's physical body, the Azure Dragon immediately and swiftly pursued its target. Soon after, in the icy cave where Zhou Chun had transformed into to freeze the Thunder Dragon's corpse, the 5th-tier Azure Dragon King, with a human body and a dragon's face, appeared. Looking at the Thunder Dragon frozen in the ice, a flash of anger appeared in its eyes. It immediately opened its mouth and unleashed a gust of azure wind that instantly melted away the solid ice. The body is so rotten, could the culprit be some kind of powerful demonic beast? This doesn't match the situation of that ice attribute white snake. And why is there a strange earth attribute power remaining in its body? Could there be more than one culprit? The Azure Dragon King briefly examined the corpse of the dead Thunder Dragon and learned a lot of useful information, but this only made it more confused. In fact, although the Flood Dragon clan is the overlord of Dragon Abyss and the Wilderness, there have been instances in the past where core members have perished outside. After all, demonic beasts generally have bad tempers, and some powerful alien demonic beasts will not tolerate the Flood Dragon clan members just because they are the overlords of Dragon Abyss. Especially when it comes to certain things that cannot be tolerated, they will kill without hesitation. However, the circumstances of Thunder Dragon's death this time are somewhat strange. It did not die while wandering and fighting with enemies, but was lured out of Dragon Abyss and then died on land. This made the Azure Dragon King and some 5th-order Flood Dragons suspect that human cultivators might have been involved. But if it was truly a human cultivator who made the move, why hadn't it detected any trace or aura left by them? And why would a human cultivator abandon such a high-grade 4th-tier Thunder Dragon's corpse? Strange, truly strange. The Azure Dragon King shook its head, repeatedly expressing its bewilderment. With its intelligence, it was difficult to find the true culprit using the existing clues. It could only try a different approach, attempting to trace the trail through the remaining aura of the white snake. However, whether due to its less than sophisticated tracking method or some other reason, it failed to find the culprit. This caused its expression to darken, and it could only leave the underground cave with the Thunder Dragon's corpse. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun was unaware that his caution had once again saved him from a calamity. After his avatar killed the Thunder Dragon, he calmly continued his act with true person Shinjing for over an hour before gradually returning to Nine Peaks Ridge in Laozhou. After spending half a day at Nine Peaks Ridge, his avatar returned first. He quickly retracted his avatar and sealed it securely, then continued to wait for his disciple Zhou Xiang's return. Once Zhou Xiang returned safely with a golden armored mountain carrying turtle stone and the Thunder Dragon demon core, Zhou Chun immediately had the Thunder Dragon emerge and swallow the demon core. He then praised his disciple and comforted the golden armored mountain carrying turtle stone, whose demon core was slightly damaged. Zhou Chun then didn't linger at Nine Peaks Ridge and quickly returned to the mountain gate of the Azure Lotus mountain range. However, he didn't intend to wait there for the Thunder Dragon to complete its tribulation. He didn't know the extent of Master Xiang's connections with outsiders. Even with the two nascent soul cultivators from the Flame Sun Sect and Master Shinjing, the chances of successfully besieging and killing Master Kuanglei were less than 50%. Master Xiang wouldn't be unaware of this. Therefore, he would undoubtedly continue to contact more people. And Zhou Chun couldn't possibly know who he had contacted or how far he had progressed. Therefore, his best course of action was to disappear from Master Xiang's sight, while also leaving him some hope to prevent him from resorting to desperate measures. Several months later, the Zhou family began sending out invitations to various forces in the Jing Kingdom to participate in the Nascent Soul ceremony 5 years later. Zhou Chun then used the excuse of searching for a key spiritual object to set up the mountain's protective array to leave the Qinglian Mountains in public. His sudden departure quickly alarmed Master Xiang, who couldn't help but feel suspicious. What's going on? Why isn't the kid diligently cultivating his supernatural abilities and secret techniques within the family's mountain gate? Why is he suddenly going out now? Could it be that he's discovered something inside the Yang sect? A look of surprise flashed in Master Xiang's eyes, and he felt inexplicably uneasy. Then, as if remembering something, he cursed inwardly, "Damn it! I only regret that the old bastard from the Ice Prison sect is asking for too much, otherwise, I could have just called my men to take action." It turned out that he had not only contacted the Mad Thunder true person of the Great Zhou Kingdom, but also, after learning of Zhou Chun's past grievances with the Ice Prison sect of the Ice Barbarian Kingdom, He had specifically traveled to the Ice Barbarian Kingdom to seek out a nascent soul stage true person from the Ice Prison Sect, intending to enlist their help in dealing with Zhou Chun. However, the nascent soul stage true person from the Ice Prison Sect seized the opportunity to make an exorbitant demand, immediately asking for the Moon-Toad Pearl, spiritual treasure from Zhou Chun. How could true person Jiang easily agree to this? After all, his reason for wanting to harm Zhou Chun was to add another spiritual treasure to the Flame Sun sect. Moreover, the others he had invited would not easily agree to this either. After pondering this alone for a long time, filled with doubt and suspicion, and remembering that Zhou Chun's departure was already a fait accompli, Master Jiang could only sigh, "Forget it, I must be overthinking it. He's holding the nascent soul ceremony in 5 years. The reason he's in such a hurry to leave now is probably to set up the protective array for the mountain as soon as possible." He wasn't unaware of the saying, the longer you wait, the more things might go wrong, but he hadn't been able to invite enough people, so he could only continue to wait. Meanwhile, after leaving the Azure Lotus Mountains, Zhou Chun went directly to the Great Zhou Kingdom and then disappeared into the Black Mist Swamp. The emergence of the two-headed black dragon in the Black Mist Swamp back then shocked the entire Great Zhou Kingdom, attracting the attention of many high-level cultivators. However, after some nascent soul cultivators came and thoroughly searched the area, finding no special secrets, they quickly stopped paying attention to it. As for the underground base operated by the bandit organization back then, it had long since collapsed into ruins during the Great Battle. However, the spiritual veins here were not greatly affected, and it has now become a habitat for some high-level demonic beasts in the Black Mist Swamp. After Zhou Chun appeared here, he did not show himself, but simply had Mu Mei and Mu Sang take a good spot, and then put the Thunder Flood Dragon Bai inside to sleep and refine its demonic core. He himself was there to protect it, and at the same time, he began to cultivate his divine abilities and secret techniques. Time passed quickly, and 4 years went by. In these 4 years, Zhou Chun still made no progress in cultivating the Great Evolution Heavenly Secret Technique, and had not been able to truly enter the realm of enlightenment. However, he had made some progress in the formless Zhengjun Divine Light divine ability, and should be able to cultivate it to a preliminary level soon. After more than 4 years of refining and absorbing, the Thunder Flood Dragon Bai finally completely refined the 4th grade high-quality Thunder Flood Dragon demonic core, allowing its own magical power cultivation to reach the 4th grade perfection realm, and it could trigger the heavenly tribulation at any time. Let's do it here. After you successfully transcend your tribulation, we'll head straight for Thunder Cliff Valley and give them a preemptive strike. When Thunder Flood Dragon Bai asked Zhou Chun when he would undergo his tribulation, he confidently gave this instruction. Black Mist Swamp was practically Thunder Flood Dragon Bai's lucky place. It was here that it triggered the fish leaping over the Dragon Gate phenomenon and successfully leaped over the gate, transforming into a 4-clawed Thunder Flood Dragon. Perhaps by undergoing its tribulation here, it could inherit that good fortune. Hearing this instruction, Thunder Flood Dragon Bai immediately stopped hesitating and began preparing for its tribulation. Whether it could successfully transcend its tribulation was a matter of life and death for Zhou Chun and the Zhou family, so Zhou Chun spared no effort in supporting it. Besides the Heavenly Gang Thunder-slaying sword it had nurtured, he also refined a high-grade magic weapon and a top-grade magic weapon for it. Considering its own cultivation of the Thunder Flood Dragon Clan's tribulation transcending secret technique, while not 100% certain, there was at least an 80% chance of success. After several months of preparation, it suddenly triggered the heavenly tribulation. On this day, a sudden storm arose in the Black Mist Swamp, and a terrifying aura spread from a certain body of water, causing demonic beasts within a radius of hundreds of miles to flee in panic, including some powerful 4th-tier demonic beasts. Even the black mist that filled the sky seemed to be squeezed by some force, constantly rolling and retreating outwards. Above the sky, thunderclouds surging with silver lightning rapidly gathered and manifested, stretching for dozens of miles. Such a strange phenomenon could be vaguely seen even by cultivators thousands of miles away. Thunderclouds descending from the sky, either someone has successfully formed their nascent soul, or a powerful demon is undergoing its heavenly tribulation. Besides the two-headed black dragon that caused such a commotion 200 years ago, is there another powerful demon lurking in the Black Mist Swamp? At the edge of the Black Mist Swamp, a golden core cultivator, preparing to enter in search of some local specialty, stopped abruptly, his expression changing drastically as he gazed at the thunderclouds in the distance. He was quite powerful and had assumed that even if he couldn't roam freely within the Black Mist Swamp, he shouldn't be in any danger. But now, looking at the thick, continuous thunder clouds, he felt a deep sense of dread. Normally, powerful demons would clear their tribulation sites beforehand to prevent others from taking advantage of their weakened state after the tribulation, killing or driving away any potentially threatening beasts or cultivators. If he hadn't lingered in the market outside for half a day, he would be deep within the Black Mist Swamp now, possibly walking right into a trap. Immediately, he dared not linger to watch the spectacle and hurriedly turned and left. At the same time, most of the cultivators adventuring within the Black Mist Swamp were also fleeing, not daring to stay any longer. Only a few exceptionally daring cultivators, or those with limited lifespans, dared to risk remaining inside, even heading towards the tribulation site, hoping to profit from the failure of a great demon's tribulation. Even if a great demon perished during its heavenly tribulation, its corpse mostly destroyed by the lightning, as long as some usable bones could be found, would be enough to feed Foundation Establishment and even Purple Mansion stage cultivators. Zhou Chun didn't concern himself with the movements of the external cultivators. The Black Mist Swamp was remote, the nearest nascent soul stage cultivator was thousands of miles away, and news would take at least 1 or 2 hours to reach him. Moreover, the Thunder Flood Dragon Bai was not an unclaimed beast, but his spirit pet. Even if a nascent soul stage cultivator arrived upon hearing the news, his presence here would be enough to deter them from attacking. After all, a newly minted 5th-tier Demon King might be easy to kill, but few nascent soul cultivators with families and households would dare to easily offend a nascent soul cultivator of unknown origin. Therefore, after the thunderclouds appeared, he proactively retreated 200 or 300 miles away and waited quietly. Boom! When the thunderclouds in the sky accumulated to a certain point, the first tribulation lightning bolt crashed down. When Zhou Chun saw the power of the falling tribulation lightning, he couldn't help but change color slightly. The power of this tribulation lightning was not only much stronger than when he had undergone his previous tribulation, but also much stronger than the tribulation lightning that the rock armor giant rhinoceros of the spirit control sect had experienced during its tribulation. Judging from its power, it was almost comparable to his third round of tribulation lightning. Therefore, even though he had great confidence in Lei Jiao Bai, his heart couldn't help but be on edge at this moment. Lei Jiao Bai, on the other hand, seemed to be prepared for the power of the tribulation lightning. When the first lightning bolt struck, it didn't use any magical artifacts, it simply spat out a silver lightning beam to meet it. The two seemingly identical bolts collided in midair, but the lightning beam spat out by the Thunder Dragon was completely defeated. It was like a genuine steel sword versus a painted wooden sword, seemingly identical, but fundamentally vastly different. After shattering the lightning beam spat out by the Thunder Dragon, the lightning bolt, still retaining most of its power, struck it directly. In an instant, its indestructible dragon scales shattered and flew off, dragon blood splattering across the sky. But before it could recover from its injuries, the second lightning bolt struck again. This time, it immediately changed its strategy. First, it spat out a silver lightning ball to bombard the lightning bolt, then its body surged with lightning, weaving together to form layers of lightning shields above its head, creating 7 or 8 layers in total. This countermeasure proved immediately effective. After the tribulation lightning shattered 7 or 8 layers of lightning shields, its power was less than half. When it struck, it only slightly cracked some of the dragon scales, without even drawing a few drops of blood. However, while this method could withstand the tribulation lightning, it greatly depleted its magical power. After enduring the first round of tribulation lightning using this method, its magical power was less than 30%. For any other demonic beast, this situation would essentially mean failure in its tribulation and certain death. But the Thunder Flood Dragon Bai was different. It had a good master. The Demon King Chongsun had bestowed 3 drops of 10,000-year spiritual milk upon Zhou Chun, the #1 spiritual object in the cultivation world for restoring magical power. Before its tribulation, Zhou Chun had given it all 3 drops. Now, taking advantage of the fact that the second round of tribulation had not yet arrived, it hurriedly spat out a jade bottle containing 10,000-year spiritual milk, chewed it up, and swallowed it, along with some healing pills. By the time the second round of tribulation lightning began to descend, Lei Jiao Bai's magical power had fully recovered. It continued to use its previous strategy to resist the tribulation lightning without hesitation. However, The second round of Tribulation Lightning was significantly more powerful, each bolt comparable to an attack from a top-grade magic weapon used by a nascent soul cultivator in the early stages. Even though it had tried its best to resist with its supernatural abilities, each bolt worsened its injuries. Despite this, it persisted in relying solely on its own strength to overcome the tribulation. For demonic beasts undergoing tribulation, Tribulation Lightning is both danger and opportunity, especially for a Legiao like Legiao Bye-Bye. After being bombarded by Tribulation Lightning, its Legiao bloodline would undergo a stronger transformation upon successful tribulation, potentially allowing it to advance further. Therefore, it wanted to endure as much Tribulation Lightning as possible before the third round arrived. Otherwise, the later the Tribulation Lightning became, the stronger it would be, and it would be too risky to let it touch it. Thus, one bolt of Tribulation Lightning after another fell, and soon the second round had reached 7 bolts. At this moment, over 70% of Legiao Bye-Bye's body was a bloody mess, a gruesome sight, its injuries reaching a dangerously severe level. However, its aura hadn't weakened much, its indomitable and proud fighting spirit was still palpable. Enough, Bye-Bye, you've done great. There's still a third round of Tribulation Lightning to come. Even with your magic weapon, you can't underestimate it. Zhou Chun couldn't bear to watch any longer and immediately sent a reminder to his spirit pet through mental communication. He was afraid Legiao Bye-Bye might get carried away and go too far. Upon receiving his reminder, Legiao Bye-Bye readily complied and didn't continue playing with fire. When the 8th Tribulation Lightning struck, it opened its mouth and spat out a cyan-green shield-like magic weapon, the very same high-grade magic weapon Zhou Chun had used during his previous tribulation. However, this high-grade magic weapon, which had played a crucial role in his tribulation, couldn't even withstand a single bolt of Tribulation Lightning, instantly shattering into countless fragments under the bombardment of the 8th bolt. Fortunately, this treasure also neutralized most of the power of the 8th Tribulation Lightning, preventing it from causing any further damage to the Thunder Dragon. As the 9th Tribulation Lightning struck, the Thunder Dragon spat out a purplish-black spear. This purplish-black spear was obtained from the multi-winged clan's Grand Mage, Bangru, and was a quasi-sacred artifact left behind by a multi-winged clan Holy Mage, equivalent to a top-grade magic weapon. Because the two races used different refining techniques, cultivators found it difficult to unleash the full power of this treasure. The power it could exert was only slightly stronger than a high-grade magic weapon. However, this treasure was still of top-grade quality, made of exceptional materials, far superior to high-grade magic weapons. When the Thunder Flood Dragon Bye-Bye summoned it, it successfully shattered and dispersed most of the Tribulation Lightning falling from the sky, allowing it to withstand less than 30% of the Tribulation Lightning's power and successfully pass the second round of 9 Tribulation Lightning strikes. Then, taking advantage of the fact that the third round of Tribulation Lightning hadn't yet struck, the Thunder Flood Dragon Bye-Bye, whose mana was greatly depleted, quickly consumed a second drop of 10,000-year spirit milk, restoring its mana to full before the third round of Tribulation Lightning struck. When the third round of Tribulation Lightning struck, the Thunder Flood Dragon Bye-Bye used its purplish-black spear magic weapon to clear the way, completely disregarding the damage to the spear. After all, Zhou Chun had said that even if the spear was destroyed, it wouldn't matter. After passing through 2 more Tribulation Lightning strikes, the purplish-black spear finally shattered into several pieces during the third Tribulation Lightning strike. A top-grade magic weapon was destroyed just like that. Zhou Chun watched this scene without even blinking, completely unconcerned. It was useless to him anyway, making the most of it at this moment was already the best outcome. When the 4th Tribulation Lightning struck, a silver flying sword shot out from the mouth of the Thunder Dragon Bye-Bye, unleashing a fierce and unparalleled Heavenly Gang Divine Thunder Sword key that struck the Tribulation Lightning, instantly annihilating 70 to 80% of its power. The Heavenly Gang Thunder Slaying Sword, magic weapon finally lived up to Zhou Chun's intention in naming it, proving crucial at this critical moment. Since the Thunder Dragon Bye-Bye advanced to 4th tier high-grade demon beast, this sword had been stored and nurtured within its body, never used once. Although it hadn't yet fully advanced to a top-grade magic weapon, its effectiveness in dealing with Tribulation Lightning was greater than that of ordinary top-grade magic weapons. The key is that it is perfectly suited to Legiao Bye-Bye, and its power in Legiao Bye-Bye's hands is even stronger than in Zhou Chun's. With the help of this magic weapon specially crafted for tribulation, Legiao Bye-Bye successfully passed 4 more Tribulation Lightning strikes. However, Heavenly Gang Thunder-Slaying Sword, is ultimately not a truly top-grade magic weapon. After defeating 4 tribulation lightning strikes in succession, it was starting to falter, and cracks appeared on its blade. If it continued, it might be able to defeat another tribulation lightning strike. But it might also be destroyed by the next one. Legiato Bye naturally wouldn't gamble on that possibility. After all, the Flame Hellfire Phoenix and the Wood Spirit Wood Mulberry would need this sword to help them successfully pass their tribulations in the future, and it itself would also need such a handy magic weapon after advancing to the 5th tier Demon King. Therefore, when the 8th tribulation lightning strike fell, Legiato Bye put away the Heavenly Gang Thunder-Slaying Sword, and instead unleashed a secret technique that it had painstakingly cultivated for hundreds of years. Silver lightning erupted from its body, quickly coalescing into an armor of silver lightning that protected it. When the 8th lightning bolt struck, it used the Heavenly Thunder Annihilation Slash to resist for a moment, then coiled up to withstand the remaining lightning strikes. At this moment, a strange scene unfolded. The lightning bolt, after striking the Thunder Dragon white, inexplicably weakened by more than half, allowing it to easily pass through the tribulation. However, after this attack, its lightning armor immediately became much more ethereal and dim, clearly indicating a significant depletion of its power. The 9th lightning bolt then descended. As the final lightning bolt of the heavenly tribulation, its power surpassed even Zhou Chun's full force activation of his spiritual treasure. Even he, in his current state, would be severely injured if he were to withstand it. Therefore, his heart was in his throat at this moment. Meanwhile, Legiato Bye silently activated a rarely used life-saving technique, the Undying Thunder Body, which could, in a sense, neutralize a fatal attack. In an instant, its body seemed to transform into pure lightning, breaking free from the shackles of its physical form, as if it had truly become a thunder dragon. Coincidentally, the 9th tribulation lightning also appeared in the form of a true thunder dragon. After the 2 dragons collided, the world was filled with flashing silver lightning, making it difficult even for Zhou Chun, a nascent soul cultivator, to see clearly. After a dozen or so breaths, he noticed that the thunder clouds in the sky were rapidly dissipating, and a silver full moon suddenly appeared in the sky. Since it was night, the strange phenomenon of 2 moons in the sky appeared simultaneously, making it difficult to distinguish which one was the real moon. Zhou Chun was familiar with this scene. A similar phenomenon had occurred after the rock armor giant rhinoceros survived its tribulation. Thus, he no longer needed to worry about Legiato Bye. As expected, as the silver lightning gradually dissipated, the thunder dragon Bye, though its body was almost completely mangled, still brimming with tenacious vitality, reappeared in his sight. At the same time, the silver moon that had appeared directly above the thunder dragon Bye's head suddenly shone brightly, and soon, a silvery liquid, like lead and mercury, descended from the sky, drifting down towards the weakened creature in midair. It was Emperor's elixir. Zhou Chun witnessed the appearance of this rare treasure of heaven and earth once again, and this time, there were significantly more of it than with the rock armor giant rhinoceros. After the appearance of this Emperor's elixir, his powerful divine sense clearly detected 2 powerful auras approaching, both being nascent soul stage cultivators identical to himself. Fortunately, judging from their auras, both were at the early nascent soul stage, well within his control. Therefore, while indicating to Legiato Bye to absorb the Emperor's elixir to heal his injuries and transform his bloodline, he also released his 3 other demonic beast spirit pets besides the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle to protect Legiato Bye. Then, without any restraint, he released his powerful divine sense and warned the 2 approaching nascent soul cultivators. Fellow Daoists, stop. The one who successfully transcended the tribulation is my spirit pet. Please do not approach any further. He himself had no intention of concealing his presence. The 2 nascent soul cultivators should have already discovered him, which was probably why they hadn't gotten too close before. However, now that the Emperor's elixir had appeared, the 2 were probably unable to resist the temptation and wanted to share in it. Now, after being warned by him, the 2 had no choice but to stop. When the 2 stopped their escape light, their appearances were revealed. A black-robed old Taoist with an air of otherworldly grace and a red-faced middle-aged man wearing a crimson robe. Then, the black-robed old Taoist bowed to Zhou Chun and said, "Fellow Taoist, please don't misunderstand. I am King Henren, the Supreme Elder of the Great Zhou True Water Palace. This Emperor's Dew is a rare treasure of heaven and earth, and it is difficult to see without a special connection. Therefore, I would like to ask you to be lenient and spare some for me in the transaction. I am willing to reward you with other spiritual items." Upon hearing this, the red-faced middle-aged man nodded repeatedly and said, "My thoughts are exactly the same as fellow Taoist kings. I would like to ask you to be lenient." Faced with their request, Zhou Chun shook his head without hesitation and said, "I'm sorry, it's not that I don't want to be lenient, but as you two have seen, I still have several spiritual pets here. This amount of Emperor's due is not even enough for my own use. How can I spare any for you two?" After saying that, he slightly activated the moon-toad pearl within his body, and a cold and desolate aura emanated from his body. Upon sensing the change in his aura, the two opposite him immediately sharpened their gazes, revealing a hint of apprehension. "Fellow Taoist king, this person's aura is strange. Perhaps he possesses a protective spiritual treasure? What should we do now?" The red-faced middle-aged man's eyes flickered, and he secretly sent a telepathic message to the black-robed old Taoist for advice. He himself possessed no protective spiritual treasure, and knew he would have little chance against a cultivator of the same level who did. However, the True Water Palace possessed a spiritual treasure inheritance, and it was on the black-robed old Taoist. Therefore, he naturally hoped the black-robed old Taoist would take the lead and put pressure on Zhou Chun. However, the black-robed old Taoist did not reply to his words, but simply smiled slightly at Zhou Chun and said, "Very well, since you have no intention of transferring the Emperor's elixir, then I will not disturb you any longer. Congratulations on your successful transformation of your spirit pet. May your immortal path be smooth and your immortality everlasting." With that, he decisively transformed into a streak of blue-black light and departed. The red-clad middle-aged man was stunned by this scene. He glanced resentfully at the Emperor's dew still descending from the sky, then stamped his foot and left, not even bothering to say goodbye to Zhou Chun. Seeing this, Zhou Chun breathed a slight sigh of relief, then smiled broadly and produced a jade bottle to collect the falling Emperor's dew. 8,000-word chapter delivered. Please subscribe. I've noticed that many of the earlier chapters have lower subscription numbers than the chapters after nascent soul formation. Are many of you skipping chapters? Don't make me feel bad. Please subscribe. Chapter 669 The Potential of a True Dragon. After the Thunder Flood Dragon successfully passed its heavenly tribulation, it received a great deal of Emperor's essence. Heaven is fair, since the tribulation lightning it endured was significantly more powerful than that of other demonic beasts, its rewards upon success were naturally greater. Even so, Zhou Chun didn't collect too much Emperor's essence. He knew that the Thunder Flood Dragon itself needed sufficient Emperor's essence to elevate its bloodline and solidify its foundation. Ultimately, he collected only about 1/10 of the total. Even so, this amount was no less than what he received from the Spirit Control Sect. However, Zhou Chun didn't distribute this Emperor's essence to his spirit pets. Instead, he planned to save it as a reward for his juniors. Especially Zhou Hiying's Heavenly Wind Thunder Eagle spirit pet, which desperately needed such a rare treasure to help it break through its bloodline shackles and advance to the 4th rank. Since the Zhou family had established a reputation of spirit beast Zhou family, they needed to ensure that reputation stood the test of time and be truly remembered. In this way, it wouldn't be significant for Zhou Chun alone to raise a few 4th-tier demonic beasts. The goal was for most of the other golden core cultivators in the Zhou family to also possess 4th-tier demonic beasts as spirit pets. And to achieve this, a rare treasure like Emperor's elixir was indispensable. One day in the future, when the number of golden core cultivators in the Zhou family possessing 4th-tier demonic beasts as spirit pets exceeded a handful, the title of Spirit Beast Zhou family would be firmly established, making everyone who heard of this family aware of this unique nascent soul family in the cultivation world. At that time, other cultivators who wanted to raise spirit pets would hear of this name and flock to the Zhou family from afar to seek opportunities, bringing immeasurable benefits to the Zhou family. The other spirit pets had no objections to Zhou Chun's arrangement. In their current situation, even if they consumed some Emperor's elixir, it wouldn't be of much use, and it wasn't appropriate to feed it to only one person while withholding the others. After they survive the heavenly tribulation, they can naturally enjoy a large amount of Emperor's essence all to themselves. Looking at the Thunder Flood Dragon bye-bye in midair, after absorbing over 90% of the Emperor's essence on its own, its mangled dragon body suddenly burst forth with silver lightning, actively shaking off the scabs and dead skin. Then, Its dragon body rapidly remodeled and recovered under the nourishment of the Emperor's essence. During this time, a large amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth actively converged towards it, being absorbed and refined. Seeing this, Zhou Chun nodded slightly, knowing that everything was now on track and there would be no more unexpected events. He quickly turned his gaze to a body of water 100 miles away. When the Emperor's essence appeared, his divine sense detected a somewhat familiar aura in that place. If he wasn't mistaken, it should be the Thunderworm Beast, hiding there. Zhou Chun had previously refined the Heavenly Gang Thunder-slaying sword, using the Thunderworm Beast's horn, so he was familiar with its aura. In fact, his decision to have Lei Jiao undergo his tribulation here was partly motivated by a desire to lure out the Thunderworm Beast. He knew very well that while other demonic beasts might fear the aura and tribulation pressure emanating from Lei Jiao, the Thunderworm Beast, with its talent for absorbing heavenly lightning, might see this as an opportunity. For a beast like the Thunderworm Beast, breaking through its bloodline shackles and advancing to the 4th rank was extremely difficult, practically impossible without a great stroke of luck. However, if it could absorb some of the residual tribulation lightning power, it might have a chance to break through its bloodline shackles. Now that Lei Jiao had just undergone its heavenly tribulation, a trace of tribulation lightning power remained in the water below. If Zhou Chun and the others left now, the Thunderworm Beast would have a chance to succeed. However, although the beast instinctively sensed this as an opportunity, it clearly underestimated the divine sense of the nascent soul cultivator. Not to mention, when the Emperor's Dew, a rare treasure capable of directly changing its fate, appeared, its uncontrollable craving made its aura easily detectable by Zhou Chun, who knew it well. Although it had calmed down and concealed itself, Zhou Chun's powerful divine sense had already locked onto its hiding place, and it was completely unaware. Seeing that the Thunder Flood Dragon Bai's condition had stabilized and no other nascent soul cultivators were found nearby, Zhou Chun naturally wouldn't let the Thunderworm Beast escape again. After locking onto the beast, he first used the golden escape technique to flash above the waters where it was hiding. Before the beast could react, a golden chain in Zhou Chun's hand instantly pierced through the lake water below, directly locking the Thunderworm Beast hidden in the silt at the bottom of the lake. The heart-to-heart golden lock secret technique was something Zhou Chun had cultivated when he was at the Purple Mansion stage, and he had rarely used it since forming his collar. However, using it against the Thunderworm Beast, a mere 3rd-tier high-grade demon beast, was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, instantly rendering it powerless to resist. With a flick of Zhou Chun's golden lock, he easily fished the Thunderworm Beast from the water, like an old man fishing. "Little fellow, we meet again." Zhou Chun looked at the Thunderworm Beast he had fished out of the water, a faint smile appearing on his face. Unfortunately, hundreds of years had passed, and the Thunderworm Beast had clearly forgotten who he was. Now, it trembled completely before his nascent soul pressure, not daring to move an inch. Seeing this, Zhou Chun felt somewhat bored and immediately sealed it away, storing it in his spirit beast pouch, intending to train and refine it later. About 3 days later, accompanied by a clear dragon's roar in the air, a 4-clawed, 4-toed thunder dragon rode the wind and clouds, flying to Zhou Chun's side. Yes, 4 claws and 4 toes. With the help of the Emperor's Dew, the Thunder Flood Dragon, which had previously only had 4 claws and 3 toes, took another step forward. 4 claws and 3 toes were already considered superior talent within the Flood Dragon clan, the makings of a demon king. 4 claws and 4 toes represented an even greater leap, the potential of a demon saint. Almost all the 6th-tier demon saints who had appeared in the Flood Dragon clan in the past possessed this kind of bloodline talent. While it's uncertain whether a Flood Dragon with this kind of bloodline talent would become a 6th-tier demon saint in the future, the probability of it becoming a 5th-tier high-grade demon king was extremely high. Therefore, even in the Dragon Abyss, 5th-tier Flood Dragon kings of this quality were very rare, numbering only a handful. Just as Zhou Chun's attention was focused on the Thunder Flood Dragon's claws, the Thunder Flood Dragon that appeared before him bowed and said, "This little dragon greets its master. Thank you for protecting this little dragon." Its voice was very clear, yet carried a hint of childishness, like that of a young man just starting out. Zhou Chun paused for a moment, then laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha, no need for such formalities. Congratulations, bye-bye, on successfully transcending your tribulation and becoming a demon king." After laughing, he seemed to remember something and suddenly looked at his spirit pet tentatively, asking, "Bye-bye, Now that you've successfully transcended your tribulation, can you transform into human form now? He only knew that demon beasts gain the ability to transform into human form after advancing to the 5th tier Demon King. But whether this was an ability that came immediately after transcending the tribulation or needed to be developed gradually was unclear. After all, none of the cultivators in the Zhou family's beast-taming inheritance had ever raised such a powerful spirit pet. After hearing Zhou Chun's question, Bai Bai hesitated for a moment and said, "It should be possible now, but since this is my first time transforming, my appearance might not be very good, and I'm afraid it might offend Master's eyes. It doesn't matter. As long as you can transform into human form, you've already succeeded." "The appearance doesn't matter," Zhou Chun waved his hand, saying indifferently. "Then let's give it a try, little dragon." Bai Bai nodded slightly, and immediately, its body flashed with silver light, transforming into human form in a flash. Although it had all 4 limbs, eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, its body was still covered in dragon scales, even its cheeks were covered in fine silver scales, and silver dragon horns grew on its head. This appearance was certainly not beautiful. In fact, it could be described as ferocious. However, as Zhou Chun said, as long as it could transform into human form, it was already a success. As for the demonic beast characteristics on its body, as its cultivation level increased and its mastery of transformation skills improved, it could naturally gradually conceal itself until it was indistinguishable from a normal human. Those demon kings who had traveled to human territories were all masters of transformation, having invested a great deal of effort in this ability. However, most demon kings were unwilling to waste time and energy on this seemingly useless ability and did not specifically study it. However, Lei Jiao Bai Bai was accustomed to living in human society, and its aesthetic sense after transformation was naturally influenced by humans. At this moment, it even found its transformed appearance somewhat unbearable. Therefore, while Zhou Chun was examining its transformed appearance, it spoke up rather awkwardly, "Why don't you revert to your original form, little dragon?" But Zhou Chun waved his hand to stop it, saying, "There's no need for that. Since you've already transformed, you should familiarize yourself with this form. You are a dignified demon king. You don't need to care about other people's opinions." Hearing this, Bai Bai could only give up the idea. "Let's go, let's leave this place first," Zhou Chun said, releasing the golden-winged tiger, and together with Bai Bai, they rode away from the Black Mist Swamp. At this time, news of a great demon successfully undergoing tribulation in the Black Mist Swamp had already spread throughout many parts of the Great Zhou Kingdom, and in recent days, some nascent soul stage cultivators had come to check on the situation. Seeing that Lei Jiao Bai Bai had successfully transcended its tribulation and had Zhou Chun protecting it, none of these people chose to show themselves, taking a quick look from afar before leaving to avoid any misunderstandings. However, now that some Purple Mansion stage cultivators and low to mid-level cultivators had learned that the Demon King who had successfully transcended its tribulation was a nascent soul stage cultivator's spirit pet, they were already recklessly venturing into the Black Mist Swamp, their various prying gazes making Zhou Chun quite unhappy. Unfortunately, he couldn't go on a killing spree, so he had no choice but to leave. He was also worried that Kuang Lei's Henren would immediately flee upon learning the news, so he decided to go and block the gates of Lei Valley first. On the way to Lei Valley, Zhou Chun also took the opportunity to learn about Bai Bai's gains after advancing to the 5th tier Demon King. As expected, after advancing to the 5th tier Demon King, Bai Bai awakened its bloodline inheritance again, and this time the knowledge of the inheritance was far stronger than when it broke through to the 4th tier. However, like before, this inherited knowledge was quite scattered and seemed rather haphazard. The text contains knowledge about cultivating various supernatural abilities and secret techniques, information about powerful demonic beasts in the cultivation world, and even knowledge about special rare and precious materials. It's not that this inherited knowledge is useless, but rather that it's mostly ineffective. Fortunately, the cultivation methods for those supernatural abilities and secret techniques will greatly help Lei Jiao Bai Bai's future cultivation. If it can successfully cultivate one or two of the supernatural abilities recorded in the inheritance, its strength will be greatly enhanced. Of course, that's a matter for the future. What can directly improve its strength now is the innate supernatural ability it awakened after advancing to the 5th tier of Demon King. After advancing to the 5th tier of Demon King, in addition to the greatly increased power of its original supernatural abilities, Bai Bai also awakened 3 other innate supernatural abilities. One is shattering heavenly thunder, a true heavenly thunder supernatural ability, even possessing some characteristics of tribulation thunder. Not only is it difficult to dodge with escape techniques, but it also has the unique annihilation effect of tribulation thunder, which can greatly suppress the target's self-healing ability. Those demonic beasts possessing the innate divine power of the undying body will have their divine power greatly reduced, or even be completely crippled. Under the attack of the shattering heavenly thunder, the second divine power is the 10,000 thunder domain, a domain-type divine power. The third divine power is called the true dragon shadow, which can be said to be a very famous divine power. The Jialong clan is said to have the bloodline of true dragon divine beasts flowing through their veins, and a Jialong with pure bloodline can even awaken the true dragon power deep within its bloodline, allowing itself to possess some of the true dragon's divine powers. The true dragon shadow divine power is precisely the kind of divine power that a pure-blooded Jialong can use to awaken the true dragon's power. Zhou Chun has reason to believe that Bai Bai awakened the true dragon shadow divine power because its bloodline further evolved after passing through the heavenly tribulation, reaching the level of 4 claws and 4 toes. Given the immense prestige of the true dragon shadow divine power, Zhou Chun cannot even imagine how strong Bai Bai would be once it activated this divine power. However, one thing is certain, it can rival a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator in the short term without any problem. In fact, due to the profound nature of true dragon power, a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator might suffer a significant loss if they're not careful. After all, true dragons are legendary divine beasts. According to some ancient texts, these beasts are born with 5th-tier strength and are almost impossible to exist in the lower realms. The only thing in this cultivation world related to true dragons is the Flood Dragon clan, which is said to have true dragon blood. However, while the true dragon shadow is powerful, it's a trump card that should only be used as a last resort. This type of divine ability almost always involves one thing, the immense strain and damage it places on the body. True dragon power is so immense, how can someone who isn't a true dragon's body contain such noble and powerful energy? There are also similar explosive secret techniques in the cultivation world. Each use can burn away hundreds of years of the nascent soul cultivator's lifespan, even hindering future cultivation progress. These are secret techniques that should only be used as a last resort. Even so, with a true dragon shadow as his trump card, Zhou Chun now possessed immense confidence. At least the threats posed by true person Jiang and the Anyang sect were no longer a threat. Understanding this, Zhou Chun patted his beloved pet's arm with a broad smile and said, "Very good. After dealing with that mad thunder true person, bye-bye, you'll come back to the family with me to hold the nascent soul ceremony and transformation ceremony. At that time, let the entire Jin kingdom know of Zhou and the existence of you, Zhou Zhengbei, the demon king." Zhou Zhengbei was the name he gave Bai after its transformation, making them his peers in terms of seniority. This showed that he genuinely considered his beloved pet a comrade in arms. Bai was naturally very happy about this. Therefore, after hearing Zhou Chun's words, he couldn't help but kick the golden-winged tiger he was riding, and said smugly, "Third brother cat, did you hear what your master said? From now on, before you speak to me, remember to call me respected demon king, understand?" The golden-winged tiger, however, remained silent, as if it had forgotten it could speak human language. Getting it to submit was impossible. At worst, it would simply stop speaking human language until it successfully transcended its tribulation. Seeing this, Zhou Chun found it amusing, but still said, "Bai, you mustn't do that. You are all my closest comrades in arms. The reason you were able to successfully transcend the tribulation so quickly is thanks to stone sacrificing its cultivation to help you obtain the demon core. Even if you successfully transformed before them, you must not rely on your cultivation level to bully them." As soon as he finished speaking, the golden-winged tiger, who had just been thinking of never speaking human language again, immediately forgot about this and nodded repeatedly in agreement, saying, "Master is absolutely right. You just had a stroke of luck and successfully transcended the tribulation before us. What's so great about that?" Hearing this, Bai, who was originally prepared to accept Zhou Chun's mediation, suddenly became angry and immediately released its demon king aura, saying, "So what if I successfully transcended the tribulation before you? What? You're not convinced?" Even though the golden-winged tiger was stubborn, it instantly trembled uncontrollably under the close pressure of the demon king's aura, and could hardly continue flying normally. Fortunately, Bai Bai was only trying to scare it, and quickly withdrew its oppressive aura, saying to Zhou Chun, "Master, I understand what you mean. Of course, I remember the sacrifices and contributions Stone made for me, and I won't bully them just because I went first." Then, changing the subject, it continued, "It's just that this little cat used to boast and show off in front of us because it refined its horizontal bone first. Now that I've finally successfully transformed, I must teach it the meaning of first come, first served and respect for its elder brother." Hearing its reason in logical words, Zhou Chun was speechless for a moment. He couldn't help but sigh. The child had finally grown up and had its own thoughts. Finally, he could only nod and say, "It's good that you understand. In short, don't say anything that's detrimental to unity anymore. Fei Hu, you remember my words too." "Yes, Fei Hu will definitely remember Master's teachings and dare not do it again," the golden-winged tiger quickly replied, showing it wasn't stupid. Seeing that it had chosen to back down, and with Zhou Chun's intervention, Bai Bai couldn't argue any longer and replied, "I'll remember what Master said. As long as this little cat doesn't talk nonsense anymore, I won't bully it, that's for the best." Zhou Chun nodded slightly, pretending not to understand the deeper meaning in Bai Bai's words. He had already said so much. If the golden-winged tiger continued to talk nonsense, it deserved to be beaten. After flying thousands of miles, the golden-winged tiger carried Zhou Chun and Bai Bai to the vicinity of the Thundercliff Valley's mountain gate. Because they hadn't concealed their presence, Thundercliff Valley had already discovered their existence, and the mountain-protecting formation was fully activated. When Zhou Chun and his servant arrived outside the Thundercliff Valley's mountain gate's protective formation, the Mad Thunder True Man immediately appeared at the edge of the formation, looking at them with an ugly expression and shouting, "Zhou Chun, what exactly do you intend to do by coming to the outside of my Thundercliff Valley in such a grand manner?" Faced with his clearly unconvinced words, Zhou Chun couldn't help but chuckle mockingly. What kind of dragon's den and tiger's lair is outside your Thundercliff Valley's gate? Can't I come here? Stop playing dumb with me." Mad Thunder Master's face darkened, and he angrily shouted, "Let me tell you, this is the Great Zhou Kingdom, not a place for you to run wild. You'd better get back to your Jing Kingdom immediately, old man. Am I giving you face?" Zhou Chun's smile vanished, and his expression instantly turned cold. He looked at Mad Thunder Master without any politeness and cursed, "What do you think you are? How dare you point fingers at me? Why am I here today, you old man? Don't you have any idea? Isn't it because you have a guilty conscience that you're so furious?" This curse was uttered in front of thousands of disciples of Thundercliff Valley and many members of the royal family, making it a truly resounding statement. Hearing their sect's patriarch and their clan's ancestor being insulted like this, the disciples of Thundercliff Valley and members of the Wang family all changed their expressions drastically, many revealing righteous indignation. After all, in the eyes of some young cultivators, or those who took pride in their sect or family, the patriarch, true immortal Kuang Lei, was the most respected and beloved figure. How could they not be angry when their idol was insulted in this way? However, as angry as they were, they also knew that they were as insignificant as ants and had no right to speak to a nascent soul cultivator. Therefore, their gazes inevitably turned to true immortal Kuang Lei, hoping that he would stand up and give a powerful rebuttal. However, to their surprise and disappointment, true immortal Kuang Lei, facing Zhou Chun's blatant insults, chose to remain silent and did not immediately respond. What surprised them even more was that after a period of silence, Master Kuang Lei said in a weak tone, "A gentleman judges by actions, not intentions. Although I made an agreement with Master Ziyang, I ultimately did not put it into practice. Even if you, Zhou Chun, are powerful, you should know the principle that even a powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Do you intend to use this as an excuse to destroy Malaya Valley? Don't forget that this is the Great Zhou Kingdom." A separate, unrelated paragraph follows. I recommend my friend Lazy's new book Living a Life of Hardship in the Immortal World. The path of cultivation is littered with bones, including peerless geniuses, demonic saints, and immortal venerables. The path of cultivation is long, and Lu Yuan deeply understands one principle: if you can survive, never stand out. Chapter 670. A powerful dragon suppresses a local snake. Don't forget, this is the Great Zhou Kingdom. These were probably the most timid words Master Kuang Lei had ever uttered in his life. He, a dignified nascent soul cultivator, had been reduced to this. Protected only by his own sect's grand formation, he had to rely on the Great Zhou Kingdom's reputation to intimidate powerful enemies. These humiliating words left the disciples of Thundercliff Valley and the Wang family members dumbfounded, their faces filled with disbelief. Was this still the Master Kuang-Lei they knew? Was this still their familiar family patriarch? From the Taoist name Master Kuang-Lei had given himself, one could tell he was an arrogant and conceited individual. He possessed a top-grade lightning attribute spiritual root, and since joining Thundercliff Valley, no one among his fellow disciples could compare to him in either cultivation or combat. Even many of his former uncles had been surpassed and defeated by him after he successfully formed his core. At the same time, he held his own against the disciples of the top sects of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Later, with just 2 ordinary nascent soul-forming spiritual items, he successfully formed his nascent soul and became the only nascent soul true person in the history of Thundercliff Valley, surpassing all the sect's ancestors and bringing Thundercliff Valley into the ranks of major powers. This achievement and experience filled him with immense pride and arrogance, especially after witnessing how many disciples from top sects, who could once rival him, still failed and perished despite the aid of top-tier nascent soul-forming spiritual items like the nascent soul-forming pill. His pride in his life's accomplishments only intensified. Therefore, when choosing his Taoist name after successfully forming his nascent soul, he made no attempt to conceal it, using the name Raging Thunder. This pride was ingrained in his very being, and his disciples and descendants were well aware of it. But what did they see now? The sect and family patriarch, so proud and arrogant in their eyes, was now begging for mercy in a weak and humiliating tone. Yes, begging for mercy. No matter how much Master Kuang-Lei tried to conceal it with his words, the pleading in his voice was easily discernible. This could not help but shock the disciples of Lehigh Valley and the Wang family members who knew him. Because Master Kuang-Lei hadn't gained any advantage when he went to Jing Kingdom, few in Lehigh Valley knew anything about Zhou Chun. Therefore, the disciples of Lehigh Valley and the Wang family members couldn't understand why Master Kuang-Lei was so afraid of Zhou Chun, who was also only at the early nascent soul stage. Did Zhou Chun, like a late nascent soul cultivator, possess the strength and means to threaten the life of a nascent soul cultivator like Master Kuang-Lei? That seemed far too exaggerated. However, only Master Kuang-Lei himself knew just how strong Zhou Chun was now. Not to mention the spiritual treasures and 5th-tier puppets Zhou Chun possessed, the Thunder Flood Dragon Demon King beside Zhou Chun, who had transformed into human form, already exerted immense pressure on him. He knew that if he were to face this Thunder Flood Dragon Demon King, he would likely be unable to unleash even 80% of his strength and would be completely restrained by the opponent. However, this wasn't the real reason for his current humiliation. What truly terrified him, forcing him to swallow his pride and utter such humiliating words, lay in Zhou Chun's growth rate and future potential. Zhou Chun was growing too fast. Frankly, when Master Jiang came to his door and told him that Zhou Chun had successfully formed his nascent soul, even the usually arrogant and proud Master Kuang-Lei was deeply shocked, feeling a sense of inferiority. Compared to him, Zhou Chun's background was far worse, and his spiritual root aptitude was far inferior, yet Zhou Chun surpassed him in every aspect, from the age of his nascent soul formation to the formidable combat power he displayed. Therefore, in front of Zhou Chun now, he truly had nothing to be proud of. So when Master Jiang proposed to join forces to kill Zhou Chun, Master Kuang-Lei quickly agreed. He didn't want such a powerful and potentially formidable opponent like Zhou Chun to continue growing, posing a fatal threat to his already formidable enemy. But he never expected that in just a few years, Zhou Chun would help his spirit pet successfully transcend its tribulation and advance to become a 5th-tier demon king. No one knew the terror that gripped Master Kuang-Lei when he learned that a thunder dragon had successfully undergone its tribulation within the Black Mist Swamp, with a nascent soul stage master protecting it. From that moment on, Master Kuang-Lei knew that Master Ziyang's plan was utterly impossible. He completely abandoned his promise to go to Jing Kingdom and kill Zhou Chun at his nascent soul ceremony. At the time, Master Kuang-Lei still harbored a sliver of hope, thinking that since the plan hadn't been implemented and he had already sent someone to Jing Kingdom to inform Master Ziyang, Zhou Chun shouldn't know about their conspiracy. However, when he learned that Zhou Chun had brought his spirit pet straight to Thundercliff Valley, he knew that their plan had already been leaked, and that Zhou Chun's deliberate decision to bring his spirit pet to the Great Zhou Kingdom for its tribulation was a prelude to targeting him first. Faced with this situation, Master Kuang-Lei was filled with dread and didn't know what to do. He could certainly flee, but that would not only risk the destruction of Thundercliff Valley, but also make the Wang family's survival even more difficult. Furthermore, Mad Thunder True Person, would become a laughingstock among the high-level cultivators of the Great Zhou Kingdom, despised and scorned by many. After all, most nascent soul cultivators have sects or families, and their smooth cultivation to the nascent soul stage is largely due to the support and assistance of their sects and families. If Mad Thunder True Person were to abandon his sect and family so directly, which nascent soul cultivator would be willing to associate with him in the future? Wouldn't he be afraid of tarnishing his reputation? Under these concerns, Mad Thunder True Person pondered for a long time and decided that he could only back down and admit defeat, to see if he could use this retreat as a strategy to protect himself and his sect and family. Just as he had just told Zhou Chun, firstly, he hadn't harmed a single member of the Zhou family when he attacked, and secondly, although he participated in the plan to harm Zhou Chun, he hadn't actually carried it out. In fact, in the enmity between the two sides, Zhou Chun had been the one who benefited the most, first killing their outstanding Wang family member, and later causing Mad Thunder True Person's physical body to collapse, forcing him to possess another body and change cultivation. Of course, if Zhou Chun's hen remained unmoved by both soft and hard tactics and was determined to kill him, then Master Kuonglai wouldn't be so foolish as to offer his neck for execution. Although he was no match for Zhou Chun and his servant, he was confident that his escape skills were top-notch among cultivators of the same level, and escaping with his life wouldn't be difficult. From then on, the Zhou family would have to be constantly on guard against such a nascent soul cultivator as a mortal enemy, one who had no ties and was adept at escaping. In this respect, Master Kuonglai, though arrogant, was not foolish. Indeed, those who could cultivate to the nascent soul stage might have somewhat extreme personalities, but they were certainly not fools. Many times, their actions might seem foolish, but they were actually helpless acts after careful consideration. Sometimes, just because you know the right method doesn't mean you'll be on the right path. Zhou Chun was clearly somewhat unaccustomed to Master Kuonglai's admission of weakness and was somewhat surprised. He looked at Master Kuonglai with surprise, a few thoughts flashing through his mind, and slowly he understood what the other person was thinking. Then he fell into deep thought. Initially, Zhou Chun did indeed harbor murderous intent after learning that true immortal Kuonglai and true immortal Ziyang were plotting against him. However, now that true immortal Kuonglai had proactively backed down and expressed a desire to settle their grievances through other means, Zhou Chun began to have doubts about whether he should persist. Leaving aside the possibility that killing a nascent soul cultivator within the Great Zhou Kingdom's territory might anger those nascent soul cultivators and create hostility towards him and the Zhou family, Zhou Chun himself wasn't entirely confident he could kill true immortal Kuonglai. True immortal Kuonglai was clearly terrified and unlikely to fight to the death before attempting to escape. If the opponent fled as soon as the battle began, Zhou Chun might not be able to capture him. Furthermore, he had to consider what would happen if other nascent soul cultivators intervened to aid true immortal Kuonglai during the fight. With so many nascent soul cultivators in the Great Zhou Kingdom, who knew if true immortal Kuonglai had already secured reinforcements and made contingency plans? If he failed to kill Kuonglai's Henren, the consequences would be extremely serious. After weighing the options in his mind for a long time, Zhou Chun made a decision. He sneered and said, "Old man, you really have no shame. According to you, should I thank you for not killing me when I grew up? Should I kill you and then apologize to you? You don't deserve the title of gentleman." As he spoke, he unabashedly released his nascent soul aura, his face cold as he looked at Kuonglai's Henren and said, "A powerful dragon may not be able to suppress a local snake, but a mere reptile dares to provoke a true dragon, so be prepared to die a gruesome death." As if in response to his words, Bye-bye, who was beside him, also took to the air and quickly reverted to its dragon form in the sky, letting out a powerful dragon roar. A silver dragon, tens of meters long, soared through the air, its roar like thunder. Even through a protective mountain array, the low-level cultivators of Thunder Cliff Valley inside were shaken, their hands clapping against their heads as they screamed in agony. This scene chilled the Thunder Cliff Valley disciples and Wang family members who had been so indignant moments before, instantly calming them down. They realized that an enemy capable of humiliating and subduing even their sect's and family's patriarch, true person Kuonglai, was far beyond their comprehension. True person Kuonglai, listening to Zhou Chun's harsh insults and threats, twitched and trembled. Although he was prepared to submit, being insulted and threatened in front of so many juniors still filled him with immense shame, anger, and indignation. He couldn't help but glare at Zhou Chun and growl, "So what exactly do you want? Although I know I'm no match for you, if you want to kill me, you'd better see if you have the ability." He seemed to be driven to desperation. Seeing this, Zhou Chun's eyes flashed, and he slowly said, "It's not that I want anything, but rather, Kuang Lei, have you regretted your foolish actions? Have you thought about how to make amends?" He then glanced at Kuang Lei's Henren and said, "Or do you think that hiding inside the mountain gate will make it seem like nothing happened?" Hearing this, Kuang Lei's Henren was initially taken aback, then breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, he thought Zhou Chun was determined to use him as a scapegoat to establish his authority, and his heart was filled with despair and anger. Now, receiving Zhou Chun's signal of reconciliation, he went from great sorrow to great joy, feeling a sense of relief at having escaped a desperate situation. After scrutinizing Zhou Chun for a few moments, he suddenly spoke, "If I were to open the protective array, would fellow Taoist Zhou dare to visit me? Why wouldn't I dare? With the strength of myself and my servant, we could easily conquer even the most dangerous places, let alone a mere gate to Thundercliff Valley." Zhou Chun replied without hesitation, his words brimming with confidence. Seeing his smug, arrogant demeanor, as if he regarded all heroes as nothing, Mad Thunder True Man seemed to see a reflection of his younger self, shortly after forming his nascent soul. Comparing this to his current self, his eyes dimmed, and his emotions became extremely complex. However, being a nascent soul cultivator, he quickly composed himself and calmly looked at Zhou Chun, saying, "In that case, please come to my cave for a chat, fellow Taoist Zhou." With that, he proactively opened an opening in the protective array. And Zhou Chun, true to his word, immediately rode his dragon into the gate of Thundercliff Valley without hesitation. This action completely stunned Master Kuang Lei, who couldn't help but feel a surge of respect for him. It was well known that the forbidden array of Thundercliff Valley was extraordinary. If fully activated, and with the assistance of numerous Golden Core cultivators, Purple Mansion cultivators, and Foundation Establishment cultivators, even if a nascent soul cultivator couldn't be killed, they could be trapped for a considerable time. If it were Master Kuang Lei himself, he certainly wouldn't dare rashly enter the home of an enemy with such a forbidden array. What happened next? No one knew what terms Master Kuang Lei and Zhou Chun discussed in his cave. Only that Zhou Chun was personally escorted out of the mountain by Master Kuang Lei. After leaving Thundercliff Valley, Zhou Chun happily embarked on his return journey. Master Kuang Lei, being quite sensible, decisively chose to appease and reconcile after realizing he couldn't afford to offend him further. He not only swore a solemn oath in front of him that he would never again be an enemy of him and the Zhou family, but also promised to offer a generous apology for his previous offense. The apology included a top-tier lightning attribute spiritual material, Heavenly Thunder Meteorite Iron, 10 high-grade 4th-tier lightning talismans, and a high-grade 4th-tier fire attribute demon core. The Heavenly Thunder Meteorite Iron and the lightning talismans were already in Zhou Chun's hands, and the high-grade 4th-tier fire attribute demon core was promised to be delivered to him by true immortal Kuang Lei at the Nascent Soul ceremony in about half a year. Keep this, Heavenly Thunder Meteorite Iron, safe. Bye-bye. I'll teach you how to refine it and integrate it into your magic weapon later. If the Heavenly Gang Thunder Slaying Sword can be integrated with this, and then nurtured by you personally, it should be able to advance to a top-grade magic weapon in less than 10 years. On the back of the golden winged tiger, Zhou Chun examined the spiritual object in his hand before handling the blackish-purple meteorite iron, its surface imprinted with numerous silver lightning patterns, to his beloved pet. It's no wonder nascent soul cultivators are so wealthy. Zhou Chun had only seen records of this Heavenly Thunder Meteorite Iron in ancient texts before. He had never actually heard of it. Unlike top-tier spiritual materials like Zhengjin and 10,000-year ice crystal, which are rare but still obtainable with diligent searching, this spiritual object's creation is purely accidental. It was formed when a fragment of a meteorite fell into this realm and was struck by heavenly lightning. Not only is it incredibly hard, but it also contains unique heavenly lightning power, making it ideal for integration into flying sword magic weapons like the Heavenly Gang Thunder Slaying Sword, to enhance its power. Zhou Chun didn't ask how Master Kuang Lei obtained it. However, its rarity far surpasses that of top-tier spiritual materials like Zhengjin, and crucially, it perfectly complements the Heavenly Gang Thunder Slaying Sword. After integrating it, the Heavenly Gang Thunder Slaying Sword will be among the top-tier magic weapons, perhaps even having a chance to be upgraded to a spiritual treasure in the future. Obtaining this object was an unexpected surprise. Adding to this the 4th-tier high-grade fire attribute demon core promised by Master Kuang Lei, and the 10 4th-tier high-grade thunder talismans. For Zhou Chun, the benefits he gained far exceeded those of acquiring a top-grade magic weapon. He hadn't paid any price, nor had he even made a move. Therefore, he was generally very satisfied with the outcome of his trip to Thundercliff Valley. Most importantly, from Master Kuang Lei, Zhou Chun learned the entire process of his battle with the two-headed black dragon and confirmed that the seal spirit treasure used by the two-headed black dragon was indeed the legendary, True Dragon Seal. According to Master Kuang Lei, the True Dragon Seal possessed an extremely powerful soul-capturing dragon roar divine power. The reason his physical body was destroyed was because the two-headed black dragon used this treasure's soul-capturing dragon roar divine power to seize his mind, preventing him from even using his lightning escape technique. If he hadn't cultivated a divine sense secret method similar to the Heart Lotus Orthodox method and regained his senses in time, he might not have even been able to escape with his nascent soul. However, he only tested one of the True Dragon Seal's divine powers. What the other divine powers of this spirit treasure were remained unknown. Moreover, Master Kuang Lei, deeply resenting the two-headed black dragon for destroying his physical body and severely damaging his nascent soul, had been paying close attention to the dragon's whereabouts. According to him, after fleeing to Heng Kingdom, the two-headed black dragon likely escaped directly into the Xianmen Plains, thus escaping the pursuit of the nascent soul cultivators of the Great Zhou Kingdom. This was not good news for Zhou Chun, as the Xianmen Plains, a region inhabited by alien races, was even more dangerous than the wilderness, a region inhabited by demon races. In demon race regions, the demon kings weren't particularly close, and there was still room for scheming. However, in the Xianmen Plains, such opportunities were rare. Besides, he had recently stolen something from a 5th-tier Golden Spirit clan king there. Therefore, he could only keep this information in mind and wait for an opportunity to plot against that spiritual treasure later. Traveling at breakneck speed, Zhou Chun soon returned to his family. Since Master Kuang Lei had already informed Master Ziyang of Bai Bai's successful tribulation, Zhou Chun no longer bothered to conceal Bai Bai's existence. Seeing him, who had disappeared for several years, returned with a demon king in human form, the entire Zhou family was once again in an uproar. Ancestor, granduncle, this is Bai Bai. I have named him Zhou Zhangbai, and he will officially become a member of our Zhou family. Inside the cave, facing Zhou Mingde and Zhou Daoai, who had come to see the spectacle, Zhou Chun generously introduced the transformed Bai Bai to them. After his introduction, Bai Bai, who had received prior guidance from him, bowed to the two and said, "Zhangbai greets ancestor and granduncle, very good, very good. On behalf of the Zhou family, I welcome Zhangbai to join us, and congratulate you on your successful transformation and attainment of kingship." After a slight pause, Zhou Ming beamed and repeatedly cheered, his joy overflowing as he offered his congratulations. Zhou Daoai, standing beside him, also smiled broadly and said, "With Zhangbai joining the Zhou family, it's truly like adding wings to a tiger. From now on, the family will rely on Zhang Chun and Zhangbai to protect us." They were among the few remaining members of the Zhou family who had witnessed Bai Bai's growth from a silver lightning python to his current state, and were all old acquaintances of Bai Bai. Naturally, they had no objection to accepting Bai Bai into the Zhou family. As for the other Zhou family cultivators, they dared not, and were not qualified to, raise any objections. Next, Zhou Chun had some of the Zhou family's Golden Core and Purple Mansion stage cultivators meet Bai Bai, informing them of his identity, and then did not announce the matter further. Because his nascent soul ceremony was approaching, he would naturally have Bai Bai attend the ceremony with him, announcing the matter to all the Zhou family cultivators present and the invited cultivators. What annoyed and disappointed Zhou Chun was that, because he wasn't in the family, the Zhou family lacked a peer capable of communicating with true person Kaiamu. This meant that Protective Mountain Formation, the Heavenly Azure Dragon Formation, was currently only in its initial stages of preparation, making it impossible to successfully set it up before the nascent soul ceremony. And all of this was the fault of the Flame Sun Sect and true person Jiang. Thinking of this, he immediately instructed Zhou Daoai, "Granduncle, please arrange for someone to send this to the Flame Sun Sect, telling them it was sent by me. I hope to receive a satisfactory explanation before my nascent soul ceremony." He then handed a recording bead to Zhou Dai. This recording bead contained footage he had specially commissioned true person Kuang Lai to record, detailing how true person Jiang had proactively approached him and persuaded him to deal with Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun wanted to see what kind of expression true person Jiang would have after watching the footage. I understand. I'll arrange for a cultivator from the clan to send it to the Flame Sun Sect immediately. Zhou Dai agreed without even asking what was recorded in the recording bead. Then he talked to Zhou Chun about his arrangements and plans for the nascent soul ceremony, and asked him to see what aspects needed improvement. Chapter 671 You Coward, You Coward. Yan Yang Sect. When Zhou Chun returned with his successfully tribulation transcending spirit pet, true person Ziyang received the news immediately. However, after reading the message, he merely frowned slightly and remained silent. After all, he had already received a message from true person Kuang Lai and was prepared. Senior brother Ziyang, what do you plan to do now? True person Bai Yang, seeing the silent Ziyang before him, couldn't help but ask for a solution. Because of some problems in his cultivation, he had spent most of his time in seclusion in his cave suppressing internal ailments. He rarely paid attention to the sect's affairs. This time, it was only because true person Ziyang harbored murderous intent towards Zhou Chun that he told him his plans, hoping he would also contribute. Unexpectedly, after years of coordination and preparation, their base had been raided. If true person Kuang Lai couldn't come, and Zhou Chun had gained a 5th-tier Demon King spirit pet, the manpower they had currently mobilized was simply insufficient to deal with him. Therefore, true person Bai Yang already had his answer. However, Master Jiang was, after all, his senior brother from the sect who had reached the nascent soul stage before him. Even though he had his own ideas, he still had to give him some face and ask for his opinion first. If they agreed, that would be the best outcome. Upon hearing Master Bai Yang's question, Master Jiang seemed to have guessed his thoughts and couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile, saying, "What can we do now? Unless we can find a late-stage nascent soul cultivator to help us, there's very little chance of killing that brat." He then sighed with regret. Since we can't kill that brat, there's naturally no need to take action. Hearing this answer, Master Bayan breathed a sigh of relief and nodded repeatedly, saying, "I'm relieved that senior brother understands this." Upon hearing this, Master Jiang felt even more distressed. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Junior brother, you're not feeling well, so it's best not to leave the cave for too long. Leave the sect's affairs to me. If I really need your help, I'll call you again. I naturally trust senior brother to handle things." Then I'll take my leave. Pretending not to notice the impatience in Ziyang Zhenren's words, Bai Yang Zhenren smiled and replied politely before tactfully leaving. The day after the two brothers finished their conversation, the image recording bead that Zhou Chun had sent arrived in Ziyang Zhenren's hands. After watching the image within the bead, Ziyang Zhenren's face turned ashen, and he couldn't help but curse, "You rat! You rat!" He hadn't expected Kuang Lai's Zhenren to be so despicable, turning against him so readily and completely betraying him. Now, even if he wanted to pretend nothing had happened, it was impossible. Now, the thing he needed to consider wasn't whether to abandon the attack on Zhou Chun, but how to resolve this grudge. At least on the surface, this would allow Zhou Chun to drop the matter and move on. Since this Zhou family brat gave this item to me and is willing to reconcile with that scoundrel Kuang Lai, it means he probably doesn't intend to fight the sect to the death. He's probably just trying to take advantage of the situation. If that's the case, let Xianjing represent the sect to talk to him and see what he's really thinking, and how he'll let this matter rest. Master Jiang muttered to himself, his expression shifting between anger and uncertainty as he looked at the recording bead before him, quickly devising a strategy. Meanwhile, after Zhou Chun had Zhou Dai arrange for someone to send the recording bead to the Yan Yang sect, he summoned Zhou Xiang for a private conversation. "Your uncle Bai successfully transcended his tribulation this time, and I have obtained some Emperor's elixir for myself. Yinger, your heavenly wind thunder eagle has been stuck at the 3rd-tier high-grade demon beast realm for quite some time. I hope this item can help it break through its shackles and advance to the 4th tier." Inside the cave, after his disciples finished their bows and salutations, Zhou Chun slowly revealed the purpose of his summons. Hearing this, Zhou Xiang was overjoyed and quickly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for your kindness, Master. On behalf of Xianyu, I thank you and Uncle Bai for your life-saving grace." Zhou Chun nodded slightly and said, "This Emperor's elixir cannot be kept for long. Give it to him when you return. He then took out a jade bottle containing the Emperor's elixir and handed it to Zhou Chun. The Emperor's elixir in this jade bottle accounted for about 1/3 of the total amount of Emperor's elixir he had obtained, which he estimated should be enough for the Heavenly Winged Thunder Eagle to use for its breakthrough. After all, both the Golden Winged Tiger and the Fire God Jackwell had successfully broken through using this item. And the Heavenly Winged Thunder Eagle's bloodline talent was certainly not much inferior to the Golden Winged Tiger's at that time. After sending Zhou Chun away, Zhou Chun pondered for a moment and then released the Thunderworm Beast. He didn't waste any words with a giant earthworm, directly holding the jade bottle containing the Emperor's elixir in one hand, and said to it, "I know you can understand my words. Now I'm giving you a chance. If you are willing to open your consciousness and submit to me, I will not only spare your life, but also bestow upon you the Emperor's elixir inside." As he spoke, Zhou Chun's gaze also fell on the Thunderworm Beast's head. He had taken the beast's single horn from its head, later using it as material to forge the Heavenly Gang Thunder-slaying sword. Now, hundreds of years later, a new horn had grown on the beast's head, and because of its further advancement in cultivation, this horn seemed to be of even better quality. To him, the Thunderworm Beast's other abilities were insignificant, only its unique horn, with its innate talent for attracting and avoiding lightning, was truly useful. If he could cultivate this beast to the 4th or even 5th tier, the value of its horn would be considerable. Zhou Chun had already formed his nascent soul, and his next goal was naturally the deity transformation stage. As far as he knew, nascent soul cultivators face 3 tribulations when breaking through to the deity transformation stage: the tribulation of vital energy, the tribulation of inner demons, and the heavenly thunder tribulation. Each tribulation was more difficult to overcome than the last, especially the heavenly thunder tribulation, which was completely different from the heavenly thunder tribulation encountered when forming a nascent soul. The heavenly thunder tribulation for breaking through to the deity transformation stage was also called the 4-9 tribulation, consisting of 36 bolts of heavenly lightning. Unlike the relatively weak heavenly thunder tribulation for the nascent soul stage, the heavenly thunder tribulation for humans breaking through to the deity transformation stage was no less powerful than the heavenly thunder tribulation encountered by demon kings breaking through to the 6th tier. Similarly, demon kings breaking through to the 6th rank also experienced the formidable primordial key tribulation and inner demon tribulation. Therefore, 5th rank demon kings and nascent soul cultivators are constantly emerging in the cultivation world, but those capable of breaking through to the 6th rank are extremely rare, occurring only once every 1,000 years. Zhou Chun easily passed the nascent soul stage heavenly thunder tribulation with the help of spiritual treasures. However, if you were to break through to the divine transformation stage in the future, 1 or 2 spiritual treasures would clearly be insufficient to cope with the terrifying 4-9 tribulation. At that time, he would inevitably need to specifically collect treasures useful for overcoming the tribulation. If he could cultivate the Thunderworm Beast to a high-grade 4th rank, or even 5th rank, and then refine its single horn into a treasure, the resulting artifact should be quite useful even against the 4-9 tribulation. In any case, this matter is merely going with the flow for him, and he doesn't need to put in the same effort as cultivating spiritual pets like the Thunder Flood Dragon Bye-Bye, nor does he have that strong sense of responsibility. Looking at the Thunderworm Beast before Zhou Chun, it had lived for hundreds, even thousands of years, and its intelligence was indeed extraordinary. It easily understood Zhou Chun's words. So, after glancing at the jade bottle containing the Emperor's elixir in Zhou Chun's hand, it soon obediently lowered its head, signaling its willingness to submit. Its lifespan was actually not very long to begin with. If it didn't seize this opportunity, even if Zhou Chun let it go, it wouldn't live for another 100 years. Intelligent beings fear death, and it naturally wanted to seize this opportunity to change its fate. Looking at the Thunderworm Beast bowing its head in submission, Zhou Chun nodded in satisfaction and said, "Very good. You will definitely not regret this choice in the future." He immediately completed the contract with the Thunderworm Beast, and then, keeping his word, fed it the Emperor's elixir from the jade bottle, allowing it to break through near his cave. After distributing 2 portions of the Emperor's elixir, Zhou Chun still had 1/3 left. He hesitated somewhat about what to do with the last portion of Emperor's elixir. The Zhou family actually had quite a few demonic beasts suitable for consuming it. Whether it was the blood flame dragon python that Zhou Daoquan had raised, or Zhou Zhenyan's main spirit pet, the flame horned dragon python, both had a chance to advance to the 4th rank after consuming the elixir. However, The blood flame dragon python no longer had a formal master. Although it could still be driven by the beast soul tablet, it was clearly not the best choice in this situation. While Zhou Zinayan was an outstanding descendant, Zhou Chun had already bestowed many gifts upon him after his successful core formation. Now that he hadn't achieved any merit, it seemed inappropriate to reward him with such a precious item. Zhou Chun didn't actually want these descendants to live off his rewards. That wouldn't be good for him or the family. Therefore, after hesitating for a while, Zhou Chun decided not to reward Zhou Zinayan for now, but instead fed the remaining portion of Emperor's elixir to the 4 6-winged ice silkworms. After consuming the insect pill, these 4 6-winged ice silkworms underwent another transformation, and their aura is now comparable to that of a low-grade 4th-tier demonic beast. Feeding them the Emperor's elixir, even if it doesn't cause them to transform again, should at least enhance their spiritual intelligence, making them easier for Zhou Chun to control in the future. Having dealt with the Emperor's elixir, Zhou Chun also made some arrangements with the 10 high-grade 4th-tier thunder talismans in his possession. He gifted 2 to his Taoist partner, Su Yuzian, 1 to his disciple, Zhou Ziyang, and 1 each to Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoai. Of the remaining 5, 2 were stored in the family treasury, allowing family members to decide whether to exchange them. The last 3 were kept for himself, to see if there would be an opportunity to use them later. After all, these items are extremely rare, and some nascent soul cultivators might exchange them for their favored juniors. In the following time, Zhou Chun guided Bai Bai on how to integrate the Heavenly Thunder Meteorite Iron into the Heavenly Gang Thunder Slaying Sword, while awaiting a response from True Person Jiang. After only a few days, True Person Xiangjing arrived at King Lian Peak at the urging of True Person Jiang, and they had a face-to-face conversation. During the conversation, Zhou Chun took the opportunity to make an outrageous demand. Not only did he demand the return of the top-grade magic treasure, Qingxuan Seal, that True Person Jiang had previously taken, and recognition of the Zhou family's complete control over the Lingzhou region, but he also demanded 3 additional high-grade magic treasures as compensation. This condition was naturally unacceptable to True Person Jiang. His bottom line was the return of the top-grade magic treasure, Qingxuan Seal, and recognition of the Zhou family's actual control over the Lingzhou region. Compensating with 3 additional high-grade magic treasures was out of the question. Although the Anyang sect had many magic treasures, high-grade magic treasures were scarce and far from sufficient. Some of their mid-stage golden core cultivators didn't even have high-grade magic treasures for self-defense. But Zhou Chun's attitude was very firm this time, stating directly that if he didn't agree, then they could wait and see. After this back and forth, Master Jiang ultimately feared Zhou Chun's current strength and agreed to compensate him with an additional high-grade magic weapon. He could pay for 1 high-grade magic weapon out of his own pocket, so as not to cause any opposition within the sect, but if it were 3 high-grade magic weapons, he would have to use the sect's resources. Even though he was a nascent soul cultivator, such a concession would inevitably cause resentment among the lower-level cultivators, who would accuse him of squandering ancestral property. So this was Master Jiang's bottom line. Seeing that he couldn't get anything more out of him for the time being, Zhou Chun could only agree to this matter for now. For him, now was not the time to completely break ties with Master Jiang and the Anyang sect, because he actually found it difficult to kill Master Jiang. After all, Master Jiang possessed a spiritual treasure, making him much more difficult to kill than Master Kuangli. If he couldn't kill Master Jiang, then he could only make him bleed in this way first. Time flew by, and the date of Zhou Chun's nascent soul ceremony drew closer. Faced with this grandest celebration in the Zhou family's history, the entire family poured their hearts and souls into preparations. All the golden core and purple mansion stage cultivators of the Zhou family had returned to the Azure Lotus Mountain range. Currently, the Zhou family boasts 7 golden core stage cultivators: Lin Huangao, Zhou Ming, Zhou Daoai, Zhou Ziyang, Zhou Yuanlian, Zhou Zinayan, and Su Fu, including the guest elder Luo Qingni. That makes 8. They also possess a 4th-tier demonic beast, the fire god Jackal, a 4th-tier demonic beast, the Azure Flood Dragon, and 4 4th-tier demonic beast spirit pets under Zhou Chun's command. The number of Purple Mansion stage cultivators is equally impressive, totaling 15, and the number continues to grow rapidly. The gathering of all these individuals on Azure Lotus Peak has stirred the emotions of Zhou Ming, Zhou Daoai, and other elders of the Zhou family. A nascent soul cultivator and a 5th-tier demon king, plus 8 golden core cultivators and 6 4th-tier demon beasts. The strength of my Zhou family on the surface has completely surpassed that of the Azure Lotus Temple back then. Inside this haunting hall, Zhou Minged, looking at the high-ranking Zhou family cultivators who had been summoned here for the meeting on the eve of the nascent soul ceremony, couldn't help but exclaim with excitement. He had never dared to dream of such a situation before. Hearing his exclamation, Zhou Chun, sitting at the head of the table, declared with boundless pride, surpassing the Azure Lotus Temple is nothing. In a while, we'll make the Flame Sun Sect depend on our Zhou family for survival. Only then will we truly demonstrate our Zhou family's current power. Hearing this, the eyes of all the Zhou family's higher-ranking members in the hall lit up, filled with anticipation. Tonight I'm going to a dinner party, so I'll keep the word count low. I've already updated over 180,000 words this month, and I expect it to reach over 200,000 in the end. Chapter 672 The Nascent Soul Ceremony. Inside this haunting hall on Kinglian Peak, Zhou Chun sat at the head of the table, personally presiding over the family meeting held before his nascent soul ceremony. He hadn't presided over such a meeting in a long time, and his return was due to his availability and the rare opportunity to have all the Zhou family's higher-ranking members gathered together. Following his usual practice, family members responsible for various affairs reported on the family's current situation. Leaving aside the number of higher-ranking cultivators, the Zhou family now boasted 106 foundation establishment cultivators, including relatives, retainers, and servants. Furthermore, the Zhou family's own cultivators numbered 967, and including relatives and controlled retainers, the total reached 2,466. This number, compared to major sects like the Moon Wheel Sect and the Flame Sun Sect, was insignificant. However, for a cultivation family, it represented a truly large and powerful force. It should be noted that most cultivation families in the cultivation world consciously control their numbers to avoid financial ruin. Because family resources are limited, if one blindly encourages childbirth to increase the number of family members, the family's resources will soon be insufficient. At that time, ordinary family cultivators will not enjoy any benefits and will live a life similar to that of rogue cultivators. How could they still be loyal to the family and willing to serve it? Therefore, cultivation families usually control the number of cultivators in the family and then select those with outstanding talent to focus on cultivating, hoping to cultivate strong individuals who can lead the family to a higher level. When a strong individual with a higher cultivation level is in charge, leading the family to occupy more resources, the family can naturally expand its number of cultivators. Therefore, in a sense, the number of people in a cultivation family can also be used to infer the strength and power of the family. Generally speaking, the number of golden core families is controlled between 500 and 1,000. By concentrating resources on cultivation, the number of purple mansion stage cultivators in the family can reach 6 or 7, and foundation establishment stage cultivators dozens. Of course, this is the situation under ideal conditions. In reality, countries like Jingguo, due to numerous wars over the past few centuries, saw a surge in the number of cultivators dying unnaturally, and various families suffered frequent and severe losses. Therefore, neither the quantity nor the quality of family members matched their status and the resources they could control. Thus, after the wars, each family actively encouraged its members to reproduce to increase their cultivator population. However, the Zhou family, now a nascent soul clan, can easily manage even with a population of 3 to 5,000. After all, with nascent soul cultivators as their backers, even without improved benefits, few low to mid-level cultivators would be foolish enough to leave the family. This represents a fundamental difference from smaller families. After listening to the reports from the cultivators below about the family's situation, Zhou Chun looked at everyone in the hall and slowly said, "This family meeting will mainly discuss 3 things. The first is to adjust the status and position of family members. The rule that anyone who successfully forms a core will become a supreme elder will be abolished. From now on, there will only be 3 supreme elders in the family, Zhou Zhengbei, Ancestor Minged, and Uncle Dao. The status of guest supreme elder Luo Qingni will remain unchanged. In the future, if a family cultivator wants to become a supreme elder, they must either have successfully formed a nascent soul or possess a golden core cultivation level and have reached the grandmaster level in a certain skill. Similarly, in the future, to become a family elder, One must possess a golden core cultivation level or be a purple mansion stage member who has reached the master level in alchemy or formation techniques. The selection criteria for other core and elite family members will also be adjusted accordingly. Only those who have successfully opened their purple mansion or established their foundation will be eligible for selection. After these words were spoken, none of the Zhou family members below had any objections. Such is the rule of the cultivation world. When a higher level cultivator enters a faction, the status and position of the other cultivators within the sect must be readjusted. After all, under normal circumstances, the Supreme Elder is the highest ranking cultivator in a sect or family. If the Zhou family only had Zhou Chun at the nascent soul stage, his status as patriarch might be somewhat elevated, even above that of a Supreme Elder. However, with the addition of the 5th tier Demon King Zhou Zhengbei, a change is necessary. As for why Zhou Mingde and Zhou Daoyi, with their golden core stage cultivation, are ranked as Supreme Elders, it's naturally because their seniority is higher than Zhou Chun's, and they have made significant contributions to both Zhou Chun and the Zhou family. Other Zhou family cultivators wouldn't dare to harbor any resentment. Moreover, Zhou Chun has also provided another path besides cultivation. If someone truly possesses exceptional talent and masters Grandmaster level techniques with golden core cultivation, they too can become a Supreme Elder, their status and treatment within the family on par with nascent soul stage cultivators. After explaining the first point, Zhou Chun quickly continued, the second point is that the family will be readjusting the allocation of important resources such as core formation materials, materials to assist in opening the purple mansion, and foundation establishment pills. To obtain these materials, family members must first acquire the qualification to exchange them. Every 3, 10, and 30 years, the family will hold a special family meeting where family members of relevant status will jointly review which family members are eligible to exchange for these important resources. The special family meetings will be composed of family members of different statuses depending on the value of the important resources being reviewed and allocated. The 3-year meetings are generally chaired by 1 or 2 elders, with core family members participating in the review and voting. The 10-year meetings are chaired by 3 or more elders, with core family members participating in the review and voting. The 30-year meetings are chaired by the Patriarch or, the Supreme Elder presides over the meeting, and only elder-level clan members can participate in the review and voting. It needs to be specifically noted that at the 3-year minor meeting, elders can cast 5 votes. At the 10-year intermediate meeting, elders can cast 3 votes. At the 30-year grand meeting, the clan leader or Supreme Elder can cast 5 votes. The number of exchange qualifications issued at each meeting will be announced by the presiding person. Before each special clan meeting, the clan will notify eligible clan members 1 year, 6 months, and 3 months in advance. If a member is unwilling or unable to participate in the review and voting, they can proactively explain to the clan, otherwise, it will be considered an abstention. Those who abstain 3 times consecutively will be disqualified from participating in future review and voting. Under normal circumstances, any clan member who wants to apply for an important resource exchange qualification, provided their cultivation level meets the application requirements, must apply at each special clan meeting. Before the meeting, applications must be submitted to the clan in advance. The relevant clan members responsible for review will then determine whether to approve and grant the applicant the right to exchange. The review criteria should comprehensively consider factors such as qualifications, cultivation techniques, lifespan, strength, and personal merits. Clan members who have seriously violated clan rules are not allowed to participate in the application for important spiritual items. Clan members who have slightly violated clan rules will also be punished with 1 or more rounds of delayed application, depending on the severity of their violation. At this point, Zhou Chun paused slightly, glanced at the clan's purple mansion stage cultivators below whose expressions had changed considerably, and continued, besides the above-mentioned normal channels for obtaining exchange qualifications, there are also some abnormal channels. One is for those with outstanding spiritual root aptitude, such as those with superior spiritual root aptitude, who can directly obtain. First, one can obtain the qualification to exchange for foundation establishment pills. Second, those who possess exceptional talent in a particular skill and are recognized by the family elders can also obtain the qualification. Third, those who have made outstanding contributions to the family and have rendered great service will be specially rewarded by the Patriarch or the Supreme Elder. Of course, obtaining the qualification only grants the qualification. The merit points required for exchanging for spiritual items are still required. And when the family treasury is short of relevant spiritual items, one must wait for restocking. Furthermore, if any favoritism or fraud is discovered during the qualification acquisition process, or if serious violations of family rules occur after obtaining the qualification will be revoked, and the relevant personnel will be held jointly liable, Zhou Chun solemnly warned at the end. After he finished speaking, the Zhou family cultivators who were hearing this for the first time were all visibly shaken and extremely unsettled. Was Zhou Chun's decision fair? Relatively speaking, it was certainly fair. But fairness is not necessarily accepted by everyone. Previously, the Zhou family had considerable resources for exchanging core formation spiritual items, but even those assisting in the opening of the Purple Mansion stage and Foundation establishment pills were relatively easy to obtain. Essentially, Purple Mansion stage cultivators could easily exchange Foundation establishment pills for their descendants or those they valued. So, if your father was a Purple Mansion stage cultivator and didn't have 10 or 8 descendants, you were basically guaranteed a Foundation establishment pill within the family. However, under Zhou Chun's newly stipulated voting method, even Purple Mansion stage cultivators with voting rights in Foundation establishment pill exchange might not be 100% guaranteed that their descendants would receive the right to exchange for Foundation establishment pills from the family. If they couldn't obtain the right from the family, Purple Mansion stage cultivators would have to spend heavily to purchase Foundation establishment pills at high prices from the market for their descendants. On the other hand, since Purple Mansion stage cultivators rarely interact with key refining stage cultivators anymore, having them participate in the review and voting to determine Foundation establishment pill exchange eligibility could also ensure fairness as much as possible. After all, if they weren't familiar with most of the cultivators applying for the exchange qualification, they would truly vote based on the individual cultivator's circumstances to decide whether that person could obtain the qualification. Zhou Chun's choice to introduce such a system at this time was just right. In less than half a month, it would be his nascent soul ceremony. Under this background, even if some of the Purple Mansion and Golden Core cultivators present were dissatisfied with this system, they dared not express it now. Otherwise, without him even speaking, others who wanted to curry favor with him or protect him would naturally jump out to criticize him, needlessly offending him in a group of high-ranking family members. Therefore, although many family members present were visibly shaken, in the end, no one dared to express any other opinions, which was considered an acceptance of the matter. Seeing this situation, Zhou Chun waited symbolically for a while before bringing up the last matter. The third thing I want to discuss today is the emphasis and promotion of our family traditions. As our family's power and status grow exponentially, you, the family's higher-ranking members, and even some of our Foundation establishment cultivators, will hold extremely high positions in the Jing Kingdom's cultivation world, attracting the flattery and obsequiousness of numerous vassal forces and even other external powers. Therefore, I want to emphasize that while I don't expect you to be completely incorruptible, I strictly forbid you from doing anything that seriously violates family rules or tarnishes our family's reputation. Before you reach out, you'd better carefully consider what gifts are acceptable and what benefits are unacceptable. Think of the clan rules. Furthermore, if anyone is found to be taking advantage of the family's reputation to actively bully vassal forces or even rogue cultivators, demanding related benefits, the family will deal with them severely and without any leniency. If you don't want others to know, then don't do it in the first place. You are all accomplished cultivators with long lifespans. I don't want you to spend the rest of your lives in the cold prison because of some material possessions after finally reaching this level of cultivation. Cultivators in the Zhou family who knew Zhou Chun, their clan leader, knew that he always valued his reputation highly and was very principled in his actions. Therefore, his third point did not cause any controversy or dissatisfaction. The Zhou family's family tradition had always been quite good, no worse than those famous sects. Now, all that was needed was to continue to uphold their principles and not be tempted by greed. Thus, amidst a chorus of approval, the family meeting concluded successfully. However, the content of this family meeting only included the first point Zhou Chun had made, so as not to affect the mood of other low and middle-level clan members celebrating the nascent soul ceremony. Half a month passed quickly. On the day of Zhou Chun's nascent soul ceremony, the entire Azure Lotus Peak and the surrounding mountains were ablaze with color, adorned with various flowers and red silks, creating a festive atmosphere. Auspicious beasts such as cranes, white apes, and spirit deer frolicked and chased each other in the mountains. The Zhou family cultivators in the mountains, the male cultivators all wore purple robes and the female cultivators all wore red skirts, their faces beaming with smiles, their eyes filled with joy and pride. This time, Zhou Chun did not hold any sermons or dharma talks like the heavenly mirror true person had done before. It was simply a celebratory ceremony. This was partly because he himself was not skilled in sermons, and partly because the Zhou family did not need to rush to win people's hearts through sermons like the heavenly mirror true person had done. On behalf of the Su family, Su Changsun, the patriarch of the Jiangshao Su family, presents a congratulatory gift, a 3,000-year-old purple yuan ginseng, to congratulate true person Zhou on achieving the great success of the nascent soul realm and attaining the Dao. At the entrance of Zhou Family Mountain, Zhou Zinayan, the Zhou family elder responsible for announcing the ceremony, loudly unveiled the first act of today's grand ceremony. For celebrations like this, held to mark a cultivator's breakthrough to a higher realm, the gift-giving segment is extremely important and often the most talked about. Many low to mid-level cultivators enjoy discussing the gifts sent by various factions. If the gift is too modest, it's seen as disrespectful to the host family, leading to speculation about whether there's some grudge between the two sides, or simply that the person is too poor to offer a gift commensurate with their status. Those who present generous gifts naturally attract gasps and discussion, debating whether they are truly wealthy or just putting on a show. In short, gift-giving at such important celebrations is a complex art. The Jiangshao Su family, as a related force of the Zhou family, taking the lead was a matter that had been decided long ago. This gift was even given to Su Yuzhan by Zhou Chun beforehand, otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy for the Su family to come up with a gift of this caliber. Only after the Su family set the precedent would other forces have a chance to enter. However, while many forces came to offer their congratulations today, only those forces truly worthy of Zhou Zinayan's address were at least at the golden core level. Of course, exceptions could be made if any cultivator presented a particularly precious gift. Elder Jin Ziyan of the Zhuanzhu Palace in Lingzhou presents a congratulatory gift on behalf of the Zhuanzhu Palace. 3 pieces of flawless yellow jade, to congratulate true person Zhou on his great success in achieving nascent soul and attaining immortality. As Zhou Zinayan's voice rang out again, a graceful and dignified woman in purple robes, surrounded by several beautiful female cultivators, slowly walked up Kinglian Peak. Yes, she walked up. At today's nascent soul ceremony, apart from nascent soul cultivators, other cultivators were not allowed to fly on the mountain, as a sign of respect for their master. Next, one by one, renowned golden core cultivators from the Jing Kingdom's cultivation world presented their carefully prepared gifts and walked step by step from the Zhou family's mountain gate entrance to the Azure Lotus Peak, dozens of miles away. Of course, although they could only walk, golden core cultivators could easily cover 10 zang, approximately 33 meters, per step, so even a journey of dozens of miles wouldn't take long. Upon arriving at Azure Lotus Peak, these individuals were invited by Zhou Daowei to their respective seats. Whenever someone took a seat, Zhou family cultivators would serve them spiritual fruits and tea. Golden core cultivators from the Zhou family, such as Zhou Mingde, Lin Huangyu, and Su Fu, would also greet some familiar cultivators and exchange private messages. Time passed slowly, and by noon, the number of golden core cultivators visiting Azure Lotus Peak had exceeded 20, including several elders of the Moon Wheel sect and cultivators from outside the Jing Kingdom. On behalf of Master Kuang Lei's Henren, Liu's Hankuang of Lei Cliff Valley of the Great Zhou Kingdom presents a congratulatory gift, a high-grade 4th-tier demon core, to congratulate true person Zhou on the great success of his nascent soul cultivation and the attainment of immortality. Suddenly, Zhou Zinayan's slightly excited voice resounded throughout the entire Zhou family's mountain gate. On Kinglian Peak, many golden core cultivators showed expressions of surprise. Fellow Taoist Mingde, is this Kuang Lei's Henren the nascent soul cultivator from another country who once fought against true person Xianjin outside your noble mountain gate? At one of the seats, Wei Yuang, a golden core elder of the Moon Wheel sect who had taken good care of Zhou Chun during the Immortal Demon War, looked at Zhou Mingde with surprise and asked the question that had been bothering him. Hearing his words, many golden core cultivators present who were unaware of the inside story turned their gazes to Zhou Mingde. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Zhou Mingde nodded slightly and said, "Fellow Taoist Wei is right. True immortal Kuang Lei did indeed have a misunderstanding with my Zhou family back then, which is why he came to our door." He then smiled smugly and added, "However, the misunderstanding has now been cleared up. Senior Kwang Lei deeply regrets his presumptuous actions and has specially prepared generous gifts to send to my Zhou family. As an apology, I see. It seems the rumors are true. True Immortal Zhou's strength is indeed as formidable as before, far surpassing ordinary beings of the same level. Wei Yong nodded, exclaiming with a look of sudden realization. Hearing this, the others quickly followed suit, showering him with compliments and not missing the opportunity to flatter him. Zhou Mingde, Zhou Daoyi, and the other Zhou family elders, seeing this, naturally smiled extremely happily. Although these people were flattering Zhou Chun was a member of the Zhou family, and the two were inseparable. Therefore, flattering Zhou Chun was tantamount to flattering the Zhou family and their cultivators. Liu's Hen Kong, who had presented the congratulatory gift, quickly traveled dozens of miles and arrived at Kinglian Peak. As a disciple of Kwang Lei's Henren and a late-stage Golden Core cultivator, he was quite arrogant. After ascending Kinglian Peak, he only greeted the two Zhou family elders, Zhou Mingde and Zhou Daoyi, without paying any attention to the Golden Core cultivators from Jing Kingdom. This immediately displeased Wei Yong and the other local cultivators, but due to the occasion, they didn't say much, tacitly isolating him by not greeting him. Not long after he arrived at Kinglian Peak, the real highlight began. Xiao Sheng, the sect leader of Yan Yang Sect, presents a congratulatory gift on behalf of the sect, a top-grade magic treasure, the Kingxuan seal, to congratulate true person Zhou on achieving the great perfection of nascent soul and attaining the Dao. With Zhou Zhenyan's excited and resounding announcement, the entire Kinglian Peak erupted in cheers. The power struggle between nascent soul cultivators like Zhou Chun and Master Jiang was known to only a very small minority. The vast majority of Golden Core cultivators were unaware of such matters. Therefore, upon hearing Zhou Zhenyan's words, many Golden Core cultivators showed expressions of disbelief. Tisk tisk tisk, the Yan Yang sect is truly generous. They're even willing to offer a top-grade magic treasure as a gift. After his initial shock, Wei Yong of the Moonwheel sect seemed to understand something, and he couldn't help but click his tongue and laugh with a strange expression. He had come representing the Moonwheel sect, but had only presented a 3,000-year-old spiritual herb, a rather ordinary gift. However, no one found anything amiss. After all, the Moonwheel sect's willingness to send someone in the sect's name to present a gift was already a great honor for the Zhou family. On the other hand, the Yan Yang sect's offering of the top-grade magic treasure, Azure Profound Seal, as a gift to the Zhou family was clearly illogical. It inevitably sparked various speculations and heated discussions. However, such heated discussions were unlikely to occur on Azure Lotus Peak. Because the Golden Core cultivators present were all pillars of their respective forces, they dared not openly criticize the Yan Yang sect like Wei Yong did. At most, they would gather information and speculate about the matter privately after the event. The arrival of the Yan Yang sect marked the end of the gift-giving segment. As noon approached, Zhou Chun, the main guest, finally made his appearance. Suddenly, magical fireworks rose in the sky, and amidst the dazzling displays, a flying chariot pulled by a 4th-tier azure dragon and a 4th-tier fire phoenix appeared, slowly flying towards Kinglian Peak amidst sparks and lightning. The nascent soul cultivator Zhou Chun and the 5th-tier demon king Zhou Sengbei were now seated together in the thunderfire flying chariot. This dragon and phoenix-pulled chariot entrance immediately stunned all the guests on Kinglian Peak and many members of the Zhou family, becoming a classic scene unforgettable for many. So tiring. Only 2 days left, I don't want to mess up. Chapter 673. The music continues, the dance continues. A dragon and phoenix pulled a chariot, traversing the vast sky. Amidst the astonished gazes of the assembled cultivators, it slowly descended upon the main celebration grounds atop Azure Lotus Peak. Then, the dragon and phoenix pulling the chariot each emitted clear, melodious roars and cries, breaking free of their reins and soaring into the heavens, creating a truly auspicious spectacle of dragons flying and phoenixes dancing in the air. Azure dragons soared through the sky, fire phoenixes danced. Such an auspicious scene, searching throughout the entire Jing Kingdom, and even the surrounding countries, only the Zhou family possessed the resources to accomplish it. And this was only after Zhou Chun had held back. Otherwise, performing a spirit tortoise moving a mountain or a spirit ear carrying a lingzi mushroom wouldn't have been difficult at all. After the dragon and phoenix spectacle in the sky ended, Zhou Daoyi, who was presiding over the celebration, coughed lightly, waking the astonished guests. Then, regardless of their cultivation level, All the guests rose and bowed to the protagonist on the main seat, saying, "Congratulations to true person Zhou on achieving the great success of the nascent soul realm and attaining the Dao." Zhou Chun was also dressed in his finest attire today. He wore a 5-colored robe woven from 5-colored spiritual silk, a golden lotus crown on his head, and a smiling face that did not lack majesty. Facing the congratulations from the many cultivators, he waved his hand lightly and said, "Thank you all for your congratulations, and I wish you all a smooth path in your cultivation and an early attainment of enlightenment." After speaking, he took his seat first in the main seat. Only after he, the main figure, sat down did the other cultivators dare to follow suit. Zhou Daowei, who was presiding over the celebration, took out a golden list and read aloud a prepared congratulatory message for the ceremony. Zhou Zhengzhen, a dragon among men of the Zhou family, has already made a name for himself in his youth, and his character. At this moment, all was silent, except for Zhou Daowei's loud voice echoing through the mountains. He read aloud Zhou Zhengzhen's cultivation journey over the past few hundred years and his contributions to the family, from the very beginning of his cultivation. These things were probably well known to some of the older cultivators in the Zhou family. However, many of the guests from outside the region were indeed unaware of this. Now that it was being read aloud at the ceremony, it would allow them to spread the legendary story of Zhou Chun, this newly promoted nascent soul cultivator, far and wide, reaching every corner of the cultivation world. For the cultivation world of various countries, every nascent soul cultivator is a living legend. This ceremony might be the only opportunity for many cultivators present to get up close to a nascent soul cultivator, or at least see their true form. Therefore, many mid to low level cultivators listened attentively, marveling at and admiring Zhou Chun's legendary deeds as described by Zhou Daowei, filled with longing. Especially some of the younger cultivators from the cultivation families present, who were particularly excited, feeling they too had the opportunity to be like Zhou Chun, saving their families from collapse, bringing glory to their ancestors, and leading their families to an unprecedented golden age. However, this did not include the golden core cultivators. Those cultivators who can reach the golden core stage are all exceptional individuals, and only they truly understand that what makes a legend legendary is its unrepeatable nature. Even a nascent soul cultivator like Zhou Chun, born into an ordinary family, possesses unique and unrepeatable experiences and extraordinary opportunities. To hear tales of these legendary figures and then believe one can emulate them is wishful thinking, a pipe dream. Moreover, golden core cultivators generally live for hundreds of years, having heard and witnessed countless legendary figures and events. They have long since passed the stage of being easily swayed by hearsay. While Zhou Daowei was reciting Zhou Chun's glorious deeds, most of the golden core cultivators' gazes were fixed on Zhou Zhengbei, the 5th-tier demon king seated beside Zhou Chun. Compared to nascent soul cultivators, 5th-tier demon kings in human form are far more rare in the human cultivation world. Even many of the golden core cultivators present had never seen one before. After all, during the previous Beast-Tide War, even when the 5th-tier demon kings appeared, they mostly appeared in their enormous forms, rarely transforming into human form. To witness such a scene today was a testament to the immense gifts they had brought. Fortunately, heaven has bestowed such a magnificent dragon upon my Zhou family. May our ancestors bless our Zhou family with prosperity and eternal glory. After an unknown amount of time, Zhou Daowei's reading finally came to an end. As his words fell, the Zhou family cultivators within the mountain gate responded with passionate fervor, chanting in unison, "May our ancestors bless our Zhou family with prosperity and eternal glory." Their voices, like a mountain roar and a tsunami, shook the mountains. Undoubtedly, today was a celebration for Zhou Chun, and also a celebration for the Zhou family. As the saying goes, when one attains enlightenment, even his chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. In the cultivation world where strength reigns supreme, a family with a nascent soul cultivator in charge would command respect even for an ordinary key refining cultivator, and even foundation establishment cultivators from smaller families would not dare to insult them. Therefore, the Zhou family cultivators held Zhou Chun, their patriarch at the nascent soul stage, in genuine reverence, and were overjoyed at his successful nascent soul formation. Today's celebration should be accompanied by song, dance, and fine wine, Zhou Chun announced, clapping his hands lightly from his seat after the thunderous cheers subsided. Immediately, two groups of dancers, dressed in magnificent costumes, entered, performing beast fighting and flying dances, accompanied by beautiful melodies played by musicians. Zhou family cultivators then served various grades of spirit wine to the guests, allowing them to help themselves. The Zhou family had prepared for this nascent soul ceremony for many years. All the food, wine, spirit fruits, and teas were of the highest quality, a testament to their considerable investment. The two most prestigious dishes were dragon liver and phoenix marrow, one taken from the heart and liver of a second or third-tier dragon-blooded demon beast, and the other from the marrow of a second-tier phoenix-blooded demon beast. These two dishes were only for cultivators at the golden core stage, and each person only received a small plate. The origins of the phoenix-blooded demonic beasts were found among the ferocious birds killed by the Zhou family during their years-long search of the cultivation world for phoenix-blooded demonic beasts. Dragon liver and phoenix marrow, fine wine and delicacies. This is the first time in my hundreds of years of cultivation that I, have been able to taste such delicacies. Today, I am fortunate to have the honor of being here, thanks to True Person Zhou. I humbly offer this toast to True Person Zhou. After eating a piece of stir-fried dragon liver, Wei Yong of the Moon Wheel Sect first closed his eyes slightly, revealing an expression of enjoyment, then raised his wine cup and rose to toast Zhou Chun at the head of the table. He and Zhou Chun were old friends, and he represented the Moon Wheel Sect, so he had the right to do so. Zhou Chun did not refuse, immediately raising his wine cup in return, saying, "Fellow Taoist Wei, I am glad you are satisfied. Please drink to your heart's content. Thank you for the wine." True Person Zhou, Wei Yong's face lit up with joy, and he immediately tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp, then sat back down with a smile. Seeing this, many other Golden Core cultivators showed envy. Although the Golden Core and Nascent Soul stages were only one realm apart, their strength and status were vastly different. Offering a toast to Zhou Chun, a newly promoted Nascent Soul cultivator, on such an occasion was a privilege not every Golden Core cultivator enjoyed. If one lacked confidence and rashly attempted to offer a toast, not only would they fail to please the host, but they would also become a laughingstock, seen as presumptuous. Therefore, very few dared to offer a toast. At this moment, after Wei Yong started, Xiao Sheng, the sect leader of the Yan Yang sect, also raised his wine cup and slowly rose to offer a distant toast to Zhou Chun. This junior also toasts True Person Zhou, wishing you longevity in your immortal path and eternal blessings. However, Zhou Chun merely replied indifferently, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, you are too kind," without even raising his cup. This scene stunned Xiao Sheng, who was somewhat incredulous. The other Golden Core cultivators' expressions changed slightly, and their gazes towards him became strange. Even Wei Yong looked at him with some suspicion, then at Zhou Chun, his mind racing with various guesses. Xiao Sheng, as expected of a sect leader, displayed considerable composure. After his expression shifted between light and shadow, he took a deep breath, bowed slightly, and said, "It was my recklessness. I will punish myself with a cup." He then downed the spiritual wine in one gulp, silently returned to his seat, and did not speak again. Seeing his cold reception, some cultivators who were still considering whether to muster the courage to offer him a toast immediately hesitated. Liu Henkong, who came from the Great Zhou Kingdom, seemed unaffected. He immediately rose and respectfully greeted Zhou Chun, saying, "On behalf of my master, I would like to offer a toast to True Person Zhou, wishing you longevity in your immortal path and eternal bliss. Fellow Taoist Liu is too kind. Please convey to fellow Taoist Kuang Lei that I am very satisfied with his gift and hope to continue our tea and Taoist discussions with him next time." Zhou Chun smiled and returned the greeting. His attitude completely different from before. This scene further confirmed the suspicions of the Golden Core cultivators present. The relationship between the Zhou family and the Yan Yang sect had indeed reached a very tense and discordant level, and could explode at any moment. This discovery filled the Golden Core cultivators of the Jing Kingdom with fear and worry. Since the end of the last Great Beast Tide, the Jing Kingdom had only experienced a century of peace, and the various forces had only just begun to recover some of their strength. In this context, if the Yan Yang sect, the second and third largest power in Jing Kingdom, were to clash with the Zhou family and start fighting, it would undoubtedly be another disaster for the various forces under their jurisdiction. This was something none of these forces wanted to see. However, such matters were clearly not their concern, so they could only drown their sorrows in alcohol. Liu Henkong, after Zhou Chun returned the greeting, was delighted and immediately replied respectfully, "Thank you for the wine, master. I will certainly convey your words." Then he sat back down. After he sat down, Zhou Ziyang also picked up her wine cup and stood up, preparing to toast her master, Zhou Chun. But before she could speak, Zhou Chun's expression shifted slightly, and he suddenly stood up from his seat, along with Lei Jiao Bai. Then, Zhou Chun frowned slightly and spoke in a deep voice towards a certain direction outside the mountain gate. Which fellow Taoist is spying outside? Today is my nascent soul ceremony. If any fellow Taoist is willing to come and have a drink, I, Zhou, would be more than happy to welcome them. These words caused a stir among the crowd. It must be known that since ancient times, nascent soul ceremony for cultivators has followed the unspoken rule of no king meeting king. Even nascent soul cultivators from the same sect usually wouldn't appear at the ceremony of their sect's newly promoted nascent soul cultivator, to avoid stealing the spotlight from their master. Therefore, everyone attending Zhou Chun's nascent soul ceremony today was of a lower cultivation level than him. Even Lei Jiao Bai, who accompanied him to the ceremony, had remained silent, content to be a mere background figure. Under such circumstances, for a fifth-tier being to come and spy outside the Zhou family's mountain gate was practically a slap in the face, showing no respect for Zhou Chun, a newly promoted nascent soul cultivator. Could it be that a great battle between nascent soul stage cultivators would break out today? Some cultivators had already considered this most serious consequence. The musicians and dancers who were playing music and dancing involuntarily stopped. At the same time, not long after Zhou Chun's shout, figures flashed in the sky 100 miles away, and suddenly two fifth-order demon kings appeared in human form. One of these fifth-order demon kings resembled Bai in appearance, covered in scales and armor, with dragon horns on its head, and it was clear at a glance that its true form was a fifth-order azure dragon. Zhou Chun was familiar with the other one. It was the demon king he had seen when he went to Yunzhou to deliver a message. Its true form was a strange bull demon with the innate divine power to shake mountains and the earth. When he saw the two fifth-order demon kings appear, Zhou Chun's expression did not change, but his heart sank slightly. And he roughly guessed their intentions. As expected, the two fifth-tier demon kings flashed and quickly arrived outside the Zhou family's mountain gate formation. The Azure Flood Dragon King, his eyes sharp, glared at the gate and roared, "Enough with the nonsense. You have 10 breaths to bring that wicked dragon before me, or don't blame me for taking matters into my own hands." With that, it manifested its true form, a 50 or 60 zang long Azure Flood Dragon, in midair. The other demon king, the Bull Demon King, also quickly revealed its form, transforming into a giant bull several dozen zang tall. This scene caused the expressions of the many cultivators within the Zhou family's mountain gate to change drastically, their eyes involuntarily turning to Zhou Chun and Lei Jiao Bai. Seeing this, Zhou Chun's eyes flashed with anger, and he immediately took Lei Jiao Bai and flew away from the mountain gate, appearing in the outer sky. So, it's an unwelcome guest. It seems the Dragon Clan hasn't learned their lesson yet. Are they planning another racial war with our human race? In the sky, Zhou Chun stopped and stared coldly at the fifth-tier Azure Dragon, bluntly accusing it of instigating a racial war. That way, even if a fight broke out later, he would be in the right. And even if a war did occur, he wouldn't be condemned by the other human nascent soul cultivators. However, the Azure Dragon King wasn't stupid, and of course, it dared not admit it. It glared fiercely at him and said, "Don't try to scare me with this racial war. I'm not here today to argue with you." Then, it turned its gaze to the Thunder Dragon Bai beside Zhou Chun, its eyes filled with disgust and hatred as it roared, "You wicked dragon, if you still have any pride in my dragon race, then honestly admit what you've done. Did you devour the demon core of your own kind to become a demon king?" It turned out that it had come today because of the 4th-tier high-grade Thunder Dragon that Zhou Chun's clone had ambushed and killed several years ago. Over the years, although it had investigated many times and even suspected that Zhou Chun was responsible, because Zhou Chun himself was in Lingzhou at the time of the incident, and there were many witnesses, it couldn't make a hasty conclusion. It wasn't until several years later, when it learned that Zhou Chun had suddenly returned to the family with a 5th-tier Thunder Dragon that had survived the heavenly tribulation, that it had serious reason to suspect that Zhou Chun was behind it all. Therefore, it specifically chose today, the day of Zhou Chun's nascent soul ceremony, to come and demand an explanation. However, all of this was based on its reasonable speculation. Although what it speculated was indeed the truth, it had no evidence. Since there was no evidence to prove it, speculation could only ever be speculation, making it difficult to convince anyone of its guilt, let alone to gain their trust. So, after hearing its words, Lei Jiao Bai said with a face full of disdain, "You, a lowly dragon with inferior bloodline, dare to question this king?" Before the words were finished, it suddenly let out a long roar, revealing its true form as a dragon with 4 claws and 4 toes. When it saw the 4-clawed, 4-toed Lei Jiao in the sky, the Azure Dragon King's eyes widened instantly, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "This is impossible. How could you, this wicked dragon, possess such pure bloodline?" It's no wonder it was so shocked. Even a pure-blooded dragon like itself, whose parents were both dragons, only had 4 claws and 3 toes. Not every 4-clawed, 3-toed dragon can develop 4 claws and 4 toes like Lei Jiao Bai, whose bloodline advances further after becoming a demon king. For example, the Azure Dragon that pulled Zhou Chun's carriage, even after advancing to the 4th rank, still only had 2 claws and hadn't even grown 4. Such a dragon, unless it encounters some extraordinary stroke of luck in the future, has virtually no chance of becoming a demon king. Although the Azure Dragon King knew before that Lei Jiao Bai's bloodline was extraordinary, it hadn't taken it seriously, considering it similar to itself. Now, seeing Lei Jiao Bai, a traitorous dragon who betrayed its clan and recognized a human as its father, possessed a bloodline even more noble and pure than its own, it completely lost its composure. Lei Jiao Bai, however, showed no mercy, immediately roaring, "You audacious inferior dragon! I am a true descendant of the dragon race, how dare you insult me so casually?" Before his voice even faded, a thick bolt of silver lightning crashed down upon the Azure Dragon King. The force of the lightning reminded it of the tribulation lightning that had nearly killed it, and fear flickered in its eyes. This fear caused its reaction to be a beat slower. The lightning struck, easily shattering its protective aura, leaving a gruesome scorch mark on its body. The pain caused it to scream and writhe, hastily fleeing with the wind to create distance. Lei Jiao Bai, however, did not continue its attack. Instead, it looked at the dragon with indifferent eyes and said in a deep voice, "This strike is punishment for your arrogant words, you inferior dragon. If you dare to speak disrespectfully again, I will have no choice but to punish you personally and clean up your own sect." Hearing this, the Azure Dragon King was furious, even more enraged than when it had been struck by lightning. It immediately roared, "You wicked dragon, how dare you? I represent the true lineage of the dragon race, the will of the dragon saint. You dare to attack me? I will petition the dragon saint to have you arrested." At this moment, it no longer cared about whether Zhou Chun had killed the 4th-tier superior grade Lei Jiao, it only wanted to bring Lei Jiao Bai, this wicked dragon who had betrayed the dragon race, to justice. Everyone has jealousy, and the Demon King was no exception. Seeing that Lei Jiao Bai, a wicked dragon who had betrayed the dragon race, possessed 4 claws and 4 toes, the Azure Dragon King was consumed by jealousy. So even if Zhou Chun wasn't a murderer who killed that 4th-tier high-grade Thunder Dragon, it still wanted the Thunder Dragon to die in vain. At the same time, it also believed that Golden Horn Dragon Saint and those Dragon Kings would not want to see such a pure-blooded 5th-tier Thunder Dragon used by the human race and become a weapon against the dragon race in the future. If this 5th-tier Thunder Flood Dragon were to truly become a 6th-tier Demon Saint in the future, it would be a disaster for the entire Dragon Abyss Flood Dragon clan. Therefore, after uttering these harsh words, the Azure Flood Dragon King immediately fled with the wind, directly escaping the scene. This infuriated the other Bull Demon King, who cursed inwardly. He never expected that his well-intentioned accompaniment of the Azure Flood Dragon King to the Zhou family to demand justice would result in such a blatant betrayal. Facing the gazes of Zhou Chun and the Thunder Flood Dragon, he trembled and hurriedly cried out, "Please don't misunderstand, gentlemen. I was forced to accompany the Azure Flood Dragon King here, I had no intention of causing you trouble." Hearing this, Zhou Chun coldly smiled and said, "You disrupted my nascent soul ceremony, and you think you can just pretend nothing happened with a misunderstanding, then what do you want to do?" The Bull Demon King glared, speaking loudly with a lack of confidence. "None of my guests have come empty-handed today. I see your bull horns are quite nice, so I'll give them to you as a congratulatory gift." Zhou Chun gazed at the Bull Demon King with a deep, unsettling look, and spoke in a low voice. Hearing this, the Bull Demon King's eyes flashed with rage, and he roared, "This is impossible. I will never agree. If you don't agree, then we'll have to come and take them ourselves," Lei Jiao Bai said coldly, lightning crackling around him, ready to strike at any moment. This sight made the Bull Demon King's scalp tingle. It knew quite a bit about the dragon race and was well aware that the strength of a four-clawed, four-toed dragon king was beyond ordinary comprehension. If Zhou Chun and his servant were truly determined to deal with it, they might not necessarily save its life, but they could at least take most of it. At that moment, it could only say in a sorrowful and indignant tone, "Hold your hand." "I agree." With that, it gritted its teeth, deliberately severed off a pair of golden horns from its head, and tossed them towards Zhou Chun. "The horns are here, you must keep your word." Seeing that Zhou Chun didn't respond, it immediately used its escape light to flee into the distance. Zhou Chun, true to his word, didn't give chase. He simply waved his sleeve to collect the horns, then gestured for Lei Jiao bye-bye to transform into human form and return to the mountain gate with him. When the master and servants returned to the grand ceremony inside the mountain gate, the guests who had witnessed a battle outside seemed to awaken from a dream, their gazes filled with admiration and worship. Clearly, the scene of Zhou Chun and his servants scaring away the Azure Flood Dragon King and forcing the Bull Demon King to sever its horns had completely captivated these cultivators. This incredibly domineering scene would undoubtedly leave an indelible mark on their hearts, one they would never forget. Upon seeing this, Zhou Chun smiled faintly, then waved to the musicians and dancers who had stopped and said, "All right, the matter has been resolved. We can't let those unpleasant guests ruin the atmosphere of today's celebration. Let's continue playing the music and dancing." Chapter 674 Chunjun's Henrun. On Azure Lotus Peak, the singing and dancing continued. However, the numerous guests had no interest in appreciating the performances, or even in drinking and making merry. Having witnessed the grand spectacle of the Demon King's battle, the singing and dancing on stage were utterly unappealing and failed to stir any interest in them. Zhou Chun, seated at the head of the table, seemed completely unaffected by the previous events, still smiling as he drank and enjoyed the performances. This strange atmosphere persisted for almost half a day. As the sun was setting, Zhou Chun finally waved his sleeve and said, "Not bad, not bad. Go and collect your rewards." With that, he dismissed the musicians and dancers, then turned his gaze to the golden core cultivators who had been sitting with him for half a day. He then slowly spoke, "According to ancient rites, we should all adopt a Taoist title. Today, I call myself Chun Jun, and I hope all fellow Taoists are aware of this." Upon hearing this, the cultivators present were slightly taken aback, then they all stood up and bowed to him, saying, "We respectfully obey the true man's decree. We greet true man Chun Jun, fellow Taoists, there's no need for such formalities." Zhou Chun nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to Lei Jiao bye-bye beside him and said, "My comrade in arms, Zhou Zhangbai, has already achieved the true form of a demon king and should have his own title, namely Silver Dragon Lord." Hearing this, the cultivators hurriedly bowed to Lei Jiao bye-bye, who had previously displayed great power, saying, "We greet Silver Dragon Lord." Bye-bye simply nodded slightly and did not say anything. Zhou Chun then stood up, waved his hand, and said, "All right, let's conclude this ceremony here. I will take my leave first." With that, he and Lei Jiao bye-bye left the scene together. Upon seeing this, all the cultivators present bowed again, saying, "We respectfully bid farewell to true person Chunjun and Lord Silver Dragon." After the ceremony, Xiao Sheng, the sect leader of the Yang Yang sect, left without saying a word, not wanting to stay a moment longer. Liu Zhenquang of Lei Valley, however, seemed to have developed an interest in the white dragon blood of the Thunder Flood Dragon and immediately sent a telepathic message to Zhou Daowei to inquire about the matter. Wei Yong of the Moon Wheel sect looked at Zhou Mingde with curiosity and asked, "Fellow Taoist Mingde, does true person Chunjun's Taoist title have any deeper meaning? I thought he would continue to use his original name, Riding the Dragon, as his Taoist title." Upon hearing this, many golden core cultivators who had not yet left their seats turned their gazes to Zhou Mingde, their eyes filled with curiosity and inquiry. Under normal circumstances, except for a very few sects, most cultivators do not have a formal Taoist title before forming their nascent soul. At most, they have some nicknames. For example, Zhou Chun's outstanding performance in the Immortal Demon War earned him the widely known nickname Young Master of the Dragon Riding Clan. Therefore, after Zhou Chun's return after achieving Nascent Soul stage, many cultivators who remembered this secretly speculated that he would continue to use Dragon Riding Clan as his Taoist title. In fact, Zhou Mingde also leaned towards this idea. However, during previous discussions, Zhou Chun rejected all three titles. True Man of the Dragon Riding Clan, derived from his nickname, True Man of the Golden Cauldron, based on his cultivation method, and true man of 10,000 beasts, based on his unique characteristics. According to Zhou Chun himself, the Taoist title True Man of the Dragon Riding Clan was too provocative and could easily enrage the Dragon Clan of Dragon Abyss, which you might not be able to control. While True Man of the Golden Cauldron and True Man of 10,000 Beasts were catchy, they were somewhat too vulgar. Therefore, facing Wei Yuang's question, Zhou Ming slowly explained Zhou Chun's original explanation for the Taoist title Chunjun. According to ancient records, Chunjun means unparalleled nobility and is also connected to Zhang Chun's original name, hence this is his Taoist name. Hearing this explanation, Wei Yuang nodded, looking thoughtful, and said, "This explanation is indeed refreshing. True person Chunjun truly deserves to be called the most talented and brilliant person in our Jing kingdom for 1,000 years. The Taoist name he chose is also so amazing." As soon as he finished speaking, others immediately echoed in agreement. Fellow Taoist Wei is absolutely right. This meaning of unparalleled nobility is a perfect match for true person Chunjun. Hearing the two of them praising him, the others who were late to the party were not to be outdone, and one after another they began to express their own opinions, praising Zhou Chun's Taoist name endlessly. In any case, no matter what they thought in their hearts, praising a nascent soul stage true person in this kind of occasion was the right thing to do. This was not the time to play the game of independent thinking. If you didn't say a word, you would naturally be caught out and accused of having something to say about it. Even with Zhou Chun gone, the ceremony continued for quite some time before finally concluding. Back in his cave, Zhou Chun began tallying his gains from the day's ceremony. He had received many gifts, but few were truly useful to him. 2 gifts stood out, both pre-arranged. He first examined the 4th-tier high-grade fire attribute demon core that Kuang Lei's Henrin had promised to send. Judging from its appearance and aura, this demon core wasn't recently taken from a demon beast, but rather came from the collection of a nascent soul cultivator. He wondered what price Kuang Lei's Henrin had paid to acquire it. But that was none of Zhou Chun's concern. After checking the demon core and confirming its quality met his standards, he summoned the fiery phoenix and fitted the demon core. In truth, with the fiery phoenix's accumulated resources, even without consuming this demon core, it would have been able to trigger a heavenly tribulation within a few decades. However, Zhou Chun was facing increasing pressure. Furthermore, he had an agreement with true person Xianjing to undertake a major task in a few years, and the sooner the fiery phoenix successfully transcended its tribulation, the better. After the fiery phoenix consumed its demon core and went to its nest to digest it, Zhou Chun took out a top-grade magic weapon, the Azure Profound Seal, to examine it. He had given this treasure to the Flame Sun Sect, and now it had been returned to its rightful owner. After checking it and confirming that it was undamaged, Zhou Chun put it away, intending to use it to suppress the Erase core after the Azure Dragon formation was set up. He then patted his storage pouch and took out a pair of bull horns left behind by the Bull Demon King. These horns were the hardest and sharpest parts of a 5th-tier Demon King, sufficient to be used as materials for forging a top-grade magic weapon. Of course, this was contingent on finding a craftsman capable of forging such weapons. Although Zhou Chun knew Grandmaster Yan Kang, he figured the latter's lifespan was running out, and he might not be able to help with refining treasures. Besides, he didn't want to owe any more favors. Therefore, after playing with a pair of bullhorns for a while, he put them away to see if they would come in handy later. After taking stock of the gains from the nascent soul ceremony, Zhou Chun pondered the matter of the Azure Dragon King's visit that day. The Azure Dragon King's visit was, in itself, expected. After all, the Thunder Dragon Bai Bai had just returned after passing the heavenly tribulation, which inevitably aroused suspicion. However, the subsequent developments were somewhat beyond Zhou Chun's expectations. According to his original idea, as long as he denied it to the death and the other party couldn't produce any evidence, at most the two sides would fight, and that would be the end of it. In any case, the Azure Dragon King couldn't do anything to him. But he seemed to have underestimated the shock and pressure that the four-clawed, four-toed Thunder Dragon brought to the Azure Dragon King, and underestimated the Azure Dragon King's jealousy. Judging from the harsh words the Azure Dragon King uttered before leaving, the aftermath of this matter might be quite difficult to resolve. Since that Golden Horned Dragon King has broken through to the 6th rank, he would never risk breaking the tacit understanding between the top-tier beings of the two races and bullying me for nothing. But those 5th-rank high-grade Dragon Kings are a different story. If even 1 or 2 5th-rank high-grade Dragon Kings attack me, I'm afraid I'll have very little chance of escaping. Besides, I don't even have the contact information of a single late-stage nascent soul cultivator. I have no way to ask for help. Zhou Chun, thinking of this, also felt that the matter was extremely troublesome. With his current strength, even a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator with a spiritual treasure might not be able to gain any advantage over him. But the late-stage nascent soul is different. Late-stage nascent soul cultivators almost always possess spiritual treasures, and their strength is fundamentally superior to that of mid-stage nascent soul cultivators. According to the records in the ancient texts, combined with the statements of other nascent soul cultivators, even a cultivator like him, who actually possesses mid-stage nascent soul combat power, would certainly be no match for him, and whether he could escape with his life was another matter entirely. If he were attacked by two late-stage nascent soul cultivators, unless he seized the opportunity to abandon his physical body from the start and disregard the loss of vital energy by directly using his nascent soul to teleport away, there would be virtually no chance of escape. After all, those at the late-stage nascent soul level generally possess several techniques specifically designed to counter nascent soul escape. However, Zhou Chun only felt that it was troublesome. After all, whether those 5th-tier high-grade Dragon Kings would actually intervene was another matter. If they used the pretext of capturing a traitor to attack, it wouldn't be justifiable. After all, Lei Jiao Bai wasn't a dragon born in Longyuan's, but rather one that Zhou Chun had nurtured step by step from a silver lightning python. If they could justify this, few human cultivators would dare to raise spirit pets in the future. Another point is that Zhou Chun wasn't without a solution. The simplest way was to have Lei Jiao Bai leave Jing Kingdom and seek refuge in countries with late-stage nascent soul cultivators. That way, even 5th-tier high-grade Dragon Kings wouldn't dare to easily confront him. Because if things went wrong, he could easily find himself trapped in human territory. But if he did that, Zhou Chun also had to guard against the Dragon Clan becoming enraged and desperate, resorting to any means necessary to attack him. It seems I need to meet with true person Silver Moon. Zhou Chun's eyes flashed slightly, and he had a rough idea in mind. Meanwhile, after fleeing the Zhou family in a sorry state, the Azure Dragon King also fled straight back to Dragon Abyss Marsh. Then, ignoring its injuries, it immediately went to the cave of a 5th-tier superior Dragon King with whom it had a fairly good relationship. This 5th-tier superior Dragon King was the same 5th-tier superior Crimson Fire Dragon that participated in the siege of the Moon Wheel Sect during the Great Beast Tide. This dragon was the only demon king to survive the attack of the world-destroying Moon Wheel, and its strength was unfathomable. Upon learning of Lei Jiao Bai's experiences outside the Zhou family's mountain gate from the Azure Dragon King, the Fire Dragon King was astonished that a dragon like Lei Jiao Bai, who is outside the Dragon Clan, could evolve to have 4 claws and 4 toes. However, it disagreed with the Azure Dragon King's suggestion to ask the Golden Horn Demon Saint to explain the matter. It immediately said, "The Demon Saint is in seclusion. It's not worth disturbing him with such a trivial matter. Otherwise, if we anger the Demon Saint, neither of us can afford the consequences." This was actually an excuse to reject the Azure Dragon King's suggestion. Only a few of them, the 5th-tier high-grade Dragon Kings, knew that the Golden Horn Demon Saint had long since left Dragon Abyss to travel the world, but this was not something that could be revealed to more Demon Kings, so they used seclusion as a cover. However, the Azure Dragon King seemed to misunderstand its meaning, and immediately frowned, looking at it and saying, "Brother Fire Dragon, do you not believe me? I swear, everything I said just now was true, without the slightest falsehood. Brother Azure Dragon, don't be impatient. Of course, I believe you wouldn't lie to me about such a matter." The Fire Dragon King waved its hand, signaling the Azure Dragon King to calm down. Then it said in a low voice, "However, the Demon Saint's seclusion this time is quite important. Unless something extremely important happens, it cannot be disturbed." Hearing it speak so seriously, the Azure Dragon King immediately fell silent. However, its inner jealousy and resentment caused it to remain silent for a while before continuing, "So, Brother Fire Dragon, what are your plans for this matter? Are you going to sit idly by?" Hearing this, the Fire Dragon King immediately said righteously, "Of course we can't sit idly by." Hearing this, the Azure Dragon King's expression brightened, and he quickly asked, "Then, Brother Fire Dragon, are you going to take action personally?" "No rush. Let me first consult with the other brothers and see what their opinions are." The Fire Dragon King waved his hand again, giving the Azure Dragon King a somewhat disheartening answer. However, because it didn't directly refuse, the Azure Dragon King hadn't given up yet, and immediately replied, "It's only right to consult with the other brothers on this matter. If there's anything that requires my testimony, I won't hesitate." Brother Azure Dragon, you're so devoted to the overall situation of our clan. You're truly thoughtful. The Fire Dragon King looked at the Azure Dragon King and nodded with a faint smile. In truth, it could easily see that the Azure Dragon King was pushing this matter with strong personal emotions. However, since the Azure Flood Dragon King had a good relationship with it and was one of the few Flood Dragon Kings it could easily command, it naturally wouldn't expose the other party's intentions. Thus, under the Azure Flood Dragon King's urging, the Fire Flood Dragon King had no choice but to contact the other several 5th-tier high-grade Flood Dragon Kings to inquire about their opinions on the matter. Meanwhile, after Zhou Chun decided to meet with True Person Silver Moon, he quickly had Su Fu deliver an invitation to the Moon Wheel Sect on his behalf. Less than 2 days later, he met with a low-profile True Person Silver Moon at the Su family mountain gate. "Fellow Taoist Zhou, this is our first meeting since you formed your nascent soul. I congratulate you on your great success in achieving the Dao and becoming a true person," True Person Silver Moon said with a faint smile after meeting Zhou Chun in the cave, offering his congratulations. Faced with a congratulations from the #1 cultivator in Jing Kingdom, Zhou Chun did not presume to accept it. He immediately returned the greeting and said, "Fellow Taoist Yin Yu is a senior in the cultivation world. I am a newly promoted nascent soul cultivator, and I will need your guidance in the future." Upon hearing this, True Person Yin Yu's expression changed, and he looked at him meaningfully, saying, "I dare not presume to offer guidance. I have heard of fellow Taoist Zhou's strength. I am afraid that it will not be long before the title of #1 cultivator in Jing Kingdom belongs to you, fellow Taoist Yin Yu. You flatter me. What virtue or ability do I have to deserve such a title?" Everyone in the cultivation world of Jing Kingdom knows that fellow Taoist Yin Yu is the undisputed #1 cultivator. "I am a newcomer, far inferior to you, far inferior." Zhou Chun waved his hands and shook his head repeatedly, his tone extremely humble. After some polite back and forth, Yin Yu's Henren finally looked at Zhou Chun and asked, "I wonder what brings fellow Taoist Zhou here today." "I wouldn't presume to offer guidance," Zhou Chun replied calmly, "but I recently realized I haven't yet contacted the members of the Heavenly Spirit Alliance. My Jing Kingdom is an important member of the Heavenly Spirit Alliance, so I would like to ask fellow Taoist Yin Yu to introduce me to the Alliance members." Zhou Chun met Yin Yu's Henren's gaze and stated his intention in a flat tone. Hearing this, Yin Yu's Henren's eyes flickered slightly. Combining this with the information Wei Yong had brought from the Nascent Soul ceremony, she quickly understood his thoughts. Then, with a slight smile, he said, "That's only right. Since fellow Taoist Zhou has successfully formed his Nascent Soul and is willing to contribute to the Alliance, it's my duty to recommend him for membership. I believe the other Taoists will also welcome him," he then added calmly. "However, fellow Taoist Kung Su has rarely appeared in recent years, and Alliance affairs are currently mainly managed by fellow Taoist Zhuanzhen. Unfortunately, fellow Taoist Zhuanzhen is a reclusive cultivator who often goes into seclusion. If fellow Taoist Zhou wants to truly obtain the position of Alliance Elder, I'm afraid we'll have to wait for a fellow Taoist Zhuanzhen to emerge from seclusion and grant his approval." "Is that so?" Zhou Chun frowned slightly, then nodded gently. "Then please ask fellow Taoist Yin Yu for the recommendation. That way, fellow Taoist Zhuanzhen can approve it promptly after emerging from seclusion. Of course, I will help fellow Taoist Zhou submit his application later." True Person Yin Yu smiled and readily agreed. "Then I'll trouble fellow Taoist Yin Yu." Zhou Chun cupped his hands in greeting and quickly concluded the meeting. Through this conversation, he had grasped Silver Moon True Person's thoughts, so there was nothing more to discuss. In the end, it's better to rely on yourself than others. You have to be strong yourself to forge iron, he sighed inwardly. After returning to his clan, he sent his disciple Zhou's hiding away on the Thunder Dragon bye-bye, their whereabouts unknown. Since he couldn't afford to offend the Dragon clan for the time being, he had no choice but to send bye-bye away to hide for a while. After seeing Thunder Dragon bye-bye off, Zhou Chun turned around and invited Thousand Wood True Person to help set up the Heavenly Azure Dragon formation. However, to his dismay, Thousand Wood True Person also cited urgent matters and said he wouldn't be able to come for another year or two. Clearly, bad news travels fast. The Azure Dragon King's harsh words had still had a considerable deterrent effect on the other nascent soul cultivators. Even Thousandwood true person didn't want to risk getting involved in the mess. But the more this was the case, the more Zhou Chun couldn't leave the Azure Lotus mountain range. The Zhou family is now entirely dependent on him. If he were to leave now, he might temporarily avoid the risks, but the blow to the morale of the Zhou family would be devastating, and it would also give external forces like the Yang Sect an opportunity to target the Zhou family. As for the potential risks of staying with the Zhou family, he had made some preparations. For the next half-month, things were calm and uneventful on the Zhou family's side. However, rumors began to circulate in markets and other places where people gathered that the Zhou family would be severely retaliated against by the Jialong clan, causing many cultivators who were worried about being implicated to temporarily leave Lianzhou and Luzhou. Zhou Chun ignored this, believing the truth would shatter all rumors. A month after his nascent soul ceremony, the inevitable finally arrived. That day, Zhou Chun's powerful divine sense, which he had been projecting outwards, suddenly detected several powerful auras of magic heading straight for Azure Lotus Peak. Upon discovering this, he quickly informed Zhou Ming and the others, then swiftly left the mountain gate, appearing on a peak dozens of miles away. Moments later, 3 figures descended from the heavens, appearing directly near Zhou Chun's peak. These 3 were all 5th-tier Flood Dragon Kings in human form, including the Azure Flood Dragon King who had previously escaped. However, the Azure Flood Dragon King's aura was the weakest among the 3. The strongest of the 3 was undoubtedly the 5th-tier high-grade Demon King, the Fire Flood Dragon King. The other Flood Dragon King, who looked somewhat similar to Bai Bai in his transformed state, was actually a Thunder Flood Dragon King with a 5th-tier mid-grade cultivation. The Thunder Flood Dragon clan actually had another Flood Dragon King? Zhou Chun frowned slightly upon seeing the Thunder Flood Dragon King, quite surprised. He had assumed that the 5th-tier Thunder Flood Dragon that had perished outside Tuyun Ridge was the only Flood Dragon King of the Dragon Abyss Flood Dragon clan. But now it seemed he had underestimated the number of 5th-tier Demon Kings within the Flood Dragon clan, and the power of the Thunder Flood Dragon clan within it. You are quite bold, daring to actually remain in Jing Kingdom in your true form. Do you perhaps think we wouldn't dare to attack you? In the sky, the Fire Flood Dragon King's powerful divine sense locked onto Zhou Chun, and after careful examination, it revealed a look of surprise. This result seemed somewhat unexpected. Facing the 3 powerful Flood Dragon Kings, Zhou Chun showed no fear whatsoever, calmly stating, "This is the kingdom of my human race. As a nascent soul cultivator of the human race, why should I fear you demons? If you wish to attack, I will gladly oblige." This month's update totaled 206,000 words, a perfect ending. Thank you all for your continued support. Happy New Year. Wishing you all a prosperous year ahead, fulfilling love lives, and abundant wealth. Chapter 675 Don't say you weren't warning. Zhou Chun's words, "I'll gladly oblige," perfectly showcased his intense confidence. This caused the 3 Dragon Kings, Fire Dragon King, Thunder Dragon King, and Azure Dragon King, to frown slightly. They certainly didn't believe that Zhou Chun, who had cultivated to the nascent soul stage, would be a blindly arrogant fool. Therefore, Zhou Chun's displayed confidence made them suspect that some powerful figure was backing him. The Fire Dragon King immediately swept its powerful divine sense across the surrounding void, carefully examining the area within hundreds of miles several times. However, even inside the Zhou family's mountain gate, which had already activated its protective array, it couldn't detect the aura of any 5th-tier being. This made it somewhat suspicious, wondering where Zhou Chun's confidence came from. After a brief silence, it suddenly said in a deep voice, good guts." A cold glint flashed in its eyes, and it said in a low voice, "Since that's the case, let me see just how much you're worth." Before the words were finished, a beam of crimson fire shot out from its mouth, directly towards Zhou Chun. In an instant, Zhou Chun's mind went into overdrive, his heart pounding as if it would stop. Without a second thought, he immediately activated the Moon-Toad Pearl, with all his might, unleashing a dense white icy light to meet the crimson flame. He had already witnessed a clash of ice and fire in his previous battle with Master Jiang, where they had been evenly matched. However, this time, the white icy light was steadily defeated by the crimson flame, quickly crumbling. The crimson flame broke through the ice, relentlessly shattering the white icy light until it finally collided with the Moon-Toad Pearl itself. Perhaps sensing the threat of the crimson flame, the moon-toad pearl's spirit, in this perilous moment, dared not hold back any longer, unleashing its primal power to forcefully clash with the flame before wailing and flying back to Zhou Chun's side. The crimson flames finally exhausted their power in this clash, revealing their true form, a long, cone-shaped magical artifact forged from a dragon horn. Judging from its aura, this artifact didn't seem to belong to the category of spiritual treasures, yet it had directly defeated the resistance of the moon-toad pearl, spiritual treasure in the previous exchange. This clearly demonstrates the vast difference between late-stage nascent soul cultivation and early-stage nascent soul cultivation. However, Zhou Chun, though defeated, refused to admit defeat. Although his defenses were shattered in a single blow, he calmly said, "Is this the strength of a 5th-tier high-grade demon king? It's even weaker than I expected." Hearing this, the Fire Dragon King didn't get angry, but simply nodded slightly and said, "Although you relied on the advantage of a spiritual treasure, you're not bad for withstanding my attack with only early-stage nascent soul cultivation." He paused, then continued, "However, I only used 60 or 70% of my strength just now. If I used all my strength, I wonder if you could still withstand it." As soon as he finished speaking, a bone whip wreathed in crimson flames appeared in his hand. This bone whip had 9 sections and emitted a very powerful aura. It was clearly a demonic spiritual treasure. With the Fire Dragon King's cultivation level, coupled with a spiritual treasure that was perfectly suited to him, his strength was indeed much greater than when he had activated a top-grade magic weapon. Therefore, Zhou Chun's heart tightened at this moment, and he felt immense pressure. His expression remained largely unchanged, only his voice turning slightly grave as he replied, "So what if I can catch it? So what if I can't?" "Good question." A sinister smile flashed across the Fire Dragon King's face as he said mockingly, "If you can catch it, you'll live a little longer. If you can't, you'll die immediately." The word "die" had barely left his lips when he tossed the 9-section bone whip in his hand. Instantly, this treasure split into countless fiery red whip shadows in the air, striking fiercely towards Zhou Chun. Facing the onslaught of fiery red whip shadows, Zhou Chun suddenly felt a flash of inspiration, and a cyan red feather fan appeared in his hand. He swung the fan forward forcefully, and instantly 2 powerful streams of light, one cyan and one red, erupted from the fan, merging together to form a cyan-red destructive storm. The fiery red whip shadows were quickly destroyed and annihilated under the sweeping force of this destructive storm of extreme wind and fire power, leaving only the 9-section bone whip itself, still blazing with fire, stubbornly resisting. After a dozen or so breaths of this standoff, the destructive storm finally ran out of steam and dissipated. However, the 9-section bone whip had also lost 80 to 90% of its power in the storm, rendering it incapable of further attack. This result caused the Fire Dragon King's eyes to narrow, filled with surprise. The Azure Dragon King, on the other hand, showed disbelief, its eyes filled with shock. Clearly, Zhou Chun's strength had completely exceeded their expectations. "Another spiritual treasure. Aren't you a newly promoted nascent soul cultivator? Where did you get so many spiritual treasures?" The Fire Dragon King raised its hand and put the 9-section bone whip back in its grasp, expressing its surprise. Spiritual treasures weren't something easily obtained. Even in the human cultivation world, there were cultivators at the mid-nascent soul stage without any spiritual treasures. If it weren't a 5th-tier high-grade Dragon King, it would be very difficult for the Fire Dragon King to acquire a spiritual treasure that suited its own abilities. Therefore, seeing Zhou Chun unleash 2 different spiritual treasures one after another, it was also very surprised. Even among late-stage nascent soul cultivators, such a thing is rare. Faced with the Fire Dragon King's astonishment, Zhou Chun calmly replied, "While it's true I'm a newly promoted nascent soul cultivator, who says a newly promoted nascent soul cultivator can't possess multiple spiritual treasures?" This answer left the Fire Dragon King speechless. Meanwhile, the Azure Dragon King chimed in, "Brother Fire Dragon, why waste your breath on him? Just capture him, and his spiritual treasures and secrets will be ours." As it spoke, its gaze was fixed on the 2 elements wind and fire fan in Zhou Chun's hand, its eyes filled with greed. Although the Dragon Clan was wealthy, the number of 5th-tier Dragon Kings was far greater. Spiritual treasures were only possessed by 5th-tier high-grade Dragon Kings, like the Fire Dragon King, and some 5th-tier or mid-grade Dragon Kings. If the Azure Dragon King wanted to obtain a spiritual treasure suitable for itself from the Dragon Clan, It would only have a chance if it advanced to the 5th tier mid-grade. However, now, as long as Zhou Chun is killed, 2 spiritual treasures can be obtained, and the attributes of the 2 elements wind and fire fan are quite compatible with it. How could it not be tempted and greedy? Brother King Jiao is right, Brother Lei, what do you think? The Fire Dragon King nodded first, then turned its gaze to the 5th rank mid-grade Thunder Dragon King. This Thunder Dragon King had not uttered a word since its appearance, but now, being asked by name by the Fire Dragon King, it spoke in a low voice, that evil dragon is not here. It seems that he really has hidden it in other human territories. As the Dragon King of the Thunder Dragon clan, it naturally has a secret method to sense its own kind with the same bloodline nearby. And it had just secretly used a spell to sense it, confirming that Thunder Dragon Bai had not used any method to hide or isolate its aura, but was really no longer in Jing Kingdom. Hearing this, the Fire Dragon King's eyes flashed with a strange light, and he couldn't help but look at Zhou Chun, saying, "Since you sent that evil dragon away, why haven't you left yourself? Or do you think that if you die here, that evil dragon will return to avenge you?" Upon hearing this, the Thunder Dragon King also looked at Zhou Chun with a puzzled expression. Zhou Chun's actions were indeed unexpected and somewhat baffling. Facing the gazes of the 3 Dragon Kings, Zhou Chun calmly replied, "Since I dared to stay, I naturally have my reasons. As for whether I will die here, I'm afraid the 3 of you alone don't have that ability." "Oh, you're the confident? Just because of these 2 spiritual treasures you possess?" The Fire Dragon King frowned slightly, feeling that Zhou Chun's words were a bit too pretentious. The huge difference in cultivation level couldn't be erased by just one more spiritual treasure. A legendary heaven-reaching spiritual treasure might be a possibility. But to say that Zhou Chun possessed a heaven-reaching spiritual treasure, the Fire Dragon King simply didn't believe it. The heaven-reaching spiritual treasures are not so easily obtained. The Dragon Abyss Flood Dragon clan has a long and rich history, boasting several 6th-tier demon saints, yet only 2 heaven-reaching spiritual treasures have survived to this day. 1. The Dragon God Pearl is a priceless heirloom, always carried by the current Golden Horn demon saint. The other is a treasure used to suppress the Dragon Palace's foundation, impossible to take out of the palace. Even for humans skilled in crafting treasures, such items are extremely rare, possessed only by nascent soul stage venerables and some top-tier, long-established powers. In fact, the Moonwheel Sect's sudden appearance of the world-destroying Moonwheel, heaven-reaching spiritual treasure had already shocked the Flood Dragon clan. However, through the Golden Horn Demon Saint's explanation, the Fire Flood Dragon King learned that it wasn't a fully fledged heaven-reaching spiritual treasure. Otherwise, even a 5th-tier superior grade Flood Dragon King like himself would have struggled to survive its power. To the Fire Dragon King's surprise, just as it was recalling that painful memory, Zhou Chun suddenly looked at it and said, "It is said that a 5th-tier superior grade Dragon King survived an attack from a heaven-reaching spiritual treasure outside the Moonwheel Sect's mountain gate. That Dragon King must be you, sir." Upon hearing this, the Fire Dragon King's expression immediately changed. That experience was arguably the most humiliating and dangerous one it had faced since advancing to the 5th-tier superior grade Dragon King. Now that Zhou Chun had so openly exposed its weakness, how could it possibly have a good expression? The Fire Dragon King glared fiercely at Zhou Chun and said, "Knowing this all along, you still dare to bring it up in front of me. It seems you really don't want to live." Zhou Chun, however, seemed oblivious to the fierce glint in its eyes, and simply nodded slightly, saying, "Then it seems I'm right. I just wonder if you were able to escape this time, just as you were last time." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand, and a dark blue stone jar suddenly appeared in his hand. Then, as he activated his magic, a profound and mysterious aura emanated from the jar. This aura, the Fire Dragon King's pupils shrank, and its expression became extremely solemn. Because of its extraordinary status, although it had never had the opportunity to possess a heaven-reaching treasure, it had seen such treasures before. And the strange aura of age and composure rising from the stone jar now seemed to be something it had sensed before from the heaven-reaching treasure that suppressed the Dragon Palace's foundation. It was said that the heaven-reaching treasure was a powerful artifact inherited from ancient times, which had shone brightly in the war between humans and demons. Thinking of this, its heart pounded, and it suddenly felt that its sudden arrival today might have been somewhat reckless. Zhou Chun, holding the stone jar, said in a low voice, "Since obtaining this treasure, I have been limited by my cultivation level and have not yet tested its true power. If the three of you wish to test it, I will have no choice but to accompany you at the cost of my life." Upon hearing this, the Azure Flood Dragon King and the Thunder Flood Dragon King were somewhat bewildered, wondering where his confidence came from and what nonsense he was spouting. However, the Fire Flood Dragon King became even more certain of its suspicions. Then it felt a chill run down its spine and immediately blurted out, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, please don't misunderstand. I have no intention of harming you." Upon hearing this, the Azure Flood Dragon King and the Thunder Flood Dragon King looked at it in astonishment, not understanding what it was saying. However, the Fire Dragon King ignored both of them, and simply looked at Zhou Chun with a smile, saying, "Fellow Taoist Zhou may have misunderstood me. It was I who reached the non-aggression pact with your human heavenly spirit alliance last time. How could I personally break the pact now? How could I explain that to your S-Team Juan Yang Venerable Senior?" After saying that, he changed the subject and continued, "I came here this time only because I learned that the Thunder Dragon clan member that fellow Taoist Zhou is cultivating has a pure bloodline and great potential. I wanted to invite it back to our clan's holy land to receive guidance from the Golden Horn Demon Saint, so as not to waste its talent." Then, without waiting for Zhou Chun's response, it immediately added, "However, since that Thunder Dragon clan member is not in Jing Kingdom, then forget it. Perhaps we'll meet again sometime, is that so?" "It seems I misunderstood." Zhou Chun smiled faintly, then gazed at the Fire Dragon King and said, "Regarding the Silver Dragon King's origins, I don't think I need to elaborate. It grew from a silver lightning python to its current state, never receiving any benefit from your dragon clan. In every respect, it has nothing to do with your dragon clan, therefore, unless it willingly goes to Dragon Abyss to interact with other dragons, I don't want your dragon clan to use this as an excuse to harass me or the Zhou family again. Otherwise, don't blame me for not warning you." Zhou Chun spoke these words decisively, his tone extremely firm, revealing immense confidence. Hearing this, both the Azure Dragon King and the Thunder Dragon King showed disbelief. They couldn't understand where Zhou Chun got the confidence to speak to them like this. What surprised them even more was that after hearing Zhou Chun's forceful words, the Fire Dragon King, though his eyes twitched slightly, still said, "Upon careful consideration, there were indeed many misunderstandings before. After returning to my clan, I will discuss this matter with my fellow clansmen and report to the Demon Saint for a judgment." This answer, while not directly agreeing with Zhou Chun's words, was clearly a sign of weakness. The Fire Dragon King seemed to know this as well, and after speaking, he immediately said to the somewhat bewildered Azure Dragon King and Thunder Dragon King, "My two brothers, since fellow Taoist Zhou doesn't welcome us, let's not disturb his cultivation any longer. Let's return to the Dragon Palace first." Thus, the Azure Dragon King and Thunder Dragon King, in a state of utter confusion, were practically forced away from the Azure Lotus Mountain range by his gaze. After witnessing the three Dragon Kings depart and completely disappear from his sight, Zhou Chun finally felt relieved. He knew in his heart that his risky move had been the right one. After today, the threat from the Flood Dragon clan should be largely eliminated. Unless the Golden Horn Demon Saint of the Flood Dragon clan is willing to personally take action against him, using his superior strength to bully the weak, few Flood Dragon Kings will dare to risk their lives to cause him trouble after the Fire Flood Dragon King brings the news back to the Flood Dragon clan. After all, the Flood Dragon clan dared to cause him trouble before because they were certain he had no means to threaten them. Even if he escaped Jing Kingdom, the Flood Dragon clan could still annihilate the Zhou family in retaliation. Would he dare to venture alone into Dragon Abyss Swamp, where a 6th-tier Demon Saint is stationed? However, if Zhou Chun possesses the trump card and strength to threaten a 5th-tier high-grade Flood Dragon King, these Flood Dragon Kings will have to think twice. Is it really worth risking their lives to cause trouble for a human cultivator in Jing Kingdom for a 5th-tier Thunder Flood Dragon and a so-called face? As for the Azure Dragon King's concern about Lei Jiao Bai becoming a 6th-tier Demon Saint in the future, it's likely that no 5th-tier superior grade Dragon King would care. After all, while 4-toe dragons are rare in the dragon race, they have almost never disappeared. However, historically, very few Dragon Kings have actually broken through to the 6th-tier Demon Saint level. Even the Golden Horn Dragon King's breakthrough was due not only to his exceptional talent and aptitude, but also to the dragon race's resources and the help of the Dragon God Pearl, a heaven-reaching spiritual treasure. Lei Jiao Bai, who has been wandering outside, even with good talent and aptitude, would be at most able to advance to a 5th tier superior grade Demon King. Breaking through to the 6th tier is simply impossible. Of course, Zhou Chun's risky move was out of necessity. If possible, he certainly didn't want to expose the purifying heaven and earth divine jar. If it failed to intimidate the Fire Dragon King, his fate would be dire. But could he really abandon his family? If the entire Zhou family were wiped out by the Fire Dragon King and his forces because of him, how could Zhou Chun ever have peace of mind? He wasn't a carefree rogue cultivator, his family was his root, and he would do everything in his power to protect them as long as there was a sliver of hope. So much time has passed, this ancient human sacrificial artifact, the purifying heaven and earth divine jar, should be forgotten by almost everyone now. Besides, its most famous effect is the purifying heaven divine water. As long as the number of nascent soul cultivators among humans doesn't increase dramatically because of it, no alien race should remember this ancient artifact. But whatever, even if it attracts that so-called golden horn demon saint, I'll just have to accept it. I'll spread the news, and those nascent soul stage venerables will avenge me. Zhou Chun looked at the stone jar in his hand, then immediately stored it inside his body, no longer thinking about the unknown. He was simply choosing the lesser of two evils. If it really came to that, he wouldn't have any other choice. Meanwhile, after the Fire Dragon King hurriedly led the Azure Dragon King and Thunder Dragon King away from Lianzhou and returned to Yunzhou, a region controlled by the demon race, the Azure Dragon King, who had been holding back his questions all the way, finally couldn't help but pour out his troubled mind. Brother Fire Dragon, what's wrong with you? Why were you so scared by that human brat that you ran away like that? Didn't we agree to skin that brat alive and devour his nascent soul today? It poured out its questions, wanting the Fire Dragon King to explain. But to its surprise, the Fire Dragon King's expression suddenly changed upon hearing its words, and it swatted the Azure Dragon King away with a single claw. This claw strike was unleashed in a fit of rage, without any deliberate restraint. Caught off guard, the Azure Dragon King was sent flying hundreds of feet, its scales shattered, blood flowing freely, a sight that looked incredibly painful. But what tormented the Azure Dragon King even more than the physical pain was the Fire Dragon King's sudden and ruthless attack. It stopped, blood trickling from the corner of its mouth, staring at the Fire Dragon King in disbelief. Brother Fire Dragon, for the sake of you calling me brother, I'm only giving you a slap today to teach you a lesson. Otherwise, even if I didn't kill you, I would have certainly pulled out a few of your dragon tendons, the Fire Dragon King roared, its face contorted with rage. This scene stunned not only the Azure Dragon King but also the Thunder Dragon King, whose eyes widened in shock. Then, after a slight hesitation, he looked at the Fire Dragon King and said, Brother Fire Dragon, calm down. Of course we know there must be a reason for your sudden departure. Even if Brother Azure Dragon is wrong, you should let him know where he went wrong. Yes, even if I am guilty, Brother Fire Dragon, you should let me die knowing why. The Azure Dragon King chimed in, looking aggrieved, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Perhaps it was the venting of some pent-up anger from his earlier strike, or perhaps the Thunder Dragon King's plea had worked. The Fire Dragon King, looking at the aggrieved and confused Azure Dragon King, first snorted coldly before speaking, Your mistake was that you didn't even gather any information before stirring up trouble and instigating me and Brother Thunder Dragon to cause trouble for that human. Do you know that today, Brother Thunder Dragon and I almost lost our lives because of your selfishness? Upon hearing this, both the Azure Dragon King and the Thunder Dragon King were shocked. The Thunder Dragon King exclaimed, Brother Fire Dragon, what do you mean by that? What? Do you think I'm lying to you? The Fire Dragon King glared at them angrily, then said in a low voice, The stone jar magic weapon in that human's possession is very likely a heaven-reaching spiritual treasure. I was in a bad state during the day and couldn't write anything, so it's a bit late. New month, please vote for me. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.